All right, guys, so today I want to tell you about how important it is to build up your fluency as a muscle when you want to become a high-ticket closer, a successful high-ticket closer in the US market, okay? The first thing I want to tell you about this idea that a lot of international closers have, which is that in order to become a really successful closer, you need to be a native English speaker, which is not true. I know a lot of international closers that speak English as a second language that are actually way better than a lot of other native English speaker closers that I also know, which basically prevents them from becoming that best version that they're looking for. Now, the thing is, this is something that you can actually train. You know, it's not the fact that you are raised in the culture, which of course, the more exposure that you have to the US culture, the easier it's going to get for you to build up the connection. But there are specifically two skills that you need to build like a muscle, like as if you were working out at the gym in order to become that person, because you're still not that person. That's why you're here. Okay, so those two skills are really simple. It's rapid listening and verbal fluency. Now, the thing is, rapid listening is the ability to actually listen and understand at different paces, because basically real life, you're going to find prospects that speak slower, and also you're going to find prospects that speak way faster, depending on the kind of emotional struggle that they're going through and the kind of excitements that they're feeling at that moment. And also, I want you to forget about this crazy idea about the fact that grammar is like the most important thing in order for you to land that kind of security that you want to push forward on sales calls. That doesn't work like that, because basically perfect grammar isn't enough at all. It's all about the connection. And the connection is about the ability to listen to the details and to move further into the conversation as you provide every single solution the way that the prospect is expecting from you, okay? Now, let's talk about a hypothetical situation, okay, so that you can understand. Let's imagine you have Sarah and you have Carlos, right? So Sarah, let's say Sarah has a perfect grammar, but Carlos, he has more like average grammar, but then he has a huge ability to create real human connection. Also, Carlos has a lot of hesitations about grammar. But the problem with this is that, of course, Carlos is gonna be better at creating during the discovery phase to create that connection. But also, grammar is also important. Of course, there's gotta be like a base level, which is necessary because, if you cannot even basically express your ideas clearly and articulately, then there's gonna be mental delays. There's going to be awkward silences. So this is going to be obviously a mess in the end. So you need to be able to have a base level of understanding of grammar and the use of grammar, and a base level of being able to listen through a conversation. Let's talk about, why native speakers use also incomplete grammar in any case, because you don't need to have perfect grammar all the time, because language is fluid and you can just move back and forth in a conversation, and maybe you can use improper grammar if you want to sound more informal. So there's a lot of cases where it doesn't have to be perfect, okay? Also, if you use too perfect grammar, you sound robotic. So that's something that you need to be watching out for, because the last thing you want to do is show up on a call and sound like a robot. And also it creates sort of a psychological distance that's going to prevent you from building up the trust that you need in order to move forward. Also, a couple of things that this could create as side effects is that the fact that it's just going to slow you down on your objection handling phases. So if you want to handle objections, you are all the time overthinking your ability to reproduce the perfect grammar, then you're going to actually freeze and you're going to create this lag on your objection handling phase, because you're going to be obsessed and overthinking about your next word and your next phrase. And also you risk losing momentum too, because when you are overthinking, you are more concerned about your ability to deliver the perfect sentence, then you're going to lose the momentum, meaning that, in a situation where you already build a good enough amount of trust with the prospect, but then you really sounding awkward because you start thinking too much about your structures in the sentences, then you're going to lose that. That's going to slow you down, and you're going to basically get to a halt in your advancement into closing the deal. Of course, the end of the finish line is to be able to provide the help that the prospect needs. But in order to do that, you need to build up the trust and you need to build up the confidence in the prospect's mind that you are the expert. But if you lose the momentum, that goes down the drain. Let's talk about the speed, because this is something that I see a lot of times. Is a lot of people they just learn English through schools, through language schools, through an academic background, right? So the problem with that is, you get exposed to this kind of very systematic and really like a template situation where that is not really real. So you want to be exposed to many hours of sales calls on YouTube. And, basically YouTube is the best way. You can find maybe other sites or maybe through courses and other ways, maybe just downloading free magnets from other people that sell high-ticket course programs and things like that. But basically you want to be exposed to as many hours of actual real sales calls from different industries. It doesn't matter the industry, because in the end, it's all about how you handle yourself and how the structure is presented in front of you, so that you can see how native English speakers do it and how not only native speakers but also good closers do it. So that's the way that you need to be exposed to the language. And so you will notice very fast that a lot of closers speak very fast and a lot of prospects speak very fast. So you need to be able to understand these in different situations. You need to be ready in case you find that on an actual sales call. Now, another thing is blended speech. When you speak faster, you basically compress the speech and you blend the sounds. This is also called connected speech. Okay, so if you don't understand what's happening is when you start making pre-assumptions, because you start obsessing and overthinking about your ability to deliver the message. So basically that could create assumptions on what the prospect needs or what the prospect wants or what the prospect is actually expecting from you. So this creates a gap. This could actually derail the responses. This could actually get you in trouble because you might end up saying things that the prospect doesn't need or doesn't want to hear. All of these things, if you don't really understand the words and you understand the phrases in different situations and different contexts, then you could create awkward pauses, and this could break the report. Okay, you want to shoot for instant responses every single time, because that's what's going to signal the confidence that you're looking for. Now, let's talk about these two different types of listening, because listening is not always the same. You can listen and you can understand the words, but there's a difference between surface level listening and another thing is to hear the emotions. And this is key on sales. When you really understand every single word and every single sentence in context, then you go a layer deeper into understanding what the prospect is feeling. And this is where you want to be, because when you understand how the prospect is feeling, then you can actually respond back with actual helpful information, the way that the prospect wants you to deliver that information, right? So you want to be watching for prospects from the UK, from Australia, from the US, from Canada, because the fact that you are delivering sales calls in English doesn't mean that your prospects are going to be native English speakers the whole time. You could get someone who is German. It just happens that the language that you communicate with is English. So you need to be able to watch out for these different nuances in the cultural background and the way that they express ideas and the kind of expectations that they might have, so that you can provide the best delivery when you are on the sales call, right? Also, you need to be able to work on these first impressions that you actually deliver on the sales call, because those first 10 seconds or so is going to be really the killer part on the sales call, because that's what the prospects are going to judge from the get-go. And remember that prospects are making micro decisions every single time. The fact that this kind of impression that you could deliver on these first few seconds is actually going to make the prospect categorize you as an insider or as an outsider, meaning as someone who knows what they're talking about or as someone who can provide the solution that they're looking for. There's a lot of things that you can be paying attention to on this phase, which is the rhythm, the intonation, the stress patterns, and also watch out for pronunciation errors, because you don't want to be making mistakes every other sentence. Doubts about language also could very easily become doubts about your expertise. So this is like the double-edged sword that I was telling you about, because it's very easy to confuse from the prospect's eyes. It's very easy to confuse your ability to speak English properly and to be like someone who's really confident with the language, with someone that's really confident with the delivery of the service, or someone that could fix the issue that they have going on. So this is very hand in hand. This goes hand in hand a lot of the time. So that's why you need to work on your confidence and your language skills in tandem, all together, in parallel. And then this also goes hand in hand in your mind, not only on the prospect's mind, but in your mind. Your level to speak English fluently is also going to push you forward in basically becoming more confident in selling the product and explaining everything about the products, bridging the gap between where the prospect is at the moment and where he wants to be in the future, right? So it's very easy to become discouraged when you are making a lot of mistakes over and over again. So that's why I'm telling you, you should really spend time watching yourself making mistakes and thinking about the mistakes that you're making so that you can make them less, right? So this is really, really important. I mean, I cannot stress this enough, guys, because I have seen this happen over and over again. I've had hundreds of students, not only closers, all kinds of people. This is basically a pattern. It's just the way life works, is the way language learning works. The most successful English language learners that I've seen, and the most successful high-ticket closers, international high-ticket closers that I've seen, are the ones that actually take this to heart and implement this. So they actually spend many, many hours watching content, videos specifically, and podcasts, and then they prepare maybe presentations, or they train themselves with role plays, trying to use different expressions the same way that they see on the videos, and then they watch themselves provide different solutions and different suggestions, and then they look at themselves, they watch themselves make the mistakes over and over again on the recorded videos, and they take notes from their own mistakes, so that next time when they actually record themselves again in a different situation, of course they keep making some mistakes, but they make way less mistakes. So this is the way it works, guys. So this needs to be like like the gym. Like, just go, today I'm gonna do back and biceps, tomorrow I'm gonna do chest and triceps, whatever, and Friday I'm gonna do leg day. So this English works in the same way. On Mondays I'm gonna be watching a few sales calls, on Tuesday I'm gonna be reviewing those sales calls and taking notes, and on Friday I'm gonna be trying to make implementing all the different things that I have learned from the mistakes that I made on Tuesday, and then I'm going to make another attempt for this. And then next week you just repeat. You do the same thing, but you correct the mistakes that you have been observing about yourself. Stress placement mistakes really kill credibility a lot. So you need to be able to really spot your ability to express and pronounce and utter the words with the right stress. Because, if you start, maybe you could have the right syllable pronunciation, but then stress makes a big difference, guys. And then vocabulary doesn't matter if it's not understood. You could read a lot of books and so that you can build up a huge amount of vocabulary in your head. But if you don't pronounce those words right, then you're going to lose the credibility that you're trying to build. So, you need to be watching out for this. It's just checking out, as many sales words and terms and key phrases that you see that are like the most recurring ones. I will give you a list here on this program too, so that you can actually be exposed to them and get familiar with them as much as possible, so that you can actually just use them freely without really having to overthink too much. If you make too many mistakes and you start overthinking too much about the next word, this could create basically a cognitive fatigue, which could make your leads disinterested in you, right? And in the product that you have to offer. I just want to tie this all down into emotion, into the emotional frequency that you're trying to build. You always need to be listening for emotional undertones. This is like a step-by-step thing. You need to build up the blocks to get to the top, right? So you need to understand the problem, and then once you understand the problem, you want to maybe get to listen to the emotional side of things. in the prospect's mind. But in the end, it all comes down to emotions, because when you understand the deeper emotions that the prospect is going through, then you can build up the perfect way to deliver the solution. You want to be able to watch for these different energy shifts in emotional signals so that you can see where you are in the sales call. If you hear a flat tone, then that means that the prospect is not interested. But maybe if you hear a rising tone, then this could be a signal of excitement or fear, depending on the context. You can use AI role plays. You can use Google AI Studio. You can use ChatGPT. You can use Gemini. You can use Grok. You can use Claude. There are so many different AI systems and LLMs that you can use to actually practice with the voice mode. And also, you should be looking on your own to look for people that are looking to do these role plays, because it's all a matter of practice and get the reps in. That's what you need to remember. Let's talk about the emotional mirroring, which builds the report. So you want to be looking out for the way that the prospect is reacting to the information that you're providing, right? So a lot of closers, they have a script, right? Say, okay, you got to say this, but you need to be smart here, because not all prospects react to the same way to the scripts or to the information. So you need to come up with different ways to react to their reactions. Depending on the offer and on the kind of prospect profile that you're going to find, then you want to be building like a sort of like a playbook of reactions and a playbook of different deliveries so that you can provide the information exactly in the best way that the prospect expects, depending on the prospect profile. Something that I see is that there are different skills that you need to develop in order to become better with your English and with your sales. The main 6 things that you need to be focusing on is your confidence, your accent, clarity, your grammar, automation, so meaning your ability to really not think about grammar, but just use the language freely so that you don't have to overthink about the next word or the next phrase. Then your active vocabulary, so building up a good enough vocabulary in your head so that you can actually sound more free and more confident about everything that you're saying. And then your listening comprehension and your speaking experience. If you actually can work in tandem with these 6 different skills, and you want to target the weakest spots that you have, then I'm telling you, you will be the top 5% international closer in way less time than you think. And you want to work in synergy between all these 6 skills. And basically, the bottom line here is that language is really a sales tool. If you want to become a sales expert in the US, English fluency is the highest return on investment that you can make. Why are some international high-ticket closers crushing it in US markets while others with better English skills are struggling to close deals? The answer isn't what you think. It's not about accent, vocabulary, or even grammar. It's about 2 specific skills that separate the top 1% of international closers from everyone else: rapid listening comprehension and spontaneous verbal fluency. These aren't just language skills, they're sales superpowers. When you can instantly understand subtle client objections and respond with confident clarity, you don't just sound professional, you sound like someone worth $10,000 per deal. Meet Sarah, a brilliant closer from Germany who speaks perfect textbook English but can't break $5,000 monthly commissions in the US market. She knows every grammar rule in the book. She never makes mistakes with past perfect tense or conditional sentences. Her emails read like they came from a university professor. But when she gets on sales calls, something weird happens. Prospects start checking their phones. They give short answers. They say they need to think about it. Sarah can figure out why her English, which teachers always praised, seems to work against her in sales. Here's the thing that's going to blow your mind. While Sarah struggles with her perfect grammar, Carlos from Mexico is closing $15,000 deals left and right. His English isn't perfect. He says things like, "I'm going to show you something that's going to change everything for you." He drops articles. He uses contractions everywhere. Grammar teachers would hate his English, but prospects love talking to him. They trust him. They buy from him. This creates a massive problem for international closers. The same grammar perfection that got you good grades is actually killing your deals. When you focus on speaking grammatically correct English, you create hesitation in your speech. Your brain becomes a grammar filter. Before you say anything, you check, is this the right tense? Should I use whom or who? Are my prepositions correct? This mental checking creates tiny pauses that prospects notice. They hear someone who sounds uncertain, even when you're talking about something you know perfectly. Let me show you what this looks like in a real sales scenario. A prospect says, "I'm not sure this is right for us right now." Sarah, thinking about grammar, responds, "I understand your concern. However, I believe that if we were to examine the return on investment more carefully, you would find that this solution could could be beneficial for your organization. Technically perfect, grammatically flawless, but it sounds like a robot. Carlos handles the same objection differently. I get it. Look, I'm not here to convince you of anything, but what if I could show you exactly how this pays for itself in the first month? Would that change things? His grammar isn't perfect, but his response feels human, natural, like something a trusted advisor would say. Native speakers break grammar rules constantly, especially when they're excited or emotional. During buying moments, when prospects are feeling pressure or excitement, they don't speak in complete sentences. They say things like, yeah, but what about, or I don't know if, or the thing is. Your perfectly constructed sentences create distance during these emotional moments. You sound like you're reading from a script while they're speaking from their heart. This distance becomes even more obvious during high-pressure moments. When a prospect throws an objection at you, they're not looking for a grammatically correct response. They're looking for someone who gets it, someone who understands their world. When you respond with perfect grammar, you signal that you're not from their world. You're an outsider trying to sound professional. The psychological impact goes deeper than you think. When prospects hear overly formal speech patterns, their brains categorize you as other, not one of us. This happens in seconds before you even get to your value proposition. They start wondering, is this person really going to understand our business? Can they relate to our problems? Perfect grammar can actually signal that you're trying too hard to impress them instead of just helping them. Here's what happens in your brain during objection handling when you're focused on grammar. The prospect says something unexpected. Your brain immediately starts two processes: figuring out what to say and checking if it's grammatically correct. This creates a delay. In sales, delays kill momentum. While you're making sure your sentence structure is perfect, the prospect is losing interest. They're checking their phone, they're thinking about their next meeting. Grammar obsession creates a mental filter that slows down everything. You can't be spontaneous because spontaneity might lead to mistakes. You can't match the prospect's energy because that might mean using incomplete sentences. You can't build real rapport because rapport happens in the spaces between perfect sentences. You end up sounding like you're translating everything in your head before you speak. This is why high-ticket closers with perfect grammar are still losing deals. They sound like textbooks when prospects need trusted advisors. They sound like they're giving presentations when prospects need conversations. They sound like they're from a different world when prospects need someone who gets their world. The real skills that matter in sales aren't about grammar perfection. They're about processing what prospects say and responding in real time like a native speaker would. This means matching their energy, their pace, their emotional state. It means using the same informal patterns they use. It means sounding like someone they'd grab coffee with, not someone they'd hire to proofread their emails. The average native English speaker talks at 150 words per minute, but during heated sales objections, that number jumps to 180 to 220 words per minute. This isn't just a small increase. This is the difference between following a conversation and drowning in it. Most international closers train their English at classroom speeds, maybe 100 to 120 words per minute. Then they get on real sales calls and face prospects who are firing objections at nearly double that speed. Think about what this means for your brain. You're processing language at 120 words per minute. The prospect is upset about pricing and starts talking at 200 words per minute. Your brain can't keep up. You catch maybe 60% of what they're saying. You miss the real objection buried in their rapid-fire response. You end up responding to what you think they said instead of what they actually said. This happens to international closers every single day. The speed gap gets worse when emotions run high. During price discussions, prospects don't slow down to help you understand. They speed up. When they're excited about your solution, they talk faster. When they're stressed about making a decision, they talk faster. When they're angry about something, they talk faster. All the moments that matter most in sales happen at speeds that leave most international closers scrambling. Here's what happens in your brain when you're processing at 120 words per minute, but the prospect is firing objections at 200 words per minute. Your brain starts making choices. It focuses on the words it can catch and fills in the gaps with assumptions. You hear price and budget and not sure, and your brain creates a story about what the prospect said. But you miss the part where they said, compared to other solutions, or right now, or without seeing more data. These missing pieces change everything. Native speakers do something that makes this even harder. When they get excited or stressed, they compress words, drop syllables, and blend sounds together. I don't know if this is going to work becomes I don't know if this is going to work. what are you talking about becomes, what are you talking about? I have got to think about it becomes, I got to think about it. Your English training didn't prepare you for this. You learned clean, separated words. Real prospects speak in compressed, blended sounds. This creates a cascade effect that kills deals. When you miss 20% of what someone says, you lose context for the next 40% of their speech. It's like missing every fifth word in a sentence. Your brain tries to fill in the gaps, but it guesses wrong. The prospect says, I'm not sure this makes sense for our Q4 budget given what happened last quarter. You catch not sure, budget, and last quarter. Your brain creates a story about budget problems, but they were actually talking about timing, not money. You respond to a budget objection when they had a timing concern. The speed differential creates the dreaded awkward pause that kills sales momentum and breaks rapport. The prospect finishes talking. You need 3 seconds to process what they said and figure out your response. That 3-second pause feels like forever. The prospect notices. They start wondering if you understood them. They start repeating themselves. They start talking slower, like they're talking to someone who doesn't speak English well. The power dynamic shifts. You're no longer the expert consultant, you're the person who needs extra help to keep up. This pause problem gets worse during the specific moments in sales calls where speed matters most. Objection handling requires instant responses. When a prospect says, "This seems expensive," you need to respond immediately with confidence. If you pause to process and translate, you look uncertain about your own pricing. Price discussions move fast because prospects are uncomfortable. They want to get through the money conversation quickly. If you can't keep up with their pace, they assume you're not comfortable with money either. Closing sequences require back and forth energy. When you can't match their speed, you can't create the momentum needed to get them to say yes. The problem isn't that you don't know English. The problem is that you learned English at one speed and prospects speak at another speed. Native speakers naturally adjust their speed based on the situation. Casual conversations happen at 150 words per minute. Excited explanations jump to 180 words per minute. Heated objections reach 220 words per minute. Your brain needs to process at all these speeds without missing the emotional context that determines how you should respond. This is how fast native English speakers actually talk during high-pressure sales calls. Fast enough to leave most international closers scrambling to catch up while million-dollar opportunities slip away in the spaces between words they couldn't process quickly enough. The closers who succeed aren't the ones with perfect grammar or the biggest vocabulary. They're the ones who develop the listening skills that let them stay in the conversation when the speed picks up. The difference between a $10,000 closer and a $100,000 closer isn't what they say. It's what they hear that others miss. Elite closers have developed superhuman listening abilities that let them catch micro signals others miss completely. They hear things in conversations that average closers don't even know exist. They pick up on tiny voice changes, pause patterns, and word choices that reveal exactly what prospects are thinking before prospects even know they're thinking it. Most international closers operate with surface-level listening, while million-dollar opportunities hide in the spaces between words. They hear the words but miss the music. They catch the content but lose the context. They understand what prospects say but completely miss what prospects mean. This listening gap costs them deals every single day. While they're focused on processing vocabulary and grammar, top closers are reading the emotional roadmap that leads to closed deals. Let me show you what this looks like in real scenarios. A prospect says, "That's interesting," with a slight upward inflection at the end. Average closers hear interest and keep pitching. Elite closers hear the question mark in their tone. They know this person wants more details about something specific. They stop and ask what part caught your attention. The prospect reveals their real concern and the closer addresses it directly. Same words, completely different outcomes. Top closers pick up on hesitation patterns that signal buying readiness. When a prospect says, "I need to think about it," with a falling tone and a pause before think, they're actually saying, "I want this, but I'm scared." When they say the same words with a rising tone and no pause, they're saying, "I'm not convinced yet." The words are identical, the meaning is opposite. Elite closers hear these differences and respond accordingly. Average closers give the same response to both situations. Cultural context affects listening in ways most international closers never consider. American prospects communicate differently than European or Asian prospects with different emphasis patterns. Americans put emotional weight on different words. When an American says, "I love this solution, but the timing isn't right," they're emphasizing love to soften the rejection. When a German says the same thing, they're probably being literal about both parts. If you miss these cultural listening cues, you respond
on to the wrong message. Elite closers master the concept of listening for what's not said. They detect underlying concerns through tone, pace, and word choice. When a prospect talks quickly about budget, they're comfortable with money. When they slow down and lower their voice, budget is a real concern. When they use words like probably and might, they're uncertain. When they use definitely and absolutely, they're convinced. Native level listeners catch these subtle signals automatically. Here's how you identify the specific vocal cues that indicate buying readiness versus information gathering mode. Ready to buy prospects ask specific questions about implementation, timelines, and next steps. Their voice has energy and urgency. Information gathering prospects ask general questions about features and comparisons. Their voice stays flat and analytical. Ready prospects interrupt you with questions. Information gathering prospects wait politely for you to finish. Ready prospects use when language. Information gathering prospects use if language. Advanced listening allows closers to predict objections before they're voiced and prepare responses accordingly. They hear the vocal stress on certain words that signals upcoming concerns. When a prospect says, "This looks good," but their voice drops on good, an objection is coming. When they say, "I can see this working," but pause before working, they have doubts about implementation. Elite closers hear these early warning signals and address concerns before they become objections. The vocal patterns that reveal true prospect state go deeper than words. Excitement makes voices rise in pitch and speed up. Concern makes voices drop and slow down. Confusion creates uneven rhythm with lots of pauses. Certainty creates smooth flowing speech. Deception creates vocal tension and higher pitch. Trust creates relaxed, natural rhythm. These patterns exist in every language, but each culture expresses them differently. Elite closers use vocal mirroring to build deeper rapport. When prospects speak softly, they lower their voice. When prospects get excited, they match their energy. When prospects speak slowly and carefully, they slow down too. This isn't conscious mimicry. It's unconscious synchronization that happens when you're really listening to someone's emotional state, not just their words. Here's what happens to your closing rate when you miss these subtle emotional cues. You end up selling to the wrong emotional state at the wrong time. You push when prospects need reassurance. You slow down when they're ready to move fast. You give logical responses to emotional concerns. You address surface objections while real concerns stay hidden. You miss buying signals and keep pitching past the close. The specific listening skills that separate $10,000 closers from $100,000 closers come down to one core ability: hearing emotional buying signals in real time. Elite closers know exactly when prospects shift from skeptical to interested, from interested to convinced, from convinced to ready. They hear these shifts in vocal tone, pace, and energy before prospects even realize they've changed their minds. This real-time emotional reading lets them guide conversations toward decisions instead of just delivering information. These advanced listening skills determine everything that happens in those critical first moments where listening ability makes or breaks the entire sales interaction. Neuroscience shows that prospects make unconscious trust decisions about your English competence within the first 3 seconds of hearing you speak. 3 seconds. That's how long you have to establish credibility before their brain decides whether you're trustworthy or not. Most international closers don't even realize this is happening. They think they have the whole call to prove themselves. But the truth is, by the time you finish saying, "Hello, thanks for taking the time to speak with me today," the prospect has already categorized you as either an insider or an outsider. Your English is being judged instantly before you even get to your value proposition, before you mention your product, before you ask discovery questions, before you demonstrate value. The prospect's brain is running a background process that analyzes your speech patterns and makes snap judgments about your competence. This happens below conscious awareness. They're not thinking, "This person has an accent." They're feeling something seems off, or "This person sounds confident." Research shows how quickly prospects categorize speakers as insider or outsider based purely on speech patterns. The brain uses vocal characteristics like accent and intonation to make these rapid assessments. Within seconds, prospects unconsciously decide whether you belong in their world or not. This isn't about racism or conscious bias. It's about cognitive shortcuts that helped humans survive. The brain asks, "Is this person like me? Can I trust them? Do they understand my world?" The specific vocal elements that trigger trust or distrust come down to rhythm, intonation, pause patterns, and stress placement. Rhythm is how your words flow together. Native speakers have natural rhythm patterns that sound musical. When your rhythm is off, you sound robotic or uncertain. Intonation is how your voice rises and falls. Americans use specific intonation patterns to show confidence and authority. Pause patterns matter because native speakers pause in predictable places. When you pause in the wrong spots, you sound like you're translating in your head. Stress placement is which syllables you emphasize. Get this wrong and words become harder to understand. Even minor pronunciation issues can create subconscious barriers that require extra effort to overcome throughout the entire call. You might think a small pronunciation error doesn't matter, but your brain has to work harder to understand unclear speech. This creates cognitive load. When prospects have to concentrate on understanding your words, they have less mental energy to focus on your message. They start to tune out. They miss important points. They remember less of what you said. The compound effect kicks in when prospects question your English. Once they start wondering about your language skills, they start questioning everything else. Can this person really understand our complex business problems? Will they be able to communicate effectively with our team? Are they really an expert if they can't speak clearly? Do they represent a professional company? These doubts spread from your English to your expertise, from your expertise to your company, from your company to your solutions. This 3-second window affects the entire sales process in ways you never imagined. Rapport building becomes exponentially harder when prospects unconsciously categorize you as an outsider. They put up walls, they give shorter answers, they're less likely to share sensitive information. Objection handling gets more difficult because they're questioning your credibility from the start. Every response has to overcome their initial doubt about your competence. Closing becomes nearly impossible because buying is an emotional decision and emotions require trust. Native speakers use specific words and phrases to establish immediate credibility and authority. They say things like, "I appreciate you taking the time," instead of "thank you for your time." They say, "I'm curious about something," instead of "I have a question." They say, "Help me understand," instead of "Can you explain?" They say, "That makes sense," instead of "I understand." These phrases signal insider status. They show you think like an American business person thinks. The opening moments of a sales call are absolutely critical. Your first few words set the tone for everything that follows. If you sound uncertain or foreign in those first seconds, you're fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the call. If you sound confident and natural, prospects lean in. They want to hear what you have to say. They give you the benefit of the doubt when you make small mistakes later. Vocal confidence either opens or closes doors before you even start selling. Confidence isn't about volume or energy. It's about sounding like you belong, like you've done this before, like you're comfortable in your own skin. When prospects hear vocal confidence, they assume you're competent. When they hear uncertainty, they assume you're inexperienced. This is what the 3 critical seconds determine: whether prospects trust your English enough to trust your expertise, whether they see you as an insider who gets their world or an outsider who's trying to sell them something, whether they lean in or put up walls, whether they give you their full attention or start multitasking. Pronunciation mastery isn't about perfection. It's about crossing the credibility threshold quickly enough to earn the right to be heard. Once you cross that threshold, small imperfections don't matter. But if you don't cross it in those first 3 seconds, every word afterward becomes an uphill battle. A client lost a $50,000 deal because the prospect couldn't understand the word implementation, not because of accent, but because of stress placement. He put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. The prospect had to ask him to repeat it 3 times. By the 3rd repetition, the prospect was frustrated and embarrassed. The deal died right there. Not because the solution was wrong, not because the price was too high, because one word wasn't clear enough. This reveals a counterintuitive truth that most closers never learn. Pronunciation matters more than vocabulary when money is on the line. You can know 10,000 English words, but if you can't pronounce 100 of them clearly, you'll lose deals. Prospects don't need you to sound like a dictionary. They need you to sound like someone they can understand without effort. Big words don't impress prospects when they can't understand them. Most international closers think fancy vocabulary makes them sound smart. They use words like comprehensive and optimization and paradigm to show their English skills. But when these words aren't pronounced clearly, they create the opposite effect. Prospects stop listening to your message and start focusing on your pronunciation. They miss your value proposition because they're working too hard to decode your words. Let me tell you about Bill, a native English speaker who proves this point. Bill had a heavy British accent and unclear pronunciation. Even though English was his first language, prospects prospects couldn't understand him. His sales numbers were terrible. He kept losing deals because clients had to ask him to repeat himself. Bill's problem wasn't vocabulary or grammar. His problem was that his pronunciation created communication barriers. If a native speaker can lose sales due to unclear speech, imagine what happens to international closers who don't prioritize pronunciation. The specific pronunciation elements that matter most in sales come down to three things: word stress, rhythm patterns, and clear consonant sounds. Word stress is which syllable you emphasize. Americans stress syllables in specific patterns. Get it wrong and the word becomes hard to recognize. Rhythm patterns are how words flow together in sentences. Native speakers use predictable rhythm that sounds natural. Clear consonant sounds matter because consonants carry meaning. When you mumble consonants, words blend together and become unclear. Mispronouncing key sales terms can undermine your entire presentation. Words like ROI, implementation, and guarantee appear in every sales conversation. If prospects can't understand these basic terms, they question your expertise. These aren't small mistakes. They're credibility killers. Here's what happens psychologically when prospects have to work to understand you. Their brain splits attention between processing your words and processing your message. This creates cognitive load. When people experience cognitive load, they get tired faster. They lose interest. They start multitasking. They mentally check out and stop listening actively. Your brilliant solution doesn't matter if their brain is too busy decoding your pronunciation to absorb your pitch. The moment prospects realize they're struggling to understand you, they make unconscious decisions about your competence. They think, if this person can't communicate clearly, can they really solve our complex problems? This doubt spreads to everything else you say. Your expertise gets questioned. Your company's credibility gets questioned. Your solution gets questioned, all because of unclear pronunciation. Crystal clear pronunciation of even basic words creates an impression of competence and attention to detail. When you pronounce simple words perfectly, prospects assume you handle complex tasks perfectly too. Clear pronunciation signals that you pay attention to details. In sales, attention to detail suggests you'll pay attention to their needs. It suggests you'll deliver what you promise. It suggests you're the kind of person they can trust with important decisions. As one expert puts it, if you have bad pronunciation, people will not pay attention to what you're talking about, they will not buy from you, and they will not trust you. This isn't about having a perfect accent. This is about being understood clearly. When prospects can't understand your words, they can't understand your value. When they can't understand your value, they can't justify spending money with you. The same expert explains, if you have good English, people will trust you. Notice he doesn't say perfect English or accent-free English. He says good English. Good English means clear pronunciation that allows easy understanding. It means prospects can focus on your message instead of working to decode your words. This is why pronunciation matters more than vocabulary when closing deals, because confused prospects don't buy regardless of your product knowledge. You can know everything about your solution, but if you can't communicate it clearly, that knowledge is useless. Prospects buy from people they understand. They trust people they can communicate with easily. They choose solutions presented by people who sound confident and clear. The advanced English speakers who succeed in sales don't just pronounce words correctly, they pick up on subtle emotional cues that others miss completely. While you're focusing on words, native level closers are reading emotional frequencies that tell them exactly when to push and when to pull back. They operate on a completely different level of communication. While average closers hear vocabulary and grammar, elite closers hear the emotional undertones that actually drive buying decisions. They pick up on micro changes in voice tone that signal when a prospect is getting excited. They notice pace shifts that reveal concern. They catch energy changes that show buying readiness. This hidden layer of English communication exists beyond vocabulary and grammar. It's the emotional subtext that carries the real meaning in sales conversations. When a prospect says, "This looks good," the words might be positive, but their tone tells the real story. A flat, monotone delivery means they're not convinced. A rising, energetic tone means they're getting excited. Same words, opposite emotions. Most international closers miss this completely. Missing these subtle emotional cues leads to mistimed closes, inappropriate pressure, and lost deals. You end up pushing when prospects need space. You slow down when they're ready to move fast. You give logical responses to emotional concerns. You address surface-level objections while real emotional barriers stay hidden. This happens because you're listening to words instead of feelings. Let me show you what this looks like in real scenarios. A prospect says, "I need to think about it," with a slow, heavy tone and long pauses. Their emotional state is overwhelmed. They want the solution but feel pressured. The right response is to slow down and give them space. Another prospect says the same words with a quick clipped tone and no pauses. Their emotional state is skepticism. They're not convinced yet. The right response is to address their doubts directly. Voice tone carries emotional weight that changes everything. When prospects talk about budget with energy and confidence, money isn't their real concern. When they lower their voice and speak carefully about price, budget is a genuine issue. When they speed up talking about implementation, they're excited about moving forward. When they slow down discussing timelines, they're worried about the process. Pace changes reveal emotional shifts that most closers completely miss. Excited prospects talk faster. Concerned prospects slow down. Confused prospects have uneven rhythm with lots of stops and starts. Confident prospects maintain steady pace. Deceptive prospects speed up when they're not being honest. These pace patterns exist in every conversation, but you have to know how to read them. Energy shifts signal different emotional states throughout the call. High energy means engagement and interest. Dropping energy means losing interest or facing concerns. Rising energy means growing excitement. Flat energy means emotional disconnection. Elite closers track these energy changes and adjust their approach accordingly. Cultural differences in emotional expression create additional barriers for international closers reading American prospects. Americans express excitement with higher pitch and faster pace. They show concern with lower pitch and slower pace. They signal confidence with steady rhythm. They reveal uncertainty with broken rhythm. Europeans might express these same emotions differently. Asians might use different vocal patterns entirely. The difference between hearing "I need to think about it" as words versus hearing it as an emotional state comes down to vocal analysis. As words, it's an objection to overcome. As an emotional state, it's a feeling to address. The prospect might be feeling overwhelmed, uncertain, pressured, or skeptical. Each emotional state requires a different response. You can't handle all of them the same way. Specific vocal patterns indicate different emotional states in English-speaking prospects. Excitement creates higher pitch, faster pace, and more energy. Concern creates lower pitch, slower pace, and careful word choice. Confusion creates uneven rhythm, lots of pauses, and questioning tone. Buying readiness creates steady pace, confident tone, and forward-looking language. Each pattern requires a different sales approach. Advanced closers use emotional mirroring and matching to build deeper rapport and guide prospects toward decisions. When prospects speak softly, they lower their voice. When prospects get excited, they match that energy. When prospects slow down, they slow down too. This creates unconscious connection. Prospects feel understood and heard. Trust builds naturally. This mirroring isn't conscious copying, it's emotional synchronization. Elite closers automatically adjust their emotional frequency to match their prospects. They become emotional chameleons who adapt to whatever state will build the strongest connection. This skill separates good closers from great ones. Here's what happens to your closing rate when you miss these subtle emotional cues. You end up selling to the wrong emotional state at the wrong time. You give excited responses to concerned prospects. You give careful responses to excited prospects. You push logical solutions for emotional problems. You miss buying signals and keep pitching past the close. The emotional frequency you're missing determines whether prospects trust you, engage with you, and ultimately buy from you. Words communicate information. Emotions create connection. Sales happen in the emotional space between words. When you learn to read and respond to these emotional frequencies, you don't just become a better closer. You become someone prospects want to work with. These emotional reading skills work together with all the other fluency abilities to create true sales superpowers. Just like physical muscles, your English fluency has fast twitch and slow twitch fibers, and most closers are only training one type. Think about it. When you go to the gym, you don't just work your biceps and ignore your chest. You don't spend months on cardio and skip strength training. But that's exactly what most international closers do with their English. They focus on grammar and ignore pronunciation. They build vocabulary but skip listening practice. They create imbalanced fluency muscles that fail the moment sales pressure hits. Fluency isn't one skill, but a system of interconnected abilities that must be developed together. Most people think fluency means speaking fast or knowing lots of words, but real fluency is like physical fitness. It requires multiple components working together. You can't run a marathon with strong legs but weak lungs. You can't close deals with perfect grammar but poor listening skills. The closers who succeed understand that fluency is a complete system. Traditional English learning methods create imbalanced fluency muscles that fail under sales pressure. Schools teach grammar rules for months but give you 5 minutes to practice speaking. Apps focus on vocabulary but ignore emotional communication. Courses promise fluency but only train 1 or 2 components. When you get on a real sales call, these imbalanced skills collapse. Your grammar knowledge doesn't help when prospects talk at 200 words per minute. Your vocabulary doesn't matter if you can't pronounce key words clearly. The Fluency framework breaks down into 6 components that must be developed to a similar level. These are confidence, accent clarity, grammar automation, active vocabulary, listening comprehension, and speaking experience. Each component supports the others. Weakness in one area sabotages strength in others. Like a wheel that needs all spokes to be similar lengths, your fluency needs all 6 areas developed equally. Confidence means the ability to express oneself without fear of judgment, allowing for the freedom to make mistakes. This isn't about being loud or aggressive. It's about taking everything you know and putting it out there without worrying what people think. When you lack confidence, you hesitate. You second guess yourself. You sound uncertain even when you know the answer. Prospects hear this uncertainty and question your expertise. Accent clarity focuses on pronunciation and intonation to ensure clear communication. This isn't about sounding American, it's about being understood easily. Working on your accent means working on the performance of your English. When your accent is clear, prospects focus on your message instead of struggling to understand your words. When it's unclear, they get tired from the mental effort and tune out. Grammar automation involves using correct grammar when speaking, not just knowing the rules. When it comes to grammar, it's about where your struggles are, not perfect textbook knowledge. You need grammar to flow automatically so you can focus on connecting with prospects. If you're thinking about verb tenses during objection handling, you're not really listening to the prospect's concerns. Active vocabulary means using words regularly without conscious effort. You don't need to learn more words to boost your fluency. You need to focus on your active vocabulary, the words you actually use in conversation. Passive vocabulary is words you recognize but never speak. Active vocabulary is words that come out naturally when you need them. Sales happens with active vocabulary. Listening comprehension affects confidence and communication more than any other skill. The more you're comfortable with what you're hearing, the more you start noticing nuances, ways that people speak, pronunciation, expressions. When you can't follow fast native speech, you lose confidence. When you miss emotional cues, you respond inappropriately. Strong listening skills make everything else easier. Speaking experience puts all other areas into practice. You need to speak as much as possible to put it all together. This isn't just any speaking. It's deliberate practice that challenges all 6 components simultaneously. Reading aloud builds pronunciation. Conversation practice builds confidence. Role-playing builds listening skills. Each type of speaking practice strengthens different fluency muscles. These elements must be developed in parallel, like a workout routine that targets different muscle groups. You can't master one area, then move to the next. They need to grow together. When confidence improves, accent clarity becomes easier. When listening comprehension gets stronger, active vocabulary expands. When grammar becomes automatic, speaking experience becomes more natural. Weakness in one area sabotages strength in others. Imagine having perfect grammar but no confidence. You know exactly what to say but hesitate to say it. Or having great vocabulary but poor pronunciation. You use impressive words that prospects can't understand. Or having strong confidence but weak listening skills. You sound sure of yourself while completely missing what prospects actually said. The most successful international closers treat English fluency like athletic training, with systematic practice and measurable progress. They identify where they are positioned in each area. They create specific exercises for weak components. They practice regularly with clear goals. They measure improvement over time. They understand that fluency is a skill that requires ongoing development. This complete framework transforms English from a barrier into a competitive advantage for high-ticket sales. When all 6 components work together, you don't just speak English, you communicate with native-level effectiveness. You hear what prospects really mean. You respond with confidence and clarity. You build trust through natural conversation. You close deals because language becomes a bridge instead of a wall. These aren't just language skills. They're the foundation of a $1 million sales career that transcends borders and cultures. When you master the Fluency framework, you don't just speak better English. You communicate with the confidence and clarity that opens doors to premium markets worldwide. Stop treating English as a subject to study and start treating it as a sales tool to master through deliberate practice. Your fluency development is the highest ROI investment you can make as an international closer.
Every hour you spend building these skills multiplies your earning potential for years to come. Start today.
Today, I want to tell you about how to build up the confidence, the camera confidence that you need to become a high-ticket closer in the US market, okay? Camera presence is one of the skills that separates six-figure closers from everyone else. It's got nothing to do with the script or your objection handling techniques. It's the key factor that basically determines if a prospect trusts you within the first 10 seconds. This is really important because the way you come across on the camera on those first 10 seconds on a call is gonna really determine how basically the kind of feelings that the person is gonna have for the first stage of that call. By the end of this guide, you'll be able to understand why confidence on camera and camera presence is a secret weapon, and you will learn the exact mirror drill systems to transform yourself from an awkward presenter into a magnetic professional, which is exactly what you should be doing if you actually want to make real money as a high-ticket closer in the US market, okay? So basically, let's talk about the hidden cost of camera awkwardness. So, how much money is it costing you really? Not being able to perform in a confident way on camera. So this is actually way more important than your script or even your accent, believe it or not. So basically, your camera presence affects sales outcomes more than language skills themselves, which is funny because I talk to a lot of closers on a daily basis, and basically 80% of them are more concerned about their language skills rather than their confidence and their image on camera, which is one of the first things that the prospect is going to be looking at on first impressions. So the thing is, prospects make split-second judgments based on what they see on those first few minutes, right? So not what they hear, but what they see, and this is really important. So poor presence can kill a deal before you even speak. This really affects also specifically, and this is really what matters, how prospects make their buying decisions. Research shows that prospects often decide whether to trust you within the first 10 seconds based purely on visual cues like your facial expressions, your body language, or in general, your overall presence, okay? So that's why you need to really take care of your presence before you even start speaking on a call. The brain processes hundreds of microsignals instantly. A hesitation in posture signals uncertainty. Avoiding eye contact suggests you are hiding something. Also, and fidgeting creates an impression of nervousness. These subconscious cues drive buying decisions. So you need to really be careful with the way you start fidgeting around. Fidgeting is when you start moving your hands and your fingers like you're nervous. You don't want to come across that way. You want to come across as someone who really knows what they're talking about and as someone that's really interested in helping the other person on the other end of the call. Now, common mistakes that really kill deals in this case. Poor posture, so distracting gestures, bad lighting, and also looking at the screen instead of at the camera. So these are common mistakes that make you appear unprofessional, make you appear as someone with low energy and untrustworthy. This is what you want to be avoiding, okay, right from the get-go. Now, the thing is, this also leads to a negative feedback loop of lost confidence. Now, what do I mean by this? What I'm saying is that poor camera presence gets a lukewarm response from prospects, which in turn makes you feel less confident, and also it turns into this vicious cycle that destroys confidence over time. The good news is that this is completely fixable. The mirror shows, when you look at yourself in the mirror, this is what you want to be doing. The mirror shows you exactly what the prospects see, revealing unconscious habits that sabotage your calls. Now, these habits are magnified on camera and can destroy your credibility without you even realizing it. That's why I always recommend that you go back to your own role plays and your own sales calls and review them step by step to make sure that you pinpoint all those little weaknesses in your presence, your movements, your body language, your gestures, to make sure that you have those nailed down and you can actually quickly correct them once you see them happening in real time, on a sales call. There's a gap between the perception and the reality. So there's like a huge, massive disconnection between how we think we appear on camera and how we actually look on camera. Okay, so You might feel confident, but your body language could be actually sending the opposite message. Common exercise that I recommend that you guys do is to actually, perform a sales call with some closer body or even a real sales call. But then you need to instantly write down how you were feeling throughout this call or throughout this role play session, and then you need to rewatch the whole thing and then try to see if the feelings that you described right after the call or right after the session actually matches the impression that you are receiving when you are actually watching yourself after the call or after this session. Okay, so if you see there's a mismatch, that's actually what the prospect is going to see. So this is what you want to be really paying special attention to. This all comes down to practice, coming up with a feedback loop. Practicing in front of a mirror creates a feedback loop that actually connects how movement feels with how it looks. And it makes you conscious of your habits, which is the first step toward controlling those bad weaknesses that you have going on, So the trick here is recording yourself. Recording yourself is a powerful tool to discover those blind spots that you never knew existed. And watching those recordings reveals details about your body language, your vocal tone, and your delivery that you might have missed in real time, okay? So trying to act confident often backfires and also might make you look less trustworthy. True confidence comes from an authentic alignment between your story, your voice, and your delivery. Authentic confidence is really marked by subtle cues. A natural language, a natural body language, relaxed posture, open hand gestures, and genuine facial expressions that match your words. So if those things are not apparent in your performance once you start watching yourself, after a sales call or after a role play session, then you really know what you need to be focusing on next time. Let's talk about micro expressions, because these things are an involuntary facial expression that might reveal true emotions. So, basically when you're truly confident, these micro expressions align with your words. So, and when you're faking it, then there's some kind of a mismatch that the prospects might sense subconsciously. So that's another thing that you need to be really paying attention to when you start rewatching yourself on camera, on videos, okay? Basically, authentic confidence comes from competence and a genuine belief in the value that you have to offer on a sales call. So when you know that you can actually solve your prospect's problems, and that confidence shows up naturally on camera. So this comes down to a few things. First of all, you need to really know the products that you're selling. Otherwise, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage when you're facing a prospect. And then second, you really need to know your prospect as much as possible, or you need to be able to build up a deep connection from the very beginning as fast as possible so that you can relate and build up that trust so that the person can see you with different eyes, right? Structure plays a huge part on this whole process. Most people practice incorrectly by simply repeating their pitch in the mirror without any kind of structure, systematic method. Now, you are more likely to reinforce bad habits than build new ones if you don't follow like a really systematic methodology that you need to actually have in place to actually make your performance as repeatable as possible. Because you can actually lose a lot of momentum. And basically you can perform really well on a specific set of sales calls, but then maybe when you come across a different prospect profile, then your performance drops. So if you actually follow a specific structure, a specific systematic approach, you can actually overcome this problem, okay? You want to actually stand 3 feet from the mirror and practice holding different emotions states in enthusiasm, concern, confidence, for 10 seconds for each emotion, while maintaining steady eye contact with your reflection. Now that actually will help you see how the prospect sees you when you are performing those little micro expressions on a sales call. So this is a good method to actually see yourself from the prospect's eyes even before you get on the next call. Okay, so the phase 2 is posture and positioning. So You want to practice sitting in your chair as you would during a sales call. You need to focus on maintaining a straight and relaxed back and level shoulders and keeping your hands in a natural resting position, okay? Now, the phase 3 is like a full presentation practice. You want to combine expressions and posture by practicing your entire sales conversation in the mirror. This gives you instant feedback on how well your words and your body language are aligned, so that you can actually really have like a deep understanding of how the whole process is improving. Now, the optimal practice schedule, this is the ideal routine, which is, I would recommend something like 15 minutes daily or maybe 30 minutes, 3 times per week, and this will provide you with consistent repetition to build the muscle memory without causing burnout. So, you want to practice, not so much that it takes away time from your actual performance on your sales calls, but not so little that you actually start relaxing and forgetting about doing this practice that will eventually get you the feedback loop that you need to actually see the progress that you are looking for, okay? Now, there's like a killer combo that you can use, which is combining mirror drills with recordings. So you want to use the mirror for real-time feedback during practice, but then also use your self-recordings for objective feedback afterward. So together they create like a complete picture of your progress, because basically when you're in the mirror, you're like in real time receiving feedback about the way you look and the way you sound and the way you come across, right? The kinds of feelings that you actually portray. And then the recording will actually give you like a more paused and self-paced understanding of the progress that you're going through. So you want to try to kind of combine these two methods, right? Now, you actually need to work on reading the signs of real improvement. So basically, this improvement comes from in small, subtle shifts, not dramatic overnight changes. So you need to actually remember this, because you need to know what specific signs to look for in your posture, your eye contact, and your gesture. So this might be very little things, but if you keep watching yourself for every week after week after week for months, then by the end of like 3 to 6 months, you're gonna see a huge progress. Let's talk about the early signs of improvement that you need to be looking out for. So these early signs include relaxed shoulders, less fidgeting with your hands and your fingers, deeper breathing, more steadier eye contact, with the camera and the prospect's eyes, and then a more natural, responsive facial expression. So if you see those little things getting better and better, that means that you're improving and you're going in the right direction. How do you actually systematically analyze your recording? So you need to actually watch each recording 3 times at least, right? With the sound off to evaluate body language. And then a second time with the eyes closed to assess your vocal delivery, the way you sound, your pronunciation, the kind of expressions that you use, and all that stuff, right? And then a third time, just normally, while you're taking notes. Because each of these stages will actually watch out and will account for different things that you need to be improving on. So that's why this is like a systematic thing that you need to apply to your daily basis, okay? Now, also, what you need to have these KPIs, right? So key performance indicators, like in business. So you actually need to look for sort of similar KPIs. In this case, we can just call them progression markers. Basically, what this is a key marker of progress is when you begin speaking from a place of authentic alignment rather than trying to impress your audience. So, and your focus from sounding perfect to being helpful. That's when you see that you're really improving. Mastering camera confidence directly impacts your closing rates, right? As American prospects in particular make trust decisions quickly based on professional presentation and visual cues. That's why the way you come across is really important. The first 30 seconds on a call are when prospects decide if they want to work with you. So your opening energy and the posture and the eye contact that you create on those first few seconds create an impression that either builds trust or creates doubt. So that's why you actually need to work on this to make sure that you nail this part. When you project visual authority, prospects naturally defer to your expertise. They see you as an expert, right? And they ask fewer challenging questions and are more likely to follow your recommendations, making the close much easier. That's why this process is really important to always keep in your head. Strong camera presence creates visual authority that can override verbal hesitations, and also prospects focus on your message and your competence instead of getting distracted by your accent or your language differences, which is something that I see in a lot of closers that are extremely concerned about the way that their accent sounds, but they're not so much concerned about the kind of authority level that they project on their sales calls. And that's really gonna make more of an impact on the long term. So the gap between struggling and projecting professional confidence is not years of training. It is really 1 month of focused, consistent effort using the mirror drill system, okay? The thing is, most people know what to do but fail to take action. Every day is another day of missed opportunities and lost revenue. Success depends on starting today, not tomorrow, okay? So you need to remember this. Now, the thing is, mastering visual communication improves your professional interactions and you become more persuasive in meetings, a better leader, and someone who is eager to work with you and refer you to others. That's why all of these steps are really important. Okay? And the thing is, momentum is critical on this stage. So the closers who achieve the biggest transformations are those who begin immediately. This system works, but only if you commit to using it. Now, the bottom line is that camera confidence amplifies every other sales skills that you have. Your product knowledge and your closing techniques are far more powerful when delivered with an authentic, trustworthy presence. I'm about to show you the one skill that separates six-figure closers from everyone else. And it has nothing to do with your script, your objection handling, or even your English fluency. It's something most closers completely ignore, yet it determines whether a prospect trusts you within the first 10 seconds of a call. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly why confident camera presence is the secret weapon of top international closers. And I'll give you the exact mirror drill system that transforms awkward presenters into magnetic professionals. Most international closers think their English is the problem, but there's something else killing their deals before they even speak. You can have perfect grammar, flawless pronunciation, and know every objection handler in the book, but if your camera presence is off, prospects will mentally check out within seconds. Camera presence affects sales outcomes more than language skills ever will. Think about it. When you hop on a call with a prospect, they're not reading your resume or testing your vocabulary. They're making split-second judgments based on what they see on their screen. The way you hold yourself, your energy level, your eye contact, even how you position yourself in the frame, all of this registers before you say a single word. Here's the shocking truth about how prospects make buying decisions. Research shows that 85% of people prefer video content over text, but what most closers don't realize is that prospects often decide whether to trust you within the first 10 seconds based purely on visual cues. Your facial expressions, body language, and overall presence create an instant impression that either builds trust or triggers doubt. I know two closers who prove this point perfectly. Both are from the same country, both have identical English skills, both know the same scripts. One consistently closes at 35%, the other struggles to hit 15%. The difference? The successful closer learned to project confidence through the camera. He sits up straight, maintains steady eye contact with the lens, and moves with purpose. The other closer slouches, fidgets with his hands, and constantly breaks eye contact to look at his notes. The psychology behind why prospects trust or reject based on camera presence runs deep. When someone sees you on camera, their brain processes hundreds of microsignals instantly. A slight hesitation in your posture signals uncertainty. Avoiding eye contact suggests you're hiding something. Fidgeting with your pen or touching your face creates the impression of nervousness. These aren't conscious thoughts. They happen at a subconscious level where buying decisions actually get made. The specific visual mistakes that cost closers thousands in commissions are more common than you think. Poor posture makes you look unprofessional and low energy. Distracting gestures pull attention away from your words. Bad lighting creates shadows that make you appear untrustworthy. Looking at your screen instead of your camera breaks the connection with your prospect. Even something as simple as having your camera positioned too low makes you appear less authoritative. Most closers are completely unaware of these issues because they've never seen themselves the way prospects see them. You might feel confident during a call, but if your body language is sending different signals, that's what your prospect receives. perceives. The disconnect between how you feel and how you appear creates a credibility gap that kills deals before they start. Poor camera presence creates a negative feedback loop that destroys confidence over time. When you don't project confidence visually, prospects respond with less enthusiasm. This lukewarm response makes you feel less confident, which shows up even more in your next call. The cycle continues until you start dreading camera interactions altogether. What started as a visual communication problem becomes a confidence problem that affects every aspect of your sales process. This feedback loop is particularly damaging because it's invisible to most closers. They know something isn't working, but they can't pinpoint the problem. They blame their accent, their script, or their product knowledge. Meanwhile, the real issue is staring them in the face every time they look at their camera. The feeling of awkwardness on camera manifests in visible ways that prospects pick up on immediately. When you're self-conscious, you tend to make yourself smaller, hunching your shoulders, speaking more quietly, or positioning yourself further from the camera. These defensive postures signal weakness to prospects who are looking for someone they can trust with their money. The cost of poor camera presence is massive because prospects decide to buy from people they trust visually. In virtual sales, your camera presence is your first impression, your credibility builder, and your trust signal all rolled into one. When you fail to project confidence and authority through the screen, you're essentially asking prospects to ignore what their eyes are telling them and trust your words instead. The numbers don't lie. Closers who master camera presence consistently outperform those who don't, often by 20% or more. That's the difference between a good month and a great month, between hitting your targets and exceeding them, between building a sustainable business and struggling to pay your bills. But here's what makes this problem particularly frustrating. It's completely fixable. Unlike accent work or script memorization, camera presence can be improved rapidly with the right approach. The skills you need aren't complex or technical. They're simple, practical techniques that anyone can learn and apply immediately. The key is understanding that camera confidence isn't about being naturally charismatic or having perfect lighting equipment. It's about training yourself to project the same confidence you have in person through a different medium. Once you know what to practice and how to practice it, transformation happens faster than most people expect. There's a reason top closers spend time in front of mirrors, and it's not vanity. They understand something that most people miss completely. The mirror shows you exactly what your prospects see when you're on camera. This isn't about checking your hair or adjusting your shirt. It's about discovering the unconscious visual habits that sabotage your sales calls without you even knowing it. The concept of unconscious visual habits is something most closers never consider. You might think you know how you look during a sales call, but your body operates on autopilot in ways that can destroy your credibility. These habits develop over years of regular conversation where nobody's watching you closely. When you suddenly put yourself on camera in a high-stakes sales environment, these patterns become magnified and obvious to anyone looking at their screen. Most people have no idea what they actually look like on camera. The version of yourself you see in the bathroom mirror is completely different from what shows up on a video call. Lighting changes everything. Camera angles distort your proportions. The delay between your movements and what appears on screen creates a disconnect that affects your natural timing. Most importantly, the way you position yourself and move when you think you're being watched is entirely different from your relaxed, natural state. The disconnect between how we think we appear versus reality is massive. In your mind, you're sitting up straight, making great eye contact, and gesturing confidently. In reality, you might be slouching, looking down at your notes every few seconds, and making distracting hand movements that pull attention away from your words. This gap between perception and reality is why so many closers feel confident during calls, but get poor results. They're operating based on false feedback about their own performance. The specific unconscious habits that kill deals are more common than you think. Fidgeting with pens, papers, or anything within reach signals nervousness to prospects. Poor posture makes you appear low energy and unprofessional. Touching your face or hair suggests anxiety or dishonesty. Looking away from the camera breaks the connection with your prospect and makes you seem distracted or untrustworthy. Even something as simple as nodding too much can make you appear desperate for approval. Some closers develop a habit of adjusting their position constantly during calls. They lean forward, then back, then to the side, creating a restless energy that makes prospects uncomfortable. Others fall into repetitive gesture patterns, pointing at the screen, tapping their desk, or making the same hand movements over and over. These patterns become invisible to you, but stand out clearly to anyone watching. The science behind why mirror practice works for building self-awareness is straightforward. When you practice in front of a mirror, you're creating a feedback loop between your actions and your visual perception. Your brain starts to connect how movements feel with how they look. This connection helps you develop control over your unconscious habits by making them conscious. The mirror doesn't lie or sugarcoat, it shows you exactly what others see. Regular mirror practice trains your brain to monitor your visual presentation automatically. After a few weeks of consistent practice, you'll start noticing when you're fidgeting or slouching during real calls. This awareness is the first step toward controlling these habits. The mirror becomes your training partner, giving you instant feedback on every movement and expression. Recording yourself reveals blind spots you never knew existed. The record and review method is powerful for improving communication skills. You can watch your recording with the volume off to assess body language, then with the volume on to evaluate clarity and diction. Finally, transcribing your speech helps identify and address filler words and other verbal habits. This systematic approach uncovers issues that mirror practice alone might miss. When you watch yourself on recording, you'll notice things that feel completely different from how you remember the experience. Your voice might sound different, your gestures might seem exaggerated or too small. Your eye contact patterns become obvious. The recording captures details that you miss in real time because you're focused on the conversation content rather than your presentation. The transformation that happens when you see yourself clearly is immediate and powerful. Most people are shocked the first time they watch themselves on camera. They discover habits they never knew they had. They realize their posture is different from what they imagined. They notice that their energy level doesn't match their internal feeling. This moment of clarity is uncomfortable but necessary for improvement. Once you see these patterns clearly, you can't unsee them. Your awareness level jumps permanently. You start noticing not just your own habits, but how other people present themselves on camera. You begin to understand why certain people seem more confident and trustworthy on screen while others don't. The mystery of camera presence starts to make sense. Mirror practice reveals unconscious habits that sabotage sales calls by creating awareness of distracting behaviors. When you can see these patterns clearly, you can work to change them. The mirror becomes your diagnostic tool, showing you exactly what needs improvement. This awareness is the foundation for developing authentic camera confidence that translates into better sales results. You can spot fake confidence from a mile away, but true camera confidence has specific markers most people miss. When someone tries too hard to look confident, it shows up in their body language, their voice, and especially in their micro expressions. The difference between looking confident and actually projecting confidence goes way deeper than most closers realize. The difference between looking confident and actually projecting confidence is like the difference between wearing a costume and being comfortable in your own skin. Looking confident is about surface level actions, sitting up straight, speaking louder, making more eye contact. Projecting confidence comes from alignment between your story, voice, and delivery. When these elements match up, you create genuine trust and connection with your prospects. Trying to act confident often backfires and makes you look less trustworthy than if you just acted naturally. This happens because of what researchers call the rehearsal versus real trap. When you focus on memorizing lines and projecting an image rather than authentically conveying your message, you end up with a robotic delivery that prospects can sense immediately. Your audience picks up on the disconnect between what you're saying and how you're really feeling. The specific visual markers of authentic confidence on camera are more subtle than most people think. Natural body language, including open hand gestures and relaxed posture, serves as a key visual marker of authentic confidence. These signals tell prospects you're trustworthy and approachable. Your shoulders stay relaxed instead of tensed up. Your hands move naturally when you talk instead of staying locked in position. Your face shows genuine expressions instead of forced smiles. Micro-expressions are another crucial indicator of genuine confidence. These are subtle and fleeting facial expressions that reveal underlying emotions and intentions. They're involuntary expressions that are difficult to control or mask, making them a reliable marker of true confidence versus a performed persona. When you're genuinely confident, your micro-expressions match your words. When you're faking it, there's a mismatch that prospects notice subconsciously. The way body language, eye contact, and micro-expressions work together creates either authenticity or sends mixed signals. Real confidence shows up as steady eye contact that doesn't feel forced or staring. Your gestures support your words instead of distracting from them. Your facial expressions change naturally as you talk through different points. Everything works together like a well-tuned instrument instead of fighting against each other. In sales contexts, the difference between confident and insecure camera presence is obvious once you know what to look for. The confident closer sits back comfortably in their chair without slouching. They gesture naturally within the camera frame instead of making wild movements or keeping their hands completely still. They maintain eye contact with the camera lens, not with their own image on screen. Their voice tone matches their energy level. The insecure closer does the opposite. They lean forward too much, trying to get closer to the camera. They fidget with pens or papers. They look away from the camera constantly to check their notes or their appearance on screen. Their voice doesn't match their body language. They might sound confident but look nervous, or vice versa. Authentic confidence comes from competence, not performance. In sales context, this means your confidence stems from genuine belief in the value you're offering rather than a polished act. When you know your product inside and out, when you've helped other clients get results, when you understand exactly how you can solve your prospect's problem, that knowledge creates real confidence that shows up naturally on camera. This is why the best closers don't need to try to look confident. They are confident because they know they can deliver results. Their authenticity allows them to build trust faster with potential clients because prospects can sense their genuine commitment. This approach works better than trying to act confident, which often comes across as insincere or untrustworthy. Prospects can sense authenticity through the screen in ways that might surprise you. They pick up on whether your energy feels natural or forced. They notice when your words match your body language versus when there's a disconnect. They can tell when you're speaking from experience versus when you're reciting something you memorized. This ability to detect authenticity happens mostly at a subconscious level, but it drives buying decisions. The Trust Mirror exercise can help build this authenticity. This involves reflecting on your lived experiences and identifying stories from your life that you can use to guide others. When you share earned experiences, you guide your audience and build trust rather than trying to impress or confess. You focus on lessons learned and transformations experienced rather than trying to sound perfect. The difference between looking confident and actually projecting confidence lies in authenticity and specific visual markers that work together naturally. When your story, voice, and delivery align, you create the kind of trust that converts prospects into buyers. This alignment can't be faked or performed. It has to be developed through genuine competence and self-awareness. This three-step mirror drill system has transformed awkward presenters into magnetic closers in just 30 days. What makes this system different from random practice is its structure. You're not just standing in front of a mirror hoping to get better. You're following a specific process that builds visual communication skills systematically. The specific mirror drill exercises that build visual communication skills work because they target the exact areas where most closers struggle. These exercises focus on three core elements: facial expressions, body positioning, and gesture control. Each element builds on the previous one, creating a foundation of confident camera presence that translates directly to sales calls. Most people practice wrong and waste months without improvement because they don't follow a structured approach. They stand in front of their mirror, practice their pitch a few times, and think they're making progress. Without a systematic method, you're just reinforcing bad habits instead of building new ones. The result is months of effort with minimal improvement. The exact three-phase mirror drill system starts with expression work. Phase 1 focuses purely on facial expressions and eye contact. Stand 3 feet from your mirror and practice different emotional states: enthusiasm, concern, confidence, and empathy. Hold each expression for 10 seconds while maintaining eye contact with your reflection. This trains your face to show the emotions you want prospects to see. During expression practice, focus on your eyebrows, mouth positioning, and overall facial tension. Your eyebrows should move naturally when you speak, not stay frozen in place. Your mouth should form words clearly without over-exaggerating. Most importantly, your entire face should look relaxed and natural, not forced or strained. Phase 2 moves to posture and positioning work. Practice sitting in your sales chair while watching yourself in the mirror. Your back should be straight but not rigid. Your shoulders should be relaxed and level. Your head should be positioned so you're looking slightly up at the mirror, mimicking the angle you'd have when looking at your camera. Work on your hand positioning during this phase. Your hands should rest naturally on your desk or in your lap when you're not gesturing. When you do gesture, your movements should stay within the mirror frame, just like they would need to stay within your camera frame during actual calls. Phase 3 combines everything with full presentation practice. This is where you practice your actual sales conversations while watching yourself in the mirror. Start with your opening, move through discovery questions, and practice handling common objections. The mirror gives you instant feedback on how your expressions match your words. The key to practicing expressions, gestures, and body language effectively is consistency and focus. Work on one element at a time instead of trying to improve everything simultaneously. Spend 5 minutes on expressions, 5 minutes on posture, and 5 minutes on full presentation practice. This This 15-minute routine covers all three phases without overwhelming you. Your gestures should support your words, not distract from them. Practice pointing gestures for emphasis, open hand gestures for explanation, and counting gestures for listing benefits. Each gesture should be deliberate and controlled, not random or excessive. The optimal frequency and duration for mirror practice sessions is 15 minutes daily, 3 times per week. This schedule gives you enough practice to build muscle memory without burning out. The research shows that confidence is built through consistent repetition, and this frequency provides the right balance of challenge and recovery. Daily practice sessions should follow the same structure every time. Start with 2 minutes of expression work, then 5 minutes of posture practice, and finish with 8 minutes of full presentation work. This progression warms up your skills and builds to the most challenging element. Combining mirror work with self-recording creates maximum impact because you get 2 different types of feedback. The mirror gives you real-time feedback during practice. Recording gives you objective feedback after practice. Together, they create a complete picture of your progress and areas for improvement. The recording process should happen every few days, not daily. Set up your camera in the same position you use for sales calls. Record yourself going through a complete presentation while looking at the camera, not at your mirror. This gives you the same experience your prospects have when they watch you. When you review your recordings, watch them 3 times. First time with sound off to focus on body language. Second time with sound on to check your vocal delivery. Third time while taking notes about specific areas to work on in your next mirror session. The rapid transformation possible with consistent practice happens because of what researchers call the 10-minute confidence loop. This involves writing down a belief or tip, recording yourself saying it, and then reflecting on the recording. The process builds familiarity with being on camera through repetition. Motor learning principles show that confidence comes from consistent repetition, not waiting for the right feeling. The more you practice, even if it feels awkward initially, the more trust you build in your abilities. This practice-based approach works faster than trying to think your way to confidence. Recording yourself every few days reveals real improvement in camera presence when combined with daily mirror drills. You'll notice your posture becoming more natural, your expressions matching your words better, and your overall presence becoming more commanding. The combination of mirror work and recording creates measurable progress that you can track over time. Most people practice for weeks without knowing if they're actually getting better. Here's how to know for sure. The problem isn't that improvement doesn't happen. The problem is that most closers can't recognize when it's happening. They practice in front of mirrors, record themselves, and put in the work, but they miss the specific signs that show they're actually improving. The specific feedback signs that indicate improving visual communication skills are more subtle than most people expect. You're not looking for dramatic changes overnight. You're looking for small shifts that compound over time. These signs show up in your posture, your eye contact patterns, and how naturally you move when you're speaking. When you know what to look for, you can track your progress and stay motivated during the process. Many people practice incorrectly because they don't know what to look for in their own performance. They think improvement means feeling more confident, but confidence is actually a result of consistent effort rather than an inherent feeling. Without clear markers to track, they waste time practicing the wrong things or give up too early because they can't see their progress. The early signs of improvement in camera presence and body language start showing up within the first week of consistent practice. Your shoulders naturally settle into a relaxed position instead of staying tense. Your hands find comfortable resting positions instead of fidgeting constantly. Your breathing becomes deeper and more natural, which affects your voice tone and energy level. Another early indicator is your eye contact patterns. Instead of looking away from the camera every few seconds, you start maintaining steady contact with the lens. This doesn't mean staring without blinking, but rather looking at the camera as if it's a person you're having a conversation with. The shift from scattered attention to focused presence is one of the clearest signs of improvement. Your facial expressions also become more natural and responsive. Early in practice, most people's faces stay frozen in one expression or change too dramatically. As you improve, your expressions start matching your words automatically. You smile when discussing benefits, show concern when addressing problems, and display enthusiasm when sharing success stories. Analyzing your recorded practice sessions effectively requires a systematic approach. Watch each recording 3 times with different focus areas. First time, watch with the sound off to evaluate body language only. Look for natural gestures, steady eye contact, and relaxed posture. Second time, listen with your eyes closed to assess vocal delivery. Third time, watch normally while taking notes about specific areas to work on. During the body language review, pay attention to your gesture timing. Are your hand movements supporting your words or happening randomly? Do your gestures stay within the camera frame? Are you using open hand gestures that signal trustworthiness, or closed fist gestures that can seem aggressive. These details matter more than you might think. The progression markers that indicate you're on the right track include speaking from alignment rather than trying to impress your audience. When you speak from alignment, your words match your beliefs and experiences. This creates authenticity that shows up in your voice tone and body language. You stop trying to sound perfect and start focusing on being helpful. Consistency in showing up is another key progression marker. The more frequently you see yourself speaking authentically, even if awkwardly, the more you start to trust your own voice. This trust builds over time through repetition, not through waiting for the right feeling to strike. Your energy levels also become more controlled and appropriate. Early in practice, most people either have too much energy and seem hyperactive, or too little energy and appear bored. As you improve, you learn to match your energy to your content. You increase energy slightly to hold attention during explanations, then dial it back during more serious discussions. Getting external feedback to validate your progress involves asking trusted colleagues or friends to watch your practice recordings. They can spot improvements you might miss because you're too close to your own performance. External observers often notice when your delivery becomes more natural or when you start appearing more confident. Professional feedback can come from other experienced closers who understand what good camera presence looks like in sales contexts. They can point out specific improvements in your opening energy, your transition smoothness, or your closing confidence that you might not recognize yourself. Recognizing genuine improvement versus false progress requires understanding the difference between temporary changes and lasting skills. Real improvement shows up consistently across multiple recordings, not just in one good session. You can reproduce good performances reliably instead of having random good moments followed by poor ones. False progress often feels dramatic but doesn't stick. You might have one great practice session where everything clicks, but then struggle to repeat it. Genuine improvement is more gradual but more sustainable. Each recording shows incremental progress that builds on previous sessions. Feedback signs like natural gestures, steady eye contact, and relaxed posture tell you your visual communication skills are improving because these elements work together to create authentic presence. When all three align consistently, you project the kind of confidence that translates directly into sales success. This foundation of improved camera presence creates measurable results in your closing conversations. Here's the moment when everything clicks, when your new camera presence starts converting prospects into buyers. This is the transformation that separates good closers from great ones. After weeks of mirror practice and self-recording, you reach a point where your camera confidence becomes automatic. Your prospects feel it immediately. They lean in more during calls. They ask fewer skeptical questions. They start saying yes faster. Mastering camera confidence directly impacts closing rates with US clients in ways that go beyond what most international closers expect. American prospects make trust decisions quickly. They're used to polished presentations and professional communication. When you project confidence through your camera, you meet their expectations for how a successful business person should present themselves. This alignment creates instant credibility that traditional sales training can't replicate. The specific moment in sales calls when camera confidence makes or breaks the deal happens within the first 30 seconds of your presentation. This is when prospects decide whether you're someone they want to work with. Your opening energy, your posture, your eye contact with the camera, all of these elements combine to create an impression that either builds trust or creates doubt. Most closers don't realize this moment exists because they're focused on their script instead of their presence. During discovery calls, camera confidence shows up in how you handle objections and questions. Instead of getting defensive or nervous, you maintain steady eye contact and respond with calm authority. Your body language stays open and relaxed. Your voice tone remains consistent. These visual cues tell prospects that you're experienced and trustworthy, which makes them more likely to share their real concerns instead of giving you surface-level responses. Confident camera presence builds trust faster with American prospects because it matches their cultural expectations for professional communication. American business culture values directness, confidence, and competence. When you project these qualities through your camera, you're speaking their visual language. They don't have to work to trust you. The trust happens naturally because you're presenting yourself in a way that feels familiar and professional. Visual authority and prospect compliance are directly connected in virtual sales environments. When you project confidence through your camera presence, prospects naturally defer to your expertise. They're more likely to follow your recommendations during the sales process. They ask fewer challenging questions because your presence suggests you know what you're talking about. This dynamic makes closing easier because you're leading from a position of strength rather than trying to convince from a position of weakness. I've seen closers increase their conversion rates by 15 to 20% just by improving their camera presence. One closer I worked with struggled to close American prospects at more than 18%. He knew his product inside and out, but his camera presence was hurting his credibility. After 6 weeks of consistent mirror practice and recording review, his closing rate jumped to 28%. The only thing that changed was how he presented himself on camera. Another closer saw even bigger improvements. She was closing at 12% and felt like prospects didn't take her seriously. Her English was excellent, but her camera presence was tentative and uncertain. After implementing the mirror drill system, she started projecting authority and confidence. Her closing rate increased to 31% within 2 months. The transformation was dramatic because she learned to lead conversations instead of just participating in them. Camera confidence compensates for accent or language concerns by creating visual authority that overrides verbal hesitations. When prospects see someone who looks confident and professional, they're more willing to work through communication challenges. Your strong camera presence signals competence, which makes prospects more patient with accent differences or occasional language mistakes. They focus on your message instead of your delivery method. The compound effect of visual and verbal confidence creates a powerful impression that builds trust and authority. When your camera presence supports your words, everything you say carries more weight. Your recommendations sound more credible. Your explanations seem more authoritative. Your closing statements feel more natural. This alignment between what prospects see and what they hear creates the kind of trust that converts into sales. Physical confidence also affects your vocal delivery in ways you might not expect. When you sit up straight and maintain good posture, your voice projects better. Your breathing becomes deeper and more controlled. Your energy level stays consistent throughout long calls. These improvements in vocal quality happen automatically when you improve your camera presence. The momentum from improved camera confidence builds over time. Each successful call reinforces your confidence, which shows up in your next call. You start looking forward to presentations instead of dreading them. This positive cycle creates better results, which creates more confidence, which creates even better results. Mastering camera confidence directly impacts closing rates by building instant trust and authority with US clients. When prospects see you as a confident professional, they're more likely to believe in your ability to solve their problems. This trust translates directly into higher conversion rates and bigger deals. The investment in camera presence pays dividends in every sales interaction you have. The transformation affects more than just your closing rates. Your overall professional presence improves. You feel more confident in all video communications. You start getting positive feedback from prospects about your professionalism. You begin to see yourself as the authority figure you've been working to become. The difference between where you are now and where you want to be is just 30 days of consistent practice. That's it. 30 days of 15-minute mirror sessions, 30 days of recording yourself every few days, 30 days of applying what you learned during real sales calls. The gap between struggling with camera presence and projecting professional confidence isn't years of training or expensive equipment. It's 1 month of focused effort. Picture yourself 3 months from now. You hop on a sales call with a high-value prospect. Your camera turns on and you feel completely comfortable. Your posture is naturally confident. Your eye contact with the camera feels like a conversation with a friend. Your gestures support your words perfectly. The prospect leans in during your presentation. They ask detailed questions about implementation instead of skeptical questions about your credibility. By the end of the call, they're asking about next steps instead of saying they need to think about it. This transformation creates a ripple effect in all your professional interactions. Your confidence on camera carries over to in-person meetings. Your improved posture becomes your default way of sitting. Your better eye contact skills help you connect with people in any conversation. The visual authority you develop for sales calls makes you more persuasive in every professional situation. You start seeing yourself as the expert you've been working to become. But here's the thing that separates successful closers from everyone else. Most people know what to do, but won't take action. They watch videos like this one, take notes, maybe even bookmark it for later. They think about starting the mirror practice routine tomorrow, then tomorrow becomes next week. Next week becomes next month. 6 months later, they're still struggling with the same camera presence issues because they never actually started practicing. The camera confidence you build affects every aspect of your professional life. Video calls become opportunities to showcase your expertise instead of obstacles to overcome. Client presentations feel natural and engaging. Team meetings become chances to demonstrate leadership. Even social media content creation becomes easier because you're comfortable being yourself on camera. The skills compound across all areas of your career. The long-term career benefits of mastering visual communication extend far beyond closing more deals. When you project confidence and authority on camera, you become someone people want to work with. Prospects refer you to their networks. Colleagues respect your opinions in meetings. Managers consider you for leadership opportunities. Your improved camera presence becomes a foundation for broader professional success. For international closers working in US markets, this competitive advantage is massive. American business culture values confidence and professional presentation. When you master camera presence, you're competing on equal terms with native speakers. Your visual authority compensates for any accent or language differences. Prospects focus on your expertise instead of your delivery method. You become the kind of professional that US clients expect to work with. The skill compounds over time to create lasting success because confidence builds on itself. Each successful call makes you more confident for the next one. Each positive interaction reinforces your professional identity. Each month of practice makes the skills more automatic and natural. What starts as deliberate practice becomes your normal way of presenting yourself. The investment you make in camera presence pays dividends for years. Starting the practice routine immediately is crucial because momentum matters. Every day you delay is another day of missed opportunities. Every sales call where you don't project confidence is potential revenue lost. Every prospect who doesn't trust you visually is a relationship that never develops. The cost of waiting is higher than the effort required to start. The practice routine itself is simple. 15 minutes of mirror work 3 times per week. Recording yourself every few days for a review. Applying what you learned during actual sales calls. The system works because it's sustainable and focused. You're not trying to become a different person. You're just learning to present your best self consistently. The transformation accelerates once you commit to the process. The first week feels awkward but shows promise. The second week brings noticeable improvements. By the third week, you're starting to feel natural on camera. By the fourth week, prospects are responding differently to your presentations. The changes happen faster than most people expect because the skills are learnable and practical. Your success depends on starting today, not tomorrow. The closers who achieve the biggest transformations are those who begin immediately after learning the system. They don't wait for the perfect moment or the ideal setup. They start with what they have and improve as they go. This approach creates momentum that carries them through the entire development process. The mirror drill system gives you everything you need to transform your camera presence. The structure eliminates guesswork. The progression keeps you motivated. The results speak for themselves, but the system only works if you use it consistently. Knowledge without action creates no results. Professional confidence and charisma transform virtual sales interactions and career trajectory when you apply them consistently. The skills you build through mirror practice become the foundation for every future success. Your investment in camera presence becomes the multiplier that amplifies every other professional skill you develop. The question isn't whether the system works. The question is whether you'll commit to using it. Your product knowledge, objection handling, and closing techniques all become more powerful when delivered with authentic presence. Without camera confidence, even the best sales skills fall flat because prospects don't trust what they see. Here's your challenge. Record yourself today doing a 2-minute sales presentation. Then start your first mirror drill session tonight. Spend 15 minutes practicing expressions, posture, and gestures. As the research shows, confidence isn't a feeling that you have. It's a result that you built, 1 rep at a time. 6-figure closers aren't born. They're made through deliberate practice. Today, I want to tell you about a 3-step method to think directly in English, because this is one of the main things that I found that a lot of international closers struggle, which is translating directly in their own language before they actually speak in English. You already know what you want to say in your head, but the problem is that most of the times it comes out slow and in a natural way because you're stuck translating in your head. You have all this information, but you are hesitating and creating doubts as to how you want to express those ideas. You're not sure the way you're going to come across, so you start hesitating about your ability to deliver that information. The idea here is to show you how you can actually bypass the translation process with a few simple steps that will force your brain to think directly in English. It's a method that can help any closer make the transition into the US market. I want you to think of translation as a software. The problem is if you just have a few computing units in your head busy with the translation process, then you're gonna become laggy, you're gonna become stuck, you're gonna sound awkward. I want you to think of like the first times that you use computer. Well, I'm not sure how old you are, but I'm older than you. So when computers started becoming a thing back in the day, they were really, really slow. So if you wanted to process something that today would be done like literally in less than a second, it might take a few minutes to process all that information. And you want to achieve
achieve a result, which is providing a solution for the prospect so that you can get the sale. The problem is if you don't really spend way more time in English in your head, then all those little micro tasks that you need to perform in the sales call, like building up the trust, building up the connection, building up the rapport, bridging in the gaps between the problem and the solution, all those little things are going to become way harder for you to process and also to close, and the prospect is going to become also hesitant about your ability to deliver the expertise that he's looking for. So the way to achieve this is to actually start doing shit in English, man. Just start watching videos, start watching other people performing sales calls, start watching your own sales calls, and analyzing every single detail, because basically all this delay is causing a translation problem which makes you sound hesitant and unprofessional. Successful English speakers, the way they overcome this is that basically bypass all this translation process, because if you do this, this will allow your personality and your authenticity to come through, which is actually what closes the deals. I'm sure you have seen this over and over again in a million videos on YouTube about people telling it's all about showing up as authentic and as someone who the other person can trust so that you can build up the connection. Imagine how hard it can be for you and for the prospect to believe that you are an authentic person if you even start having doubts about every 2 words that come out of your mouth. That's going to be really hard for them. If you cannot even focus on 3 words straight without hesitating about the next word, then imagine how hard it's going to be for them to believe that you are sure about the solution that you are providing and about your ability to even understand that they're a problem on a deeper level. The truth is that you don't need to move to another country to learn English and to perfect your English and to polish your English and to sound confident. Back in the day, I spent a couple of years in the US, but it's not that much time. My English was already good enough before I even stepped into the US. And you can also achieve this. You don't need to live abroad. You can create what I call an artificial immersion by making English basically the default language that you go back to. It's going to basically build the path of least resistance in your current environment. Now, how do you do this? Well, you basically just consume every single thing that you do in English and you change all the software, all the apps. Basically, the most important thing is YouTube videos, podcasts, audiobooks, news, everything that you consume, you need to consume in English. If you like watching people react to movie reviews, you just watch those movie reviews from US, Canadians, just consume from the source. Go to the source. Also, I'm sure you've noticed that most of the successful leaders, influencers, and anybody who is like half decent to any craft in your native language, most likely they are copying and they are consuming content from Americans, because they are really the industry leaders that are moving things forward, especially if you want to become a high-ticket closer in the US. You want to sound the way that the prospects would be expecting from you. So this is how you do it. You can do this in 2 ways. You can write down every single thoughts, every single plan, every single problem that you have going on in your head. What this is going to do is this is going to train your brain to organize complex ideas and to dissect those ideas in English directly in your brain. Also, you can journal with voice notes. You can just record voice notes of yourself or videos of yourself talking to the camera. It's just for personal reference. I'm not saying that you should share this, which you can, but it's just for you to keep as a reference so that you can see the mistakes that you do. You can see all those little nuances, all those little stress patterns, pronunciation errors, gap fillers that you have going on, so that you can catch them and be aware of them. Because I'm telling you, like 95% of the people that make mistakes, they don't even know that they're making mistakes. That's a problem. That they're just aware that they make mistakes, but if you are like put them on the spot and you go and ask them, hey, listen, do you even know? Can you like list out the top 10, 20 mistakes that you make in a recurring basis? They will tell you, I don't know. I mean, I noticed I say this. Maybe they can list out 1 or 2 or 3, but they will not be able to tell you like the top 10, 20 mistakes. You can do this. You can actually do this if you actually record yourself, both in text and video and audio, so that you can actually review and study your own mistakes. Because guess what? When you study something, you have the ability to correct it. You want to make your brain start to choose basically English as the automatic way to think. The only way to do this is to consume everything in English, do everything in English, and to think everything in English. You want to basically tune out your local part of the brain. If you do silent practice, it creates a false sense of fluency, which disappears under pressure. If you don't practice with other people and you let people tell you the mistakes that you're making, then you really don't know if you're going to be able to perform under pressure. And this is the key, because on sales, you're always under pressure. So you want to put yourself in a position that you are forced to use English language and English structures, and you want to be able to come up with the right word at the right moment on the right context every single time under pressure. Because pressure is really what's going to determine if that idea or that expression is already landed in your brain. You want to speak to yourself constantly in the day in English. You want to think about your thoughts out loud. You want to actually name and label the things that you do. One thing that I like doing is planning. Like when you plan things in English, you're forced to put a label to things and to say, so how do I say this exactly? How would I put this into words in a very specific way so that I know how to reference this in the future, right? You want to verbalize your internal thoughts. You want to create sort of a direct brain connections by linking English words to images. Now, the way to do this is obviously having with flashcards and images. For example, something that I like doing is when you don't know how to understand an expression, maybe you can go to websites like Youglish and you can actually see the person doing something like in real life, and you can see the way they're moving or the kind of situation where they are using that specific expression, so that you actually put a visual cue. You make a visual connection about the expression. Also, you want to connect words with real world objects, right? And experiences. One thing I like doing is for example, if you learn a new expression, take a snapshot with your phone about the situation where you learn the expression. For example, if you're watching a movie, a TV show, or you're watching a YouTube video, and then a new expression pops up that you never heard of, just take a snapshot of the YouTube video, of the movie, of the TV show, so that you can remember the situation. That way, that will help you keep it in your brain, so that next time that you want to use that expression, you go back to that image and say, oh, I remember that YouTube video from this guy or from that movie, right? The main thing here is the daily integration. You want to come up with a way so that English use comes to you easily. You want to basically make it part of your day-to-day. You don't want to make it like long study sessions. Today I want to listen to this podcast because I really like this guy and I want to learn a few of the main concepts that he brings up on this podcast. So just come up with your own video. You can record yourself talking about those concepts. So this is a great way to actually implement it in a natural and organic way into your day-to-day. Also, you can just integrate it into your daily tasks, like doing chores, getting dressed. You want to just when you walk around, you want to listen to a podcast, an audiobook, you want to listen to a YouTube video. You can come up with ideas for your next YouTube video, which is something that I really, really recommend, that you start recording YouTube videos yourself, talking about the things that you're learning, because for one, that's going to keep you accountable about the progress that you're making. And also, it's going to give you feedback from the people that are watching those videos. Also, another thing is process your feelings, the ability to process your feelings in English. And this is hard, but this is hard because this goes deeper. But if you can actually pull this off, this is a clear indicator you're progressing way faster than you think. If you can actually start thinking in English and putting together your ideas in English when you start feeling stressed, excited, or frustrated, then that means that you're building up an emotional comfort. This is going to prevent you from reverting to your native language under pressure. Emotions are the deepest levels of language implementation. When you are able to get mad in English, or show empathy, show excitement, or show frustration in English, you're telling your brain, this is the language that I'm using now. So if you are able to do that, not only you're gonna be able to perform better with your English under pressure, it'll be easier for you to understand the emotional
pain that the prospects are going through because you can already feel and think in those situations. Also, you want to transform from a subject who study English into the tool that you use. You want English to become the transparent and automatic language of your thoughts. Changing these neural pathways in your brain, changing these connections really takes time. Your level of progress is going to really depend on your level of investment and immersion that you're going to make onto doing every single thing. Like, I know people that if you just literally just do everything in English and you spend consuming and using English 14 hours a day, then of course you're gonna advance at a way higher pace compared to someone who spends 1 hour a day consuming stuff in English, right? A realistic timeline for moving from translating in your head to like a more natural flow of English use is 90 days. So if you actually consistently practice every single day, let's just say 2 to 8 hours a day. Now, let's talk about what to expect from this transformation, because something that I see that a lot of closers are concerned about is because they want to have expectations, right? So that they can, well, for one, stay motivated, because at the beginning, like always, your progress is going to be slower, right? The first 3 weeks or so of consistent practice, you are consciously fighting the urge to translate. So this is the hardest phase by far. On these first 3 weeks, you always want to go back to your native language. This is the language where you feel the most confident in and the most comfortable with. You want to avoid this like the plague. This really starts kicking in on weeks 4 to 8. Like, this is when really English words begin appearing in your mind without translation. So you start overcoming this middleman, which is your native language. And then on the third month, this is really when you are achieving the flow that you are really looking for. This is really when English becomes the automatic and the default internal voice for specific types of thinking. And this is where you want to end up on. Now, for some people, it might take a few more months. But trust me, if you keep implementing all of these tips that I'm giving you here, trust me, this is going to happen. It's a matter of time. People over-rely on translation apps. You don't want to keep translating every single thing that you find so that you can know 100% what it means in your native language. This is a habit that prevents this direct comprehension. I know this sounds counterintuitive most of the times, because you see, in schools and language schools and stuff like that, they always want to tell you that you need to know the word in your native language, because when you know the word, that means that you really understand. I have used many different expressions and phrasal verbs, which is a huge deal too. Hundreds of phrasal verbs, which I really don't know exactly how to translate them into Spanish. And this could happen in any language, in Portuguese, in German, in French, or whatever. What you need to do is to really understand the word in context and understand what the word means. You want to understand the meaning. You want to basically fight and resist the urge to translate. One last thing I want to tell you is that you need to embrace the discomfort that you feel when you cannot translate the word in your brain, because this is really the only way that you can actually overcome this problem where you are always translating. You should be happy enough with understanding the context. Now, once you understand the context, you want to understand the nuance. Why is this person using this specifically? You want to put yourself in high-stakes situations so that you can actually know for a fact that you can use those new learned expressions in any situation. Now, when you find yourself in a sales call and you're so focused on providing the help and the assistance and the value that the prospect is looking for without really thinking about how to say the perfect sentence, that's when you know that you are actually making the progress that you need to. Direct English thinking allows you to be authentic, natural, and persuasive in real conversations with real financial consequences. When you think directly in English, you can respond to unexpected questions and objections instantly, which is really a critical skill if you want to become a successful high-ticket closer in the US market. Great closers can think and respond in real time without language barriers, and eliminating the translation delay makes you genuinely more persuasive. I want you today to change all your phone apps and all your computer apps to English and commit to the process. I want you to consume as many videos as you can on YouTube and to listen to podcasts every single day and to try to come up with a list of new expressions and try to use them on videos, recording yourself, so that you can start transforming your communication and your closing rate as soon as possible. Stop me if this sounds familiar. You know exactly what you want to say in your your head. But when you open your mouth, it comes out slow, choppy, and unnatural. You're stuck in translation mode and it's costing you deals. Here's the truth nobody talks about. Your brain is wired to think in your native language first, then translate. But I'm going to show you how to completely bypass this process. You think you're speaking English, but your brain is actually running a translation software that's slower than dial-up internet. Every single word you want to say gets processed through your native language first, then converted to English, then pushed out through your mouth. This creates what I call the pain state, that mental prison where you're constantly searching for words, pausing mid-sentence, and sounding robotic instead of natural. Here's the shocking truth that most language teachers won't tell you. Even after years of study, most English learners never escape this trap. They can write perfect emails, they understand movies, they know grammar rules better than native speakers. But put them in a high-pressure conversation with a potential client and they freeze up. Their brain goes into overdrive, trying to translate every thought from their native language into English. The neurological reality is brutal. Your brain creates a bottleneck when it processes your native language first, then translates. Think of it like running two programs at the same time on an old computer. Everything slows down. The processing power gets split between thinking in your native language and converting those thoughts to English. This isn't a language problem, it's a cognitive load problem. Research in cognitive load theory shows us exactly what happens during this translation process. Your working memory gets overwhelmed trying to manage two different language systems simultaneously. The mental fatigue kicks in after just a few minutes of conversation. You start making mistakes you never make when you're relaxed. Your vocabulary shrinks because you can only access the words that translate easily from your native language. Picture this scenario. You're on a call with a prospect who's considering your services. You want to say, I can help you increase revenue by implementing a systematic approach to lead generation. But your brain is busy translating each part of that sentence from your native language. While you're internally wrestling with the word implementing, your prospect is already moving on to their next objection. By the time you get the sentence out, the moment has passed. You sound hesitant, unsure, unprofessional. This translation delay kills deals, not because your English is bad, but because hesitation destroys confidence. When you pause to translate, prospects sense uncertainty. They start questioning whether you really understand their business. They wonder if communication will be a problem throughout the project. That 3-second pause while you search for the right word costs you thousands of dollars in lost opportunities. The crazy part is that some people break free from this cycle while others stay trapped forever. You've probably met someone who learned English as an adult but speaks with complete fluency. They don't sound like they're translating. They respond instantly to questions. They make jokes that land perfectly. They argue their points with the same passion they'd use in their native language. Meanwhile, other people study for decades and still sound like they're reading from a script. What's the difference between these two groups? It's not intelligence, it's not natural talent, it's not even time spent studying. The difference is that successful English speakers learn to bypass the translation process entirely. They rewire their thought patterns to think directly in English instead of translating from their native language. This rewiring process moves you from pain state to gain state. In gain state, your brain defaults to English for certain types of thinking. You don't translate the phrase increase revenue. You think it directly in English. You don't search for the word implementation. It appears in your mind automatically because you've trained your brain to organize business concepts in English. The people who achieve this rewiring understand something crucial. Translation isn't just slow, it's actually blocking your natural communication style. When you translate, you lose your personality. You sound formal and stiff because translation forces you to use the safest, most literal word choices. You can't be spontaneous because spontaneity requires instant access to words and phrases. But when you think directly in English, your personality comes through. You can be funny, passionate, persuasive, or authoritative because you're not filtering everything through a translation layer. You respond to prospects with the same energy and confidence you'd use in your native language. This authenticity is what closes deals. The transformation from pain state to gain state isn't about learning more vocabulary or studying grammar rules. It's about training your brain to organize thoughts in English from the start. It's about creating neural pathways that bypass your native language entirely for specific types of communication. Most people never learn how to create this rewiring because they're stuck using traditional language learning methods. They practice translation exercises, they study grammar charts, they memorize vocabulary lists. All of these methods reinforce the translation habit instead of breaking it. They're actually making the problem worse by training their brain to rely on translation as the primary pathway to English. But here's what nobody tells you about creating that rewiring. The process isn't about studying harder or spending more time with English materials. It's about strategically changing changing how your brain accesses English in the first place. The biggest lie in language learning is that you need to live abroad to think in English. You don't need to move to New York or London. You don't need to spend thousands on immersion programs. You can create artificial immersion right where you are, in your current city with your current life. This method forces your brain to default to English without changing your address. Artificial immersion means creating an English-only environment in your current location. You transform your digital world, your entertainment, and your information consumption to English. This isn't about studying English for 2 hours a day. This is about living in English for the hours you're already awake. When English becomes the path of least resistance in your environment, your brain starts using it automatically. Most people try this completely wrong. They watch Netflix with subtitles and call it immersion. They listen to English podcasts but check their phones in their native language. They read one English article, then switch back to their native language news. This approach keeps your brain switching between languages instead of staying in English. You're not creating immersion, you're creating language confusion. The systematic approach requires total transformation. Start with your phone settings. Change everything to English. Your text messages, your apps, your notifications, your calculator. When you want to check the weather, you read it in English. When you set an alarm, you read alarm set for 7 a.m. in English. This forces your brain to process basic information in English hundreds of times per day. Your commute becomes English time. No music in your native language, no podcasts in your native language, no news in your native language. You listen to English podcasts during your drive to work. You listen to English audiobooks on the bus. You read English news while waiting for your train. This isn't entertainment time anymore. This is brain training time. Your information consumption switches to English completely. You read English news websites. You watch English YouTube videos. You get your sports updates in English. You read English articles about your hobbies. You follow English social media accounts. When you want to learn something new, you search for it in English. This creates thousands of micro exposures to English throughout your day. The journaling technique forces your brain to organize ideas in English from the start. Every morning you write 3 pages of thoughts in English, not translated thoughts, original English thoughts. You write about your plans for the day, you write about problems you're facing, you write about ideas you have for your business. This practice trains your brain to organize complex thoughts in English instead of your native language. You describe your daily activities in English writing. When you cook dinner, you write about the steps you're taking. When you exercise, you write about how your body feels. When you have a business meeting, you write about the topics discussed. This connects English to your real experiences instead of abstract grammar exercises. Your internal monologue starts happening in English. When you're walking to the store, you think in English about what you need to buy. When you're planning your weekend, you organize those thoughts in English. When you're solving a work problem, you think through the solutions in English. This is the hardest part because it requires conscious effort at first. The key is making English easier to access than your native language. You remove your native language from your digital environment. You unsubscribe from news in your native language. You unfollow social media accounts in your native language. You make accessing information in your native language require extra steps. When English becomes the default option, your brain chooses it automatically. This creates neural pathways that bypass your native language processing center. Your brain builds direct connections between English words and concepts. When you see a dog, your brain thinks dog instead of translating from your native language word for dog. When you feel hungry, your brain thinks I'm hungry instead of translating that feeling from your native language. The transformation happens gradually. Week 1 feels forced and unnatural. Week 2 becomes easier because you're not fighting the process. Week 3 starts feeling normal because your brain adapts to the new environment. Week 4 becomes automatic because English is now your brain's default language for information processing. Your brain starts defaulting to English when it's the path of least resistance in your environment. If checking the weather requires English, your brain processes weather information in English. If your entertainment is in English, your brain processes entertainment in English. If your work information is in English, your brain processes business concepts in English. This artificial immersion creates the same neural changes as living abroad. Your brain doesn't know the difference between being surrounded by English speakers and being surrounded by English information. The constant exposure triggers the same adaptation mechanisms. You start thinking in English because thinking in English becomes easier than thinking in your native language. But immersion alone isn't enough. You need to activate your vocal processing system because thinking in English and speaking in English use different parts of your brain. Your mouth and your brain are having 2 different conversations, and that's why you sound broken. You can think perfect English sentences in your head, but when you try to speak them out loud, everything falls apart. Your words come out choppy, unnatural, and slow. This happens because thinking in English and speaking in English activate completely different parts of your brain. Your internal English thoughts don't automatically translate to smooth external English speech. This disconnect between internal thoughts and external speech creates a massive problem for English learners. You practice grammar exercises silently. You read English books without saying the words out loud. You watch English movies and understand everything perfectly. Then you get on a call with a prospect and sound like a robot reading from a script. Silent practice creates a false sense of fluency. You think you're ready until you open your mouth and realize your vocal cords haven't been trained to form English sounds automatically. The solution requires speaking to yourself constantly throughout the day. You narrate your daily activities out loud in English. When you're making coffee, you say, "I'm grinding the beans, now I'm adding water to the machine, the coffee is brewing." When you're driving to work, you describe what you see. "There's heavy traffic on the highway, the car in front of me is driving slowly, I need to change lanes." This isn't crazy behavior. This is vocal training that connects your English thoughts to your English speech. You describe your surroundings in English as you move through your day. Walk into a room and say, "This room has white walls. There's a large window on the left side. I can see 2 chairs and a wooden table." Go to the grocery store and verbalize your shopping process. "I need to buy milk, bread, and vegetables. The milk is in the dairy section. I'll get the bread from aisle 3. This constant narration trains your mouth to form English sounds while your brain organizes English thoughts. You verbalize your internal thoughts out loud instead of keeping them silent. When you're solving a work problem, you talk through the solution in English. The client wants to increase their sales, so I need to analyze their current marketing strategy. Then I'll propose 3 specific improvements. When you're planning your weekend, you speak your plans out loud. "Tomorrow I'll go to the gym in the morning, then I'll meet my friend for lunch. In the evening, I'll work on my project." This bridges the gap between thinking and speaking. The visual association method creates direct connections between English words and their meanings without translation. Instead of learning that apple means manzana, which means the red fruit, you connect the word apple directly to the image of a red fruit. You see a picture of an apple and think apple without any translation step. This bypasses your native language completely and creates instant word recognition. You use image-based flashcards instead of text-based translation cards. When you want to learn business vocabulary, you find pictures that represent each concept. For revenue, you use a graph showing increasing sales numbers. For strategy, you use an image of a chessboard. For analysis, you use a picture of someone looking at charts and data. Your brain connects the English word directly to the visual concept, not to the translation in your native language. This visual method activates different brain regions compared to text-based learning. When you connect English words to actual images, you create stronger memory formation. Your brain processes visual information differently than text information. The visual pathway creates more direct associations that don't require translation. You build vocabulary through visual experiences instead of vocabulary lists. When you're at a restaurant, you look at objects and think their English names. You see a fork and think fork. You see a napkin and think napkin. You see a menu and think menu. These direct visual connections make English words appear in your mind automatically when you encounter the objects in real life. The key is bypassing text whenever possible during this training phase. You don't read the word car and then think about cars. You see actual cars and think car directly. You don't read the word happy and translate it to your native language. You think about happy memories and label that feeling as happy in English. This creates emotional and sensory connections to English words that go beyond simple translation. This practice activates your vocal processing system in ways that silent study never can. Your tongue learns to form English sounds automatically. Your mouth muscles develop memory for English word combinations. Your breathing patterns adjust to English rhythm and stress patterns. Your vocal cords start producing English sounds without conscious effort because they've been trained through repetition. The speaking to yourself technique combined with visual associations creates direct word-to-meaning connections that bypass translation entirely. Your brain stops searching for native language equivalents and starts accessing English words directly. This eliminates the translation delay that makes your speech sound unnatural and hesitant. Now you're ready for the final step that makes this automatic throughout your entire day. The secret isn't practicing English for 2 hours a day. It's thinking in English for 2 minutes every hour. This approach completely changes how your brain processes English throughout your day. Instead of having separate English study time and regular life time, you integrate English thinking into every activity you already do. You cook dinner in English. You drive to work in English. You wait in line at the grocery store in English. This micro-integration creates hundreds of small English moments that add up to massive fluency gains. Micro-integration means weaving English thinking into routine activities throughout your day. When you brush your teeth, you think, I'm brushing my teeth, the toothpaste tastes minty, I need to brush for 2 minutes. When you get dressed, you think, I'm putting on my blue shirt, these pants feel comfortable. I need to find my shoes. These tiny moments of English thinking train your brain to use English for basic daily functions instead of defaulting to your native language. Most people create separate English time and lifetime, keeping the language isolated from real experience. They study English from 7 to 9 p.m., then switch back to their native language for everything else. This separation prevents English from becoming natural. Your brain treats English like a school subject instead of a communication tool. You can't develop fluency by keeping English locked away from your actual life experiences. The integration process works during activities you already do every day. When you cook, you think about the ingredients in English. I'm chopping onions, they're making my eyes water, I need to add salt to the pasta water. When you drive, you process traffic situations in English. The light is turning yellow, I need to slow down. That car is driving too close behind me. When you exercise, you think about your workout in English. This weight feels heavy, I need to do 10 more reps. My muscles are getting tired. You use quiet moments throughout your day to process events in English. When you're waiting for an elevator, you think about your morning meetings in English. When you're standing in line at the coffee shop, you plan your afternoon tasks in English. When you're walking from your car to the office, you think about your goals for the day in English. These calm periods become English processing time instead of dead time. The emotional regulation technique creates deeper English integration. When you feel stressed, you identify that emotion in English. I'm feeling overwhelmed because I have too much work today. When you're excited about something, you process that feeling in English. I'm really happy about this new project. It's going to be challenging but fun. When you're frustrated, you work through those emotions in English. This traffic is annoying, but I can use this time to practice English thinking. You practice managing stress responses in English instead of reverting to your native language. When something goes wrong, your first thought happens in English. My computer crashed. I need to restart it. I hope I didn't lose my work. When you're running late, you think through solutions in English. I'm going to be 10 minutes late. I should call ahead. I need to leave earlier tomorrow. This emotional comfort with English prevents you from switching back to your native language during pressure situations. The transformation creates English as your natural internal voice, not a foreign system you switch on and off. Your brain stops treating English like a special occasion language. Instead, English becomes the language you use for certain types of thinking. Business problems get processed in English. Daily planning happens in English. Emotional responses start in English. You don't make a conscious choice to think in English. It just happens automatically. This integration goes beyond intellectual understanding of English rules and vocabulary. You develop emotional comfort with English. The language feels natural when you're happy, stressed, excited, or frustrated. You don't need to be in a calm, focused state to access English. You can think in English when you're rushed, tired, or dealing with unexpected problems. This emotional integration makes English available to you in real-world situations. The micro-integration approach transforms English from a subject you study to a tool you use. You don't think about English grammar when you're planning your weekend. You don't worry about vocabulary when you're thinking about what to eat for lunch. English becomes transparent. You think through English instead of about English. The language disappears as a barrier and becomes a pathway to express your thoughts and feelings. Your English thinking becomes automatic because you've practiced it in hundreds of small moments. When you encounter a business problem, your brain automatically organizes the analysis in English. When you need to make a decision, you think through the options in English. When you want to express an opinion, the words appear in English first. This automaticity only develops through consistent micro-integration, not through intensive study sessions. But here's the timeline reality that most people get wrong about this transformation process. Everyone asks, how long does this take? And the answer will surprise you. Most people expect to transform their English thinking in 30 days or less. They want instant results. They think fluency works like downloading software. But your brain doesn't work that way. Neural rewiring takes time, consistency, and patience. The realistic timeline for moving from translation-dependent thinking to natural English flow is 90 days of consistent practice. Social media promises 30-day fluency, but neuroscience tells a different story. Your brain needs time to build new neural pathways and abandon old translation habits. The people selling you quick fixes don't understand how language processing actually works in your brain. They're selling you fantasy, not reality. Real transformation requires your brain to physically rewire itself. New connections need to form between English words and concepts. All translation pathways need to weaken through disuse. This process cannot be rushed. The transformation happens in 3 distinct phases. Weeks 1 to 3 focus on breaking translation habits. This is the hardest phase because you're fighting against years of established patterns. Your brain wants to translate everything from your native language to English. You'll catch yourself translating constantly. You'll feel frustrated because thinking in English requires conscious effort. This phase is about awareness and resistance. You become aware of when you're translating and resist the urge to do it. During weeks 1 to 3, you'll notice your brain fighting the new patterns. Some days you'll feel like you're making progress. Other days you'll feel like you're getting worse. This is normal. Your brain is adjusting to new processing methods. The translation habit is strong because you've reinforced it for years. Breaking this habit requires consistent effort and patience. You're not just learning new words. You're changing how your brain accesses language. Weeks 4 to 8 concentrate on building direct pathways between English words and concepts. This phase feels easier because you're creating new patterns instead of just breaking old ones. Your brain starts connecting English words directly to meanings without translation. You'll notice moments where English words appear in your mind without any translation step. These moments become more frequent as you continue the practice. Your brain is building the infrastructure for direct English thinking. The middle phase is where you see real progress. English starts feeling less foreign. You catch yourself thinking in English without trying. Your internal monologue starts happening in English during certain activities. Business concepts start organizing themselves in English. You begin to trust your English thinking instead of constantly checking it against your native language. This phase builds confidence along with competence. Weeks 9 to 12 aim for natural flow, where English becomes your default internal voice for specific types of thinking. This final phase is about integration and automation. English thinking becomes effortless during the activities you've been practicing. You don't make conscious decisions to think in English. It just happens automatically. Your brain has created strong enough pathways that English becomes the path of least resistance for certain types of thoughts. The compound effect drives this entire transformation. Small daily actions create exponential results over time. 2 minutes of English thinking every hour adds up to significant neural changes over 90 days. You're not cramming English into your brain. You're gradually shifting your brain's default language processing patterns. Each small practice session builds on the previous one. Each day of consistency makes the next day easier. You need to recognize milestone markers as you progress from pain state to gain state. Week 3, you'll notice yourself catching translation attempts before they happen. Week 6, you'll have your first conversation where you forget to translate. Week 9, you'll solve a business problem entirely in English thinking. Week 12, you'll realize English has become your natural internal voice for work-related thoughts. These milestones prove the method is working. Some days you'll feel like you're going backward. This is normal brain rewiring. Your brain doesn't improve in a straight line. Progress happens in waves. One day you'll feel fluent and confident. The next day you'll struggle with basic words. This doesn't mean you're failing, it means your brain is processing changes. The key is consistency through these rough patches. Keep practicing even when progress feels slow. The setbacks are actually part of the process. Your brain is reorganizing itself. Old pathways are weakening. New pathways are strengthening. This reorganization creates temporary confusion. You might feel less fluent during transition periods. This is your brain abandoning old translation methods and building new direct processing methods. Trust the process and maintain consistency. At 90 days, English thinking becomes as automatic as breathing. You don't think about thinking in English, you just think. The language becomes transparent. You focus on ideas and concepts instead of vocabulary and grammar. English stops being a barrier between your thoughts and your communication. You express yourself naturally without internal translation delays. This level of fluency requires no conscious effort because it's become your brain's default processing method. But there's one mistake that can destroy all this progress and send you back to translation mode within days. There's one thing that will sabotage everything we just covered, and 90% of people do it without realizing. They reach for translation apps every time they encounter an unknown word. They use dictionaries to look up exact translations instead of figuring out meaning from context. They keep native language safety nets that prevent them from developing true English fluency. This over-reliance on translation tools creates a dependency cycle that keeps you trapped in translation mode forever. The very tools designed to help you learn English are actually keeping you stuck in the pain state. Translation apps seem helpful when you're struggling with a word or phrase. They give you instant answers. They make you feel like you're learning faster. But here's the problem. Every time you translate a word, you reinforce the translation pathway in your brain. You teach your brain to rely on your native language instead of developing direct English understanding. This creates a dependency cycle that gets stronger every time you use it. You encounter an unknown English word. Instead of trying to understand it from context, you immediately reach for your translation app. You get the native language equivalent. You feel satisfied because you understand the meaning, but you haven't actually learned anything. You've just reinforced your brain's habit of translating everything instead of thinking directly in English. The cycle becomes automatic. Unknown word appears. Brain searches for translation. Translation app provides answer. Brain stores the translated version. The next time you encounter that word, your brain doesn't recognize it directly. It has to translate it again. You never develop direct recognition of English words because you've trained your brain to always take the translation detour. Translation apps create learned helplessness in English learners. You become dependent on external tools to understand English instead of developing internal comprehension skills. You can't have a conversation without checking your phone. You can't read an English article without multiple translation lookups. You can't think in English because your brain has been trained to always translate first. The solution requires learning to understand meaning from situation rather than word-for-word translation. This is called the context clue strategy. When you encounter an unknown word, you resist the urge to translate it. Instead, you look at the surrounding words and sentences. You pay attention to the overall situation. You make educated guesses about what the word might mean based on how it's being used. Context clues work because language is naturally redundant. Writers and speakers provide multiple clues about meaning throughout their communication. If you don't understand one word, the other words in the sentence often give you enough information to figure out the general meaning. This is how native speakers understand new words. They don't translate them. They infer meaning from context. This process feels uncomfortable at first. You're used to getting instant answers from translation apps. Now you have to sit with uncertainty. You have to make guesses. You have to be okay with partial understanding instead of perfect translation. This discomfort is exactly what your brain needs to develop direct English comprehension skills. The discomfort principle is crucial for language development. Growth happens when you resist the urge to translate and sit with uncertainty. Your brain only develops new skills when it's forced to work harder. When you provide instant translation answers, you remove the challenge. Your brain doesn't need to develop English comprehension because translation is always available, but when you force yourself to understand English without translation, your brain has to create new neural pathways. It has to connect English words directly to their meanings. It has to develop pattern recognition skills. It has to learn to infer meaning from context. These are the exact skills that native speakers use automatically. This discomfort is actually your brain forming new neural pathways. The confusion you feel when you can't translate a word is your brain working to understand English directly. The uncertainty you experience when you have to guess meaning from context is your brain developing intuitive comprehension skills. The frustration you feel when you can't find exact translations is your brain learning to think in English instead of translating to English. The breakthrough comes when you embrace confusion and context instead of seeking perfect translation. You accept that you won't understand every word perfectly. You focus on understanding the overall message instead of translating each individual word. You use context clues to figure out meanings. You make educated guesses based on the situation. This approach leads to intuitive English understanding that doesn't require translation. You start recognizing English words directly without thinking about their native language equivalents. You understand conversations based on context and tone instead of word-by-word translation. You develop the same comprehension skills that native speakers use automatically. The key is removing translation safety nets completely. Delete translation apps from your phone. Put away bilingual dictionaries. Stop looking up word translations online. Force yourself to understand English through context, situation, and educated guessing. This creates the challenge your brain needs to develop direct English comprehension, which brings us to the ultimate test of your new English brain. Here's how you'll know the method worked. You'll have a high-stakes conversation and forget you're speaking English. You'll be so focused on the value you're providing and the problem you're solving that language becomes invisible. This is the ultimate measure of success. Natural English flow during pressure situations where money is on the line and your credibility depends on clear communication. Most people can practice English alone but crumble during important business conversations. They sound confident when they're talking to themselves in the mirror. They feel fluent when they're watching Netflix or reading English articles, but put them on a call with a potential client who's considering a $50,000 investment and everything falls apart. Their vocabulary shrinks. Their sentences become choppy. They start translating mid-sentence. The pressure reveals that their English practice was just surface-level memorization. The confidence-building process happens when when direct English thinking translates to authentic communication with prospects. You're not performing English anymore. You're using English to perform your actual job. When you think directly in English about business problems, you can discuss solutions naturally. When you organize your thoughts in English, you can present ideas smoothly. When you process objections in English, you can respond without hesitation. This transformation shows up in real conversations with real consequences. Let's picture a closer named Carlos who struggled with this exact problem. He could write perfect English emails, but his phone calls sounded robotic. He was translating every response from Spanish to English, creating awkward pauses that killed his momentum. After 90 days of thought rewiring practice, he closed 3 deals in 1 week. His English didn't become perfect, but it became natural. Now think of Maria, who used to lose prospects during discovery calls because she couldn't think fast enough in English. She'd ask a question, then spend the silence translating the prospect's response in her head. By the time she formulated her next question, the prospect had lost interest. After implementing the 3-step process, she started having normal conversations. She could listen, process, and respond in English without any translation delay. The business impact is measurable. Natural English flow directly correlates with higher closing rates and bigger deals. When you're not distracted by language barriers, you can focus on what matters. You listen to your prospects' actual problems instead of struggling to understand their words. You respond to their emotions instead of translating their sentences. You build rapport through genuine conversation instead of scripted responses. Your closing rate improves because confidence is contagious. When you speak naturally, prospects trust you more. They sense that you understand their business problems. They feel comfortable discussing budget and timeline. They don't worry about communication issues during the project. This trust translates directly to closed deals and higher contract values. The research confirms this reality. When individuals translate in their heads, it slows down their speech and can lead to awkward sentence structures, which can be a clear indication to others that the speaker is still translating internally. Prospects notice these hesitations. They interpret pauses as uncertainty. They question whether you really understand their needs. Improvisation becomes possible when you think directly in English. Real conversations are random and unexpected. Prospects ask questions you didn't prepare for. They raise objections you've never heard before. They change direction mid-conversation. The habit of translating creates a delay that makes it impossible to keep up with these spontaneous moments. But when you think in English, you can improvise naturally. You respond to unexpected questions immediately. You handle new objections confidently. You follow conversational threads wherever they lead. This flexibility is essential for high-ticket closing because every prospect is different. Cookie-cutter responses don't work at this level. The vision becomes reality when you're presenting to a $50,000 prospect and focusing on value, not vocabulary. You're not thinking about grammar rules or searching for perfect word choices. You're thinking about how to solve their business problems. You're calculating ROI in your head. You're strategizing about implementation timelines. The language becomes transparent because your focus is on the business outcome. Your presentations become more persuasive because you're genuinely engaged with the content. You're not reading from a script or reciting memorized phrases. You're having real conversations about real problems. You ask follow-up questions that show deep understanding. You make connections between different parts of their business. You demonstrate expertise through natural dialogue. The key insight is that fluency doesn't mean perfection. It means communicating thoughts and ideas without the burden of language. You don't need to conjugate verbs perfectly. You don't need to use advanced vocabulary. You need to express your ideas clearly and confidently. When you think directly in English, this natural expression becomes automatic. You become genuinely persuasive instead of just grammatically correct. Prospects buy from people they trust, not from people who speak perfect English. Trust comes from authentic communication. Authenticity requires thinking in the language you're speaking. Translation creates a barrier between your thoughts and your words. Direct English thinking removes that barrier completely. So here's what happens next when you master this transformation. The difference between good closers and great closers isn't just technique. It's the ability to think and respond in real time without language barriers. Start with step 1 today. Change your phone to English and commit to 30 days of artificial immersion. No excuses, no delays. Begin the transformation right now. In 90 days, you'll wonder how you ever functioned with that translation software running in your head. You'll close bigger deals because prospects will trust your natural confidence and authentic communication style. Today, I want to tell you about how to speak up with authority, guys. You should be focusing on the way that prospects perceive you rather than the way that you perceive yourself. You could believe that you sound confident and thoughtful, but your prospects may be hearing hesitation and weakness. Vocal authority comes first, even before that in your English fluency, because from a lot of studies indicate that
the ability to portray vocal authority actually influences way more on high-stakes decisions than anything else. It's a huge factor, separating straggling closers from successful ones. In order for you to reveal why your voice is sabotaging your sales, you need to take a deeper look into your own voice and really be extremely critical so that you can actually pinpoint exactly why you might not sound as confident or as authoritative as you would think. A lot of closers focus on scripts. It doesn't really matter how well your script is put together. If you're not actually performing the way you should when you're delivering that script, then it's not going to matter because the prospect is going to see that you are full of shit. Now, I want you to think of a hypothetical situation. I want you to think of a skilled closer. Let's call him Marcus. And then he's on a call. He's supposed to be closing a $50,000 deal. And the prospect is a perfectly qualified prospect. He's ready to buy, but then he just flops. The prospect quickly became disinterested and he ended the call. Marcus goes back to the recording and then he goes, man, what the hell is going on here? He's trying to figure out what's going on. After listening to his own recording, then he hears his own voice and he can actually tell that he was unsure, he was apologetic, and he was very quiet the whole time throughout the call. And then he was asking for permission rather than leading the actual conversation. He actually could tell why the prospect lost complete interest on what he was saying because of these little factors. He was unsure, he was apologetic, he was quiet, and he was asking for permission rather than leading the conversation. And this was the main mistakes that he was seeing. Prospects make a subconscious decision and the first few seconds about hearing your own voice, based purely on your vocal cues. On a call, your voice does all the work of your body language and facial expressions. There was a study performed by UCLA that shows that vocal authority actually impacts trust way more than visual appearance on sales calls. And there was a separate study that found that 73% of a higher likelihood of buying when vocal authority was perceived by the prospect. Hesitation in your voice translates directly to hesitation in the prospect's mind about your offer. I want to really drill this into your brain, okay? Hesitation in your voice translates directly to hesitation in the prospect's mind about your offer. It doesn't matter how good your offer looks. If you are hesitating about your delivery or about the features or about the match, the prospect is not going to trust you. It doesn't matter what you say. Most closers are completely unaware of their vocal impact because they focus on what they're saying and not how they're saying it. So that's why I always recommend that you watch your own sales calls a couple of times, to make sure that you really understand not only the words that you were pronouncing wrong, because there are a lot of different things that you can be paying attention to. See, this is the same reason why I have always recommended that when you watch movies to learn expressions, you need to rewatch the movie or the TV show several times to do different things after every session. One session you review the expressions. On the second session, you basically take notes about the different verbs, maybe, and then on a third rewatch, then you maybe listen for the different cultural nuances on the interaction, right? So on sales calls, it's the same thing, but instead of watching a movie, you're watching your own performance. So you need to actually account for all of these factors and pay attention to each of them because, trust me, they make more of an impact than you might think. Your voice must communicate that you deserve respect and attention. So this is like a doctor or a plane pilot, right? So imagine a pilot goes into a plane, and there's like 300 passengers, and then all of a sudden a passenger gets nervous because he's afraid of flying, right? And then the pilot says, should I worry? You say, well, I don't think you should, but there might be storms throughout the flights, and there are some studies that show that the plane could explode, but there's nothing to worry about. You need to be really careful about the words that you choose and the things that you explain and the tonality that you use, because it's like a doctor that's diagnosing cancer on a patient or telling a father that his son is about to die or whatever. You need to be really careful about the choice of words and the tonality that you use. The same way that a doctor is providing really, really important information to a patient regarding their health status, right? You are also delivering a lot of really key information
to a prospect because usually it's a big decision. Any kind of high ticket product or service is a huge decision most of the times for prospects, especially if it's B2C. Someone is not going to drop you $10,000 from their hard-earned money just out of nowhere. They need to really see the value on the information that you're providing. Not only the value, the tonality, the confidence that you deliver that information with, right? So there's a lot of different factors into play that you need to remember. The way that you listen to yourself in your brain is different because you're listening to your own filter in your skull, in your head, in your brain. So you could sound completely different from what the prospects hear. You're used to listening to yourself in your native language for like 20 plus years, but it's different in English. If you put together the amount of hours that you have listened to yourself talking straight in English, if you put up all those hours, if you add all those hours up together, it's probably like not even 2% of the amount of hours or even 1% of the amount of hours that you have spent listening to yourself in Spanish, Portuguese, in German, or in French, right? That's why you need to make up for that difference with reviewing your own performance in English. In Spanish or in Italian or in French, you have already done that unconsciously because you have been using your language for many, many years artificially. When you hear your own recorded voice, you are finally hearing the truth. Maybe you don't like your voice. Maybe you sound jarring. You sound like unfamiliar. You sound weird. You sound awkward, right? If that's what you hear, that's what prospects hear. So you need to get to a point where you listen to yourself and you actually like your voice. And this is tricky because, you're not used to listening to yourself in English. This disconnect magnifies insecurities about your accent and your grammar. What sounds fine to you may be difficult for prospects to understand. There's going to be a disconnect. You don't know how to improve. You don't know which areas you should be focusing on in your own skill proficiency or on your own sales delivery, right? So that's why this is really important, guys. You need to really invest time because you are at a disadvantage because it's your second language. The more reason you should be doing this, right? So closers avoid listening to their recorded calls due to this discomfort. And this is uncomfortable, guys. You gotta get used to this. Listen to yourself. Some sales calls can get uncomfortable, but then imagine going back and watching yourself being uncomfortable, then you're also going to become way more uncomfortable listening to yourself feeling uncomfortable and looking uncomfortable, right? So this is it's going to be stacking up. The more you do it, the less uncomfortable you're going to feel performing the delivery on the sales call. There's two extremes here. So if you speak too quietly, this is going to signal weakness. It's going to signal lack of belief in your offer. It's actually not in your offer. Maybe you are just less confident because you're scared of making mistakes in English. So maybe it's more lack of belief in your ability to speak English, right? But for the prospects, it's all about the offer. The prospects are going to see this guy doesn't even, he can barely speak English, confident enough, let alone delivering a good offer, giving me a good description of this offer or being able to capture all the nuances about my personal situation to give me the good match. You need to try to avoid speaking too quietly, but also speaking too loudly, because if you speak like crazy, like too loud the whole time, you're going to show desperation, aggression, and insecurity. And you're going to basically get the prospects onto a defensive mode. From my experience, the perfect ideal volume level is between 6 to 7. If you were to put it from 1 to 10, 10 meaning like you sound crazy, and 1 meaning they can barely hear you, I would put it into mostly 6 to 7. This commands authority without being overwhelming, and it communicates that you expect to be heard and respected. Sticking to one volume level throughout the whole call, which this could very easily become like background noise. The solution here is being able to modulate your volume strategically and lower it whenever you want to draw the attention to a specific thing, and then increase your volume slightly to make the point across when you want to make a more impactful point about a situation. You want to use your tonality as a tool of control of the conversation. We want to pace the conversation because it's going to control the prospect's emotional state and the attention. So the problem here is that if you keep a single monotonous speed, this will cause them to check out mentally. So imagine you are driving on the highway. So if you just have to drive for like 4 hours straight on the highway on a straight line, you can become sleepy, you can become bored, you can become disengaged. So on sales calls, it's the same thing. If you keep the same tonality, the same volume the whole time, the prospect is going to disengage from you and is going to lose interest in your offer. So bottom line here is you want to become the conductor of the conversation. So you want to use the tempo to create excitement, urgency, or intimacy depending on the situation. Silences are important also in sales calls because it's basically those little spaces between words and those strategic pauses, which is where credibility is built a lot of times. Because it's not so much about the words, it's also about knowing when to listen and knowing when to give time to the prospect to think. A huge one here is gap fillers, filler words, filler gap words. So these are words like, sort of, kind of. These words really come from things like fear of silence. So they basically broadcast the uncertainty and basically they instantly destroy your authority. So that's why you need to try to destroy them as much as possible. Now, the way to do this is to slow down, think about the next sentence, think about the best alternative to expressing the idea that you have in your head, and then also is listening to yourself, watching yourself again, slowing down so that you have time to think, and then if you catch yourself wanting to use a gap filler word, then you just continue with the next iteration of the arguments that you wanted to put across. When you listen to yourself, write down all those words and all those gap fillers, because those are like the things that are hardest to actually catch because they're not actual words. They're just gap fillers. So if you actually use these pauses, prospects get time to internalize your message and to connect with it emotionally, right? So this is where buying decisions started to come into place. So that's why this needs to be implemented methodically and systematically. Pausing after a question creates pressure and compels the prospect to respond and to move the sale forward. These pauses before a key point acts like a spotlight. So this is like as if you were highlighting something on a book, right? So you want to make the information more memorable and more impactful. And sometimes pauses emphasize. So you might think the opposite because pauses is like complete silence, right? But sometimes pauses create like a little lake of information and say, okay, so this is the lake. This is what you need to be focusing on right now. Get comfortable with silence because this demonstrates confidence, control, and authority. And basically it's gonna separate professional closers from amateurs. After asking any question, you want to count to 3 in your head before speaking again. This will feel uncomfortable at first, but you will sound way more authoritative to them. It's not like you're just trying to fill in the gaps. You need to make the prospect feel like you know what you're doing. So every question needs to be like a curated question that has impact. To move the deal forward. Facial expressions physically changes the shape of your vocal cavity and it directly controls your vocal tonality. So if your tone doesn't match your words, if you look bored or you look uninterested, then the prospects are going to disconnect from you completely. Match the words, the script that you're using with the kind of tonality and the facial expressions that you're using. If you have a dead face, then you talk with a static facial expression and you create a monotone robotic delivery. This is gonna signal that, basically you're just a number, like the prospect is just a number and you are not really there trying to help them. So that's why there needs to be a bond between your face, your words, your tonality, and your ability to deliver the solution to the prospect. Practice speaking with intentional facial expressions like smiling when you're talking about the benefits or maybe squinting slightly for when you're trying to show that you're focusing on the message. These things, it's not about perfect English, it's more about a commanding presence that makes people want to listen and follow your lead. So what I recommend that you do now is that you should record yourself as much as you can and analyze the gap between your perceived voice and your actual voice. And you should listen critically to your volume, your pace, your pauses, and your tonality as much as you can. What if I told you that the way you hear your own voice is completely different from how your prospects hear you? You think you sound confident, but they're hearing hesitation. You think you're being thoughtful, but they're perceiving weakness. This isn't about your English skills, it's about vocal authority, and it's the number one thing separating successful closers from those who struggle. In the next few minutes, I'm going to reveal why your voice might be sabotaging your sales conversations and how to fix it immediately. Most closers think think their biggest problem is finding the right words, but there's something way more dangerous happening. You can have the perfect script, know every objection handler, and understand your product inside and out, but if your voice doesn't command respect, none of that matters. Let me tell you about Marcus, a closer who learned this the hard way. Marcus had been closing for 3 years. He knew his stuff. He could handle any objection, had his pitch memorized, and genuinely believed in his product. When he got on a call with a prospect who had been qualified by his setter as a perfect fit, someone with budget, authority, and genuine need, he felt confident. This was a $50,000 deal waiting to happen. The call started normally. Marcus introduced himself, asked his opening questions, and began building rapport. But something was wrong. The prospect seemed disinterested. His responses were short. Marcus could feel the energy draining from the conversation. Within 30 seconds, the prospect said he needed to think about it and would call back later. He never did. Marcus was confused. He had said all the right things. His questions were on point. His tonality seemed fine to him, but when he listened to the recording later, he heard something completely different. His voice sounded unsure, almost apologetic. He spoke quietly, like he was afraid to take up space in the conversation. There were long pauses filled with and ah. He sounded like he was asking for permission rather than leading the conversation. Here's what Marcus didn't understand. Prospects make credibility decisions within the first 7 seconds of hearing your voice. Not 7 minutes, 7 seconds. Before you even get to your value proposition, before you explain your product, before you handle a single objection, they've already decided whether you're someone worth listening to. This decision happens at a subconscious level based purely on vocal cues. Your voice creates an invisible barrier or bridge before you even start pitching. Think about it this way. When you meet someone in person, you can use body language, facial expressions, and visual cues to build credibility. On a phone call, your voice is doing all that work. It's communicating your confidence, your expertise, and your authority. If your voice doesn't sound like someone who should be trusted with a $50,000 decision, the prospect's brain starts looking for reasons to say no. Research from UCLA shows that vocal authority impacts trust more than visual appearance in sales calls. When people can't see you, they rely even more heavily on vocal cues to determine your credibility. The tone of your voice, the pace of your speech, and the confidence in your delivery become magnified. A study from the Journal of Applied Psychology found that prospects who perceived salespeople as having vocal authority were 73% more likely to move forward in the sales process, regardless of the actual content of their pitch. But here's the scary part. Hesitation in your voice translates directly to hesitation in the prospect's mind about your offer. When you sound uncertain, they become uncertain. When you sound like you're not sure if your product is worth the investment, they start questioning the value. Your vocal uncertainty becomes their buying uncertainty. It's like a mirror. Whatever energy you project through your voice, they reflect back to you. Most closers are completely unaware of their vocal impact. They focus on what they're saying instead of how they're saying it. They practice their scripts but never practice their delivery. They record role plays to check their responses but never analyze their vocal patterns. They think that as long as they know their stuff, their voice will naturally sound confident. This is a huge mistake. Passive vocal patterns trigger the prospect's no response automatically. When you speak with a questioning tone instead of a stating tone, you're literally asking them to disagree with you. When you speak too quietly, you're communicating that you don't believe your message is important enough to be heard clearly. When you fill silence with filler words, you're showing them that you're not comfortable with authority. Think about the last time you heard someone speak with true authority. Maybe it was a doctor explaining a diagnosis, a pilot making an announcement, or a teacher giving instructions. They didn't ask for permission to speak. They didn't apologize for taking up your time. They stated facts with confidence and expected you to listen. That's the energy prospects need to feel from you. Your accent doesn't matter. Your grammar doesn't have to be perfect. Your vocabulary doesn't need to be extensive. But your voice needs to communicate that you're someone who deserves respect and attention. It needs to sound like you believe in what you're saying and you expect them to take action based on your recommendations. Vocal authority is the foundation that makes everything else possible. It's not about sounding like someone else or putting on a fake persona. It's about speaking with the confidence that matches your expertise. When you master vocal authority, your objection handling becomes more effective because prospects believe you when you address their concerns. Your closes become more powerful because your voice communicates certainty. Your entire sales process becomes smoother because you're leading the conversation instead of hoping they'll follow along. The difference between a closer who struggles and one who succeeds often comes comes down to this one thing. The successful closer sounds like someone who should be trusted with important decisions. Their voice commands attention and respect. They speak with conviction, not just content. But here's what's really wild. The voice you think you have isn't the voice they're hearing. Right now, as you're listening to this, your brain is lying to you about how you actually sound. Every word coming out of your mouth sounds different to you than it does to everyone else. This isn't some weird psychological trick. It's basic science, and it's costing you sales every single day. When you speak, you hear your voice through bone conduction. Sound vibrations travel directly through your skull to your inner ear. This gives you a perception of a fuller, deeper, more resonant sound. But everyone else hears your voice through air conduction, sound waves traveling through the air to their ears. The result is a higher pitched, less resonant sound that can be completely different from what you think you're projecting. This creates a massive disconnect between your self-perception and reality. You think you sound confident and authoritative, but prospects might be hearing something weak and uncertain. You believe your voice commands respect, but they're perceiving hesitation. You feel like you're speaking with conviction, but to them, you sound like you're asking for permission. This illusion makes closers dangerously overconfident in their vocal delivery while being completely unaware of their actual impact on prospects. You practice your pitch in the mirror, and to you, it sounds perfect. You run through objection handlers, and your voice seems strong and persuasive. But the moment you get on a live call, prospects are hearing something entirely different. They're making snap judgments about your credibility based on a voice that doesn't match what you think you're giving them. Here's the uncomfortable truth that most people hate to face. When you hear your recorded voice, you're finally hearing what everyone else has been hearing all along. That jarring, unfamiliar sound that makes you cringe, that's your real voice. That's what prospects hear when you're trying to close them on a high-ticket offer. The reason you don't like it is because your brain has been conditioned to expect the version you hear in your head. This disconnect hits international closers particularly hard. If you're already feeling uncertain about your English, the voice illusion amplifies these insecurities. You might think your accent sounds fine to you, but prospects could be struggling to understand you. You believe your grammar mistakes aren't noticeable, but they're being magnified through the air-conducted version of your voice. The confidence you feel internally doesn't translate to the external reality. Most closers avoid listening to their recorded calls because of this discomfort. They focus on what they said instead of how they sounded. They analyze their responses and objection handling but never examine their vocal delivery. This avoidance creates a cycle where they repeat the same vocal mistakes in every sales call without ever realizing it. You might be speaking too quietly, thinking you sound calm and controlled, while prospects hear uncertainty and lack of conviction. You could be rushing through your pitch, believing you sound efficient and knowledgeable while they perceive nervousness and pressure. You might think your pauses make you sound thoughtful, but they're actually hearing awkward silence filled with doubt. The false confidence this creates is dangerous. You walk into sales calls believing your voice projects authority, but you're actually undermining your credibility from the first hello. Every word you speak is creating a different impression than what you intended. Your closing percentage suffers, and you blame it on your script, your leads, or your offer, never realizing that your voice is the real culprit. This is why some closers can say all the right things and still lose deals. They have perfect responses to objections, know their product inside and out, and follow proven frameworks, but their voice doesn't match their expertise. Prospects make decisions based on what they hear, not what the closer thinks they're communicating. The solution starts with desensitization to your real voice. You need to become comfortable with how you actually sound, not how you think you sound. This requires repeatedly listening to recordings of yourself until your brain recalibrates. The initial discomfort is normal. Everyone experiences it. But the closers who push through this discomfort and face the reality of their vocal delivery are the ones who make real improvements. Recording yourself regularly is the only way to bridge this gap between perception and reality. You can't fix what you can't hear. Every sales call you make without knowing how you really sound is a missed opportunity to improve. The voice coach who can't hear their own delivery problems, the presentation expert who doesn't realize they're putting prospects to sleep with their monotone delivery. Start by recording a 5-minute conversation with yourself. Talk about your product, handle an objection, or practice your opening. Don't script it. Speak naturally like you would on a real call. Then listen to it immediately. Notice the difference between what you thought you sounded like and what you actually sound like. Pay attention to your volume, your pace, your energy, and your confidence level. The first time you do this, you'll probably want to stop listening within 30 seconds. That's normal. Your brain is being confronted with reality and it's uncomfortable. But this discomfort is the first step toward real improvement. You have to get comfortable with your actual voice before you can start improving it. Do this exercise every day for a week. Record yourself having different types of conversations, presenting your offer, handling objections, building rapport, asking questions. Listen to each recording completely, even when it makes you uncomfortable. Over time, your brain will adjust to hearing your real voice, and you'll start noticing patterns and areas for improvement that were invisible before. Once you hear what prospects actually hear, you'll understand why volume is your secret weapon. There's a specific volume level that instantly signals authority. Most closers never find it. They think volume is just about being loud enough to be heard, but it's actually about conveying vitality and confidence. Your volume tells prospects whether you believe in what you're saying before they even process your words. Volume isn't just about decibels, it's about energy. When you speak with proper volume, you're literally moving air, creating vibrations that prospects can feel. This physical impact makes them pay attention. Low volume doesn't just make you hard to hear, it communicates uncertainty, weakness, and lack of conviction. High volume doesn't just make you loud, it can signal desperation, aggression, or insecurity. Speaking too quietly signals uncertainty, while speaking too loudly signals desperation. When you speak below your natural volume, you're essentially apologizing for taking up space in the conversation. You're communicating that your message isn't important enough to be heard clearly. Prospects subconsciously interpret this as you not believing in your own offer. They think if you don't believe it's worth speaking up for, why should they believe it's worth buying? On the flip side, speaking too loudly creates a different problem. It makes you sound pushy, desperate, or like you're trying to force your message on them. Prospects feel attacked rather than engaged. They become defensive and start looking for ways to get off the call. Your volume becomes a wall between you and them instead of a bridge. The sweet spot for authority without aggression is a 6 to 7 out of 10 volume level. This is the level where your voice has enough power to command attention, but not so much that it overwhelms. At this volume, you sound like someone who expects to be heard and respected. You're not asking for permission to speak. You're claiming your space in the conversation. This 6 to 7 level has a physical effect. It can move and vibrate listeners, allowing them to feel your energy. When you speak at this volume, prospects don't just hear your words, they feel your presence. This creates an immediate sense of authority and credibility. They subconsciously think that someone who speaks with this level of confidence must know what they're talking about. But here's where most closers mess up. They stick to one volume level throughout the entire conversation. Consistent volume creates monotony, while strategic volume variation creates engagement. If you stay at a 7 the whole time, your voice becomes background noise. Prospects zone out because there's no variation to hold their attention. The key is learning to modulate your volume strategically. You can draw people in by lowering your volume when emphasizing important points. This forces them to lean in and pay closer attention. Then you can push a point by raising your volume slightly to make it more impactful. This variation keeps prospects engaged and gives you control over the conversation's energy. Think about how a skilled presenter uses volume. They start with moderate volume to establish presence. They lower their voice when sharing something intimate or important, creating a sense of exclusivity. They raise their voice when making a crucial point, ensuring it lands with impact. This isn't manipulation, it's communication mastery. Cultural differences in volume perception create additional challenges for international closers. What sounds assertive in one culture might sound aggressive in another. American business culture generally expects higher volume levels than many Asian or European cultures. If you're used to speaking more quietly in your home country, you might need to adjust your baseline volume upward for American prospects. The good news is that cultural differences in volume are easier to adapt to than accent or grammar issues. You can practice speaking at different volume levels without changing your natural speech patterns. Focus on finding your 6 to 7 level and getting comfortable maintaining it throughout a conversation. Proper volume eliminates the need for filler words and hesitation. When you speak with adequate volume, you're forced to commit to your words. You can't mumble your way through uncertain thoughts. This naturally reduces and like, because you're speaking with intention and conviction. Volume also affects your breathing patterns. When you speak too quietly, you tend to breathe shallowly, which creates tension and nervousness. When you speak with proper volume, you breathe more deeply, which naturally calms your nervous system and makes you sound more confident. Your volume directly impacts the prospect's subconscious perception of your expertise. Someone who speaks with consistent, appropriate volume is perceived as more knowledgeable, trustworthy, and competent. This isn't conscious. Prospects don't think this person speaks loudly, so they must be an expert. Instead, their brain automatically associates vocal confidence with professional competence. This is particularly important for high-ticket sales. signals. When someone is considering a significant investment, they need to believe you're an authority figure. Your volume is one of the first and most consistent signals of that authority. Every word you speak at the wrong volume is undermining your credibility and making the close more difficult. Volume is described as the lifeblood of your voice, giving life to every other vocal foundation. Without proper volume, your tonality falls flat, your pace becomes irrelevant, and your pauses lose their impact. It's the foundation that makes everything else possible. Practice finding your 6 to 7 level by recording yourself speaking at different volumes. Start at what feels like a whisper and gradually increase until you feel like you're shouting. Identify where 6 to 7 feels natural and comfortable. This is your authority baseline. Then practice volume variation. Record yourself delivering the same message with different volume patterns. Notice how the meaning and impact change based on when you raise or lower your voice. This skill gives you control over the conversation's energy and direction. Mastering volume variation transforms you from someone who talks at prospects to someone who commands their attention and guides their emotional experience. You become the leader of the conversation instead of just another voice on their phone. But volume without rhythm is like having a sports car with no steering wheel. Elite closers use speech rate like a master musician uses tempo, and it's more powerful than any closing technique you've ever learned. Your pace controls the prospect's emotional state, their attention span, and their decision-making process. Most closers speak at one speed the entire call, killing their chances before they even get to the close. Speech rate variation creates emphasis and maintains attention throughout long sales conversations. When you slow down for important points, you're essentially putting a spotlight on that information. The prospect's brain recognizes the pace change and pays closer attention. When you speed up for transitions or less critical content, you create variety that prevents monotony. This isn't about being fast or slow, it's about being intentional with your pacing. Think about how your favorite podcast host or speaker keeps you engaged. They don't talk at the same speed for 30 minutes straight. They slow down when they want you to really absorb something important. They speed up when they're moving between topics. They use pace changes to create a rhythm that keeps you hooked. Your sales conversations need the same intentional rhythm. Monotone pacing puts prospects into a mental checkout mode within minutes. When you maintain the same speed throughout your entire presentation, their brain stops processing your words as individual pieces of information. Instead, your voice becomes background noise. They start thinking about their emails, their next meeting, or what they're having for lunch. You lose them mentally long before they tell you they need to think about it. This mental checkout happens faster than you think. Research shows that people's attention spans drop significantly when exposed to monotone delivery. Your prospect might be saying, and I see, but their mind has already wandered. They're not processing your value proposition, your social proof, or your closing arguments. You're basically talking to yourself while they wait for an opportunity to end the call. The strategy is simple but powerful. Slow down for important points and speed up for transitions. When you're explaining your core value proposition, slow your pace down. Let each word land with impact. When you're sharing social proof or case studies, reduce your speed so they can visualize the results. When you're handling objections, slow down to show confidence and authority in your response. For transitions between topics, speed up slightly. This signals to the prospect that you're moving to something new and helps maintain forward momentum. When you're asking questions, vary your pace based on the importance of the question. Big qualifying questions deserve slower delivery. Simple clarifying questions can be delivered faster. International closers can use intentional pacing to mask any accent concerns. When you're worried about pronunciation or grammar, the natural tendency is to speed up and rush through words. This makes accent issues more noticeable and harder to understand. Instead, slow down deliberately. Give each word space to breathe. This makes your accent less noticeable and gives prospects time to process your words. Slower pacing also gives you more time to think in English rather than translating from your native language. When you rush, you're more likely to make grammar mistakes or use awkward phrasing. When you slow down, you can choose your words more carefully and speak more naturally. Your accent becomes less of an issue when prospects can easily understand every word you're saying. The psychological impact of strategic pauses on prospect decision-making is massive. When you pause after asking a closing question, you force them to process and respond. Most closers are terrified of silence and immediately start talking again, which lets the prospect off the hook. The pause creates pressure that encourages them to fill the silence with their thoughts and concerns. Pauses also give prospects time to internalize your message. When you share a powerful benefit or case study, a strategic pause lets them imagine how it applies to their situation. Without the pause, you're moving too quickly for them to connect emotionally with your offer. The pause is where the magic happens, where they start seeing themselves as your customer. Varying speech rate prevents the prospect's mind from wandering during presentations. When you change your pace regularly, their brain stays engaged because it has to keep adjusting to your rhythm. This constant micro adjustment keeps them present and focused on your words. They can't zone out because your pace keeps changing in ways that demand their attention. Think of it like driving on a winding road versus a straight highway. On the straight highway, you can zone out and drive on autopilot. On the winding road, you have to stay alert and engaged. Your speech rate variations create the winding road experience that keeps prospects mentally present throughout your entire presentation. This technique works especially well during longer presentations or demos. Instead of losing them after 10 minutes, you can maintain their attention for 30, 40, or even 60 minutes by strategically varying your pace. Each pace change resets their attention and pulls them back into the conversation. Rhythm creates emotional connection beyond logical arguments. When you master speech rate variation, you're not just sharing information, you're creating an experience. The prospect feels like they're having a dynamic conversation with someone who understands the importance of what they're saying. This emotional connection is what separates good closers from great ones. The rhythm of your speech influences their emotional state. Faster pacing creates excitement and urgency. Slower pacing creates intimacy and importance. By controlling your rhythm, you're controlling their emotional journey throughout the sales process. You can build excitement about the opportunity, create urgency around timing, and establish intimacy during problem identification. Speech rate mastery allows you to guide prospect emotions and maintain engagement throughout the entire sales process. You become the conductor of the conversation, controlling the tempo and emotional flow. This level of control is what separates elite closers from everyone else. Now, here's where most closers completely sabotage themselves with one simple habit. The most powerful word in sales isn't a word at all. It's the space between words. While closers obsess over perfect scripts and flawless objection handlers, they completely ignore the silence that actually sells. Strategic pauses eliminate filler words and create moments of authority that make prospects lean in and listen. The space between your words is where credibility lives. Most closers fear silence and fill it with and like, instantly destroying credibility. They think these sounds buy them time to think, but they're actually broadcasting uncertainty to prospects. Every filler word tells the prospect that you're not sure what you're saying. You sound unprepared, nervous, and lacking confidence. These tiny sounds create massive damage to your authority. The fear of silence runs deep. Most people can't handle even 3 seconds of quiet without panicking and filling it with noise. They worry the prospect will think they don't know what they're talking about. They fear the conversation will become awkward or that they'll lose momentum. This fear drives them to pollute their speech with meaningless sounds that make them sound amateur. But here's what actually happens during a pause. Prospects get time to process information and internalize your message. When you share a benefit and then pause, they're not sitting there judging your silence. They're thinking about how that benefit applies to their situation. They're visualizing themselves using your product or service. They're connecting emotionally with your offer. The pause creates the mental space where buying decisions happen. Think about how you process information in normal conversation. When someone tells you something important, you need a moment to absorb it. If they immediately start talking about something else, you never get that processing time. The same thing happens in sales. When you rush from point to point without pausing, prospects never get the chance to internalize your message. They hear your words, but they don't feel their impact. Silence after a question forces the prospect to respond rather than letting you continue talking. This is where most closers completely sabotage themselves. They ask a closing question and then immediately start talking again. They get nervous about the silence and fill it with additional information, giving the prospect an easy way out. The pause after a question creates pressure that encourages a response. When you ask, "Does this make sense for your business?" and then stay silent, the prospect has to engage. They can't just listen passively anymore. They have to process the question and give you an answer. This engagement is what moves the sale forward. Without the pause, you're just delivering a monologue while they wait for you to finish. Pauses create dramatic emphasis and make your key points more memorable. When you slow down and pause before sharing an important benefit, you're telling the prospect's brain to pay attention. The pause acts like a spotlight, highlighting the information that follows. Without the pause, your key points get lost in the flow of continuous speech. This emphasis technique works because our brains are wired to notice changes in pattern. When you've been speaking at a consistent pace and then suddenly pause, the change grabs attention. The silence creates anticipation about what's coming next. This anticipation makes the following information more impactful and memorable. International closers can use pauses to think in English rather than translating from their native language. Instead of rushing through words and making grammar mistakes, the pause gives you time to formulate your thoughts properly. This eliminates the pressure to speak quickly and allows you to choose your words more carefully. Your English becomes clearer and more natural. The pause also masks any accent concerns. When you speak too quickly, accent differences become more noticeable. When you use strategic pauses, you give prospects time to adjust to your speaking pattern. They can process your words more easily, making your accent less of a barrier. The pause becomes a tool for clearer communication. Comfortable silence demonstrates confidence and control. When you can pause without filling the space with nervous sounds, you're showing the prospect that you're in charge of the conversation. You're not desperately trying to keep their attention with constant chatter. You're confident enough in your message to let it breathe. This confidence is magnetic and builds trust. The ability to be comfortable with silence sets professionals apart from amateurs. Skilled doctors pause before explaining a diagnosis. Experienced lawyers pause before making important points. Elite performers pause for dramatic effect. The pause signals expertise and authority. It shows you're thoughtful about what you're saying rather than just filling time with words. Mastering strategic pauses requires practice and intentionality. Start by identifying where filler words typically appear in your speech. Usually, they show up when you're transitioning between thoughts or when you're uncertain about what to say next. Instead of filling these moments with or deliberately pause. The silence will feel uncomfortable at first, but it sounds authoritative to prospects. Practice the 3-second rule. After asking any question, count to 3 before saying anything else. This gives the prospect time to process and respond. Most closers can't handle 3 seconds of silence, but this small pause can dramatically increase your closing percentage. The discomfort you feel during the pause is nothing compared to the authority you gain. Record yourself having practiced conversations and count your filler words. Then practice the same conversation with strategic pauses instead of fillers. You'll notice how much more professional and confident you sound. The pauses transform your delivery from nervous rambling to authoritative communication. Strategic pauses transform you from someone who talks at prospects to someone who commands their attention and respect. You become the conductor of the conversation, controlling the pace and emphasis. Prospects feel like they're having a thoughtful discussion with an expert rather than being pitched by someone who's nervous and uncertain. But there's one final element that ties everything together, and it's hiding in plain sight. Your facial expression controls your voice more than your vocal cords do, and prospects can hear your face through the phone. This sounds impossible, but it's scientific fact. When you smile, your cheeks lift and change the shape of your vocal cavity. When you frown, your face tightens and restricts airflow. When you look confused, your voice carries that uncertainty. Prospects don't see your face, but they absolutely hear it in every word you say. Tonality is the emotion underneath your words that determines how prospects feel about your message. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. You can recite the perfect value proposition with flawless grammar, but if your tonality doesn't match your message, prospects will feel the disconnect. They might not consciously notice it, but their gut tells them something is off. This feeling kills trust before you even get to the close. You can say the right words with perfect grammar, but still lose the sale if your tonality doesn't match. Think about the last time someone said, "I'm fine," but you knew they weren't. Their words said one thing, but their tone said another. You trusted the tone, not the words. Your prospects do the same thing. When your tonality doesn't align with your message, they sense incongruence and become skeptical. This mismatch happens more often than you think. You might be excited about your product, but your voice sounds bored. You could be confident in your solution, but your tone carries doubt. You may want to help them, but your delivery sounds pushy. These contradictions create internal conflict in the prospect's mind. They don't know which signal to trust, so they default to skepticism. Facial expressions directly influence vocal tonality even during phone calls. Your face acts as the remote control for injecting emotion into your voice. When you get nervous, your face often goes blank, which removes emotion from your voice and can make your message less impactful. To effectively communicate and connect with prospects, you must move your face to match the emotion you want to convey. Here's how this works physically. When you raise your eyebrows, your voice naturally becomes more animated and engaging. When you squint slightly, your voice carries more intensity and focus. When you open your mouth wider, your voice becomes more open and friendly. These aren't acting techniques, they're natural physiological responses that happen automatically. Most closers conduct sales calls with dead faces. They stare at their computer screen or look around their room while talking. Their facial muscles remain static, which creates monotone delivery. They sound like robots reading scripts instead of humans having conversations. This robotic tone tells prospects they're being sold to, not helped. The concept that prospects buy based on how you make them feel, not just what you say, is fundamental to sales success. Logic tells them what they need. Emotion tells them what they want. Your tonality is what triggers the emotional response. When your tone matches your message, prospects feel confident about your expertise. When it doesn't, they feel uncertain about your credibility. Consider how you feel when someone speaks to you with warmth and enthusiasm versus someone who sounds flat and disinterested. The warm person makes you feel valued and important. The flat person makes you feel like a transaction. Your prospects experience these same emotional reactions based on your tonality. They decide whether to trust you based on how you make them feel, not just what you tell them. International closers can use tonality to overcome any accent or grammar concerns. When your tone is warm, confident, and engaging, prospects focus on the emotion behind your words instead of your pronunciation. They connect with your energy and enthusiasm rather than analyzing your grammar. Your tonality becomes a bridge that crosses language barriers. This is incredibly powerful for non-native speakers. Instead of worrying about perfect English, focus on conveying the right emotions. A closing question delivered with confident tonality is more effective than perfect grammar delivered with uncertain tonality. Prospects respond to how you make them feel, not how perfectly you speak. Your accent can actually become an asset when paired with proper tonality. Many prospects find international accents interesting and engaging, but only when the tonality matches the message. A thick accent with confident tonality sounds exotic and knowledgeable. The same accent with uncertain tonality sounds confusing and unprofessional. Matching your tonality to your message creates congruence and trust. When you're sharing exciting benefits, your voice should carry excitement. When you're discussing serious problems, your tone should reflect that gravity. When you're asking for the sale, your voice should convey confidence and expectation. This alignment makes prospects feel like you genuinely believe in what you're saying. Congruence is what separates authentic communication from manipulation. When your tonality matches your message, prospects sense authenticity. They feel like you're being genuine with them. When there's a mismatch, they sense manipulation and become defensive. Your job is to align your internal emotion with your external expression. Tonality is what separates robotic presentations from compelling conversations. Anyone can memorize a script and recite features and benefits, but only skilled communicators can deliver that information with the right emotional undertone. Your tonality transforms information into inspiration. It turns features into feelings. It converts logic into desire. Think about the difference between listening to a recorded message and having a live conversation. The recorded message might contain the same information, but it lacks the human connection that comes from authentic tonality. Your prospects crave that human connection. They want to feel like they're talking to someone who cares about their success, not just someone reading from a script. Mastering tonality through intentional facial expressions gives you the ability to influence prospect emotions and create genuine connection regardless of your English proficiency level. Practice speaking with different facial expressions and notice how your voice changes. Smile while talking about benefits. Lean forward and squint when discussing problems. Open your eyes wide when sharing exciting results. Your face controls your voice and your voice controls their emotions. Now you understand why vocal authority is the foundation of everything else. Vocal authority isn't about perfect English. It's about commanding presence that makes prospects want to listen and follow your lead. Your accent doesn't matter. Your grammar doesn't need to be flawless. What matters is speaking with the confidence that matches your expertise. Here's your challenge. Record yourself having a 5-minute conversation and analyze what you actually sound like versus what you think you sound like. Listen for your volume, pace, pauses, and tonality. Notice the gap between your perception and reality. Every successful closer had to face this gap between their perceived voice and their actual voice. That's where real growth begins. Hey guys, how you doing? So today I want to tell you about the importance of understanding and using high-ticket sales words and idioms, guys. You can have perfect grammar, pronunciation, and accent, but still, if you don't really understand and are comfortable using the specific high-ticket sales language, then you're at a disadvantage compared to native English speakers and really high-level high-ticket closers. In sales, like anything else, there's specific language, specific idioms, specific acronyms that you should be familiar with, even if you actually don't use them that much. But if at any point during the conversation these words come up, you need to be ready for them. These are the specific words that you should be looking at, and I will actually give you a whole list of acronyms and words that you can actually take a look at in case you find them on real sales calls. Now, the best way to actually get exposed to these, besides just reading up on whole lists, is just watching a bunch of different high-ticket sales from other closers and trying to squeeze out as many of their expressions and vocabulary that they use. I will also give you a whole list of hundreds of sales calls like this so that you can have a lot of material to work with. International closers often use formal textbook English that makes them sound unnatural and inexperienced in high-ticket sales conversations. And this is exactly what you need to be avoiding. Your specific word choices, not your accent, are the ones that are actually signal to prospects whether you are an insider or an outsider in the high-ticket sales world. That's why you need to be really comfortable coming back and forth with these words, using them at the right moment in the right context. Let's say you are an amateur closer, and the amateur closer would say something like, this costs $10,000. But then someone who is more experienced would say something like, okay, so the investment for this solution is going to be $10,000. You see the difference? It's a huge difference because this positions the offer in a different place. And then another example. So let's say an amateur closer says something like, you should buy this because it's good quality. Okay, so as you can see, it's really simple language, but it's really so simple that it's not really conveying any professionalism or anything like that. So a professional would say something like, okay, so this represents exceptional value given the return on investment potential, something like that, right? An amateur would say, okay, so you know what? Many people like these products. A professional closer would say something like, our clients consistently report significant results with this solution. Something like that. So as you can see, there are many different ways that you can approach a certain statements, right? So what I recommend is that you actually spend some time looking up different ways, depending on the offer, of stating the same question, statement, the same idea. That's going to give you a wide array of options to pick from whenever it comes time for you to actually use them in real context, and also give you more choice in case that something works better than the other. I'm going to talk about now the psychological impact of the choice of words that you use. Words like buy, cost, or price. So these words are always triggering spending money, right? So buying, cost, or priced. Now, if you say investment, this triggers more things like return and value, because investment has this connotation of it's an investment, meaning that you're gonna get something in return. So you're gonna get some value in return. You can buy something that you can just consume and just once and let it go, so it's not gonna give you anything on return. So that's why you need to be really specific about the types of words that you choose. Now, think about words like product or features. You're thinking about commodities, so things that you don't really need. These are just like some nice to haves, right? You have words like solution or benefits. These words trigger thoughts of outcomes and results. So you see the difference? So these are very particular. There are hundreds and hundreds of different word choices that can give you different results. So you can play around and see what works best. And also, when you start watching sales calls on YouTube and you start watching other closers during their sessions, what I recommend is just you pay special attention to these word choices. Because remember, from previous sessions, we were talking about really understanding the meaning, right, of words. But then once you know the meaning and the context, then you also want to really get familiar with the impact that those word choices actually have on an actual real sales call. Native English speaking closers, they naturally absorb a sales-specific vocabulary and a set of idioms through cultural immersion, like movies, business, culture, and their day-to-day, basically. Now, this is where they are at an advantage over you, right? You are at a disadvantage. Now, but that's where you actually need to wake up and start consuming as many sales calls as possible, as many role play sessions as possible. You need to catch up as soon as possible, because basically what's going to bridge that gap for you compared to native English speaker closers is the amount of hours that you spend watching others do the thing. All of these closers, they might have like a more natural way of expressing themselves and carry themselves throughout their sales calls, and they have like a more natural way of using words and expressions and all that stuff. But you can try to make up for that very, very soon if you actually immerse yourself in a lot of practice, in watching a lot of sales calls and in practicing yourself. Now, the thing is, you learn formal, grammatically correct English, but you miss the nuance and the culturally weighed expressions that build the rapport and sound natural. I also recommend that you watch other kinds of contents like business advice, maybe podcasts about specific industries that you think would be relevant to be more familiar with when you are facing your sales calls, or maybe podcasts about specific issues that, maybe it's just some psychology podcasts or some podcasts relating to like self-improvement, or anything really that you think will actually give you an edge, will give you like a more rich vocabulary and a more rich set of options. Because remember, sales calls is also about telling stories, being able to share a specific situation that worked for somebody else. You never know basically where you're gonna get the inspiration. Now, let me give you some examples of some idioms that you could find. Okay, so let's circle back on this. Compare that to let's discuss this later. So as you can see, it's a really simple way. We need to move the needle versus we need to make significant progress. But the first option sounds more natural and more like something that a native English speaker would say. Another expression would be, this is just the low-hanging fruits, right? So it's more colloquial, but it makes you connect on a deeper level because you're using more informal language, more colloquial language that can help you build up the connection that you need. Now, American closers use sports and business metaphors a lot to basically that create that instant subconscious connection. You can say things like, hitting a home run or touching base. Now, when prospects hear familiar language patterns, they relax and they trust you. Also, remember that unfamiliar, even if correct patterns, they create distance and skepticism. I noticed that a lot of English students, they get stuck a lot with phrasal verbs. And I'm telling you, like phrasal verbs, they are used constantly on the day-to-day communication. And in sales calls, you're going to find these verbs a lot. So you need to be very much familiar with them so that you can not only understand them when they come up, but also use them so that you sound closer to the prospects. There's a number of words that are specific terms that make prospects comfortable with high-ticket decisions. This could transform you from a salesperson to an expert, right? Instead of expensive, you can use, this is an investment-grade opportunity, or this is premium positioning, right? Instead of cheap, you can say things like cost-effective or value-optimized. Instead of features, you can say capabilities or benefits. Instead of customers, you can say clients or partners, right? The list is infinite. You can really sit down and try to come up with a whole list of this. I'm just giving you some examples so that you can see. But like I said, the best way to find these words and expressions is to actually sit down yourself on your own time and watch a whole list of different sales calls and watch, dozens of hours so that you can actually see what's mostly commonly used. Let's explore what success looks like. I'm curious about your perspective on this, right? You can say, I understand your concern. That's an interesting perspective. Let me share some additional context. Okay, things like that. Now, let me give you some other examples for amateur versus professional language. So an amateur would say, can you afford this? A professional would say, does this align with your budget options? Each professional word builds up on the last and it creates a cumulative effect that frames you as an expert. There's a lot of danger if you actually recognize words or expressions, but then you just assume that this word or this expression can be used anywhere and in any context. Using sophisticated words in the wrong context, like let's optimize your pain points, hurts your credibility more than using simple words correctly. Flashcards teach definitions, but not usage. They don't teach you the feeling of a word or when it sounds natural to a native speaker. If you actually want to understand the use of the word, then you need to try to see the word in different contexts and in different situations so that you can actually remember when is the right time to use that expression or that word. Now, instead of memorizing a word, you need to practice using it in 10 different realistic sales scenarios. This is going to build an intuitive understanding of when and how to use those words or those expressions. Let's say you watch a sales call, right? Let's say you learn 10 expressions or 15 expressions. So you want to write them down, do a role play with a partner or maybe an AI, because AIs are great to do this too. And you need to force yourself to use them. The word opportunity feels different with 3 phrases. This is a great opportunity for your business. Compare that to, I have an opportunity to show you. This sounds more like a salesy way. Let's go with a more collaborative approach. Let's explore this opportunity together. So as you can see, this puts you like on the same level, on the same position, and it's basically requesting the prospect to join you onto the conversation so that you're not pushing him. You don't come off as needy. Now, the key here is to develop the same intuitive feeling for words that native speakers have, which comes from basically practicing them in context, not in isolation. You see, that's why I don't recommend to just go through a list and then just try to memorize those words. Look at the list, but then try to use those words onto real context and try to find those words on real context. Again, you can go back to websites like Youglish or Filmots, right? These are websites where you can actually find actual videos where those words or expressions are being used in context. And you can find many times hundreds of different examples of that expression. So, the more words that you're used to, like sales words and sales expressions, the easier it's gonna get for you to be able to use them in the right context without having really to push your brain really hard, because you're already so familiar with the use of those words that it just comes out naturally. And this is what native English speakers do, and this is what like the top 1% of closers do. They have seen those words being used so often that they just come out naturally. There's a big difference between passive memory and active memory. Passive memory would be, reading a list. The problem with this approach is that yes, if I put you to the test, you probably will be able to spit out, maybe 80% of the list, right? But if I put you in a real sales call under real pressure, you might just freeze because all you did was just taking a look at an isolated list. So you're gonna freeze and maybe you can remember 10% of those words and you might not even use them properly in the right context. If you are actually pulling words from memory, from like an actual contextual memory, this stays strong under stress, and this is where you wanna be. A way to practice this is to respond to common sales situations using only professional vocabulary under a time limit. Let's put it this way. So let's say I give you like 20 different expressions or idioms or acronyms or sales terms, right? I put you on the spot and I tell you, okay, listen, you need to actually use them, but I give you a time limit. If you run out of time, then you fail. So this is gonna put you in an artificial, stressful situation because you're gonna be forced to use them. You want to find artificial ways to create the stress to test out your ability to remember and pull out those expressions from your memory and use them in the right context. Basically, you want to switch between basic sales conversations with more professional-based vocabulary and then practice with the different approaches and to see what feels more natural. And there will be a point where being more professional will sound way more natural to you. And this is also fed by the fact of watching others perform their sales calls. This is gonna give you like a first view perspective on how it's supposed to be and how those expressions are supposed to be used. So you're gonna see yourself in that position, and every time you see yourself saying other expressions, like more basic expressions, you're gonna feel dumb, and that's good. So you want to put yourself in a position so that you feel the stress, and you want to compare yourself with the native English speakers on the top 1% closers so that you can see how those expressions are supposed to be used. The key here is repetition. Your brain develops a preference for professional language, and this frees up your mental energy to focus on the prospect instead of searching for words. The more you practice, the more these words will just pop up in your head. The less you have to push them to come up, the more time and energy you will be able to invest figuring out how you can help the prospects. The change in how you sound is dramatic and immediate, right? So leading to an increased confidence and a shift in how prospects perceive you. And not only prospects, but how you perceive yourself. I want you to think of this other sentence. I understand you think it's expensive, but maybe I can give a small discount. See, that sounds cheap, right? It sounds simplistic and cheap. Compare that to this. I appreciate your concern about the investment level. Let's explore the projected return on investment. As you can see, here you're also being empathetic with the person. So you are approaching it in a professional manner, and you're also providing a solution, a collaborative solution, trying to explore different options and trying to let him see about the benefits. How do you measure all this? Because to me, it all comes down to the ability to measure your progress. So prospects ask more intelligent questions, and they share more information and discuss budgets more openly because they perceive you as a fellow professional. So this is a good way to measure how your vocabulary and your sales terms are being used in a better way over time, because the more likely it is that the prospects will show this attitude towards you, and you start seeing yourself as a bilingual professional helping clients make strategic decisions. You want to change both the perspective of the prospect from you and the perspective that you have about yourself. I always try to come up with a systematic approach to everything. Top closers use a structured 3-phase system and they don't use a random learning process. Phase 1 is the foundation, where you actually target acquisition via contextual flashcards and watching videos. So you need to watch a lot of videos, watch podcasts, watch the words being used in English, for example, and in other sales calls, and make sure that you take note about all of these words. And then the second phase is application, where you can actually make drills either with AI or with real humans and try to find other people that are also learning to improve their sales skills in English to become a high-ticket closer. And you can actually join school groups or Discord groups or whatever, and then just try to practice all of these words. The final third phase is active recall for automation. So meaning that you actually need to put yourself in a position to force yourself to remember those words. In this case, like a specific set of expressions, or you get them confused. For example, like you don't use them in the right context, then you know that you need to be reviewing the meaning of those expressions and then using them more often. You should start today by mastering the most essential word substitutions and replace typical words like cost with investment, product with solution, or buying with moving forward. All right, guys, see you in the next video. Here's what nobody tells international closers. You can have perfect grammar, flawless pronunciation, and zero accent. But if you don't know the difference between investment and cost, between partnership and deal, between exclusive and limited, you'll never close like a native. I've worked with closers who spoke better English than most Americans, but couldn't break $100,000 because they were missing the secret sales vocabulary that turns prospects into buyers. Today, I'm breaking down why mastering the right words and phrases can separate amateur international closers from the pros earning multiple six figures in English-speaking markets. Most international closers think they speak perfect English until they hear a recording of their last failed sales call. There's something wrong with the way they sound, something that makes prospects immediately think foreign salesperson instead of trusted advisor. The problem isn't your accent or your grammar, it's something much more subtle and much more dangerous. International closers use textbook English in high-stakes sales situations. They say things like, "This product is very good," instead of, "This solution delivers exceptional value." They ask, "Do you want to buy this?" instead of, "Are you ready to move forward with this investment?" They sound like they learned English from a business course, not from the real world of high-ticket sales. Your prospects categorize you as foreign based on specific word choices, not your accent. I've worked with closers who sound more American than most Americans, but they still struggle to close because they use the wrong vocabulary. When you say expensive instead of premium, when you say customer instead of client, when you say product instead of solution, you're sending signals that you don't belong in the high-ticket sales world. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Amateur international closers say, "This costs $10,000. $1,000. Professional closers say the investment is $10,000. Amateur closers say you should buy this because it's good quality. Professional closers say this represents exceptional value given the ROI potential. Amateur closers say many people like this product. Professional closers say our clients consistently report significant results. See how different these sound? The amateur version makes you sound like someone selling widgets. The professional version makes you sound like someone managing investments. When you say buy my product instead of make this investment, you destroy trust immediately. The word buy makes prospects think about spending money. The word investment makes them think about returns. The word product makes them think about commodities. The word solution makes them think about outcomes. These aren't just different words. They create completely different psychological responses in your prospect's mind. Your prospects test your market knowledge through linguistic cues without even knowing they're doing it. When you use amateur vocabulary, they subconsciously think, this person doesn't understand my world. When you use professional vocabulary, they think this person gets it. A CEO doesn't want to hear about your cheap option. They want to hear about your cost-effective solution. A business owner doesn't want to hear about problems. They want to hear about challenges and opportunities. Perfect grammar means nothing if you lack sales-specific vocabulary. You can conjugate every verb correctly and still sound like an amateur. You can pronounce every word perfectly and still lose credibility. I've seen international closers with PhD-level English skills who couldn't close a high-ticket sale because they didn't know the difference between purchase and acquisition, between meeting and consultation, between price and investment. This vocabulary gap creates an invisible ceiling on your income potential. When prospects hear amateur language, they assume amateur prices. When they hear professional language, they expect professional prices. The closers earning $100,000 don't just know English. They know sales English. They know the exact words that make prospects feel comfortable spending serious money. The vocabulary barrier gets worse under pressure. When the stakes are high and you're trying to close a $50,000 deal, you revert to the vocabulary you know best. If that vocabulary is textbook English instead of sales English, you'll sound like someone who doesn't belong in that conversation. Your prospect will sense it immediately. Most international closers think vocabulary is just about knowing more words. That's wrong. It's about knowing the right words for the right situation. It's about understanding that in high-ticket sales, every word choice either builds or destroys credibility. When you say guarantee instead of assurance, when you say features instead of benefits, when you say contract instead of agreement, you're pushing prospects away. The difference between amateur and professional vocabulary isn't subtle, it's massive. Amateur closers talk about selling products. Professional closers talk about delivering solutions. Amateur closers discuss prices. Professional closers discuss investment levels. Amateur closers mention customers. Professional closers mention clients and partners. Your credibility comes from using the exact words your prospects expect to hear from experts. When they hear the right vocabulary, they assume you have the right expertise. When they hear the wrong vocabulary, they assume you don't. It's that simple and that powerful. This vocabulary barrier manifests in every sales conversation you have. It shows up when you present your offer, when you handle objections, when you ask for the close. Each time you use amateur vocabulary instead of professional vocabulary, you're telling your prospect that you don't belong in their world of high-ticket purchases. There's a secret sales language that American closers learn naturally, but international closers never discover. This isn't about grammar or pronunciation, it's about a whole vocabulary that native speakers absorb without even trying. They learn it from movies, TV shows, business conversations, and everyday interactions. By the time they start selling, they already know hundreds of sales expressions that sound natural to English-speaking prospects. Native speakers absorb sales idioms from childhood through media and culture. They watch movies where characters talk about closing deals and sealing the deal. They hear business conversations where people discuss moving the needle and low-hanging fruit. They grow up with these expressions in their ears. When they start selling, they don't have to learn this vocabulary. They already know it. They use it naturally because it's part of their cultural DNA. International closers learn formal English but miss the nuanced sales expressions that actually matter in high-ticket sales. You study grammar rules and vocabulary lists. You learn to say, I would like to present you with our premium solution. But you never learn to say, let's explore what success looks like for your organization. You learn textbook English instead of sales English. You sound correct but not natural. American closers use expressions that international closers completely miss. They say, let's circle back on this, instead of let's discuss this again later. They say we need to move the needle instead of we need to make significant progress. They say this is the low-hanging fruit instead of this is the easy opportunity. These aren't just different ways of saying the same thing. They carry cultural weight that makes prospects feel comfortable. The phrase move the needle comes from the idea of making a measurable impact, like moving a gauge or meter. When American closers say this, prospects immediately understand they're talking about significant, measurable results. The phrase low-hanging fruit draws from the concept of easily attainable goals. These expressions aren't just linguistic tools. They're cultural touchstones that convey meaning in a way that textbook English cannot. American closers use metaphors and analogies that feel natural to English-speaking prospects. They talk about hitting a home run when discussing big wins. They mention touching base when they want to follow up. They say we're on the same page when confirming understanding. These sports and business metaphors resonate because they're part of American culture. When you use them correctly, prospects feel like they're talking to someone who understands their world. The psychological impact of using familiar versus unfamiliar language patterns is massive in sales. When prospects hear language they understand and relate to, they relax. Their guard comes down. They start thinking this person gets it instead of this person sounds different. When you use unfamiliar patterns, even if they're grammatically correct, prospects feel distance. They sense you're not from their world. International closers face linguistic barriers that prevent them from competing at the highest levels. You might know thousands of English words, but you don't know the right 50 words for high-ticket sales. You can construct perfect sentences, but you can't construct the sentences that make prospects want to buy. You understand English, but you don't understand the emotional triggers that English-speaking prospects respond to. These barriers show up in every conversation. When American closers say, "What's driving this decision?" International closers say, "What is the reason for this decision?" When American closers say, "Let's talk about your pain points," international closers say, "Let's discuss your problems." When American closers say, "We can scale this solution," international closers say, "We can make this bigger." Same meaning, completely different impact. The cultural context behind these expressions matters more than the words themselves. When an American closer says, "Let's take this offline," they're not just suggesting a private conversation. They're using language that signals insider knowledge of business culture. When they say, "Let's get granular," they're not just asking for details. They're speaking the language of executives and decision makers. American closers leverage shared cultural references that international closers miss entirely. They make references to American sports, business practices, and cultural norms that feel natural to prospects. They use idioms that have been part of American business culture for decades. This creates an instant connection that international closers struggle to replicate. The gap between knowing English and knowing sales English creates an invisible ceiling for international closers. You can communicate clearly, but you can't communicate persuasively. You can be understood, but you can't be influential. The difference isn't about being fluent in English. It's about being fluent in the specific English that makes prospects comfortable spending serious money. These linguistic gaps separate international closers from native level performance in measurable ways. Native speakers don't just sound different, they trigger different responses, they create different feelings, they build different levels of trust. When prospects hear native level sales vocabulary, they assume native level expertise. The specific words and phrases that create these barriers are learnable, but only if you know exactly which ones matter most. I'm about to show you a selection of words that can double your closing rate in the next 30 days. These aren't random vocabulary words. These are the specific terms that high-ticket closers use to sound like experts instead of salespeople. When you master these words, prospects stop seeing you as someone trying to sell them something and start seeing you as someone who understands their world. High-impact vocabulary transforms average closers into top performers in ways that most people don't understand. It's not about sounding smart or using big words. It's about using the right words that make prospects feel comfortable spending serious money. The closers earning $100,000 know these words instinctively. They use them naturally in every conversation. When you start using them, you'll sound like you belong in their league. Most international closers know thousands of English words but are missing these crucial ones that actually matter in sales. You might know 10,000 English words, but if you don't know the difference between cost and investment, between meeting and consultation, between problem and challenge, you'll never close like a native. These specific words are the difference between sounding like a textbook and sounding like a professional. Let me show you specific high-ticket sales words that instantly elevate your perceived expertise. Instead of saying expensive, you say investment grade or premium positioning. Instead of saying cheap, you say cost-effective or value-optimized. Instead of saying problems, you say challenges or opportunities. Instead of saying features, you say capabilities or benefits. Each word choice signals to prospects that you understand their world of high-level business decisions. The difference between saying expensive versus investment grade or premium positioning completely changes how prospects perceive your offer. When you say expensive, prospects think about money leaving their accounts. When you say investment grade, they think about returns and value. When you say premium positioning, they think about status and exclusivity. Same concept, totally different psychological impact. The word expensive makes them want to negotiate down. The phrase investment grade makes them want to understand the returns. American closers use rapport-building expressions unconsciously that international closers never learn. They say, let's explore what success looks like instead of, let's talk about what you want. They say, I'm curious about your perspective instead of, what do you think? They say, that's a great question instead of, yes, I understand. These expressions create connection and make prospects feel heard and understood. These words trigger different psychological responses in prospects' minds that directly impact your closing rate. When you say solution instead of product, prospects think about outcomes instead of features. When you say partner instead of vendor, they think about relationships instead of transactions. When you say consultation instead of meeting, they think about expertise instead of sales calls. Each word choice moves them closer to buying or further away from buying. The words you use to handle objections matter just as much as the words you use to present your offer. Instead of saying, that's not true, you say, I understand your concern. Instead of saying, you're wrong, you say, that's an interesting perspective. Instead of saying, let me convince you, you say, let me share some additional context. These subtle changes keep prospects engaged instead of defensive. When prospects say they need to think about it, amateur closers say, what do you need to think about? Professional closers say, what additional information would help you move forward confidently? When prospects say the price is too high, amateur closers say, I can give you a discount. Professional closers say, let's explore the investment relative to the projected returns. Same objection, completely different response strategy. The way you ask for the close reveals everything about your vocabulary level. Amateur closers say, do you want to buy this? Professional closers say, are you ready to move forward? Amateur closers say, can you afford this? Professional closers say, does this align with your budget parameters? Amateur closers say, when will you decide? Professional closers say, what's your decision timeline? Your vocabulary affects how prospects perceive your prices before you even mention numbers. When you use professional vocabulary throughout the conversation, prospects expect professional pricing. When you use amateur vocabulary, they expect amateur pricing. The words you use in the first 5 minutes of a conversation determine whether prospects will accept high-ticket pricing or negotiate you down. These 50 words create compound effects throughout your sales conversations. Each professional word choice builds on the previous one. By the end of the conversation, prospects either see you as an expert worth paying premium prices or as an amateur who should offer discounts. The cumulative effect of vocabulary choices determines your closing rate more than any other factor. The transformative power of precise vocabulary choices becomes obvious once you start using these words consistently. Prospects respond differently to you. They ask different questions. They raise different objections. They make decisions faster. Your entire sales experience changes when you sound like someone who belongs in high-ticket sales conversations. Mastering these expressions creates the foundation for native-level sales conversations that generate consistent six-figure income. But knowing the words isn't enough. You need to understand exactly when and how to use them naturally in real conversations. You can memorize every sales word in the dictionary, but if you use them wrong, you'll sound like a robot reading from a script. I've heard international closers use words like synergy and optimization in situations where they made no sense at all. They thought using sophisticated vocabulary would make them sound professional. Instead, they sounded like someone who learned English from a business textbook instead of real conversations. Traditional vocabulary learning methods fail in sales contexts because they focus on memorizing definitions instead of understanding usage. You sit with flashcards trying to remember that leverage means to use something effectively, but you don't learn that saying, let's leverage this opportunity sounds natural, while let's leverage your budget sounds weird. Flashcards teach you what words mean. They don't teach you when to use them or how they feel to native speakers. Using sophisticated words in wrong contexts actually hurts your credibility more than using simple words correctly. When you say, let's optimize your pain points, you sound like someone who doesn't understand how English works. When you say, we need to leverage this synergy, you sound like a parody of a business person. Your prospect thinks you're trying too hard to sound smart instead of actually being helpful. The difference between knowing a word and knowing when to use it naturally is massive in sales conversations. You might know that facilitate means to make something easier, but you don't know that saying I'll facilitate your purchase sounds robotic while I'll help you move forward sounds natural. You know the definition, but you don't know the feeling. Native speakers choose words based on how they feel, not what they mean. Contextual usage drills transform awkward phrasing into smooth conversations by showing you exactly when and how to use specific words. Instead of memorizing that investment sounds better than cost, you practice using investment in 10 different sales situations. You learn to say the investment is $10,000 when presenting pricing. You learn to say what's your investment timeline when qualifying prospects. You learn to say this represents a solid investment when handling objections. Same word, different contexts, different results. Let me show you how the same word changes meaning in different sales situations. The word solution works perfectly when you say we've developed a solution for companies like yours, but it sounds wrong when you say what's your solution to this problem. The word partnership works when you say we're looking for a long-term partnership, but it sounds pushy when you say are you ready for this partnership? Native speakers know these distinctions instinctively. International closers have to learn them consciously. The word opportunity changes completely based on context. When you say this is a great opportunity for your business, it sounds professional. When you say I have an opportunity to show you, it sounds like you're selling something. When you say let's explore this opportunity together, it sounds collaborative. Same word, 3 different feelings, 3 different results. Timing and context matter more than vocabulary size because prospects respond to how words feel, not what they mean. You can know 50,000 English words, but if you use them at the wrong time or in the wrong way, you'll sound foreign. Native speakers use simple words at the right time instead of complex words at the wrong time. They say, let's talk about this, instead of let's facilitate a discussion regarding this matter. Native speakers intuitively know when to use certain expressions because they've heard them in context thousands of times. They know that let's circle back works in business situations, but let's return to this topic sounds formal. They know that what's driving this decision works in sales, but what's motivating this choice sounds academic. They don't think about these choices, they feel them. The intuitive understanding comes from exposure to real conversations, not vocabulary lists. American closers hear these expressions used correctly in movies, TV shows, business meetings, and casual conversations. They absorb the context along with the words. International closers learn words in isolation without the cultural context that makes them work naturally. When you use contextual drills, you start developing the same intuitive understanding that native speakers have. You practice using challenge instead of problem in specific situations until it feels natural. You practice using investment instead of cost in different contexts until you know exactly when it works. You develop the feeling for English that makes your vocabulary choices sound natural instead of forced. The key difference between memorizing vocabulary and mastering contextual usage is that memorization teaches you what words mean, while contextual practice teaches you how words feel. Prospects don't just understand your words, they feel them. When your word choices feel natural, prospects relax and trust you. When they feel forced or awkward, prospects become suspicious and defensive. Contextual mastery is the key to natural-sounding sales conversations that build trust instead of destroying it. But developing this mastery requires specific training methods that focus on usage patterns instead of definitions. You need to practice using words in realistic sales situations until they become automatic responses. Here's the training method that top international closers use to think in English during high-pressure sales calls. When the stakes are high and you're trying to close a $50,000 deal, your brain doesn't have time to translate from your native language. You need automatic responses. You need the right words to flow naturally without conscious effort. The closers who master this skill never struggle with vocabulary under pressure because they've trained their brains to respond automatically in English. The biggest problem international closers face is reverting to native language patterns under pressure. You practice your vocabulary when you're relaxed and focused, but when you're on a live sales call with a high-value prospect, stress kicks in. Your sophisticated vocabulary disappears. You start using simple words and basic sentence structure. structures. You sound like a beginner again, even though you know advanced vocabulary. This happens because stress blocks access to your learned vocabulary and forces your brain back to its comfort zone. Stress causes international closers to lose their sophisticated vocabulary exactly when they need it most. During high-stakes conversations, your brain triggers a fight-or-flight response. This response prioritizes speed over sophistication. Your mind reaches for the words it knows best, which are usually the basic words you learned first. The advanced sales vocabulary you studied gets buried under stress. You end up saying, "This costs a lot," instead of, "This represents a significant investment," because your brain chooses familiar words over professional ones. Active recall exercises create automatic responses in high-stakes situations by forcing your brain to retrieve vocabulary under pressure. Instead of reading vocabulary lists passively, you practice pulling words from memory quickly. You train your brain to access professional vocabulary even when you're stressed. This process creates neural pathways that bypass the conscious translation process. When you need the word investment during a sales call, it comes automatically instead of requiring mental effort to remember. Let me show you specific drills that build vocabulary muscle memory for sales conversations. First, you create scenarios where you need to use specific words under time pressure. You practice responding to common sales situations using only professional vocabulary. For example, when someone says "that's too expensive," you practice automatic responses like, "Let's explore the ROI potential," or "Help me understand your budget parameters." You drill these responses until they become natural reflexes. The second drill involves vocabulary switching exercises. You take basic sales conversations and rewrite them using professional vocabulary. Then you practice delivering these conversations out loud until the professional version feels more natural than the basic version. You train your mouth muscles and your brain simultaneously. The physical act of speaking professional vocabulary repeatedly creates muscle memory that works even under stress. The science behind why active recall works better than passive study methods is simple but powerful. When you read vocabulary lists, you're using recognition memory. When you practice retrieving words from memory, you're using recall memory. Recall memory is much stronger and more reliable under stress. Recognition memory fails when you're nervous, but recall memory stays strong. Active recall literally rewires your brain to access vocabulary automatically instead of consciously. Vocabulary quizzes and contextual drills create neural pathways for natural speech by forcing your brain to connect words with situations. You don't just memorize definitions. You practice using words in realistic contexts repeatedly. Your brain starts associating specific situations with specific vocabulary choices. When you encounter similar situations in real sales calls, the appropriate vocabulary activates automatically. This process transforms conscious vocabulary choices into unconscious habits. The neural pathways created through active recall become stronger with each repetition. Every time you successfully retrieve a word from memory during practice, you strengthen the connection between that word and its usage context. After enough repetitions, using professional vocabulary becomes easier than using basic vocabulary. Your brain develops a preference for sophisticated language because it's been practiced more frequently than simple language. The transformation from conscious effort to unconscious mastery happens gradually through systematic practice. At first, you have to think about using professional vocabulary. You consciously choose investment instead of cost. But after weeks of active recall practice, professional vocabulary becomes your default choice. You stop thinking about vocabulary and start thinking about results. Your language becomes sophisticated automatically, which frees your mental energy for more important tasks like reading prospect reactions and adjusting your approach. This transformation is obvious when you compare recordings of your sales calls before and after active recall training. Before training, you pause to think about word choices. You sound hesitant and uncertain. After training, professional vocabulary flows naturally. You sound confident and authoritative. Prospects respond differently to you because you sound like someone who belongs in high-ticket sales conversations. Systematic practice transforms vocabulary knowledge into natural speech patterns that work under any level of pressure. You develop the same automatic responses that native speakers have. When prospects ask difficult questions or raise serious objections, you respond with professional vocabulary without conscious efforts. This automatic mastery is what separates six-figure closers from everyone else. The real-world results of implementing this training approach become visible within weeks of consistent practice. Let me show you exactly what happens when an international closer masters native level sales vocabulary. The transformation is dramatic and immediate. Within weeks of implementing proper vocabulary training, closers sound completely different on sales calls. Their confidence increases because they're no longer searching for words or worried about sounding foreign. Prospects respond to them as experts instead of salespeople. The change affects every aspect of their sales performance. The transformation from awkward phrasing to authoritative communication happens in stages. First, you notice you're using professional vocabulary automatically instead of thinking about it. Words like investment and solution start feeling more natural than cost and product. Then you realize you're handling objections with sophisticated language that keeps prospects engaged instead of defensive. Finally, you start closing deals that would have been impossible before because you sound like someone who belongs in high-ticket sales conversations. When vocabulary mastery takes hold, specific changes occur in every sales interaction. Your opening conversations become smoother because you're using language that prospects expect to hear from professionals. Your presentations sound more authoritative because you're describing benefits instead of features, solutions instead of products, investments instead of costs. Your closing conversations become more natural because you're using language that makes prospects comfortable with big decisions. Let me show you concrete examples of before and after conversations. Before vocabulary training, an international closer might say, "This product costs $10,000, but it's very good quality and will help solve your problems. Many customers like it and you should buy it because it will save you money." After training, the same closer says, "This solution represents a $10,000 investment that addresses your specific challenges. Our clients consistently report significant ROI, and this positions your organization for sustainable growth." The difference is obvious. The first version sounds like someone selling a commodity. The second version sounds like someone presenting a strategic business opportunity. Same information, completely different impact. Prospects respond to the second version as a professional consultation instead of a sales pitch. Here's another example. Before training, "I understand you think it's expensive, but the price is fair and I can maybe give you a small discount if you buy today." After training, "I appreciate your concern about the investment level. Let's explore the projected ROI relative to your current operational costs. What specific outcomes would justify this investment for your organization?" The before version makes you sound desperate and unprofessional. The after version makes you sound like a consultant helping them make a smart business decision. Prospects engage with the second approach because it feels collaborative instead of pushy. Prospects respond differently to native level vocabulary and phrasing in measurable ways. They ask more intelligent questions because they perceive you as someone worth having a serious conversation with. They share more information about their business because you sound like someone who would understand their challenges. They discuss budget more openly because you sound like someone who deals with serious investments regularly. The psychological shift that occurs when you speak like a native sales professional affects your entire approach to selling. You stop feeling like you're trying to convince people to buy something. You start feeling like you're helping them make important business decisions. This shift in mindset comes through in your voice, your body language, and your entire sales process. Prospects sense this confidence and respond accordingly. When you sound professional, prospects assume you have professional expertise. When you sound amateur, they assume you have amateur knowledge. This assumption affects how they evaluate your offer, how they respond to your questions, and how seriously they consider your recommendations. Professional vocabulary creates professional credibility that directly impacts your closing rate. Increased credibility leads to stronger rapport and higher closing rates through a simple psychological mechanism. When prospects trust your expertise, they're more likely to trust your recommendations. When they trust your recommendations, they're more likely to act on them. Professional vocabulary creates this trust automatically because it signals insider knowledge and market experience. The income potential that unlocks with native level communication skills is significant. Closers who master professional vocabulary consistently close higher ticket deals because they sound like someone who belongs in those conversations. They also close deals faster because prospects don't need to be convinced of their credibility. The vocabulary does the credibility building automatically. I've seen international closers increase their income by 200% or more within 6 months of mastering professional sales vocabulary. Not because they learned new sales techniques, but because they finally sounded like professionals. Their closing rate improved, their average deal size increased, and their sales cycle shortened. All because they learned to speak like native sales professionals. Speaking like a native sales professional transforms your entire professional identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone who speaks English as a second language. You start seeing yourself as a professional who happens to be bilingual. This identity shift affects how you present yourself, how you negotiate, and how you position your services. You become more confident in every professional interaction. The long-term benefits of vocabulary mastery in English-speaking markets extend far beyond individual sales conversations and create lasting competitive advantages. The closers earning $100,000 in English-speaking markets all follow this exact vocabulary development system. They don't randomly collect words or hope that exposure will improve their language. They use a structured approach that builds native-level sales vocabulary systematically. This system transforms amateur international closers into professional-sounding experts within months, not years. The systematic approach to building native-level sales vocabulary involves 3 specific phases that build on each other. First, you establish a foundation with targeted vocabulary acquisition. Then you develop practical application skills through contextual usage. Finally, you achieve mastery through automated recall training. Each phase serves a specific purpose in transforming your sales language from textbook English to professional sales English. Random vocabulary learning fails because it lacks focus and context. Most international closers collect words without understanding their sales applications. They learn, facilitate, and optimize, but don't know when these words sound natural in sales conversations. Strategic sales-focused language development targets the exact words that matter in high-ticket sales situations. You learn fewer words but master them completely. The specific steps start with flashcards for foundation building. You create flashcards with essential sales words on one side and their natural usage context on the other. Instead of memorizing definitions, you memorize usage patterns. For example, your flashcard doesn't just say investment means money put into something. It shows you when to say the investment is $10,000 versus this represents a solid investment versus what's your investment timeline. You learn the word in context from the beginning. Contextual drills represent the application phase where you practice using vocabulary in realistic sales scenarios. You role-play common sales situations using only professional vocabulary. When someone says that's too expensive, you practice responding with, let's explore the investment relative to the projected returns until it becomes automatic. You drill specific usage patterns until professional responses feel more natural than amateur ones. Active recall exercises create mastery by forcing your brain to retrieve vocabulary under pressure. You practice pulling the right words from memory quickly during simulated sales conversations. This creates the neural pathways that make professional vocabulary available even when you're stressed or under time pressure. The goal is automatic access to sophisticated language without conscious effort. Daily practice sessions should be structured for maximum vocabulary retention. Spend 15 minutes on flashcard review, focusing on words you struggle with most. Then spend 20 minutes on contextual drills, practicing specific sales scenarios. Finally, spend 10 minutes on active recall exercises where you respond to sales situations without preparation. This 45-minute routine builds vocabulary systematically when done consistently. You measure progress by recording yourself during practice sessions and tracking specific improvements. Listen for moments when you use professional vocabulary naturally instead of basic words. Count how many times you use investment instead of cost or solution instead of product. Track your response time when handling objections with sophisticated language. These metrics show you exactly where your vocabulary is improving. Adjust your training approach based on these results. If you're still using expensive instead of premium or investment grade, spend more time on those specific word substitutions. If you're struggling with natural delivery, increase your contextual drill time. If you're forgetting words under pressure, add more active recall exercises. The system adapts to your specific weaknesses. Vocabulary expansion integrates with overall sales skill development by supporting every aspect of your sales process. Better vocabulary improves your qualifying questions, your presentations, your objection handling, and your closing techniques. When you ask what's driving this decision instead of why do you want this, you sound more professional and get better information. Professional vocabulary enhances every sales skill you already have. The compounding benefits of consistent vocabulary practice create exponential improvements over time. Each new word you master makes the next word easier to learn. Each professional conversation makes the next one smoother. Each successful close using sophisticated vocabulary builds confidence for bigger deals. Your vocabulary growth accelerates because professional language becomes your default mode of communication. This complete roadmap transforms your sales vocabulary from amateur to professional level through systematic progression. You start with basic word substitutions, develop contextual usage skills, and achieve automatic recall under pressure. The process takes months of consistent practice, but the results last forever. Once you master professional sales vocabulary, you never sound amateur again. The transformation happens gradually, then suddenly. For weeks, you practice diligently without seeing dramatic changes. Then one day you realize you're using professional vocabulary automatically in every conversation. Prospects respond differently. Your confidence increases, your closing rate improves. You sound like someone who belongs in high-ticket sales. Taking immediate action on vocabulary development means starting with the most impactful word substitutions today. These simple changes create immediate improvements while you develop more sophisticated vocabulary skills. Your vocabulary is your income ceiling. Expand one and you'll expand the other. The international closers earning six figures didn't just learn English. They mastered the specific words that make prospects comfortable spending serious money. Start with these essential words today and commit to 30 days of contextual practice. Practice using professional vocabulary until it becomes automatic. Every sophisticated word you master moves you closer to native level closing success. Your vocabulary determines whether prospects see you as an expert or an amateur.
All right, guys, so today I want to tell you about how to integrate role plays into your routine to actually feel more confident and to sound more natural in your conversations, in your sales goals. From what I can see, international closers often know a lot of vocabulary and a lot of grammar. Most of the times they sound robotic and they sound unnatural in real conversations. This is a huge problem, as you might know, because this could completely kill your flow and it could completely destroy the trust that you're trying to build. The purpose of this presentation is to show you sort of a four-step cycle that is designed to move you from an awkward and academic sounding English to a more confident style that will eventually help you close those high value deals with a way more natural and confident communication. Record yourself all the time, guys. You need to record yourself in sales calls, talking to yourself, talking about different topics, different industries, different offers with different purposes. That's really the only way that you can basically build up the reps that you need to know what the hell is wrong with you. That's the whole point. When you listen to your own sales calls, you realize that even if your words sound technically correct, the delivery is off. Sometimes, you can even have the stress, the pronunciation, right? But then the sort of the delivery, the way that you deliver those words sounds sort of scripted or sounds off, sounds weird, sounds awkward, both in the way that you feel that you're delivering, and also when you watch yourself, you can sort of imagine how the prospect is feeling those words because the words are not landing right. Imagine you have Jeremy, right? So Jeremy is doing a role play. He's playing a prospect that has back pain, right? When the closer asks Jeremy about his back pain, he says something like, I would characterize my discomfort as moderately severe, particularly in the lumbar region. As you can see, this is like extremely formal. This is not something that a prospect would say, in a real situation. A real prospect would say something like, my back pain kills me and I can barely get out of bed. It's really simple. And it's really targeting the pain and the way this pain is affecting his life. And this is the kind of expressions that you want to say like when you are in a natural conversation. The only way to do this is to consume as many sales calls as you can from other closers, from other native English speaking closers, and to consume other situations, other conversations, podcasts and stuff like that so that you can get familiar with these kinds of expressions. This is like a cycle that's stopping you from getting to where you want to be. You sound more natural. It makes you more careful. If you are more careful, you sound more formal. It creates a distance. And if that distance is created, then you start overthinking because you don't even know what the hell is wrong with you. Now, the first step here is to recognize that this is a problem in your own speech. Now, the only way to actually identify this is to record yourself and to listen to you over and over again to actually pinpoint exactly those moments and those patterns that you have going on in your own speech to know specifically in which situations or in which phases of the conversation that formal language appears. Sometimes it appears in specific moments, so you need to be able to spot them as soon as possible. Let's talk about the opening question, because this is the moment where your delivery either hooks the prospect or loses them forever. Dylan delivers a scripted opening question with an upward inflection, and he sounds like he's asking for permission. This uncertainty immediately creates a doubt in the the prospect's mind. The principle here is that the tonality trumps perfect grammar, and the energy behind your words matter more than the words themselves. Native speakers deliver questions with casual confidence. International closers often treat the opening like a test, adding pauses and formality that kills the natural flow. This is the statement that I want you to basically drill into your brain, which is when the moment you get on a call, you want to go and say to yourself, I'm here to help you figure this out. Because when you go with that energy, everything changes because the prospect can see that you're a real human being and you are there to provide the help that he's looking for. Listen to how native speakers ask questions in natural conversations, and you need to notice their confident, direct communication and their lack of overthinking. This takes time, guys. You need to actually immerse yourself in many hours of natural conversations to actually pick up on this. The whole reason why native speakers are this way, or they talk this way, is that they have already spent most of their lives listening to a bunch of different conversations. Because you're not there, you're in the States, or you're not in the UK, or you're not in Canada or Australia. You need to actually spend the time artificially and being exposed to those kinds of situations. Gathering data instead of creating emotional experience. So an amateur could ask, could you describe the frequency of your discomfort? As you can see, this is like a very weird question to ask. Guiding the prospect to quantify their own pain in concrete emotional terms. So you want to say something like, instead of how does this affect your work, going back to the back pain situation, right? You can ask something like, what happens if your back goes out during your biggest presentation month? So this is like a very straightforward, and it's a matter of requesting for the prospect to measure the amount of pain that he has. This makes them visualize exactly the worst case scenario for them. You want to push for stronger emotional words. Like, does it bother you or does it actually hurt? Then basically the ultimate goal here is that the prospect isn't buying your solution, they are buying relief from their quantified pain, So your job here is to make them feel the real cost of inaction, the cost of not investing on the solution. Let's go back to the back pain situation. So if a pain is 7 out of 10, you can ask, what does a 7 feel when you are, trying to focus, for example? Connect the numbers that they're describing to like a real feeling, a real situation, a tangible situation. That will make it more real in their head. How do you find the turning point? One question that it's really powerful in most scenarios is, why now? What made you finally say enough is enough right now, and what made this week different from last month? They could think, okay, yeah, you're right, this feels different, this feels way worse than the past few months, I gotta do something about this right now. You don't want to ask them straight up, you want to basically pull that information out of them with indirect questions like this. Also, another thing is to use conversational phrases like, okay, you know what? Why don't you walk me through what happened? To get them to relieve the emotions that drove them to seek for help. And this is key because the moment they start telling you like an actual story, like a personal story that describes the pain or the consequences of the negative effects of their situation, this is going to really make them relieve the whole thing in their head, and it's gonna make the sales call feel more real for them. They will seek for help. So this is exactly the path where you want to take the conversation. Now, once you identify the emotional trigger, it could be anything. It could be poor performance, it could be affecting your income. So you want to connect it to the solution directly to that problem and not just on a surface level issue. You want to connect this to everything. You want to connect the solution to basically all the missed opportunities that they left on the table because of this problem, the missed opportunities with their relationships, maybe their relationships with their parents, with their partner, with their children, the lack of self-esteem. You want to go from that, like a logical approach, like our program addresses chronic pain issues, to like a more emotional approach, which is this gets you back to being the person before this whole thing started. One thing is just to explain the logical effect. This program can address your chronic pain issues. But if you actually link it back to everything else that they described, this is going to create a way deeper impact in their head. Role plays is really the best way to go about this, because it's the system that can make this whole thing stick. So all the knowledge you've gained must be practiced in realistic scenarios to become instinctive. Listen, I have watched hundreds of other closers in their sales calls. One of the most common patterns that I see is that they just lose these realistic scenarios. They just lose the practice. So they don't become instinctive. So the next time they get on a sales call, they just go back to this academic default mode that they have going on in their head. At the beginning, because you're not on an offer, you're going to have to practice with AI or with artificial scenarios with other closers that might be looking to practice. But once you get on an offer, so you can review your own actual real work and then improve on that work. Now, practicing alone often reinforces the same stilted robotic patterns, right? You're trying to break. So that's why I recommend, honestly, to join some school groups or some Discord communities where you can find other closers. And I give you a list here on the module, on the list of these resources, where you can find hundreds of different other closers. These are all closers that are looking to actually do the same thing. They want to get better with their English and their confidence. It's going to force you to stop overthinking about things. When you're with a second person that's trying to achieve the same thing, it creates sort of a different energy and it's going to pump you up way more. You want to use detailed role plays that mirror your actual sales goals. And this is something that you can just establish from the get-go. You can just go, hey, listen, let's actually practice specifically about this scenario with this offer. You're going to be this type of prospect with this type of personality, with this type of objection handling issue going on, right? So that you can be exposed to specifically those things. And you want to target the weakest points. So if you know that you have like an issue trying to rebuttal maybe like the spousal objection, like people that are complaining because they need to like check with their wife or with their husband. Like you struggle with that objection. So you want to actually really smash that objection as much as you can on actual role plays. Okay? You want to do this targeted phase practice. Your partner, your practice partner catches subtle mistakes you could miss and actually give you immediate specific feedback. That's the thing. You want to practice with all kinds of prospects. You want to go from someone who is really cooperative, someone who is more skeptical, then someone who might be just straight up angry at you, and then maybe more sophisticated prospects, business, AI automation, marketing, these kinds of things where people, they don't fight you so much as people that are doing like B2C and self-improvement, things like this, right? So you want to practice all these different scenarios. Now, when you record yourself, you want to listen back to identify your missed opportunities and track the improvement over time. You just don't know what you don't know. It's a matter of really watching for things that you don't know. Now, once you identify those things, you can actually measure the mistakes and the level of progress, and then you can just keep pushing forward. You want to free up from all of this overthinking and all this pressure so that you can actually focus on the message, on the problem that the prospect is describing at that moment. The most successful closers have a systematic approach to language mastery and not just raw talent. Going from concrete experience to reflective observation to abstract conceptualization and then active experimentation is actually the key to transforming your academic English into a natural sales fluency. What I would recommend that you do here is to record your next sales call and begin the cycle of identifying on your own terms your own academic traps. Try to isolate them and improve them over time. Also, I want you to envision a future where your language flows with confidence and you guide prospects naturally and you close deals because you have mastered authentic communication. Here's what separates six-figure closers from everyone else. They don't just know English words, they use them like native speakers. But here's the problem. Most international closers are stuck in what I call the academic trap. You can recite vocabulary lists perfectly, but when a prospect asks you a question, you sound robotic. You overthink every phrase, pause too long, and lose the natural flow that builds trust. The solution? A proven 4-step learning cycle that I've used to help closers go from awkward conversations to closing deals worth over $10,000 in English-speaking markets. Most international closers think they speak good English until they hear their first sales call recording, and it's brutal. You know exactly what I mean if you've ever listened back to yourself trying to close a deal. The words are technically correct, but something feels off. You sound like you're reading from a script instead of having a real conversation. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. I was watching a role play
between Dylan and Jeremy, where Jeremy was playing the prospect with back pain. Jeremy speaks excellent English. He knows all the vocabulary, understands grammar perfectly, and can write business emails that sound professional. But the moment he started responding to sales questions, everything changed. When Dylan asked him about his pain level, Jeremy said, "I would characterize my discomfort as moderately severe, particularly in the lumbar region." Technically perfect English, zero sales effectiveness. A real prospect would say something like, "My back kills me," or "I can barely get out of bed some mornings." Jeremy's response immediately signaled that he wasn't a native speaker, which broke the natural flow of the conversation. This happens because most international closers learned English in academic settings. You studied grammar rules, memorized vocabulary lists, and practiced writing essays. But sales conversations don't follow textbook patterns. They're messy, emotional, and full of interruptions. When you default to academic language under pressure, you sound robotic. Here's the thing about robotic language. It kills trust instantly. Research shows that prospects make credibility judgments within the first 30 seconds of a conversation. They're not consciously analyzing your grammar or vocabulary. They're subconsciously picking up on whether you sound natural or artificial. When your language flow feels stilted, prospects sense something is off, even if they can't explain why. In that same roleplay, Jeremy continued using phrases like, "I have been experiencing this condition for approximately 6 months," instead of, "It's been bothering me for about 6 months." Every response reinforced the barrier between him and the prospect persona. The trainer had to stop the roleplay multiple times because Jeremy's language pattern was completely breaking the illusion of a real sales conversation. The impact goes way beyond just sounding awkward. When you speak in academic English during sales calls, you're creating psychological distance with your prospects. High-value prospects, especially in English-speaking markets, expect to hear natural, confident communication. They want to feel like they're talking to someone who understands their world, not someone who learned English from a textbook. This language barrier shows up in subtle ways that destroy rapport. You might say, "I would be happy to assist you," instead of, "I'd love to help you out." You use purchase instead of buy or grab. You say utilize instead of use. Each formal word choice builds a wall between you and the prospect. They start to feel like you're not one of them. The stakes get even higher when you're dealing with premium prospects. Someone considering a $10,000 investment wants to feel like they're talking to an expert who speaks their language naturally. When you sound academic, they question your real-world experience. They wonder if you actually understand their problems or if you're just reciting training materials. I've seen closers lose deals worth thousands of dollars because their English gave away that they weren't native speakers. The prospect never said anything directly, but the energy shifted. Trust levels dropped. Objections became harder to overcome. The same closer could have identical product knowledge and sales skills, but the language barrier made everything else less effective. Here's what makes this even more frustrating. You probably know the right words to use. You've heard native speakers say pain in the ass instead of significant inconvenience. You understand that totally sounds more natural than completely. But when you're in the middle of a high-pressure sales call, you default to the formal language patterns you learned in school. The problem compounds when you try to use sales techniques you learned from English-speaking trainers. You might understand the concept of building rapport, but you do it with phrases like, "I completely understand your position," instead of, "I totally get it." You know you should create urgency, but you say time-sensitive opportunity instead of limited time thing. The techniques are right, but the delivery kills their effectiveness. This creates a vicious cycle. You know you don't sound natural, so you become more careful with your words. The more careful you get, the more formal you sound. The more formal you sound, the more distance you create with prospects. Pretty soon, you're overthinking every sentence instead of focusing on the actual sales conversation. What's really happening here is that you're stuck in the first phase of the learning cycle. Concrete experience. You're experiencing the problem firsthand every time you get on a sales call. You can feel the awkwardness when you speak. You notice prospects reacting differently to your language compared to native speakers. But recognizing the problem is just the first step. The breakthrough comes when you start to identify your specific academic trap moments. These are the exact phrases and patterns that give you away as a non-native speaker. For Jeremy, it was using medical terminology instead of casual descriptions. For other closers, it might be overusing transition phrases like furthermore or additionally instead of simple words like plus or also. You need to record yourself in different sales scenarios and listen for these patterns. Notice when you sound natural versus when you slip into textbook mode. Pay attention to which situations trigger your academic language. Is it when you're explaining features, handling objections, or asking for the close? This concrete experience gives you the raw material for improvement. But here's the key. Just being aware of these patterns isn't enough to fix them. You need a systematic approach that transforms academic knowledge into natural, instinctive communication. There's one moment in every sales call where your English either hooks the prospect or loses them forever. And it happens in the first 15 seconds. Watch what happens in that Dylan and Jeremy role play when they practice the opening. The trainer makes it crystal clear that the opening question is the only scripted part of the entire call. Everything else flows naturally from that first moment. But here's what most international closers miss. Knowing the words isn't the same as delivering them with power. Dylan starts with his opening question, and you can hear the uncertainty creeping in. His voice goes up at the end like he's asking permission instead of leading the conversation. The words are perfect, but the delivery screams, "I'm not confident in what I'm saying." That uncertainty hits the prospect's ears and immediately creates doubt about whether this person can actually help them. The trainer stops the role play right there. He knows that when you deliver your opening with hesitation, you're telling the prospect you're not a native speaker before you even get to the actual sales conversation. It's not about accent or vocabulary, it's about the energy behind the words. Native speakers don't question themselves when they ask a simple question. They just ask it and wait for the answer. Think about how a native English speaker would ask, "How's your back been treating you lately?" They'd say it with casual confidence, like they're asking about the weather. But when international closers try the same question, they often pause between words, emphasize the wrong syllables, or add unnecessary formality. Instead of sounding natural, they end up with something like, "How has your back been treating you recently?" The pauses kill the flow. Here's the thing about tonality. It trumps perfect grammar every single time when you're building rapport. A native speaker might say, "How's your back doing?" with a slight downward inflection that shows they're genuinely interested. They're not performing the question, they're having a conversation. But most international closers treat the opening like a test they need to pass instead of a natural interaction. The trainer worked with Dylan to inject certainty into his delivery. Not loud certainty, that sounds fake. Natural certainty. The kind where you know you belong in this conversation and you're here to help. When Dylan tried again, you could hear the difference immediately. Same words, completely different energy. The question landed with authority instead of uncertainty. This energy shift changes everything about how prospects perceive you. When you deliver your opening with genuine confidence, prospects subconsciously think this person knows what they're doing. When you deliver it with uncertainty, they think this person is reading from a script. The difference in closing rates between these two approaches is massive. Watch how Melik handles his opening in the trading offer roleplay. The trainer praised his delivery because it had what he called strong energy. Melik wasn't just saying the words, he was owning them. His voice carried conviction that immediately set a positive tone for the entire call. The prospect felt that energy and responded accordingly. But here's where it gets interesting. Most international closers focus on getting the words right when they should be focusing on the feeling behind the words. You can memorize the perfect opening question, but if you deliver it like you're unsure whether you're allowed to ask it, you've already lost the prospect's confidence. The trainer emphasized that this opening moment is about leadership, not perfection. When you ask your opening question with certainty, you're taking control of the conversation from the first second. You're telling the prospect, "I'm here to help you figure this out," instead of, "I hope you'll let me try to help you." This is where reflective observation becomes crucial. You need to listen to native speakers asking questions in natural conversations. Notice how they don't overthink their delivery. They ask what they want to know and wait for the answer. There's no second guessing, no unnecessary politeness, no academic formality, just direct, confident communication. The voice to impact ratio matters more than most people realize. You can have perfect pronunciation, but if your energy is flat, the question falls flat. You can have a slight accent, but if your energy is strong and confident, prospects respond positively. The trainer specifically mentioned this high voice to impact ratio as what separates professionals from amateurs. Here's what happens when you nail the opening delivery. The prospect immediately feels like they're talking to someone who understands their world. They don't consciously think this person sounds native. They just feel comfortable continuing the conversation. That comfort translates into trust, which translates into better responses to your questions throughout the call. But when you mess up the opening with uncertain delivery, you're fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the conversation. The prospect might not consciously notice your language patterns, but they'll feel slightly disconnected from you. They'll be more likely to give short answers, more likely to put up walls, more likely to end the call early. The trainer's coaching showed exactly how to fix this. He had Dylan practice the same opening question multiple times, focusing purely on the energy and conviction behind it. Not the words, those were already correct. Just the feeling. Each repetition sounded more natural, more confident, more like someone who belonged in a high-level sales conversation. This reflective observation process reveals something important about natural English usage. Native speakers don't think about grammar rules when they're talking. They're focused on the message and the feeling they want to convey. The words just flow naturally from that intention. When you can match that natural flow in your opening question, you've cracked the code for the entire conversation. The difference between amateurs and professionals isn't vocabulary or grammar knowledge. It's the ability to deliver simple questions with unshakable confidence that draws prospects into deeper conversation. Native English speakers have a secret weapon for making prospects feel their problems, and it's not what you think. Watch how the trainer handles Jeremy's back pain in that roleplay. He doesn't just ask, "How bad is it?" like most international closers would. Instead, he guides the conversation to quantify Jeremy's back pain in concrete emotional terms. He asks about the number of times Jeremy tweaked his back in the last week. He wants to know the intensity of the pain on a scale of 1 to 10. Every question is designed to make the problem feel more real and urgent. This is where most international closers completely miss the mark. They gather data instead of creating emotional experiences with their language. You hear them asking questions like, "Could you describe the frequency of your discomfort?" or "What would you estimate the severity to be?" They're collecting information, but they're not making the prospect feel anything. The words are technically correct, but they don't create the emotional impact that drives decisions. The trainer shows us something completely different. He's using abstract conceptualization, turning observations into actionable language principles. Watch how he takes Jeremy's casual mentions of back pain and transforms them into specific, measurable problems. He's not just gathering facts, he's building a case that makes inaction feel expensive and dangerous. Here's the technique that changes everything. Instead of asking, "How does this affect your work?" the trainer asks, "What happens if your back goes out during your biggest presentation this month?" Notice the difference? The first question gets you a generic answer about productivity. The second question makes the prospect visualize a specific disaster scenario. That's the power of using numbers and emotional language to make problems feel concrete. The trainer demonstrates this when he uses Jeremy's own words to frame questions about financial impact and personal cost. Jeremy mentions he's been dealing with this for months. The trainer immediately jumps on that timeline and asks, "So you've been losing sleep for 6 months straight?" He's taking Jeremy's casual mention and quantifying it into something that feels massive and urgent. This approach works because it makes the prospect do the math in their own head. When you ask, "How much money are you losing every week you can't perform at 100%?" you're not giving them numbers. You're making them calculate their own pain. That number they come up with hits different because it's their number, not yours. But here's what most international closers don't understand. Quantifying pain isn't about math. It's about making prospects feel the weight of inaction. The trainer doesn't care about the exact dollar amount Jeremy might lose. He cares about making Jeremy feel what it's like to keep living with this problem for another 6 months, another year, another 5 years. Watch how he escalates the timeline. First, he asks about last week, then this month. Then he projects into the future. What if you're still dealing with this next year? The progression makes the problem feel like it's growing instead of staying static. Each question adds weight to the consequences of doing nothing. The language patterns here are crucial for international closers to master. Instead of asking, "What is the impact on your daily activities?" you ask, "What can't you do anymore because of this?" The second version hits harder because it focuses on loss instead of abstract impacts. Loss feels more urgent than impact. Notice how the trainer frames the financial questions too. He doesn't ask, "How much does this cost you?" He asks, "What's this already cost you over the past 6 months?" Past tense makes the loss feel real and documented. Future tense makes it feel like a projection. Past tense creates urgency because the clock is already ticking. The emotional language component is what separates amateurs from professionals. When Jeremy says his back bothers him, the trainer doesn't accept that soft language. He pushes for stronger words. Bothers you or actually hurts? The word hurts carries more emotional weight than bothers. Every word choice either amplifies or diminishes the prospect's pain. This technique transforms from academic knowledge into instinctive application through practice. You start by recognizing the pattern. Soft problem language needs to be quantified and emotionally amplified. Then you practice the specific phrases that create this transformation. How many times instead of how often? What's this already cost you instead of what does this cost? What can't you do instead of how does this affect you? The trainer shows us that each question should make the problem feel bigger and more urgent than the last one. Start with frequency, move to intensity, then to financial impact, then to personal cost, then to future consequences. Each step builds on the previous one until the prospect feels like they can't afford not to solve this problem. Here's the breakthrough moment most international closers miss. The prospect isn't buying your solution. They're buying relief from their quantified pain. When you make that pain feel concrete and measurable, the solution becomes the obvious next step. The trainer doesn't have to sell Jeremy on fixing his back. He just has to make Jeremy feel the real cost of not fixing it. The specific language patterns for quantifying prospect pain using concrete, emotional terms become second nature when you practice them in real scenarios. You learn to catch soft language and immediately push for harder, more specific descriptions. You learn to take casual mentions and turn them into urgent problems. You learn to use the prospect's own words against their procrastination. But knowing these patterns isn't enough. You need to practice them in controlled environments where you can get feedback and refine your delivery until it feels natural. The highest paid closers never explain solutions. They do something completely different that makes prospects sell themselves. Watch what happens in that role play when the trainer emphasizes connecting dots for prospects rather than presenting information. He's not telling Jeremy what to think about his back pain, he's asking questions that make Jeremy reach his own conclusions. The trainer guides Jeremy to discover that his problem is expensive, getting worse, and needs immediate attention. Jeremy convinces himself, the trainer just provides the framework. This is where international closers completely miss the mark. They over-explain instead of using the subtle language patterns that guide prospects to their own conclusions. You hear them launch into product presentations, feature lists, and benefit explanations. They think more information equals more persuasion, but prospects don't buy because they understand your solution. They buy because they feel the weight of their problem. The specific moment in the role play where the trainer demonstrated the chef helping bake a cake analogy shows exactly how this works. The closer acts as a guide, helping the prospect discover the solutions themselves. You're not the chef making the cake, you're the chef helping them bake their own cake. This approach makes the prospect feel like they're in control of the decision-making process, which increases their commitment to taking action. Here's the principle that changes everything: using prospects' own words to frame questions and maintain conversational control. The trainer takes Jeremy's casual mention of back pain and turns it into Jeremy's own argument for why he needs help. When Jeremy says, "It's been bothering me for months," the trainer doesn't say, "Our program fixes chronic pain." Instead, he asks, "So you've been dealing with this for months. What happens if you're still dealing with it next year?" Native speakers naturally guide conversations without prospects realizing they're being led. They pick up on small details and expand them into bigger problems. They use the prospect's own language to ask follow-up questions. They create a flow where each answer leads naturally to the next question. The prospect feels like they're having a normal conversation, not being sold to. Watch how the trainer handles Jeremy's responses about his back pain intensity. Jeremy mentions it's about a 7 out of 10 on bad days. The trainer doesn't explain how their program reduces pain levels. Instead, he asks, what does a 7 feel like when you're trying to focus on important work? Now, Jeremy has to visualize himself struggling through his day with that pain level. The trainer connected Jeremy's number to Jeremy's daily experience. The language techniques that make prospects feel they're discovering solutions themselves are subtle but powerful. Instead of saying, "You need to fix this," you ask, "What would it mean for you if this was completely resolved?" The prospect starts imagining the benefits instead of you listing them. Instead of explaining your process, you ask, "What would have to happen for you to feel confident this could work?" Now they're telling you what they need to hear. This connects directly to the abstract conceptualization phase of turning observations into repeatable patterns. You watch how native speakers guide conversations. You notice the specific phrases they use to redirect without being obvious. You see how they take the prospect's words and turn them into questions that create urgency. These observations become your new language patterns. The trainer shows us how to use open-ended questions that encourage prospects to articulate their needs and challenges. When he asks Jeremy, "Why are you not confident?" he's prompting reflection that uncovers the root causes of the prospect's issues. This contrasts with leading questions, which can make the prospect feel manipulated and less likely to trust the salesperson. The goal is to empower the prospect to reach their own conclusions. Here's what most international closers don't understand about connecting language patterns. You're not just asking random questions. You're building a logical sequence where each answer makes the next question feel natural. Jeremy says his back pain affects his sleep. The trainer doesn't jump to solutions. He asks, "How's your energy during the day when you're not sleeping well?" Each question builds on the previous answer. answer. The power of this approach is that prospects convince themselves. When Jeremy connects his back pain to poor sleep and poor sleep to low energy and low energy to poor work performance, he's building his own case for why he needs help. The trainer didn't present any of those connections. Jeremy discovered them through guided questions. Specific, quantifiable data becomes a powerful tool in guided discovery. When the trainer asks questions that prompt Jeremy to quantify his problems, such as the amount of money he's losing, he makes the issues more concrete and emotionally resonant. This approach helps Jeremy see the weight of inaction and increases the urgency to take action. The most effective closers are not just gathering data, they're creating an emotional experience for the prospect. By using numbers and emotional language, they make the problems feel more concrete. When Jeremy calculates how much his back pain has cost him over 6 months, that number hits different because he calculated it himself. Notice how the trainer uses Jeremy's timeline against him. Jeremy mentions dealing with this for months. The trainer asks, what if you're still dealing with this next year? He's taking Jeremy's own words about duration and projecting them into a future that feels unbearable. Jeremy starts to feel the weight of continued inaction. The secret to using connecting language that triggers prospects to take action naturally is making them feel like they're discovering obvious truths about their situation. You're not convincing them of anything new. You're helping them see what they already know but haven't fully processed. The trainer helps Jeremy realize that his back pain is expensive, getting worse, and affecting multiple areas of his life. These insights must be tested through active experimentation in real scenarios where you can practice guiding prospects to their own conclusions. Every prospect has one moment in their life that makes them ready to buy, but only master closers know how to find it and use it. Watch how the trainer identified and leveraged the turning point moment in the prospect's life story during that roleplay. He doesn't just ask about Jeremy's current back pain, he digs deeper to find the specific moment when Jeremy realized this problem needed to be solved now, not later. The trainer asks questions like, what made you finally decide to look for help? And what's different about this time compared to 6 months ago? These questions reveal the emotional trigger that brought Jeremy to this conversation. International closers often miss these crucial emotional anchors because they focus on surface level problems. They hear back pain and immediately start talking about solutions for back pain. But the real turning point isn't the pain itself. It's the moment when that pain started affecting something Jeremy cares about more than the pain. Maybe it was when he couldn't play with his kids. Maybe it was when he realized his work performance was suffering. Maybe it was when his wife mentioned she was worried about him. The technique of connecting turning points to current needs and future desires using natural English flow requires specific language patterns. Instead of asking, what's your main concern? You ask, what finally made you say enough is enough? The second question hits different because it assumes there was a specific moment of decision. It makes the prospect think about the emotional breaking point that brought them to you. Notice how the trainer uses phrases like, walk me through what happened instead of, can you describe the situation? The first phrase feels conversational and natural. It invites storytelling. The second phrase sounds like a medical interview. When prospects tell stories about their turning points, they relive the emotions that made them ready to buy. Those emotions are what close deals, not features and benefits. The specific language patterns for identifying and amplifying these pivotal moments involve asking about timelines in a way that reveals emotional shifts. How long have you been dealing with this? Gets you data. What made this week different from last month? Gets you the turning point. The trainer knows that something changed recently to make Jeremy take action, and he uses questions that uncover that change. Watch how the trainer seamlessly transitioned from discovery to pitch using the turning point as a bridge. Once he identified that Jeremy's turning point was realizing his back pain was affecting his sleep, which was affecting his work performance, which was affecting his income potential, the trainer connected their solution directly to that turning point. He didn't pitch a back pain program. He pitched a way for Jeremy to get back to performing at his highest level. This transition sounds natural because it uses Jeremy's own words and emotional framework. The trainer says something like, so if we could get you back to sleeping through the night, that would solve the performance issue that's been bothering you, right? He's not introducing new concepts. He's connecting their solution to Jeremy's own turning point story. The pitch feels like a natural extension of the conversation instead of a sales presentation. The revelation that turning points are emotional, not not logical, and your language must reflect that, changes everything about how you approach high-ticket sales. Logic tells Jeremy that back pain can be managed with exercises and better posture. Emotion tells Jeremy that he can't afford to keep losing sleep and missing opportunities because of this problem. The trainer speaks to the emotion, not the logic. Emotional language sounds different from logical language. Instead of saying, "Our program addresses chronic pain issues," you say, "This gets you back to being the person you were before this started." Instead of explaining features, you paint a picture of what life looks like when the turning point problem is resolved. The prospect doesn't want to understand your solution. They want to feel what it's like to have their turning point moment resolved. This technique represents the culmination of the learning cycle. From stilted academic speech to natural, persuasive communication. You start with concrete experience of missing turning points in your own sales calls. You move to reflective observation of how native speakers identify and use these moments. You develop abstract conceptualization of the language patterns that reveal turning points. Finally, you apply these patterns through active experimentation in real sales scenarios. The trainer shows us how to use the why now question to uncover turning points. Why are you looking at this now instead of 6 months ago? The question assumes something changed. It makes the prospect think about the specific trigger that brought them to this moment. That trigger is usually emotional, and it's always connected to something they value more than the problem itself. Master closers understand that turning points create urgency without sounding pushy. When Jeremy realizes his back pain turning point was about losing professional opportunities, the trainer doesn't have to create urgency around solving back pain. The urgency already exists around not losing more opportunities. The trainer just connects their solution to that existing urgency. The language patterns that amplify turning points involve reflecting the prospect's own emotional words back to them in question form. If Jeremy says he was frustrated about missing work, the trainer asks, "What was most frustrating about that situation?" This amplifies the emotional weight of that turning point moment. It makes the prospect feel that frustration again, which increases their motivation to solve the problem. The turning point technique transforms prospects from interested to committed because it connects your solution to their deepest motivations for change. Interested prospects want to know if your solution works. Committed prospects know they need to solve their turning point problem, and they see your solution as the path to resolution. The difference in closing rates between these two mindsets is massive. Mastering this represents the ultimate goal of natural English integration, using language that connects with prospects on an emotional level that drives real decisions. Knowing these techniques means nothing if you can't use them naturally when a real prospect is on the line. Here's how to make them instinctive. This is where the active experimentation phase comes in. This is where scenario-based role plays transform knowledge into natural ability. You've learned about the academic trap, mastered opening questions, practiced pain quantification, developed dot connecting language, and discovered turning point techniques. But all of that stays academic unless you can use it naturally when money is on the line. Most international closers practice in isolation instead of using the peer feedback system that accelerates fluency. They record themselves alone in their room, repeating scripts until they sound robotic. They practice responses to common objections but miss the subtle language patterns that make those responses feel natural. They think solo practice will prepare them for real conversations, but it actually reinforces the stilted patterns they're trying to break. The complete role-play integration system changes everything. You start with specific scenarios that mirror your actual sales calls. Not generic practice your pitch scenarios, but detailed situations where you're talking to a prospect with back pain who's been dealing with it for 6 months and is worried about his work performance. The scenario includes the prospect's background, their specific pain points, their objections, and their personality type. Targeted phrase practice happens within these scenarios. You don't just practice saying, "How's your back been treating you?" in isolation. You practice transitioning into that question naturally after the prospect mentions they've been struggling. You practice responding to their answer with follow-up questions that feel conversational. You practice the entire flow until each phrase connects smoothly to the next one. The 4-step learning cycle creates continuous improvement in natural English usage through this system. Your concrete experience comes from the role play itself. You feel the awkward moments when your language doesn't flow naturally. Your reflective observation happens immediately after each role play when you and your partner discuss what worked and what didn't. Your abstract conceptualization develops as you identify patterns in your language that need improvement. Your active experimentation continues with the next role play where you test your refined approach. Scenario-based practice moves you from the pain state of stilted speech to seamless communication because it simulates real pressure. When you're in the middle of a role play and your partner throws you an unexpected objection, you don't have time to think about grammar rules. You have to respond naturally and immediately. This pressure forces you to access the natural language patterns you've been developing instead of falling back on academic formality. The transformation from academic knowledge to instinctive sales language mastery happens through repetition under realistic conditions. You practice the same opening question dozens of times with different prospects until it becomes automatic. You practice quantifying pain with various scenarios until you can do it without thinking. You practice connecting dots until you naturally guide prospects to their own conclusions. The knowledge becomes muscle memory. Peer feedback accelerates the process by catching subtle language patterns you might miss. Your practice partner hears when you slip into formal language modes that you don't notice. They catch when your tonality sounds uncertain even though your words are correct. They notice when you use phrases that native speakers wouldn't use in that context. This feedback is immediate and specific, which makes it much more effective than trying to evaluate yourself. The feedback system works both ways. When you're playing the prospect role, you experience firsthand how different language patterns feel from the receiving end. You notice when your partner sounds natural versus when they sound like they're reading from a script. You feel the difference between questions that make you want to open up and questions that make you want to end the call. This perspective makes you more aware of your own language patterns when you're in the closer role. The roleplay scenarios get progressively more challenging as your skills develop. You start with cooperative prospects who are easy to work with, then you move to skeptical prospects who challenge your assumptions. Then you practice with angry prospects who interrupt and object frequently. Finally, you work with sophisticated prospects who test your expertise and try to control the conversation. Each level requires more natural, confident language to maintain rapport and guide the conversation. The integration system includes specific drills for common problem areas. If you struggle with transitions between conversation topics, you practice scenarios that require smooth transitions. If you have trouble with objection handling, you practice scenarios where prospects throw multiple objections in rapid succession. If you sound uncertain during closing sequences, you practice scenarios that require confident, assumptive language. The system targets your specific weaknesses. Recording these role plays becomes crucial for identifying subtle patterns you miss in real time. You can hear exactly when your language sounds natural versus when it sounds forced. You can identify specific phrases that work well and phrases that create awkward moments. You can track your improvement over time as your natural language patterns become more consistent and confident. The complete system for integrating new vocabulary and idioms into natural, confident sales conversations requires consistent practice with immediate feedback. You practice new phrases in context until they feel natural. You get feedback on your delivery until your tonality matches native speakers. You repeat scenarios until your responses become automatic. The system transforms theoretical knowledge into practical ability. This systematic approach ensures that when you're on a real sales call with a real prospect, you're not thinking about language patterns or grammar rules. You're focused on understanding the prospect's needs and guiding them to the right solution. Your English flows naturally because you've practiced it until it became instinctive. Your confidence comes through in your voice because you know you can handle any conversation that comes your way. The transformation this creates for your closing success goes far beyond just sounding more natural. It fundamentally changes how prospects perceive and respond to you in high-stakes sales situations. The difference between six-figure closers and everyone else isn't talent. It's having a systematic approach to language mastery that most people never discover. You've seen the four-step cycle that transforms academic English into natural sales conversations. Now here's your challenge. Record your next sales call and identify your own academic trap moments using this system. Picture yourself 6 months from now. You're on a call with a high-value prospect. Your opening question lands with perfect confidence. Your pain quantification makes them feel the weight of inaction. Your dot connecting language guides them to their own conclusions. Your turning point technique seals the deal naturally. That's your future when you master natural English integration. So today I'm going to tell you about some common cultural phrases and conversational norms, guys. You may speak English fluently, but you are likely missing a secret language of cultural phrases and conversational norms that are used in everyday American business conversations. Sometimes understanding the hidden meanings behind phrases like "let's circle back on this" can be the difference between failure and closing a high-value deal in the US market. The goal here is to decode the exact system behind American conversational norms and separate you from amateur international closers. Now let's talk about the small talk, because this is something that is very common in the US. You need to be able to use small talk as a signal that you are comfortable with the language and with your conversational
conversational style. For example, the first opening questions could be things like, how's it going? How you doing? What's up? What's going on? What's popping? All of these are not just questions. They are also tests to screen for social intelligence and trustworthiness. Now, there are different layers of small talk. You have like the surface level small talk, the social level small talk, and the business level small talk. The surface level are just the literal words, everything that the person is telling you. The social level comes down to building up the relationships through the rhythm and the energy matching. And the business level is assessing your cultural intelligence and your cultural competence. Now, there's sort of an expected response pattern. Your response must be brief, usually around 10 seconds, and it must be positive and reciprocate with a question. The usual example formula should be something like an acknowledgement, then there's a brief positive status, and then there's a redirect question. Now, for example, a good response could be something like, going well, thank you for asking. Busy morning, but good momentum. How are things going with you? Now, a wrong response would be something like a 3-minute story of your problems or a 1-word answer like fine. All of these are wrong because basically you are extending too long on like an irrelevant thing, or you are showing that you don't care about building up the report. Now, another thing is that you need to match the energy of the prospect. So if there's a mismatch, this can create easily a discomfort or signal disinterest for the prospect. Now, there could be many variations. You could have West Coast variations, East Coast variations, or Southern variations. For example, like in the West Coast, they could be more casual, like, hey, what's up? What's going on? On the East Coast, they could be more formal. In the South, they could extend their small talk even longer. Now, let's talk about the way that you should be expecting to get the no's from the US prospects, okay? Basically, the idea here is that Americans have a complex system for saying no politely without direct confrontation. So phrases like, that's interesting, are often rejections, not compliments. So you need to be able to spot all of those. Now, if you want to get deeper into this, I broke it down into like 5 different levels of disagreement. Now, the first level could be something like a neutral deflection. So something like, that's one way to look at it. They basically don't want to say that it's not a bad idea or it doesn't work for them. Okay, you know what? That's a way to look at it. So they're being neutral. Now, the second level would be a polite postponement. So they could say something like, let me just get back to you on that. Another level could be when they go into things like what I call a diplomatic doubt. So they could say things like, how would this work with our current system? So basically, they really want you to explain because they could be seeing that system could work with other people, but maybe not with their current system at the moment, the way they have it set up. And then finally, you have the firm closure. This is one of the most obvious ways that you can get a no. And this could be things like, we've decided to go in a different direction. Now, also another thing that is really important that you notice as soon as possible is the stop signs. So stop signs are basically sentences, expressions, or phrases that indicate that the process is really not sold and they are not ready to move forward. So these are sentences like, let me think about that, or we'll see. These sort of sentences are definite stop signs and they're not invitations to continue selling. So when you see this, you really need to regain the report and rebuild the trust that you think you might have built up until that moment, because if you keep pushing, this person is probably gonna get pissed off at you and you're gonna really blow up the call. Now, the problem here is that if you don't notice all of these responses, these soft rejection triggers, basically the prospect becomes unreachable when you try to follow up with them. So get all your calls to voicemail, or you can get unanswered emails because you basically demonstrated cultural incompetence, and this is what you want to be avoiding. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that you have to let them go. You need to always go back to some recovery strategies, and whenever you hear a no, you must stop selling immediately and then pivot into gaining the trust. So for example, you can say things like, I completely understand, but what would need to change for this to make sense for you? This respects their communication style while keeping the door open. Now, in the same way that they might show like really subtle cues or signals to show like a soft rejection, they also don't have like a very over-the-top way of expressing enthusiasm. So the thing with this is that you need to be able to catch these so that you can actually capture the buying signals. So basically their interest is revealed through specific subtle verbal and behavioral patterns, okay? Now let me break down exactly what this progression pattern would look like. I actually broke it down into like a 5-stage progression of interest, okay? So the first sort of stage here would be like information gathering. So basically they would be constantly asking you to get more detailed questions about features and logistics, about how your solution works. Walk me through how this works. Or can you be more specific about this specific feature? Because when they do that, this is a clear sign that they are really locked in and they really want to get a deeper walkthrough about the solution. The second stage on this interest progression would be like the scenario building, applying your solution to their specific situation. So they could say things like, in our case, I think the best way that we would make use of this would be this such and such, right? So you want to be able to, that's a clear sign that they're already thinking how your solution could match their current situation. Now, another stage here would be the stakeholder mention. Here, they would be introducing other decision makers. They could say things like, I'll need to run this by my business partner. Another stage could be the timeline discussion, where they would be basically talking about implementation schedules. They are already thinking, okay, I think this works, but how do I actually make it happen with the current schedule that I have in my head right now? And then another stage that shows clear interest would be the implementation planning. So basically discussing practical next steps. Now, another thing that you need to be watching out for here would be key buying signals disguised as questions. For example, let's talk about hypothetical questions. This could be things like, what would happen if we needed to scale this up quickly? In this case, what they're doing is they're mentally rehearsing the purchase. Another type of buying signal question that you could find here would be concern questions. So this could be things like, what's the biggest challenge clients face during implementation? So this is indicating serious consideration and not rejection. You should be looking out for specific language to spot if they are ready to actually be pitched or to close the deal. So, for example, you should listen for a shift from conditional language to a more definitive future tense language. So this could be going from if we implement this to when we implement this, this could happen, right? So this is exactly the kind of language that you should be expecting. Now, the ultimate green light would be when they ask you about your process or your timeline. So this could be things like, what's the next step here? Whenever you hear this, it's time to stop presenting and start closing immediately. When it comes to their objections, American objections are rarely about what is explicitly stated. I need to think about it as a final chance to address a deeper unstated concern. So whenever you come across the objection, I need to talk to my partner, that often means that I don't trust you enough to make this decision alone. And the real issue is confidence, not authority. Now, another subtle strategy that you need to be actually paying attention to is what I call the concern stacking. So this is basically when they give you an objection as a smoke screen, like as a surface level objection, and then you need to actually go a little bit deeper to actually find the real objection. So basically in this case, they present an easy objection first to test your response before revealing their real deeper concern. That's when your ability to actually get deeper into their emotions comes into play. One of the best frameworks to actually face these objections would be acknowledge, isolate, and provide evidence framework. So in this case, the first thing you need to do is to acknowledge. You can say things like, I completely understand why you would want to think about this. And then you want to isolate the whole objection. So you want to say, okay, so what specifically would you like to think through? Because you want to really know exactly what's actually stopping them from going forward. And then finally, you want to provide evidence. You want to address the real isolated concern with case studies, testimonials, or data. Now, when it comes to building rapport, there's a very clear-cut differentiation between the way American prospects expect to be treated and the way that other international closers would expect this scenario to go down. In the US, professional competence comes first. So they must respect your expertise. This is the very first thing that you need to be focusing on to lock them down so that you can start building the rest of the stages. Now, the second stage is the shared experience, and this would come second, okay? So in this case, you want to find common ground in the business or in the different testimonials that you have so that they can see that their specific scenario and their specific situation has already happened to either yourself, your company, or your clients. The last part of the hierarchy is the personal connection. Friendship develops only after credibility has been established. And this is like one of the biggest hurdles that I have seen from international closers, because usually like in Latin cultures, for example, or in Romance cultures, basically we are used to building the personal connection too fast and spending too much time on building this personal connection at the beginning, but this could sound unprofessional for US prospects. Now, a few other problems that I have found in a lot of international closers is oversharing personal information. So if you share too much and too many details about your personal life, this could very easily make Americans feel uncomfortable. So you need to actually pay attention to this part. Now, another big problem that I found is asking too many intrusive personal questions. Now, this could very easily and very fast cross any kind of professional boundaries. So you really need to pay special attention to this. And then finally, another thing that I found is trying to be their friend and not their advisor. US prospects, they value competence over companionship from a salesperson. You need to be their advisor and not their friend. When you give out compliments to the prospect for something, for example, like they tell you like a struggle story and how they overcame certain struggle, these compliments need to be really specific and basically achievement based. Because if you give really generic compliments that could very well be used for anybody, this could sound as something inauthentic, and this basically defeats the purpose of giving any compliments at all. Now, let's talk about the American agreement system that closes high-ticket deals. Americans usually use qualified, cautious language even when they're ready to buy. So when they say things like, this could work, that often means, I want this, so you need to be able to spot those. Now, from my experience, I can tell you that there are around 5 stages of agreement. You have the acknowledgement, where they can say things like, that makes sense. The consideration, where they could say, this is worth looking into. And then you have the conditional acceptance. So they could say things like, this could work if this and that. And then the 4th stage would be the stakeholder alignment. So they could say things like, I want to run this by a few people. And then you have the final commitments when they say, let's move forward with this. Now, you need to pay attention to what I call the micro agreements as buying signals. Agreeing to smaller steps, like a demo or a proposal, are tests of their own comfort level and signals of increasing commitments. So you need to be able to recognize and reinforce them. You need to have a clear-cut differentiation between the separation of decision making and relationship. So basically, Americans can like your personality, but still say no if your business case doesn't make sense for them, right? So you want to focus on demonstrating value and not just building friendship. Now, let's think about a situation where there's a closer that's supposed to be closing a $50,000 deal on the table, right? And this section will provide you with a detailed line-by-line breakdown of a real sales call showing every principle in action. Let's start with the perfect small talk. So in this case, the closer matches energy and follows the response formula. So the next thing that this closer did right was recognizing buying signals. Another thing that this closer did right was respecting cultural norms. So in this case, he handled the run this by my team objection by offering support and not pushing back. And then on the final close, he responds to the ultimate buying signal, which was the question, what's the next step, by immediately outlining the process and confidently handling the final hesitations. Now, what I want you guys to do is to go to the sales library. I want you to pay attention to the cultural signals, the soft rejections, the buying signals in your next conversation, and respond with the appropriate decoded strategies. Remember that mastering this system allows you to not just close more deals, but to become the type of international closers that American companies are actively seeking and value every single day. Hey guys, how you doing? So today I want to tell you about how to develop your everyday listening skills and about how to use what I call the shadowing framework. The main problem that I see is that your English may be perfect on paper, but if you cannot detect the subtle vocal cues in a prospect's voice, like dropping in tone during a price objection, then you're missing the crucial and spoken part of the conversation. Now, what I'm going to do on this module is to show you a proven framework to actually train you to improve your listening skill and also to measure your progress with your listening. How to diagnose, to develop a self-assessment to identify your specific listening challenges. And then I will also give you the tools to train your everyday listening and to develop your own shadowing framework to turn your passive listening into an active skill. The goal here is to give you a prescription to turn your biggest listening weaknesses into a competitive advantage. Now, I'm going to show you the hidden cost of your listening blind spots.
is not because of your pitch. It's really because of what you did not hear. So the conversation was lost minutes earlier because you missed a subtle shift in the prospect's tone. Now, there are 3 major listening symptoms that you should be paying attention to. The first one is missing emotional shifts. What this means is failing to detect when a prospect's voice changes from disinterested to skeptical or concerned. The second one is accent confusion. So what happens is that your brain works overtime to decode unfamiliar accents, and this leaves no bandwidth to actually read emotional subtext. So what this is doing is it's basically consuming all of the resources that you have going on in your brain to focus on the actual words and the accent, but then that's not leaving any room for you to focus on the emotional situation that's going on in the prospect's mind. And then finally, there's the speed overwhelm. So this comes down to your listening ability getting worse and not better during high pressure conversations. And this is the key idea here, guys, because the problem is that you could be familiar with a certain word or a certain pronunciation, but then it really comes down to your ability to understand that expression or that word in a high pressure situation. And this actually can be trained. Some people like to call this a cognitive load, right? So your brain treats unfamiliar speech patterns like fast speech or different accents as a foreign language. This basically forces your brain to work harder on basic comprehension, and this shuts down its ability to process emotional cues and buying signals. Now, this can easily create a downward spiral of missed cues. What this means is that if you miss one vocal cue, this could very easily make you more likely to miss out on the next. Your off-target response can cause the prospect to become more guarded, their speech less clear, and the conversation can very easily spiral downwards. Now, what this does is this creates this state of confusion in your mind because you think you understand something, but then you start making assumptions on what you think you should be saying next or what the prospect might be thinking. This creates a sort of disconnection between what you thought you heard and what was actually communicated, and this leads to lost deals and a cycle of decreasing confidence. Now, in very simple terms, what happens is that during a high stressful situation like a high ticket sales call in a foreign language, basically stress really kicks in and this triggers a fight or flight response in your brain. The problem is that traditional English learning prepares you for clear, slow, and predictable speech. Real sales calls are messy and unpredictable. Under stress, your brain defaults to the passive learning habits learned in school, which are inadequate for real-world sales. Research shows that anxiety can narrow your ability to process speech variations by up to 60%. Basically, an accent you understand perfectly in a low-pressure situation can become incomprehensible when you are in a high-stakes situation. Now, I want you to understand the difference between hearing words and processing intent. Because hearing is automatic, right? You just hear the words. But then processing intent requires analyzing the tone, the pace, and the subtext, and the intentions of the prospects. What usually happens is that when you are under stress, you can still hear the words, but your ability to process the intent behind them shuts down. So you're operating with only half of the information. The problem is that practicing in a controlled, predictable environment, like on a role-play session with colleagues or language apps, doesn't really prepare you for the unpredictable nature of real prospects. Now, this is where the shadowing technique comes into play. Now, this is a language technique that is based on imitating or mimicking somebody else's speech in real time, and this is meant to rewire your brain's audio processing in ways that passive listening just cannot do. This was originally developed to help interpreters achieve perfect comprehensions under extreme pressure. It forces your brain to process speech and produce sound simultaneously, eliminating the comprehension delay of passive listening. Now, this creates a type of learning where your brain recognizes speech patterns automatically instead of consciously translating them. Now, picture it like this. I want you to think of shadowing as an active participation. So it's like when you compare someone playing an instrument versus someone who is listening someone play an instrument. This type of exercises actually build your motor memory for different action patterns and also helps you calibrate your brain to handle native speech speeds. Now, if you were to break this down onto a 30-day transformation, it would look like this. So on the first week, you want to work on your basic rhythm recognition. On the second week, you want to work on your accent tolerance, so different types of accents. And then on the third week, you want to focus on the speed processing. So you want to watch different situations and different sales calls with different prospects and different speech patterns. And then on the last week, you should be focusing on automatic recognition of emotional patterns. So trying to look for little hints, emotional undertones to understand what the real intent is from the prospects. Now, this type of strategy will actually help you to improve your ability to read between the lines also, and to actually spot active listening and buying signals. Now, if you want to become a top closer, you need to be able to spot different specific vocal cues to actually understand if the prospect is ready to buy. Now, these are things like the pace changes, where the prospect might be slowing down often, which means that they are visualizing using your products. Another thing to look out for would be volume drops, where there's like a softer voice, which often indicates that they're processing something important internally. Another factor that plays into this is question patterns, where there's maybe like question shifts from features like on the early stage to like implementation questions in the middle stage of the call, and then finally to personal and more specific questions on the very last stage of the call. Another thing that this kind of exercise can help you with is actually being able to spot different objections even before they're being spoken out loud, right? So for example, like you will be able to spot budget objections when there's like a subtle voice changes when discussing money, for example. You can actually spot maybe some authority objections where there's a shift to, they change the pronouns and they say like, we would need to consider this. This could be signaling that they need to consult others. So then you can actually move on and ask them, okay, so who is the ultimate decision maker? The bottom line here is that there's sort of like a dual processing technique where you need to be focusing on your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. So the conscious mind is you want to track the logical content of the conversation. The subconscious mind is where you need to actually monitor the emotional undertones like the tone, the pace, or the energy shifts. Now let's get into how you can actually find sources to focus on to train yourself doing this technique. You need to be careful here because if you know that you're going to be working for the US market, the last thing you want to do is to focus on practicing with the wrong voices, with the wrong speakers. So don't overwhelm yourself watching a lot of different sales calls with British closers or British podcasters, because you need to get used to the accent that you're going to be working on eventually. Then if you want to go deeper into this, you can actually focus on regional relevance, trying to match speakers to the geographic areas of your prospects if you know where you're going to be working on. And then also the professional context. So you want to choose speakers who use business vocabulary and tone from the industries and the type of offers that you're going to be selling. Also, another thing that you can play around with is the emotional range. So you can actually look for sales calls and role plays in different situations where you can find voices that express like the full spectrum of sales emotions, where you can find prospects that are more skeptic, more excited, more concerned with different types of objections, right? And basically, I actually have done all the work for you because I provided you with a library of sales calls where you can find hundreds of different sales calls in different situations, different niches, different industries, and different prospect profiles. So all you have to do is to go back to the library and try to pick the ones that you think will match the type of prospects that you should be shooting for when you actually start applying for high-ticket sales jobs. Also, another thing that I recommend here is that you actually build up your own sales library, trying to look for different channels, different YouTube channels where you can find other high-ticket sales scenarios to match the kind of specific situations that you think you could be having the most problems with, and where you can find weaknesses that you should be working on. You can use, earnings calls, sales training videos, customer testimonial videos, podcast interviews with executives from the target industry that you want to be working on. Now, the way I like to address this is I like to do this like in a 4-stage pattern, where at the beginning you focus on like a more generic sales calls where you just focus on general accent exposure, and then you move on to like a more business related vocabulary exposure, and then you focus on the emotional undertones, the emotional complexity of the words, and the intent behind the words. And then finally, you can actually just watch sales calls from specific industries and specific niches so that you can learn the specific terminology from that specific industry. Now, also another thing that I recommend here is that you don't only watch a specific type of sales calls. Like, for example, like say you want to work for fitness coaches, right? Selling fitness offers. So I recommend that you not only watch those kinds of offers. From my experience, it's best if you actually work on 60% on your primary market and then 30% or so on adjacent markets. So markets that could be related to this type of market that you want to focus on, and then 10% on challenging, more like challenging accents to build flexibility. If you know that you struggle with British accent, then you just watch a few of the British sales calls that I have on the library, but you want to focus 60% on the primary, 30% on related markets, and then 10% on more challenging accents and external markets. Now, all of this sounds fine, but how do you actually measure your progress here? Because this is really the key. You want to be able to measure, like in business, the best way to actually progress is to measure your mistakes and measure where you are making progress on, right? Confidence doesn't close deals, results do. So you must track every specific metric that connects listening practice to your sales performance. So in my experience, there are three major core metrics that you should be focusing on when it comes to your listening progress. The first one is your comprehension speed. The second one is your accent recognition accuracy. And the third one is your emotional accuracy. So the way that you work on this and you actually measure this is on the comprehension speed, you want to measure how quickly you can process and respond to speech. And this is measured by timing, the time that it takes for you to respond and to understand what the other person is saying. The second factor is your accent recognition accuracy. And the way that you measure this is you actually count the missed words that you did not completely understand on a given situation. And then the last factor here to take into account would be the emotional accuracy. This comes down to your ability to identify the emotion behind the words. And the way that you measure progress on this area would be by assessing the recorded calls with known outcomes. So basically, it's just taking a look at the conversion rates for these specific sales calls. And then the more you have closed, the better understanding of the emotional cues that you have about this specific context. Now, what I recommend here is that you can actually build up your own benchmarks, your own listening benchmarks. And the way to do this is to record your practice calls and rate your performance on a 1 to 10 scale for each of the metrics that I just mentioned, and then create a baseline. You want to track your closing rate alongside your listening metrics. So if one improves without the other, then that means that your practice needs adjustments. Now, by far the best method to track your progress on your listening skills is actually just to record all your sales calls and analyze your performance over time. Now, the final thing that I want you to remember here is that while others focus on what to say, you will be able to master what to hear, and this will give you an edge that most closers never develop. The next thing I want you to do now is to start with a 15-minute shadowing session today using content from your target market or any markets you want to focus on. If you implement all of this that I just said, in the next 30 days, you will catch buying signals you used to miss, and you will be able to process native speech automatically and hear the real conversation happening behind the words. Hey guys, so today I want to tell you about the importance of understanding buyer psychology and US culture when you want to improve your conversion rates in the US market as a high-ticket closer. The first thing I want you to understand as the core problem is that international closers with perfect English often fail in the US market because they don't really understand the deep-seated cultural and psychological expectations of American buyers. Language fluency and cultural fluency are entirely different skills, all right? So success really hinges on understanding the real rules that govern American business interactions. And this is what you want to become familiar with if you want to actually become more fluent when it comes to culture and psychology. Let's think of Carlos from Spain. So he's a closer and he's trying to close a US prospect, right? This successful closer in Spain has perfect English, but he fails to close any deals in his first month where he's targeting US clients, right? Now, what's the mistake here? The mistake is that he used European relationship building techniques, and he basically spent around 15 minutes on small talk talking about his families or his hobbies. The prospect saw that as a time-wasting situation, and they saw him as someone who's just trying to be pushy and someone who lacked preparation. The problem is that there's a difference between the way that prospects expect their conversations to go at the beginning on this rapport building stage compared to Spain and compared to the US. Buyers expect the solutions first, and then relationships are being built as a consequence of that, because first you gain their respect and then you can start building up that relationship. So the thing is that efficiency and immediate value demonstrations are really, really important. They are paramount here. The thing is, American buyers operate from a cultural framework of individualism and direct communication. All right. So when your approach doesn't match their expectations for how a business conversation should flow, they actually subconsciously sense a disconnect. All right. And they completely mentally check out. They just grow up in a culture that encourages questioning, and they are constantly bombarded with thousands of marketing messages daily. Now, what this does is that this creates a prove it to me mindset and a sophisticated mental filter that basically is put in place to block out any time wasters. So if you come up to a call and you're trying to like build up this relationship for like 15 minutes, this is going to create sort of a filter, and they're gonna go, you know what, this guy is just trying to like gain my trust by sounding friendly, but I just want you to prove it to me that you're an expert. So just start giving me value as soon as you can, all right? US prospects, they want to feel in control and that they discovered the solution themselves, not that they were sold the solution. And this is the key idea here. They respect expertise, but they reject hierarchical or overly manipulative sales tactics. So they basically want to see that you're the expert, not that you are just one of those random closers that are just trying to get the money out of them regardless. Now, there's a cultural perception of being constantly pressed for time, creating an expectation for hyper-efficient conversations. This is the thing here. There's a dominance of time scarcity and return on investment in the US market. Decisions are heavily driven by data, by case studies, and the promise of measurable results, so a return on investment. American buyers have a mental timer that starts the very moment a call begins. So you must actually demonstrate value within the first couple of minutes, or they will completely disengage. The main mistake that a lot of international closers have is that they assume that the rhythm and the pacing of a sales conversation are universal. This is not true. I want you to picture a scenario where, let's just call it Maria. So this is Maria from Brazil, right? And she's a successful closer from Sao Paulo. And she loses deals in the US because of her pacing, which is too slow. All right. So the mistake is that she spends usually around 20 minutes to build reports. The problem here is that all this time spent on this 20 minutes of report building was perceived as a disrespect to the prospect's schedule. So I'm basically, when the prospect asks direct questions like, what's the bottom line here? In Maria's mind, these were signals to speed up, which she misinterpreted as rudeness. So she started thinking that the fact that the prospect was asking direct questions like, okay, so what's the bottom line? She thought that the prospect was being rude, and so she just started freaking out and she started losing control of the call. And this is what you want to avoid. In the US culture, efficiency equals respect. So getting to the point quickly shows the prospect that you value their time. Now, the entire sales cycle in the US is often compressed. So, for example, like a deal that takes 6 months in Europe might be expected to close in 3 in the US. This urgency affects the pacing of every single interaction. Now, over the past 5 years or so, Europe has been catching up to this, but still, Europeans have this sense of you actually need to take more time to do things. The US market, they have a different sense of timing and of time efficiency specifically. The main problem that I see is that using formal, polite, and indirect language, this signal respect in other cultures, but weaknesses in an uncertainty in the US culture. So when you are being too polite or too formal or too indirect, this could be actually a signal of weakness or of a lack of expertise in the US prospect's mind. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's think of another prospect. Let's call him Ahmed from Egypt, right? He's a closer with perfect formal English. He finds prospects losing interest during his presentations, right? Now, the main problem is that he used hedging and polite phrases like, I would like to suggest, or perhaps we could explore, or I believe this might work. Okay, so these are the expressions used by Ahmed from Egypt, right? Now, let's think of exactly the language that the Americans would be expecting, instead. So this language signaled a lack of confidence and expertise. They expect a more direct and assertive language. So, for example, they would be expecting things like, here's what I recommend, or this will solve your problem, or let me show you how this works. All right. So these are sentences that actually portray assertiveness and shows confidence and not aggression. Now, Americans expect direct questioning, like, tell me about your current process, or rather than permission-based questions, like, would you mind if I asked? Indirect questions can suggest that you are unsure whether your solution is the right fit, and you're unsure of your right to ask for information. So if you're an expert, you should be very confident about your ability to ask the right questions at the right time. So if you're constantly asking for permission to ask questions, this is going to signal basically that you don't know what you're doing, or you're ready to let the prospect take the control of the conversation. And this is the last thing you want to do. Now, another key mistake that I see is using relationship-based or consensus building techniques to handle objections. Now, what do I mean here? I'm going to give you another example. Let's think of another closer. In this case, let's imagine Priya from India, right? So again, she's a successful closer from Mumbai, and she finds her objection handling techniques failing with US price objections, all right? So the mistake here is that she used social proof, like, many companies similar to yours have found this and that to address the price concerns, right? So she uses this type of objection handling technique. Now, the thing is, in this case, the US prospect's interpretation is that this approach feels basically dismissive of their own specific individual situation, and it actually comes across as a pressure tactic. This is what you want to be avoiding. Now, the expected pattern, the expected outcome in this situation would be a more direct evidence-based response, like, providing data, providing return on investment calculations, which basically addresses their specific concern head on. You don't want to go back to whatever worked for this specific scenario, for this specific case study. You want to be really specific about everything that has been described by the prospect themselves. In US culture, objections are often not rejections, but tests of the closer's expertise and confidence. So basically the idea here is that prospects want to see if you can handle their concerns professionally. So that's what you need to bear in mind whenever you're facing these objections. Now, let's talk about exactly how to use your own international identity in your advantage, because one of the main problems that I see in international closers, role play sessions, is that they're trying to hide their international background. And they want to sound way more American than they are, and this comes across as inauthentic. You want your authentic voice and your accent to stand out from the typical American sales pitches. For them, they see you as an international asset which brings in an international perspective. So this could actually end up being on your advantage on the long term. Now, you have a broader base of international examples and case studies that are interesting and memorable. This is unique stories. You could actually come up with unique stories from other offers or other services that you have provided in your own local country to bring in into the conversation. This could actually be a great way to reframe your international background. You can actually combine your authentic cultural perspective with an adapted understanding of US buyer psychology. Now, this will maintain your identity while actually matching their expectations for timing, for language, and objection handling. Success in the US market is not so much about changing who you are, it's more about understanding what US buyers need and adapting your own approach to meet their cultural and psychological expectations. Alright guys, so as a final note here, I want you to go to the sales library that I provide here as a resource, and I want you to begin by studying a real US sales call to identify the cultural patterns of timing, language, and objection handling in action, because mastering these insights is more critical than perfecting your language skills. Today, I'm going to tell you why making $20,000 a month as an international high-ticket closer in the US market is way closer than you think. Now, let's start by tackling the biggest problem that I see in most international high-ticket closers, which is their limiting beliefs. The main reason why most international closers don't usually get past $5,000 a month is not because of their sales skills necessarily. It's mostly because they have this limiting belief that gets them stuck. And there's a lot of reasons why this might happen. It could be related to your upbringing, to the relationship with money, maybe the way that you were raised at home, maybe your family and your friends think that there's a limit as to the amount of money that you can make, or you might even have convinced yourself that there's only a small amount of people that can actually make that amount of money and you are just not that person. So as you can see, there's a lot of reasons why those limiting beliefs can actually impact your performance as a high-ticket closer. This trap is especially dangerous for international closers, and the way out requires understanding the fundamental truth about American business owners. Now, the problem here is that international closers usually bring an employee mindset to a market that demands an entrepreneurial mindset. Basically, an employee mindset usually expects structure, and they're always asking for permission, and they're always waiting for training and seeking guaranteed income, and they're always looking to get support and hand-holding. And this obviously creates an income ceiling. Now, on the other hand, when you show up to a job with a business mindset, you tend to take ownership and you're always seeking to solve problems. Now, the result of this is that you actually end up creating your own systems, and you actually understand that your income is tied to the value that you provide. And this is exactly what business owners are looking for. I'm going to give you a few examples so that you understand what I mean here. Now, let's think of Carlos as someone who comes up to a sales job with an employee mindset. So Carlos is always asking for scripts, for training, and for feedback. At the beginning, this might be fine, but on the long term, the business owners started seeing him as someone needing support, and finally he was let go. Now, on the flip side, you have Maria, who came up to the sales job with a way stronger business mindset. She actually started the market, and she created her own scripts and her own talking points, and even suggested process improvements for the company that she was working for. Now, the result of this was that she was seen as a valuable asset, and she was earning over $18,000 a month within the first 6 months. Now, I'm going to give you a clear analogy so that you can understand this point very clearly. I want you to think of yourself as a high-ticket closer, as an athlete. Athletes are paid for their performance, not for showing up to practice. They take ownership of their results. Successful closers adopt this same mentality, so they actually become as profit centers for the businesses instead of as extra costs. And this is what you want to end up doing. You just have to obsess over your performance so that the business sees that you are actually willing to go the extra mile to actually get the results that they're looking for. The point here is that American business owners treat closers like professional athletes. They measure your performance constantly, and they make decisions based on your results. They measure metrics like your close rate, your average deal size, your return on investment. So your effort or your loyalty is not as important here. American business culture will cut down underperformers quickly based purely on business math. It's not even personal. This might be kind of a shocking difference compared to other cultures where relationships or loyalty could be actually more important. Now, the last thing you want to do on a high-ticket sales job is to start thinking that you are entitled to complain all the time. Business owners expect you to solve problems and not create them. So if you're constantly asking for more or better leads, that's creating a problem for them. So if you find yourself getting shitty leads, what you should be doing instead is actually analyzing and improving your lead conversion and trying to build better relationships with the leads that are coming through. Now, I'm going to give you two other real-world examples so that you can see this more clearly. I want you to think of two
two closers, Ahmed, who is a problem solver, and Stefan, who is always complaining. Ahmed, when his performance was questioned, he analyzed calls, he identified his own weaknesses, and he actually created his new responses. The result of this is that his close rate jumped, and he actually proved his value. Now, on the flip side, you got Stefan, who, when his performance was questioned, he actually asked for more training and better scripts. So eventually what happened here was that he was seen as an expense and he was just let go. Once you understand this performance-based game, you can actually excel because you're often hungrier and more focused and less entitled than domestic local closers. And this is actually one of the main reasons why most international closers lose these $20,000 a month opportunities. I see this happening over and over again, and I can tell you that international closers waste months perfecting their accents when American business owners, they care actually way more about the results that you provide. What you need to remember here is that your accent doesn't show up on a revenue report. The reality is that the US high-ticket market has a massive demand for skilled closers, and the barrier to entry is not your accent. It's your positioning and your understanding of the market. Your hunger, your dedication, and your willingness to prove value through performance are significant advantages over domestic candidates who may be more complacent and less familiar with this performance-based mindset. Now, I'm going to give you another couple of examples so that you can actually drill this into your brain. I want you to think of two other closers, Priya and David. So in this case, Priya has a more strategic approach and David has a more superficial approach. Now, in this case, Priya, despite having a very thick, strong accent, she actually studied target companies and she ended up creating her own sample sales scripts for their specific challenges. The result was that she ended up landing a $23,000 a month sales role. Now, on the other hand, you have David, who despite having a perfect English and minimal accent, he focused too much on accent reduction and classes instead of demonstrating unique value, and the result was that he received no offers at all. Now let's get into the meat of the matter here. How do you actually land high-ticket offers without experience? Now this ties back to the business mindset compared to the employee mindset that I was mentioning at the beginning. What you want to do here is to bypass the traditional competitive job boards by using direct outreach to founders and hiring managers. And you want to position yourself as a proactive problem solver and a valuable asset. The biggest problem that I see with the majority of high-ticket closers is that they apply like desperate job seekers and they use mass applications, generic resumes, focusing on their own needs instead of positioning themselves like valuable assets for the companies that they reach out for. Instead, what you should be doing is deeply studying a target company's market, their sales processes, and their challenges. You actually need to create value for them first. So instead of submitting the same generic resume over and over again, you actually need to create a personalized video application analyzing their processes and offering specific valuable suggestions. Now, remember that during your outreach, you should always be focusing on the company's problems and how you can actually solve their specific challenges and not about your own desire to get the job. So another thing that you can do in order to land these high quality sales jobs is actually filter for quality. So basically you should be targeting high ticket offers that are between $5,000 to $10,000. And you should also make sure that they have a reliable sales pipeline with warm pre-qualified leads to maximize your earning potential and your constant learning. I've always been a big believer in the idea that the best way to learn is on the job. So you should be looking to get paid while dealing with real objections, real pressure, and real money. Now, I want you to picture what I call the Heaven and Hell Island framework. This is a simple yet powerful framework for understanding buyer psychology and structuring your own sales goals. Hell Island is the prospect's current state of pain, frustration, and problems. So your job here is to help them articulate and feel the full weight of this reality. Heaven Island, on the other hand, is the prospect's desired outcome, their dream situation. And your job in this case is to help them visualize this compelling future. And your product or service is actually the bridge that takes them from one island to another. The reason this works is because you're not selling a product. You're helping the prospect see that your solution is the most logical path from their current pain to their desired future. This addresses the real emotional drivers behind their purchasing decision. The best way to scale from a $5,000 to a $20,000 a month offer is through strategic positioning. Your income growth comes from strategic thinking, not just working harder. Top closers understand how to pull 3 specific
levers to multiply the results. The first one is your close rate. You need to master advanced frameworks to convert more prospects. Doubling your close rate always doubles your income. The second lever is to move to higher ticket offers. I mean, this is dead obvious, but sometimes people forget that selling a 10K offer pays 5 times more than selling a 2K offer. Now, the third lever that you should be pulling here is that you should be actually tracking and using your proven track records and your metrics to negotiate better commission structures, better positions, or even equity in the company that you're working for. The biggest block to earning $20,000 a month is not your skills, your experience, or your location. It's your internal belief system. Income plateaus are often mindset blocks disguised as skill problems. Now, these limiting beliefs could happen because of a huge variety of reasons, but the main problem that I see is that cultural conditioning and past experiences create subconscious beliefs about money, worth, and what is possible. So these beliefs can actually sabotage your performance without you even realizing it. Let me give you a few examples so that you can understand what I mean here. So let's think of Roberto. In this case, he felt guilty about earning more than his father, which subconsciously caused him to hold back during his closes. Now let's take a look at Sarah. In this scenario, she believed she should be grateful for any opportunity she was presented with, which caused her to accept low-paying offers far below her capabilities. The bottom line here is that when you believe you're worth $20,000 a month, you show up differently. You speak with more confidence, you pursue better opportunities, and you negotiate from a position of strength. Achieving $20,000 a month opportunities is about recognizing your own value and positioning yourself correctly by adopting an entrepreneurial mindset. I want you to consciously start implementing this mindset and systematic approach today. Stop waiting for permission and start positioning yourself as a strategic asset who creates value. Consistent implementation of this proven system is the key to the success you're looking for. Today, I'm going to tell you why you need to keep things simple in high-ticket sales if you want to make money. The main problem that I see over and over again in conversations from international high-ticket closers is that they tend to use sophisticated vocabulary and complex sentence structures, which actually come from like this reward system that is incentivized in academic settings. But what I can tell you for a fact is that this kind of dynamics actually don't work in real scenarios in high-ticket sales. So they are really destroying your conversion. Prospects don't buy from you because they just don't understand what you're saying. The key to success in US markets is to simplify your message. The big misconception is that international closers believe that sophisticated vocabulary and business jargon make them sound professional and credible. But the reality is that to American buyers, complex language sounds robotic, confusing, and like you're reading from a script. It basically builds a wall between you and the prospects. When you choose to overcomplicate your language during a sales call, the brain has to work harder to process unfamiliar terminology, which overloads its processing capacity during a sales call. Neuroscience shows that when you use overly complicated language, that actually activates the same brain regions as stress responses. So you're literally stressing your prospects out, and stressed prospects don't buy, they escape. So when you use weird expressions like synergetic solutions, paradigm shifts, or ROI optimization strategies, these cause prospects to mentally check out. Other examples of these robotic word choices could be things like utilize instead of use, facilitate instead of help, or implement instead of do. The key idea to bring home here is that clarity creates trust, trust creates sales, and the person who communicates the clearest always wins. There is a huge misconception among the closer community relating to the idea that giving more information and being thorough demonstrates expertise and builds confidence. But the reality is that over-explaining features, benefits, and processes sometimes overwhelms prospects with too much information, and this could cause them to freeze and postpone decisions. I always say that if you can't explain your core value in less than 30 seconds, you've already lost their attention. The brain can only hold about 7 pieces of information in working memory at once. So lengthy explanations lead to incomplete understanding as the brain discards the information. Prospects buy outcomes, not processes or methodologies. They don't really care about how your program works. They care about the results that they will get. So the idea here is that when you constrain the information, this is a good thing because it forces your brain to simplify things to like the minimum amount of information, and the 30-second time limit of an elevator pitch forces you to distill your message down to its most essential high-impact elements, cutting out all the jargon and all the filler. So if you were to break down everything to like the most simple formula, you would end up with just 3 simple elements: the problem, the solution, and the results. The problem is what hurts the prospect right now. The solution is what fixes their specific problem, and the result is how their life changes after their problem is fixed. You can try to overcomplicate things as much as you want, but this is what it all comes down to. Now, let me give you an example of how this would look like on the real world. All right, so this is an example of overly complicated language. So we provide comprehensive digital marketing optimization solutions to enhance your online presence and maximize conversion potential. Now, compare that to this very simple sentence. Your business isn't getting enough customers online. We fix your website and your ads, so you get more sales. Now, I want to stress the difference between smart-sounding closers and successful closers. So the highest earning closers often sound the least intelligent because they use simple elementary level language and they prioritize connection over impressing the prospects. On the other hand, using overcomplicated language can make you seem disconnected from the prospect's real world problems, and they may feel you are actually speaking from theory and not experience, which completely breaks the trust. I know that this is a very counterintuitive idea, but the truth is that it's very easy to use jargon and complicated language like that. It's actually way more difficult to take a very complex idea and make it simple and digestible, which requires a deep understanding and confidence in the topic. The main thing that you need to remember is that your goal isn't to sound smart yourself. It's to make the prospect feel smart for being able to easily understand your solution. The result of this is prospects that end up buying from you immediately compared to confused prospects that need some time to digest all the information that you just provided. Now, you need to distinguish between the necessary details that you need to provide, so that is what the prospect actually needs to know in order for them to buy, and the unnecessary complexity that means everything that you know about the offer, because you don't need to spill out every single thing that you know about the offer on every single phone call. Now, I'm going to give you a few warning signs that will actually indicate that you're being too complex during your sales calls. The first thing is using too many acronyms. So sometimes you assume that the prospect is completely familiar with a bunch of different acronyms, but sometimes, maybe the person is starting out during their journey, so they might not be as familiar. You have to avoid trying to assume that they know every single acronym related to the industry. The second problem is spending too much time explaining processes and not outcomes. So describing how your solution works instead of what results it delivers. So you need to avoid leaning too much on describing how your solution works instead of what results it delivers. Another indicator that could tell you that you're being too complex with your language is using multiple subpoints. So this is when you're structuring your pitch like a college lecture, which could very easily overwhelm your prospects. Also, another thing that you should be looking out for is using too much industry jargon. So this comes down to the idea of using words that might sound professional to you, but may mean nothing to the prospects. And then finally, another giveaway of this overcomplexity would be using lengthy setups. So this is when you're taking too long to get to the point, causing prospects to lose interest. So a very simple practical test that you can do to test for your own clarity on your delivery is the grandma test. So if your grandmother wouldn't understand your explanation, then it's probably too complex for our prospects. Also, another exercise that you can do is to try to come up with an explanation of your solution as if you were trying to explain it to a 5-year-old. So the cool thing about this is that children demand simple words and clear explanations, and this actually forces you to find the absolute core of your message. Let me give you an example of this in action. So this will be an example of a complex alternative, right? So imagine this sentence. Our platform leverages artificial intelligence algorithms to optimize your customer acquisition funnel. Now, the simplified 5-year-old version would sound like, your computer watches how people shop on your website. It learns what makes people buy things, then it shows your website to more people who want to buy. Now, there are other additional simplification exercises that you could implement in your delivery to make this work. One of them would be the one-sentence summary. Basically, if you come up with a single sentence that clarifies the solution that you have to offer, this forces you to identify your single most important value proposition. Another approach that you could take to explain things simply would be using the friend at a bar test, which basically encourages you to use the simple, direct language that you would use with friends at a hangout. When you start simplifying your language, you should be expecting to see your conversion rates skyrocketing really fast. The change is immediate because understanding leads to faster, more confident decisions. So the compounding benefits of your clarity and your delivery is actually very evident in different areas. So first of all, you build faster rapport, so prospects feel understood. Then also you will tend to get more referrals referrals because satisfied clients can easily explain what you do to their networks. And then most importantly, you will get higher client satisfaction because expectations are clear from the beginning, eliminating the disappointments. So if you drill this down into your brain, you will start having a huge advantage over other international closers, and you will build trust with clarity and a business that grows through referrals. Sales rewards simple communication that prospects understand immediately. Clarity creates trust, and trust creates sales. I want you to start today. Record your pitch and apply the 5-year-old test. Strip away all the jargon and complexity and focus on clear, simple outcomes. Clear communication isn't dumbing down, it's powering up your sales results.
Today, I'm going to tell you the difference between being a fluent salesperson and being a fluent English speaker. The biggest mistake that I've seen over time is that international closers usually believe they need to sound like native speakers to succeed in sales. But the truth is that some of the highest earning international closers actually have thick accents and imperfect grammar, and yet they consistently outperform native speakers. The key concept that I want you to keep in mind here is that they understand the critical difference between being a fluent speaker and being a fluent salesperson. High-ticket sales is not a grammar contest. Obsessing over perfect grammar actually leads to closing less deals because it creates a cognitive load. So the problem with this obsession with grammar is that your brain is too busy monitoring your language to be fully present with the prospects. Prospects don't actually buy from the person with flawless sentence structure. They actually buy from the person who makes them feel understood and connects with their problem. I want you to think of the following scenario. Picture Carlos, a closer from Mexico. In this case, he's got broken English and terrible grammar. But because of this, he was actually forced to listen with intention and ask simple questions and repeat back what he heard to ensure his understanding. The result was that he outperformed closers with perfect English because he was focused on his prospect's emotional state and not on conjugating verbs. Worrying about mistakes makes you sound robotic, disconnected, and nervous. And this nervousness actually transfers to the prospect, which can destroy all the trust that you're building. Remember that simple, clear communication builds connection, while complicated language actually builds walls. Now I'm going to try to lay out the reasons why sometimes broken English closers actually outperform native speakers. So the truth is that sometimes international closers with imperfect English and thick accents actually make more money than some native speakers, and this is because language barriers can actually create unexpected advantages. So the first advantage is that this imperfection actually makes them listen more carefully, because they just have to. They focus intensely on every word and catch subtle hesitations and concerns that native speakers who are often on autopilot sometimes they miss. The second advantage is that they are more direct and clear. And the reason behind this is because they lack confidence in complex language, so they get straight to the point with simple, powerful phrases that are impossible to misunderstand. Another advantage is your accent itself. When owned confidently, an accent makes you memorable and authentic, and also demonstrates that you are a real person and not a sleazy salesman. Another interesting advantage is that they might actually have better emotional intelligence. Since they are unable to rely solely on words, they become experts at reading nonverbal cues like tone of voice and body language. Having a thicker accent actually makes them focus on substance over style, and the reason is very straightforward. They can impress with vocabulary, so they are forced to impress with their deep understanding of the prospect's problems and their ability to provide solutions. Now I'm going to try to explain the core differences between a fluent speaker and a fluent salesperson. A fluent speaker has perfect grammar, extensive vocabulary, they can discuss complex topics, and they sound impressive. On the other hand, a fluent salesperson uses strategic questioning, emotional calibration, and decision-making guidance. They use simple and direct language to create clarity and urgency. And their defining feature is that they are influential and persuasive. And this is where you want to position yourself. Now, the reason why fluent speakers often struggle in sales is because they overthink language and they get caught up in constructing the perfect sentence, so that actually makes them miss emotional cues and sound like a presentation instead of a genuine conversation. Sales success comes from mastering sales-specific communication skills and not general English proficiency. You need to sound like a problem solver and not like a college professor. Now, I'm going to give you a list of 5 communication skills that will actually help you become a fluent salesperson. These 5
skills are what truly matter, and none of them require perfect grammar. The first one is strategic questioning. So you need to come up with a systematic approach to uncover pain points and buy motives so that you can move freely from open-ended discovery to deep dive follow-ups and questions about the desired outcomes. The second skill that I want you to be actively working on is your emotional calibration. And this is your ability to read the prospect's emotions, like their frustration, their excitement, or their skepticism, through their tone and their pace, and then adjust your own communication style to match their state. The next skill is your objection reframing. Now, this refers to your ability to turn your prospect's concern into buying opportunities by understanding that objections often reveal buying criteria and not rejection. Another important skill that you need to develop is your urgency creation. So this comes down to using business logic and opportunity cost to help prospects understand the cost of delaying their decision without being pushy. And then finally, you have your decision guidance skill. This will help you lead prospects confidently through their buying process with clear recommendations and step-by-step instructions. What I want you to keep in mind is that real sales confidence comes from having a systematic approach and knowing what to do in any situation, and not from having perfect English. Now I'm going to give you a 4-component framework that will actually help you achieve this. The first one is your competence-based confidence. So the idea here is that your confidence is actually built on your proven sales skills, that is your ability to help, and not your language skills. The second one is your preparation protocols. This refers to having a clear framework and multiple ways to phrase key points in every part of the conversation, which eliminates anxiety. The next one is recovery strategies. So these are just simple techniques like using phrases like "let me rephrase that" to recover from stumbles without panicking or losing momentum. And then the last one is authenticity anchors. So this actually explains the idea of owning your background and using your accent and international experience as a unique selling proposition and a point of connection. Now remember that success metrics are also an extremely important component on this framework. Keeping track of your sales outcomes, like the amount of appointments that you set or the amount of deals that you close, instead of linguistic perfection to build confidence based on real results. Top performers usually make an active effort about learning sales-specific vocabulary over general English, which can directly impact buying decisions during conversations. They also pay way more attention to their confident delivery over their perfect pronunciation, so they own their unique voice and use it to project authority and expertise. So the core idea here is that you need to adapt your sales approach to leverage your existing English skills rather than trying to change your English to fit a preconceived notion of sales. Then you need to redefine your success metrics and shift your focus from linguistic perfection to sales outcomes, like the amount of appointments you set and the deals you close. The next step here would be for you to develop your unique value proposition and frame your international background and accent as a strength and a point of differentiation. And then you should also be building your own list of phrases and keywords and expressions to build a collection of simple, proven phrases for every stage of the sale. One of the most important parts of this process is for you to use role-playing sessions to build sales confidence and improve your English naturally at the same time. And then finally, when you check for feedback, I want you to measure your progress based on the prospect's engagement and the results that you get, and not from the grammar that you use. Remember that your English doesn't need to be perfect to be powerful. It needs to be purposeful, authentic, and focused on solving the prospect's problems. The truth is that the remote sales industry is booming right now, and the success is available to those who focus on what truly matters. Now, on your next call, I want you to stop worrying about your grammar and focus entirely on connecting with your prospect's pain points. Remember that your authenticity is your greatest asset. Alright, so today I'm going to be telling you about how to overcome your imposter syndrome as an international high-ticket closer. So what I've noticed after talking to hundreds of different international high-ticket closers is that most of them, they feel like frauds, even despite any kind of success. Traditional advice like the fake it till you make it is ineffective because it requires constant energy and creates a disconnect that prospects can actually sense. So what I'm going to give you here is a system designed to help you become confident by changing your core identity and not just by acting confident. From my experience, I can tell you that the imposter syndrome is an epidemic, and it affects basically around 90% of international professionals, and you may be surprised to find out that even top performers making six figures feel like they're fooling everyone. Self-doubt leads to unconscious self-sabotage. You might end up lowering your prices, avoiding big deals, and turning down opportunities because you feel unworthy or fear of being exposed. exposed. Now, the biggest issue here is that for international closers, this feeling is actually amplified. Every mispronounced word or grammar mistake feels like evidence that you don't belong in sales. And this can create a unique and intense form of self-doubt. Imposter syndrome strikes hardest not during the easy parts of a call, but when prospects ask detailed, rapid-fire questions that challenge your expertise, forcing you to think on your feet in a second language. When selling in a second language, your brain splits its attention between the conversation and monitoring your own language performance. One of the main problems that you might find is the fear of making grammar mistakes, so you end up constantly replaying sentences in your head, which kills your natural flow and makes you sound uncertain. Another issue that can become a big deal is obsessing too much about your accent. So worrying about how you sound can cause you to over-enunciate and try to copy accents, which sounds artificial. Another component to look out for here is cultural misunderstanding. So fearing that you'll miss a reference and be exposed as an outsider, which leads to second-guessing yourself and a loss of authenticity. Now, the problem with that is that worrying about making mistakes makes you more likely to make them. So prospects might end up rejecting you not because of your language skills, but because you're not showing up as an expert. Now, this issue isn't gonna get fixed by just having more language practice. The issue is your identity. You see yourself as a non-native speaker struggling and not as a professional who happens to have an accent. Now, most methods focus on actions like power poses or affirmations, which provide temporary and performance-based confidence, but this fails because it doesn't really change your core identity. The core problem here is that you cannot outperform your self-concept for long. Your results will always regress to match your underlying identity. Now, I call this system the identity loop framework. This approach rewires your self-perception at a foundational level. Now, in order for you to understand this, I want you to picture exactly who you are right now and who you want to end up being. Your current identity is the imposter story you're currently telling yourself. And the desired identity is the confident closer you already are when you are at your best. Now, in order to achieve that, you need to go through the bridge, which is the specific practices and thought patterns that transition you from your current identity to the desired one. Now, the reason why this works so well is because it targets the root cause of your imposter syndrome. That's the gap between who you think you are and who you think you should be. Now, the first step here would be catching your imposter voice. So you do this by becoming a non-judgmental observer of your negative thoughts in real time. So basically, all you have to do here is simply notice them by saying to yourself, you know what? I'm noticing that I'm having thoughts that I'm not good enough. So what this is doing is this is going to create a distance. The third step here would be to anchor your new identity. So in order to do this, you need to create and use a specific identity declaration that captures who you are becoming, such as I am a confident and capable closer who consistently delivers value. And you need to make sure to use this as a mental reset button every time you start having doubts about yourself. So if you actually want to make this stick into your brain, you need to implement this onto your daily routine. So the first thing you need to do is before you start your day, you consciously choose and state your desired identity so that you can prime your brain for success. Then every evening, you need to make sure that you write down at least 3 small wins for the day. And the reason behind this is that this actually counters the brain's natural negative bias and builds a tangible record of your capabilities. Now, if you actually want to make this stick into your brain and become part of your new identity, you need to make sure that you reflect on how your actions actually align with your desired identity. There's a very critical difference between learning from mistakes, which is a sort of a healthy reflection, and beating yourself up over them, which is like a really harsh and negative criticism. The problem is that most closers that I know actually engage in the negative criticism, which reinforces the imposter syndrome. Now, one of the key indicators that could tell you that you're actually using destructive criticism is using extreme words or absolute terms like I'm always messing things up or I can never get things right. All these expressions actually attack your identity and it leads to shame and self-doubt. So instead, what you need to be doing is focusing on more healthy reflections, learning focused questions like, what can I learn from this? And analyze the actions like, okay, so I handled this objection poorly. So what things can I do better next time so that this doesn't happen again? And these are the actions and the reflections that will actually lead to growth. The truth is that treating yourself with kindness after a setback is actually a performance tool. Like elite athletes, top performers know that self-compassion leads to a faster recovery and improvement. Your true identity actually shows up when you are under pressure from a high-value prospect. So whenever you're faced with a challenge, like a prospect questioning about your expertise, you need to run the 3-step process instantly. And then you need to anchor this identity with sentences like, I'm a capable closer who helps people and know exactly what to do. If you keep doing this in a systematic automatic way, the internal shift changes your external presence, and you remain curious and confident instead of defensive. And your tonality stays grounded, and the prospect senses real confidence and not a performance. Now, the key idea that I want you to bring home here is that the imposter syndrome doesn't appear because of a skills gap. It's an identity gap. And your ultimate goal needs to be reaching a point where your capabilities have outgrown your outdated self-concepts. Now, in order for you to take action on this today, I want you to pick one of the 3 daily practices that I just mentioned, like the identity statement, the success journaling, or the reflection, and then begin building the habits. Remember that you are not becoming someone new. You are finally becoming who you already are.
So today I'm going to tell you about the importance of conviction versus perfection and why fluent energy always wins. The most common misconception that I found is that most international closers, they actually believe that they need a perfect English, perfect accent, and perfect grammar to succeed. But what I can tell you is that the highest earning closers often have imperfect English but succeed because of their energy, their passion, and their belief in their voice. Remember that conviction beats perfection every single time. Focusing on flawless grammar and pronunciation leads to underperformance. If you keep doing that, you're gonna keep sounding robotic, freeze up, and get paralyzed because of the fear of making mistakes. Now, the reason why trying to sound perfect always fails is that the brain actually works so hard to monitor language and avoid errors that it can actually focus on the actual conversation or connect with the prospects. Another reason is that listeners rate speakers who prioritize grammar accuracy over emotional expression as less trustworthy. The thing is, minor language errors, when paired with genuine emotion, actually increase perceived authenticity. The point here is that your perfectionism actually limits your emotional range. So the fear of making mistakes causes speakers to use a flat, safe, and boring tone, which fails to create emotional response in the prospects. Now, I want you to think of this as if humans had a built-in lie detector. Humans have evolved a subconscious ability to detect fake emotions and low conviction in a speaker's voice within milliseconds, long before the words are processed. When you focus on perfect grammar, your voice becomes more monotone and your pace becomes more mechanical and your emotional range shrinks. Now, this vocal pattern actually signals to the prospect's brain that you are rehearsed and insincere. Genuine passion in your voice actually makes the prospects feel like you really care about what they're talking about, so you really need to focus on making them feel your excitement. A rehearsed flat response fails to trigger this response and it leads to boredom and skepticism. Now, there's a few ways that you can actually measure this kind of conviction. The first one is vocal energy. So high conviction speakers show empathy spikes like volume or intensity when discussing benefits. The second one is pace variation. So they naturally speed up during exciting parts and slow down for emphasis. And then a third one would be the emotional range, where you can actually use more emotional words and display a wider spectrum of feelings. Now, I'm not saying that you should be using this all the time, but sometimes acknowledging your imperfections, like, sorry, my English is not that perfect, but I'm gonna try my best to help you out here, makes you more human, relatable, and trustworthy. Research shows that sometimes admitting small weaknesses and showing vulnerability actually increases your credibility and likability. Perfection oftentimes seems fake and imperfection seems real. Let's think of Roberto, Maria, and Ahmed. These closers leverage their imperfect English and accents as strengths. They own their background confidently, which makes them memorable and builds instant rapport. When you are real with prospects, they feel safe being real with you. This is what you want. They drop their guard and they start sharing actual concerns and collaborate with you instead of resisting you. Now, the main challenge here is, how do you actually develop a genuine conviction without sounding fake or rehearsed? The problem is that most closers play it safe and end up sounding flat and boring. Now, the key to make this happen is actually exaggerated practice. Now, what I mean here is that you should actually practice your sales pitch with double your intensity, your volume, and your emotional variation you would ever use on a real call. Now, what happens is that this builds your conviction muscle memory and expands your emotional range. The outcome of this is that when you've practiced at an extreme level, performing at a normal level, high conviction level feels natural and controlled. The key difference here is that you're not learning to fake passion, you're actually learning to amplify the genuine belief and passion you already feel but normally suppress due to fear. Now, the key to make this work is to actually perform different scenarios on different role plays at 200% intensity. You also want to make sure that you practice while doing physical activities like walking upstairs or standing with arms raised to automatically change your vocal energy and get you used to using this type of energy in different situations and stress levels. Now, the core idea here is that your conviction is not a feeling. It is a measurable, trackable, and improvable skill that you should be working on. Now, the three key metrics that you should be tracking is your vocal energy, your pace variation, and your emotional range. Now, for your vocal energy, you should be analyzing your recordings for volume and intensity patterns. So in this case, you should be asking yourself questions like, do I need to speed up or slow down more strategically? Or maybe, is my pace too monotonous and should I switch it up a little bit? And then finally, to keep track of your emotional range, you should actually count the use of emotion words and significant tone shifts on every single call. Now, I know that I've brought this up many times over on previous trainings, but you actually need to sit down and spend quite a bit of time listening to yourself on your recordings. And in this case, you need to listen to your calls and mark the exact moments where your conviction drops, often during objection handling or the pricing, because these will actually show you where you need to be focusing your improvement efforts. You will notice very soon that your conviction naturally increases as you collect more evidence, more success stories, and more client transformations that proves that your product works and your delivery also works. The thing here is that the evidence doesn't just give you things to say, but it fundamentally changes how you say those things. Now, in order for you to create this mindset shift, you need to prioritize emotional delivery over grammatical accuracy. So you need to stop monitoring your language so much and start focusing on your message and your belief in it. Now, this is sort of counterintuitive, but when you stop focusing on avoiding mistakes, your natural speaking rhythm emerges and your confidence increases, and your communication paradoxically actually becomes way more effective, even if minor errors actually increase. Now, remember that this improvement process will actually work in a spiral effect. So if you show up to a call with high conviction, this will result in higher prospect engagement, and this in result will get you better conversations, more information, better presentations, more closes, and even more conviction. So as you can see, this works in an endless spiral loop. Native speakers often rely on their language skills and fail to develop this genuine connection. As an international closer, you can actually use this for your own advantage and outperform them by bringing an authentic passion and energy that they can't match. Now remember that your accent is an advantage, your passion is your power, and your conviction is your competitive edge. The first person that you need to sell is yourself. You must completely believe in your own products. When you do, that conviction becomes unstoppable. I want you to feel the difference in your energy. Stop worrying about perfect grammar and start focusing on perfect belief. Today I'm going to explain to you the reasons why how you buy is how you sell, and how you can use the behavior mirror model to mimic the prospect's behavior for your own advantage and make way more money. Now, this might be surprising for some people, but the reason you struggle to close deals is not a lack of understanding of the prospects, but a lack of understanding of yourself. Now, the core idea here is that you need to pay more attention to your own purchase decisions. Every hesitation, objection, and final yes that you have in your own purchases are a perfect reflection of your prospect's mental processes. And cracking this personal code for yourself will actually make selling almost effortless for you. Research shows that 73% of high-ticket closers fail not because of a lack of technical skill, but because they cannot really connect with the prospects on a deep psychological level. Closers can know every sales technique and yet fail because they miss the emotional cues and the psychological journey of the buyer. So in other words, there's an expression for this in English: they can't read the room. Cultural differences add another layer of psychological distance, making it even harder to bridge the gap and understand the unspoken rules of the prospect's decision-making processes. Now, the key to understand here is psychological empathy. Top performers seem to read minds because they actually have developed a deep understanding of buyer psychology, not from studying the prospects, but from studying themselves. Your own buying patterns are the true blueprint for understanding everyone else's. Every significant purchase decision follows a predictable mental and emotional sequence. The first one is the research phase, where you gather information to build confidence in the decision. The second one is the hesitation phase, where fear starts kicking in and the brain generates reasons not to buy to protect yourself against potential loss. And then the last stage is the final trigger, where there is an emotional release or logical justification that makes the purchase feel safe and necessary. Now, during a high-ticket purchase, there are three major cognitive biases that you need to pay special attention to. The first one is the halo effect, and this is a positive first impression which colors the entire perception of the offer. That's why the first impressions are extremely important. The second bias is the mere exposure effect, and this comes down to the idea of how familiar the prospect is
is about the offer. So seeing the offer multiple times before the actual sales call actually increases the comfort on the prospect's mind before the sale. And the third type of bias is the loss aversion. And this is the idea that the fear of losing money is a more powerful motivator than the excitement of gaining something new. Now, the bottom line here is that most closers, they experience these exact buying patterns as buyers, but fail to connect these personal insights to their professional sales approach. Now, a clear sort of pattern where you can see this happening is when the closer is trying to be pushy. So in this case, he's ignoring these psychological realities. For example, he could be pushing for a decision during the research phase when it's still way too early. Now, the right approach on these cases would be to lean onto more natural approaches where you would be aligning with these patterns. So for example, you could be providing reassurance during the hesitation moments instead of trying to push the person into the sale. Now, let me explain exactly how the behavior mirror model works. Your personal buying behavior is a perfect mirror of your prospects. This three-step model turns your self-awareness into a superpower. So all you need to do here is to honestly analyze the entire decision-making process for your last 5 significant purchases. So you could be asking yourself questions like, what were the triggers that made you buy? Or what were the emotions that were going through your head while you were thinking about buying? Also, another question that you can ask yourself on these scenarios is, what was the real reason you bought? The second step would be analyzing your own resistance. So you need to think about the times you said no to a salesperson. You can also ask yourself, okay, so what did the salesperson who overcame my own resistance do differently? Now, the third step that you need to focus on is to identify your own motivations. So you want to uncover the deep psychological drivers behind your own purchases. So you think you are more motivated about status, security, convenience, achievement, or fear of missing out. This self-awareness allows you to stop guessing what prospects are thinking, and you can start predicting their own hesitations and anticipate their resistance and really understand their emotional driver because you have already seen them in yourself. Now, another key factor on this whole process for yourself is studying your own no responses, which in fact is actually way more valuable than studying your own successes. These moments reveal the universal psychological barriers that prevent people from buying. Now, I'm going to give you 3 examples of things that you should avoid. So the first scenario that I want you to print in your head is the pushy car salesperson. So as you know, this sort of behavior actually triggers a defensive "I'm just looking around" response. The second scenario would be the mall kiosk seller, and in this case, their interrupting approach feels forced and uncomfortable. Another scenario that you should be avoiding at all costs is the unsolicited insurance caller. So in this case, their pitch feels manipulative from the get-go before it even begins. So the idea that I want you to take from here is that the triggers that make you feel pressured, interrupted, or manipulated are the same triggers affecting your prospects. So understanding what makes you say no actually allows you to avoid creating those same conditions for them. So the stated reason for a no, like "I need to think about it," is rarely the real reason. The true cause is often a deeper psychological state, like a lack of trust or a feeling of being pressured. Addressing this underlying emotion is way more effective than fighting the surface level objection. So you actually need to learn to read your prospects' minds through your own experience. Your own buying motivations contain the blueprint for understanding your prospects' minds because the core human drivers are universal. Think about the questions you had during your last big purchase. Things like, what's the return policy? Will I actually use this? These are the same unspoken concerns that the prospects might have, so you can address them proactively before they even become objections. This deep understanding actually allows you to shift from trying to convince to helping someone navigate their own natural decision-making process. When you implement this, conversations become effortless because you are preventing resistance instead of fighting it. Implementing this behavior model leads to rapid, measurable results. You ask better questions, anticipate resistance, and know when to push or pull back. Using this method will help you increase your close rates and build stronger client relationships. It will also lead to less stressful interactions because you stop taking rejection personally because you understand that it's a normal part of human psychology and not a reflection of your own worth. This model helps international closers connect authentically with US prospects by understanding that while cultural expressions may differ, the underlying human psychology of buying is universal. The truth is that the best closers don't sell. They help prospects buy in the same exact way they themselves would actually want to buy. So what I want you to do now is to analyze your next big purchase decision using this behavior mirror model. And I want you to notice your research, your resistance, and your final trigger. Remember that mastering sales begins with mastering yourself.
Today, I'm going to tell you about how to do the right research and planning before any kind of sales calls. So the first thing that I want you to keep in mind is that sales calls are like as if you are like a professional fighter, right? So you are trying to get on a fight and you got like the big fight on a Saturday and you need to train during the week. So the thing is you need to try to gather as much information from the prospect, the company, and the expectations that this person might have or this business might have about your own service so that you can deliver that service as accurately and as successful as possible, right? Now, there's an expression in English which is winging it. Winging it means like trying to improvise on the spot without any kind of prior preparation. And this is a huge mistake that I see in most international closers who ask generic questions and they keep repeating the same questions over and over again. And this immediately signals a lack of preparation and understanding. Strategic pre-call research actually allows you to sound like an insider instead of an outsider, and it can help you turn your international background into your strength. So a really common scenario is this. You start a call feeling prepared with your script, but you quickly fumble when the prospect mentions any kind of industry trends or company changes you know nothing about. This can cause your confidence to crack really fast. Now, the problem with this is that your prospect has heard the same generic questions from 5 other salespeople this week, and this approach immediately categorizes you as an unprepared cold caller and causes them to mentally check out. On top of this, when you ask these generic questions with an accent, prospects doubt your ability to understand their local market, and your foreign background becomes a red flag instead of an interesting differentiator. So a very common thing that tends to happen on these scenarios is that the prospect starts interviewing you and asking you questions like, hey, so where are you calling from? Do you work with companies in our industry? So they're basically forcing you to defend your credibility. So as you can see, there's a big knowledge gap here. You're not just competing on language. You're competing against local closers who have a deeper and more natural understanding of the cultural and market context. Even with perfect grammar and a clear accent, prospects can sense that something is off in the first 30 seconds if you lack cultural and market fluency. The gap here is not your accent. It's that your language, while technically correct, is culturally empty. You don't reference current market conditions or use the specific terminology that signals you belong in their business world. Every generic question reinforces their doubts. So they start asking themselves internal questions like, if they don't understand my market, how can they possibly solve my problem? And this skepticism grows with every cultural reference you miss or industry term that you mispronounce. So even with the best closing techniques, and objection handlers will fail if the prospect fundamentally doubts your competence to solve their specific problems. So this is where research comes into play. Research gives you the insider language and cultural fluency to transform how prospects perceive you. When you demonstrate market knowledge, your accent becomes interesting and it turns into a sign of a global perspective instead of a concerning sign of local ignorance. So let me just give you an example with LinkedIn, for instance. Because LinkedIn is one of the most popular platforms where you can find information about a prospect in most cases, but this could apply to any kind of social network, okay? So the main problem here is that most closers only look at static historical data like job titles or company names, which provides no competitive advantage. Now, the real gold is the prospect's recent activity like updates, comments, or shares, which reveals their current priorities, challenges, and concerns. So one of the main things that you want to be looking at is recent announcements like company news, awards, or recent expansions, which provide relevant and current conversation starters. Now, when you flip through their profile, I want you to pay special attention to the kind of language that they use. So I want you to look at specific terminology and try to adopt this language as your own when you get into the conversation. Also, another thing that you can do is to try and find mutual connections between the prospect's contacts and your own contacts, and to try and use this for your own advantage to start the conversation. You should also pay attention to the content engagement patterns that they have on their feed. These are the kind of topics they comment on or the kind of things they share which reveal their true priorities. So in this case, an outsider would say something like, okay, so tell me about your business. because they have no idea about what's going on, right? But then if you actually pay a little attention to their feed, you could say something like, okay, so I saw your recent expansion into the European market. How is that affecting your current operational challenges? So as you can see, there's a huge difference as to the amount of connection that you can build with this kind of insights. Now, there are 5 major pieces of information that you should gather before any kind of sales call. The first one, like I said, is the recent business changes. So these are things like expansions, acquisitions, or market shifts that reveal the most urgent and current priorities for the company. The second one is industry positioning. So this is where the prospect stands versus their competitors, which actually dictates their unique market pressures, their unique situation, and their unique selling proposition. Another important factor that you can try and find out is the decision-making structure. So this is who influences the buying process and what their internal approval system looks like. Also, another factor that you can try to find is the previous solution attempts that this person or this company has tried. So you can try to find what they have tried and why it failed, which helps you position your solution in a different way. And then finally, you have success metrics. So this comes down to how they measure their results. So these are things like revenue, cost reduction, or efficiency, and this allows you to frame your solution in terms of things that they actually value. With all this knowledge, your questions become strategic confirmations and not just basic discovery questions. So you move from being a salesperson who needs education to a consultant who already understands what's going on. Now, let me try to unpack the difference between strategic intelligence and social media stalking. There's a fine line between helpful research and creepy investigation. Crossing it by mentioning personal or non-business information makes prospects feel uncomfortable and kills your credibility. Strategic intelligence focuses on business-relevant information that helps you serve the prospects better. Digital stalking focuses on personal details that are invasive and irrelevant. So the things that you should be focusing on here would be things like company press releases or industry articles that they have written, professional awards or speaking engagements, and business-related social media posts. On the other hand, the things that you should try to avoid are things like referencing personal vacation photos, family details, private social events, or any kind of information not intended for a business context. A very simple question that you can ask yourself to see if you're being creepy is, will they be impressed that I actually understand their business or concerned about my research methods? When you arrive prepared to a call, you send a powerful psychological signal to the prospect's brain that you are competent, professional, and respectful of their time. It signals respect because you invested time to understand their situation. It demonstrates competence because your preparation is a preview of your future work quality. So this kind of deeper understanding positions you as an insider, and your knowledge of their world makes them categorize you as a credible expert, and it creates a halo effect for the rest of the conversation. Now, one big common misconception that I find is that you need extensive research and a huge lot of time to actually make this work. But you actually don't need 30 minutes of research per prospect. The secret is gathering the right information in a short, focused burst. Set a timer for a couple of minutes so that you can focus on efficiency. Check their website homepage and news section for recent announcements for the last 30 days or any kind of leadership changes or new partnerships. Then, if you can find it, you can switch to the prospect's personal LinkedIn profile and scan their recent activity feed for posts, comments, and mutual connections. This preparation gives you conversation confidence. You know what you're talking about, so your language flows more naturally and your accent becomes less noticeable because you are discussing topics that you have already researched. The difference between struggling and thriving in the US markets is not language skill, but a preparation strategy that positions you as a knowledgeable insider from the very first word. Stop competing on language fluency and start competing on market intelligence. This is how international closers win. Today, guys, I want to give you a little walkthrough on how to minimize your accent in English for sales. Now, before I get deeper into this whole concept, I want you guys to bear in mind that the accent is not the main thing that's gonna trigger the success that you're looking for as a high-ticket closer, okay? Because prospects, all they're looking for is for you to understand their issue and try to articulate the best solution possible for them at that particular stage. Basically, as long as you can actually communicate in a clear and articulate way whatever you have in your head, you should be good, okay? So don't get over obsessed about the accent that you have. Now, that out of the way, it is true that when someone notices a foreign accent, they do have some kind of bias, some kind of unconscious bias, and they start seeing you as an outsider. So they would actually
start building up prejudice against you just because of the accent. Now, I'm not saying that's gonna, that it's something racist or anything like that. All I'm saying is that there's some kind of unconscious idea that the fact that you have an accent might indicate that you're not an expert or that you would not be as ready as someone that can speak completely clearly and fluently in their language, right? So that's why it's so important to make a lot of research and to try to polish your accent as much as possible on the long run to make sure that you minimize these effects. Now, you also need to bear in mind that trying to completely erase your accent often backfires and it can make you sound fake, robotic, and hesitant. So this creates tension and signals a lack of confidence in the prospect's mind. The prospect's brain decides in the first few seconds whether your speech requires a high mental effort or a low mental effort. So the goal is not to sound perfectly American, but to be classified as low effort so that they can actually focus on your message. Now, there are three major factors that you should be taking into account when it comes to your accent. The first mistake is developing a monotone intonation. American English uses dynamic intonation with ups and downs to convey enthusiasm and confidence. So a flat monotone delivery sounds boring, robotic, and lacking conviction. The second big mistake is direct translation sentence structures. Now, this refers to translating phrases literally from your native language, which results in phrases that sound awkward and unnatural to American ears. So an example of this could be a sentence like, okay, so I will demonstrate you the functioning of this system. Now compare that to this other sentence which sounds way more natural. Let me show you how this works. The third big mistake that I see concerning your accent is inconsistent word stress. So English is a stress time language and emphasizing the wrong syllables or giving each syllable equal weight makes words way more difficult to recognize and forces the prospect to work harder to understand you. Now, if I were to explain this with an analogy, American English is a music-based language where rhythm and melody carry more meaning than precise pronunciation. So getting the music right helps prospects understand you even with an accent. Now, the big differentiation when it comes to intonation is the difference between statements and questions. So in this case, statements have a falling intonation. So take a look at this sentence. This will save you money. Now compare that to questions that have a rising intonation. So imagine this other sentence. Are you interested in saving money? So if you get these patterns wrong and you mix them up, this can quickly destroy your authority. Now, a few other factors to take into account is sentence stress and linking words. Now, what I mean by sentence stress is emphasizing keywords to guide the prospect's attention to your most important points. And then linking refers to connecting words to create a smooth, natural flow instead of a choppy word-by-word speech. Now, one of the main practices and activities that you should be focusing your time on to reduce this accent and these intonation issues is language shadowing, like I covered on the previous trainings. The practice of immediately repeating a native speaker's words, mimicking their exact rhythm and intonation. And don't worry, because in order to do this, I provided a bunch of different videos and sales calls on the resources of this training so that you can actually never run out of material to work with. Performing this kind of shadowing exercises on a consistent basis will actually train your brain and mouth muscles to pronounce American speech patterns automatically. Now, in order to put this into practice, you can use all sorts of videos. Honestly, if you actually want to progress fast on this, I would really recommend that you do this for at least an hour every single day. Now, there are a few exercises that you can do to actually put this into practice. One of them is the minimal pair exercises, where you should be distinguishing between sounds that change meaning in sales context. For example, things like price versus price, save versus safe, things like that. Another kind of drill that you can do is linking to try to sound more smooth. So what you do here is to try and practice connecting words to avoid sounding choppy and robotic. Another kind of accent drill that you can implement while you are doing these shadowing exercises when you watch videos is try to tell the difference between raising intonation for questions and falling intonation for confident statements. Also, another factor that you can practice is the pacing and the pause control. So in this case, what you do is you try to practice using strategic pauses to create emphasis, build suspense, and give prospects time to think and process the information. Remember that the spaces between your words are as powerful sometimes as the words themselves. So strategic pauses demonstrate confidence, create emphasis, and give prospects necessary processing time. Now, if you actually want to stick to this and make it work on the long term, you actually need to come up with a plan that you can do on a consistent basis and actually make sure that you do this every single day for at least 3 months. So the way that this would look like is on the first month, you want to do the foundation phase where you at least practice 15 minutes every day and you focus entirely on intonation patterns and basic shadowing. So at this stage, you do not apply any live calls yet. Then on the second month, you get onto the integration phase where you actually continue the daily practice, but then you also begin adding targeted pronunciation drills and incorporating strategic pauses into the actual sales calls. And then your focus should shift to recording and analyzing your own sales calls for continuous refinement and polishing. Remember that your accent is not a weakness to hide. It's a personal differentiator that you need to polish every single day. The objective here is not to sound like you're from Ohio. It's to remove the specific speech patterns that trigger cognitive overload in the American brain, allowing your message to be heard way more clearly. And I want you to start with a 5-minute shadowing session today. Confidence comes from competence, and these systems provide the roadmap that you need. Today, I'm going to give you a little rundown on the US objection handling framework. Okay, so the first idea that I want you to stick in your brain is that objections are opportunities. A lot of international closers often freeze up when faced with objections from American prospects, and that causes their English to feel more clunky and the conversation to spiral out of control. American objection handling follows a predictable psychological pattern, and understanding this pattern transforms objections from obstacles into opportunities. Objections are not random attacks. They are predictable stages in a culturally conditioned decision-making process that is consistent across all the US. The key idea here is that American prospects rarely state their true concern up front. They use socially acceptable surface-level objections to test you out and see how you can handle pressure. Now, the 3 main categories of objections are the following. First of all, you have the uncertainty-based resistance. In these cases, the prospect is not convinced that the solution will work for them. So they tell you things like, I need to think about it. Then you have the financial concerns. So these are issues with money, budget, price, and value. And then finally, you have the support-based objections. In these cases, the prospects need approval from a spouse, a business partner, or a boss. Now, what you need to bear in mind is that prospects almost always lead with an uncertainty-based objection as a smokescreen to mask a deeper financial or support-related concern, and this is due to a cultural preference for politeness and conflict avoidance. So instead of reactively defending your offer, this framework allows you to proactively guide the prospect through their decision-making process using their objections as diagnostic tools. When an American prospect gives you an objection, they are usually not telling you the full truth. The first objection is almost never the real one. Now, when we're dealing with uncertainty-based objections like I want to think about it or I need to do more research, this really means I'm not convinced that this will work for me. And this is the most critical objection because if they don't believe in the method or the solution that you have to offer, then nothing else matters. Now, when you come across a financial objection, this can be actually a smokescreen masking an uncertainty objection. So basically, what you need to do is to try and figure out if it's actually a genuine logistical issue, moving funds from a place to another and trying to put together the fund or prioritize the funds, or if it's actually a real thing where they cannot actually afford it. Then when you get into support-based objections, like I need to speak to my spouse or my business partner, so in these cases, this kind of objection could be either a courtesy, meaning that they have already decided that they want to go ahead with your solution, but they need to inform their spouse or their partner, or it could be an actual permission-seeking thing where they actually cannot decide on their own. So what you need to bear in mind is that US prospects use uncertainty language as a social buffer zone to avoid direct confrontation while they evaluate your trustworthiness. So for them, it sounds professional and it buys them time to think. So they use these safe objections to gauge and check your reaction. At this stage, if you become pushy or defensive, you will fail their test and they will never reveal their real, more vulnerable concerns. If a prospect had already decided a no for a definite reason, like a budget, they would say so. So these uncertainty objections mean that they are still engaged in evaluation mode, giving you the opportunity to continue the conversation. Now, one of the biggest mistakes that you can make as a closer is to start immediately arguing against the objection. This triggers a psychological defense mechanism called reactance, and the harder you push, the more they resist. So the solution for this would be to use a technique called pacing where you agree with their objection first and then you use validating phrases like, you know what, that makes total sense, I completely understand where you're coming from, or I completely understand why you would want to think it through. These kind of phrases disarm their defensive mechanism. At this point, their brain was prepared for conflict but received alignment instead. This lowers their stress levels and shifts them from a defensive to a collaborative mindset. Now, a common mistake at this point is that after pacing, most closers assume that the objection has been handled correctly and end the call right there and there, letting the deal die in the thinking about it zone. So you need to confirm whether they actually believe that your solution will work for them, separating real uncertainty from the smokescreen objections. So in this case, you can ask questions like, but do you believe that this approach will get you the results you're looking for, right? Or, money aside, do you believe that this method is actually what you need? Now here, you actually need to interpret their response. So if you get a weak yes or hesitation, you have found the real objection. So this indicates that they genuinely don't believe in your solution, so you need to go back and rebuild the value. On the other hand, if you get a strong, confident yes, absolutely, then you have confirmed that the uncertainty objection was actually a smokescreen and their real concern is either financial or support based. So at this point, you can actually move on and try to isolate it further. Now, a really nice technique that you can use on this process is to try and create what's called cognitive dissonance by highlighting the contradiction between what the prospect said earlier in the discovery phase and their current hesitation. So what you want to do here is to try and reference specific and emotionally charged phrases that they use during their discovery phase. For example, you can say things like, okay, so earlier you mentioned that this problem is keeping you up at night. So help me understand what makes you feel comfortable waiting longer to solve it. The psychology behind this is that humans have a deep need to appear consistent. So when you use their own words to show an inconsistency, it creates sort of an internal pressure for them to resolve it, either by changing their position or revealing their true concern. Now, here's the thing. You're not trying to trap them into a gotcha moment. Your tone here must convey that you're genuinely curious and trying to understand what has changed, which shifts the burden of explanation to them. So the main point that I want to bring home here is that if you become defensive as a closer, objections feel like a personal attacks and you react emotionally. But if you can handle them strategically, objections are valuable information and you respond with curiosity and a systematic process. Now, a really important part of this whole process is for you to actually stop and listen intently during the whole discovery phase, and not just for themes, but for the exact emotional phrases so that you can use them later on during the isolation step. This US objection handling framework is not about winning an argument. It's about understanding the American mindset and guiding prospects through their own decision-making process. Remember that objections are not attacks. They are roadmaps to the close. Now, on your next few calls, I want you to practice this three-step process. I want you to pace the objection, tie down the certainty, and isolate the real concern using their own words. Mastering this framework will make you welcome objections as opportunities. Basically today, I wanted to tell you basically how to leverage AI and the different AI systems to actually practice and get feedback and all that stuff, right? I wanted to show you how to actually get the practice done using the AI systems, how to get the feedback, and how to target growth areas within the feedback to actually make the most out of these models. Because you can, trust me, you can do a lot of things with these things. And then also how to actually build a routine to perform daily simulations and keeping track of your progress so that you know how you're getting better, right? But there are 4 models that I use and I have tested myself that work really nicely for this. First one is ChatGPT. Second one is Google AI Studio. Third one is Perplexity. The fourth one is Grok. Each one of those models have different nuances, small differences between each other. So you can actually play around and see what you like the best for you. There are many other models and specialized tools that you can use nowadays to practice. I'm going to show you a few of them. The thing with these ones is that they are more targeted towards sales teams and basically managing sales reps. So these ones are like more expensive, right? Because they're meant for like business owners who want to train and manage their own sales teams, right? The first one is the one that you already know. It's Kendo AI. Basically, the way it works is you create a prospect, right? So this is on Kendo AI, right? So you can do it 2 ways. You can set it up manually, so meaning that you need to introduce the different variables yourself, selecting from a drop-down menus that I can show you now, or you can clone the prospect using a sales code. This is really neat. This is really nice because basically you can upload one of your sales codes with a prospect and this kind of prospects, right? So that you can upload it. So basically what it does is it picks up, it transcribes the whole thing, and it picks up like the different different objections, limiting beliefs, reframing strategies, the way that the prospect handles himself, all this stuff. And then it creates like a unique prospect, an AI prospects that you can use over and over again as much as you want to. This is from the call. So you can upload it from the call. Now, then the other option is this one. So you can actually do it yourself. And I like this one because it's really nice because you can really customize it. Basically, imagine you can use a B2C, B2B, right? Let's do one like live now. So B2B. So you give it a name. Let's call this Jimmy. You pick an age, right? You can pick an age, whatever you want. You can pick an old up to 84 years old. So let's make it 40-year-old. Now, you can give it a description. So basically, that's why the way that I did this other document, remember this document that I gave you guys? I built this document with 1,000 different sales scenarios that you can use with the AIs. This is the next best thing that you can do for free, very similar to Kendo AI. I scraped all the different variables that you can use on Kendo AI. So basically, I took like all of these job positions, right? So I built an automation to extract all of these different variables from all of these different things, right? The industry, you can select the job, all this stuff. So I extracted every single variable for all of the fields. And then I made a Python script to build different combinations, up to 1,000 combinations of different offers with different age ranges, with different positions, different sales industries, different offers, and all this stuff. It's basically the same thing that you would do on Kendo AI. Here, once you build it, you can reuse it. That's the cool thing about Kendo AI. Once you build it, for example, I built this one, right? This is Peter Damon, right? So I'm going to show you the configurations for this one. So Peter Damon, this one is a fitness program. And then this one, these are the training objectives. This is really cool. Basically, you can pick different objectives for you to train. So you can use like handle price objections, overcome initial rejection, improve follow-up strategy, negotiate better deals. So basically you can choose one or multiple of these objectives, right? All of these, you see all of these options already implemented on this Excel file. But the cool thing about this is that you can use it on any LLM that you want. Look at the variables. B2B, it's an HR director, right? So if you go to Kendo AI and you go back, they're the same thing. So basically, because the script, what it does is based on all the variables, I told it, make a file with 1,000 unique different combinations of all the variables so that we can train sales reps with completely different offers and scenarios. Like this one, it's an HR director, so it's telling you they are known for being new to their role and eager to impress, and their current priority is that their company values long-term stability and vendor relationships, so that you know what kind of prospects you're getting, right? And then the objection. So this isn't a priority for us this year. Now it's not the right time. Call me next quarter. My team will never adopt a new tool, right? So this is more like as if this was like a very traditional company that are hard to adopt new technologies, right? And basically, this is like the whole prompt put together in one go. The way you test it is that you copy this. Now, you can use this on ChatGPT, on Google AI Studio, on Perplexity, or on Grok. Whatever you want to. I'm in love with Google AI Studio because the thing about these models, man, every model is really good at something. And there are some that are better at some things and there are some that are better at others. One of the best things about AI Studio is that, first of all, you can do like crazy things. Like, for example, you can give it like a huge amount of context and it will never run out of context. And you can get like a huge amount of feedback from everything in one single go, and it doesn't forget because it's on the same chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, this thing, like this is like a chat that I was having today. If you were using ChatGPT, for example, even the latest model, ChatGPT 5, the Pro version, whatever, you would get a limit of 128,000. So this would be the limit. That's it. You wouldn't be able to get further on the conversation. Here you have, I think it's like 25 different voices. This is another huge advantage. Now on ChatGPT, you go to voice, you have like 10 or 8 different voices. Some people don't think this is too much of an advantage, but to me it is, because if you want to get better with interactions, you want to get used to different voices. This is gonna extract the transcript from the call, right? you can ask it as many questions as you want about your performance. And you can actually get like a really specific set of instructions on how to improve every single area and stage inside your sales call, and maybe things that you could have improved, right? Now, another tool that I recommend you for this is this call evaluation tool. This is a free tool too. The way it works is you basically go analyze, evaluate calls. You pick one of these calls, right? And then basically this is gonna give you like a set of different criteria so that you can improve. And I will show you, this is gonna upload. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but it's gonna give you like a different set of information about how to improve. Let me show you an example from Johnny Mao, because I tested this with Johnny Mao's calls. This is like a very specialized sales evaluation tool. Here, it gives you like a summary, like your overall performance, right? And then it gives you specific details about the kind of personal connection that you established with the prospect, the empathy, the amount of empathy that you demonstrated on the call, with the specific sentences and phrases that you used. This is really cool. Okay, a lot of people don't know about this, man, because it's basically like a specialized tool that uses like probably some kind of LLM, some kind of AI model like ChatGPT or whatever. But it's basically trained with specific set of instructions. And then this is like about effective communication, right? The clarity of the message. How your active listening skills were demonstrated. So for example, like this one, Adam demonstrated strong active listening skills throughout the call. Adam asked clarifying that showed an understanding of the recipient's needs and concerns. The engagement helped in addressing objections effectively and tailoring the conversation to the recipient's specific situation. Adam's ability to reflect on the recipient's statements indicated high level of attentiveness and responsiveness. ChatGPT could tell you sort of something similar to this, but you need to be really specific about getting highlights, because you want to know where. It depends on the kind of evaluation that you choose. Because for example, this one is just evaluating like building rapport, effective communication, outcome achievement, right? But if you want to actually get like specific advice on which expressions or sentences you should have used, then you probably are better off using an LLM like ChatGPT, because it's more interactive. You can actually add like more custom instructions on the feedback. I would just go and take like a quick peek on like the different things. Like, okay, so it's got like summary, performance. It's got like the performance breakdown is divided into building rapport and trust, effective communication, starter kits, sales. What would you like to do? So you want to know, okay, so I want to do sales. You want to identify the pain points, generate outreach hooks, extract ideal customer language, priority accounts by sentiment or need. So you can do prospecting. This is for prospecting specifically. This is for qualification, right? Identify objection trends, identify common qualification gaps, and then objection handling. But every single template will give you different things that you can use to get more feedback about your own performance. So like, for example, trust build or closing. Look at this, closing. Win-loss analysis. Optimize pricing objections, summarize key decision criteria, score late stage deal risk, identify language that indicates buying intent. I think this is a really interesting one. So like if you do this, you can you upload the sales call, and then it will give you like a specific feedback, but specifically for this, identifying buying intent. If you want like deeper specific things that you want to analyze, then you use one of these templates. If you want to analyze, you will give you different options. So let's see. Evaluate calls. Here it gives you. You can save my criteria template. So high performance sales calls, compliance monitoring, or quality assurance. So these are like templates that you can save. This one, look, this is giving you like kind of like a preview. If you want to do Kendo AI, you can use it. Just give it a go. If you like it, just keep using it. If not, if you think it's too expensive or whatever, then try my prompts, which is basically whatever Kendo AI, but it's like more manual work because you have to copy this. Going to, let's say, ChatGPT, it's gonna give you like a little introduction or whatever, and then you jump into the voice mode. Like let's test it out. Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. How can I help you today?
Hey, so did you read my prompt, my instructions to do some role playing with you right now?
Yes, absolutely. I'm all set for the role-playing scenario. I'm here as the IT director, and I'm ready to chat about the Momentum Leap service. Just let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, so you can start. I mean, imagine this is like an actual real sales call, and you're going to be the prospect. I will be the
salesperson. Okay, so you start. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. Hello again. So appreciate you reaching out. But I have to say, cybersecurity isn't really a top priority for us this year. We've got other operational bottlenecks that we're focusing on.
Okay, but can you tell me exactly why you think this is not a priority for you right now? Because I really want to get like a big picture understanding of how your whole organization works at the moment to kind of give you like the best kind of feedback at the moment.
I appreciate that. The main reason is that we're currently dealing with some urgent operational bottlenecks in our supply chain, and our budget's pretty tight. We're also confident in our existing cybersecurity measures, so it's not something we're looking to change right now.
Okay, so exactly what kind of cybersecurity risks are you facing or have you faced over the past couple of years so that I get a better understanding of how this works?
Sure. So we've had a few minor incidents, nothing too major, mostly phishing attempts and some outdated software vulnerabilities that we managed to handle. We do have a solid internal team that keeps everything in check, and we haven't had any major breaches. So that's why it's not top of mind right now.
Okay, and can you, if you don't mind sharing, so how much money did you guys lose because of these incidents, or how much money could you potentially lose because of the insurance mechanisms that you have arranged for these scenarios?
Well, fortunately, the financial impact has been relatively low. We're talking a few $1,000s in remediation costs, and our insurance has covered a lot of that. But the main concern is really the potential for future risks. And that's why we keep our internal team on their toes.
Now, let me tell you this. If you were to actually implement this system onto your pipeline, and I can guarantee that your risks would decrease by 90% of your current risks, how do you think this would impact your day-to-day operations?
Well, a 90% reduction in risks definitely sounds appealing. It would certainly give us more peace of mind and probably reduce our insurance premiums even further. It would also free up our internal team to focus on other strategic initiatives. So there's definitely some value there.
Okay, so basically, I'm just going to stop here, but you get the point. So basically, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you can do this all day, man. You can do this all fucking day, all night long, man. And man, it's like $20. You pay $20 a month, man. You pay $20 fucking dollars a month, man. You just feed the whole conversation to the other tool, and you're golden, man. You're golden. You get everything. You get all the feedback and everything. This one with human AI, you can train a model with your tonality and everything. You just upload an audio of yourself, like 5 minutes talking about, just upload a sales call from yourself, and then you will get an agent with your own voice, and you can practice with yourself. It's crazy. It's insane, man. But this one is the most, look at this one. Miles, let me speak to Miles. Hey, what's going on, Miles? How you doing?
Not bad. Just existing, you know?
Hey, listen,
kind of wild.
I got a buddy here. I'm trying to teach him some sales, you know. I'm trying to give him some mentoring on how to improve his performance on sales calls in English. Do you mind if we do a little role play so that you can be the prospect and I can be the salesperson?
Gotcha. So you've got a student and want me to be difficult?
Yeah, I mean, just throw out some objections, you know, make it a little bit hard for me, and then I'll try to overcome those objections, okay? So let's assume that I'm trying to sell you a mortgage for a house. So this is like a real estate agency.
All right, a mortgage. Okay, cool. Lay it on me.
All right, Miles.
Skeptical.
Hey, Miles, how you doing, man? Thanks for filling up the form on our website. So I can see that you were interested in acquiring a mortgage to buy a property in Long Island for 1.2 million. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Long Island. Look, to be honest, I'm a little skeptical. 1.2 million is a lot of money. And honestly, I'm just worried about the rates. Everything I'm seeing is
Listen, let me stop you right there. So because I mean, I think you were just jumping onto the gun too fast here. So let me just get to know your situation at the moment, because I really don't know exactly where you're at right now. So to really give you the best piece of advice at the moment, I really need to understand what's going on right now in your life. So can you just expand a little bit more about where you're at right now? Like, you know, are you married? Do you have kids? What kind of career? What are you doing now? What do you make for a living?
Whoa, hold on. That's a lot really quickly. Look, I get you're trying to build rapport, but that feels a little intrusive. You know, we just met.
You know, Miles, listen, I'm just going to be straight up here. I mean, I'm a salesperson. You're a prospect. So I'm just trying to really understand, you know, where you're at in your life right now, because to really know if this kind of investment is worth it for you or if it's like a waste of time. So both for you, for myself. So can you just give me a little tips, little pieces of information so that I can put together the puzzle?
Okay, look, I appreciate the directness, but even still, it feels kind of pushy. Like you're trying to get way too much info, way too fast. It's a mortgage, not a life audit, you know?
Oh, okay, so listen, about the mortgage, man, this is harder than I thought. See what I'm saying? Because I don't know why they train this guy. You see,
see, this is so hard because listen, in real life, it's not the hard. I'm telling you.
It's not that hard.
It's not hard. I mean, you really need to get like someone who is really, really close-minded. You know what I mean? Miles, so listen, I mean, just throw me a rope. I mean, I really need to understand what's going on so that I can see if we can work around with the pricing and with the different investment options for you.
Oh, whoa, slow down. You're getting intense. And now you're talking about real life and love.
Okay,
That's,
Miles, listen. Let's cut this for a second, okay? Let's just get back to the regular conversation. I think you're being way too hard on me, man. Why are you so? I mean, I asked you to be a little difficult, but you're literally making it like completely impossible for me to convince you. Can you just drop it down a notch a little bit?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe I got a little carried away with the difficult part. Sorry about that. It's kind of like
okay, you see
I got into I do. I got ahead of myself trying to be a challenging prospect and just came off as reasonable.
All right, let's get back to it. No worries, man. No sweat, man. Let's get back to it. So listen, can you just explain a little bit more about your current situation? I know, are you having, I mean, is this home for yourself? Are you sharing this investment with your wife or what's going on?
Okay, all right, let's try this again. I'm single, rent right now in the city. And frankly, the idea of being tied down to a $1.2 million mortgage scares me a little. It just feels like a huge commitment, you know? What if things change? What if I lose my job?
Okay, I mean, I totally see that. But the thing is, how old are you right now, Miles?
How does that matter?
I mean, I'm just trying to get a picture of your life so that I can tell you like the different advantages and disadvantages of getting a mortgage at your age, because there's different scenarios that could play around depending on your age. So I just want to understand.
Okay, that makes a little more sense, I guess.
Okay.
Still feels kind of personal, but I get you're trying to tailor things. All right, 38.
Okay, you're 38.
And like I said,
that's good. That's good. Okay, 38, it's never too late to, if you actually, first of all, I mean, if it's not too personal, I just want to understand, why did you find that this is a right moment to even consider getting into a mortgage? Is this, has something happened in your life recently that made you make this jump?
It's a good question. Honestly, I'm tired of throwing money away on rent. It just feels like it's not building anything, you know? Like I'm just giving someone else equity. And Long Island, well, I grew up there. My family's still there. It'd be nice to be closer to them again. But again, the money, it's a big hurdle.
Okay, listen, there's a couple of things that you brought up there that are really interesting that I think I can throw you some information about. The first thing is equity, building equity, because from what I understand, it's something important for you to actually, build up some kind of property for yourself, something that you can rely on and something that you can hold on to when you are older and you are retired. Because as you know, I mean, if you keep renting for the rest of your life, basically you're not going to get any equity at all. So, you don't want to look back when you're 65 and thinking, oh man, I should have done this when I was 38. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing. And the other thing is being close to your family. Being close. I mean, to me, family is the first thing. I don't know about you, but I actually like to keep my friends close and my family even closer, because to me, like, they're the reason that I actually wake up every day to do whatever I do, to keep bringing money to the table and trying to achieve the biggest progress that I can ever get for myself.
Yeah, I get that. Family is important. And you're right about the equity thing. It's just a scary leap, a big financial commitment. It feels different than just like saving money in the bank.
Sure. Listen, the thing about saving money in the bank, to me, it's like when you're on the desert, man, and you see a little, puddle of water. It's not real. It's something that you think it's going to be there forever. But if you actually want to have something of yourself, you just gotta go and do it, because basically the only reason money exists is to do the things that you want to do in your life. So if right now you think it's like the turning point for you in your life to make this kind of decision, I just say, just follow your heart, man, and just do whatever is best for you, your wife, your family, and your priorities. Because, the worst thing that can happen, I'm telling you, because I've seen this happen over and over again. And listen, I had so many calls with other clients that wanted to do this, not for this area, but for other areas in the city. And they called me back like 10 years later, man, prices are over the roof right now. They increased like 20, 35, 40%. And now, I'm stuck. I need to put up my life savings onto this. I should have done this 10 years before. So if you feel like this is the right thing for you right now, I would really consider it, not only for what you're feeling now, but for you could be feeling 10 years from now.
Okay. You're laying it on thick, huh? That's a pretty good fear of missing out angle. It's kind of working, not gonna lie. But still, the numbers, 1.2 million. That's still a lot.
I'm just gonna drop it here because I don't wanna spend on the. What I wanted to go over today with you guys is how to leverage YouTube, man, for you to actually try to attract the best high quality offers as a high ticket closer, okay? The thing is, what I noticed is that there are way more people on Instagram and TikTok showing up like little clips, explaining little things, little tips, the things like that, where they think that that's good enough, which if you get really big, it could be good enough because you could show sort of your expertise. But the good thing about YouTube is that you can build the trust really, really fast. This rule about the 7 hours, right? This comes from like a Google article back in like 2009 or something, where they actually explain how it takes about 7 hours for someone like a completely unknown person to actually buy a high ticket product, so that you build the trust for them to actually buy. So it takes about 7 hours on average, So this also happens when companies want to hire high ticket closers, because the more they see from you, like talking and rambling and explaining things over, the easier it's going to be for them at least to get you on an interview, because they can already see how you manage yourself, how you can speak, how you can express yourself, so they can get a very good idea of how you are. Because the more time they spend watching you, they might even reach out to you. There are some companies that you will not even have to reach out to them, but this actually makes it even easier. Because when you do the outreach, like for example, let's say you find an offer that you want to apply for, and then this offer gets like 100 applicants, right, for this offer. Now, the difference is that when you also say, hey, by the way, I have a YouTube channel with dozens of videos explaining my different methods and my different mindset strategies about sales and high tickets and all that stuff. Take a look at it, because you will get to know me way more before we get into the interview. So when you do this, you will instantly go to the top, because basically you're giving them like access to your mind, the way that you express yourself. They will not need to like guess with you, because they'll say, oh, look at this kid. He really knows how to express himself. He knows how to handle it. I mean, I can tell that he really understands how the game works. Let's just give it a shot. So it's going to be way easier. You can also leverage what other people and other closers are using on their channels, because you can get a whole lot of ideas from what they talk about, and you can use it on your own videos, you can give it your little spin on it, and then you can make it yours. There's a few things that you can cover on this kind of channels. Sales process optimization, like things about how to improve conversion rates, like different tips and tricks that you found on your current offer or your past offers. Also, you can talk about like the performance, things about how you pump yourself up when you get demotivated. How to actually predict more or less the results that you're gonna get every month, depending on how you act on your sales goals, or different, objection handling techniques that you found that work really well for your offers, or different like ways to approach the proposal and the pricing strategies and the pricing structure on the sales goals. Also, you want to like record a video, like your own story. You want to introduce yourself, explaining where you come from, how you ended up on sales, what your goals are for the future. It's basically the kinds of things that they would be asking you on interviews, but in this case, you already have it. Imagine that someone is looking to hire a closer, and they get on your YouTube channel, and you already have like 20, 30, 40, 50 videos with a whole bunch of different things that they basically is like the perfect information that they are looking for from you, because you already did the work. So basically you can actually send them the videos like even before you get onto an interview, because you can use this will be like your own sales assets. You know what I'm saying? So you can use this to sell yourself. Content buckets. When you make a YouTube channel, you want to pursue different goals. This shouldn't change regardless of the niche, right? Regardless of what you sell, or regardless of what you're trying to achieve. So what I mean, I'm talking about education channels and I'm talking about sales channels, like what you would want to do. Usually, what I have seen so far on what everybody recommends is to have around 3 to 5 content buckets. Now, what I mean is you want to have different like groups of videos that are basically meant to achieve a specific goal. So what I mean is, for example, for international closers, what I recommend is educational and training videos, like as if you were trying to explain for other closers, how to actually achieve what you have achieved so far and how to get better. Basically the most common videos that you will find online, right? Like tutorials and step-by-step guides, deep dives, this kind of things, right? Explaining concepts and demonstrations, so these kinds of things. Then this one, if you can, if you could get this, it's just social proof or case studies. So basically other people that you have worked for, like other companies, if you get along with them, if you have a good relationship with them, you can even hop on a call with them, like having like a Zoom call with them and say, hey, listen, do you mind if we go over like a quick interview, like between you and me? You share about my experience with you because I just want to get, better offers. So I'm just trying to collect testimonials and case studies from the companies that I have worked for. So, if you end up on a good note, if you get a good relationship with your previous companies, then you can do this. Then you have the behind the scenes, the story content. So this is like the typical videos where you find, this is more like a blog. So like where you explain about your lifestyle, how you live and all that stuff, right? So this is the kind of videos that you would want to do basically to show the kind of life that you have, because that's going to make them relate to you way more when you go and reach out to them or when you want to, send them your videos, for example. And then you have the interviews and the collaboration. So basically for these ones, what I recommend is just going into like one of your friends, like other closers that you might know, and just tell them, hey, listen, I'm building my YouTube channel. So why don't we just hop on a call and have like a little conversation about sales, talking about different topics, so someone that you get along with, some of your friends or whatever, and just record a few videos like this in English so that they can see the way that you manage yourself. Because basically that's what you're going to be doing on sales calls. You're just going to be handling a conversation. And then also you want to do like maybe analysis or industry insights about other maybe coaches, info product entrepreneurs, any kind of other YouTubers or companies that are selling high tickets. This kid, what he does is he basically does, these are called funnel breakdowns. So he does breakdowns from high-ticket companies and high-ticket influencers. This is a breakdown from Jeremy Miner's funnel, right? So basically, he does like a little rundown of how Jeremy Miner handles his funnel to get students on his coaching program. He just shows up with a little Miro board and he explains things over like this. You could maybe do something like that, analyzing maybe the funnel from the big entrepreneurs and the big influencers from the industry that you want to like target, for example. When you reach out to them, they will see that you actually took the time to understand how everything works from top to bottom. So you want to make them understand that you know how it works. Finally, another type of video is Q&A, like questions and answers, where maybe you come up with the most common questions that people get about how to, in high ticket sales, or maybe how to scale, how to become better, how to stick to it, how to never give up, these kinds of things. So there's always many different angles and approaches that you can do to do this in English. You could do this once a day, like make one of these boards every day when you want to apply, and you apply for like 5 of these companies every week like this. And I'm telling you, nobody's going to do that. This is called the Trojan horse, where you send like the video, introducing yourself and with a little presentation about, in this case, you will be breaking down their sales funnel so that they know that you actually took the time to look at how they operate and everything. So that works fantastic. Now, but that would be just for the actual like offer, like if you send them like when you want to apply for the offer. But what I'm telling you is different. What I'm telling you is to build your own personal brand as a closer. It's gonna be as hard to do this in English and Spanish. It's gonna take you about the same time to do this. If you do this in Spanish, you're trapping yourself up. I mean, in the US, there are like 100 times more people doing this than in Spain. In France, in Italy, in Spain, in Germany, in the Netherlands. All of these countries, they have like a very small percentage of people that have like this kind of personal brands for these niches, right? They are like the top because there are so few of them that it's very hard to like get on top. If you do this in English, first of all, you're going to attract not only Americans, but you're going to attract anybody who's looking for closers in English. So it could be from any country. Nobody gives a shit about the number of subscribers or anything. That's another thing that you need to bear in mind. Subscribers and views don't matter on YouTube, because I know that a lot of people are really obsessed with views on Instagram and likes and all that shit. That doesn't matter anymore, okay? I know people that have like, I'm telling you, 100 subscribers. Shit, 50 subscribers. I've seen 50, 100, 200 subscribers. They're making 50K a month. A huge trend now, AI operator. I don't know if you heard of this, where you work basically as a middleman between companies that need AI automations, and basically you look for technical people, engineers, software AI experts who can do certain things, certain tasks. So what you do is you reach out to companies that need these kinds of things, and you get the money because you found the clients, right? So basically you pay the guy, you pay the expert, the AI expert, but you get a huge chunk of the money. And there's a whole lot of people that are doing that now, and I'm telling you, they got like 100 subscribers.
Yo, what's good?
Look at this kid, man.
I wanted to actually make this video for a while now.
This kid, I think he's...
Hope it's not too noisy.
I think he's Scottish, this kid.
Before I get into the video, I just want to say thanks for...
That's what I'm telling you. Guys, don't overthink it when you film yourself recording videos, because look at this kid. He looks like shit on this video, but he doesn't care. That's the thing. Yeah. He doesn't care.
The support from everyone, like, it makes me really happy to see that people are enjoying my content, especially my YouTube content, because that's literally doing the best at the moment. Like,
and then basically he just rambles. He basically he has like bullet points. Like, it's what I'm telling you to do. He has like maybe 10 bullet points that he wants to talk about, probably, and then he just goes over them and just rambles for like 15 minutes, right? And like this kid, what he does, it's like McDonald. These kids are making money, man. These kids are like, how old is this kid, Eros? Do you think?
In business, what's dangerous is not solvable.
I think he's 17,
today I'm gonna go over
17.
Tops, like the very top, right?
review, identifying bottlenecks and scaling.
I mean, this could be your son. How old is your son?
Absolutely. My son is 15 years old.
He's 15, right?
Importance of data, the profit lie, review, and some action steps that you're gonna have over the next few weeks, months.
So these kinds of videos, Rocio, is the kinds of videos that you guys could do to explain things about sales, about becoming a better salesperson, about mindset issues, about handling objections, about handling the discovery phase. All of these things, if you make like little maybe PowerPoints or Word docs or whatever, just a Miro board or whatever, you put it on the side, or you just show it big, and then you just place your head in the middle in a little bubble, or just put it on the side and just edit it a little bit, like with some free software. And you can get really good videos like this. This helps a whole lot if you want to like build a personal brand as a closer. Today I'm going to tell you how to optimize your closer profile for social media and how to create high quality video pitches to land the best roles in the high ticket sales market in the US. Here's what's funny about the remote closing industry. Everybody's trying so hard to sound professional and perfect that they end up sounding exactly the same. Meanwhile, the closers who actually get hired are doing something completely different. They're breaking the professional rules in a specific way that makes recruiters remember them. Today, I'm showing you this contrarian approach to profile building and video pitches that works because it's authentic, memorable, and proves you can actually connect with people, which is exactly what companies want in a closer. Most closers think their biggest competition is other closers. There's something way more dangerous, killing their chances before anyone even watches their pitch. Your real enemy isn't the guy with the better stats or more experience. It's the 6-second attention span of the recruiter scanning your profile. Here's how this actually works in the real world. A hiring manager opens their laptop at 9 a.m. with 47 closer applications to review before lunch. They don't study your achievements. They scan your profile for exactly 6 seconds, then decide whether to click on the video or move to the next candidate. 6 seconds. That's less than it takes to read this sentence out loud. What makes them skip to the next person without even pressing play? It's not what you think. Most closers assume they got rejected because someone else had better numbers or came from a bigger company. But the truth is way more basic
and way more fixable. The recruiter never even got to your experience section because your profile failed the first glance test. The number one chance killing your chances is sounding like everyone else. Generic profiles that scream copy-paste instead of authentic personality. When a recruiter sees the same buzzwords, the same structure, and the same corporate speak in application after application, their brain switches to autopilot. Your profile becomes invisible. Let me show you what this looks like. Here's a profile that gets ignored. Results-driven closer with proven track record of exceeding targets. Passionate about sales excellence and building client relationships. Seeking remote opportunities to leverage my skills in high-ticket closing. Sounds professional, right? It's also forgettable because other 30 applicants wrote basically the same thing. Now, here's one that makes recruiters stop scrolling. 3 years ago, I was fixing motorcycles in Jakarta, and today I closed 6-figure deals from my laptop. Turns out the same skills that diagnose engine problems work pretty well for diagnosing clients' objections. Now, as you can see, same person, completely different impact. The recruiter remembers the motorcycle mechanic because nobody else mentioned motorcycles. This is where most closers get it wrong. They think professional means perfect. They remove anything that makes them human because they want to sound like the ideal candidates. But here's the psychology behind why this backfires. When everybody sounds perfect, nothing stands out. The human brain is wired to notice differences, not similarities. Perfect profiles blend together into one gray mass of boring competence. Recruiters actually remember imperfect presentations over polished ones because imperfection suggests authenticity. Think about the people you remember from conversations. It's never the person who gave you their elevator pitch perfectly. It's the person who mentioned something unexpected, made a joke that landed wrong, or told a story that you didn't see coming. Your brain files away these moments because they're different from the pattern. The same thing happens when recruiters review profiles. They forget the polished ones instantly because polished doesn't equal memorable. But they remember the closer who mentioned learning English from American movies, or the one who used to sell insurance door to door in rural villages, or the person who explained the sales psychology using the soccer analogy. These details stick because they break the pattern of sameness. Companies want closers who can connect with people, not robots who recite scripts perfectly. When your profile shows real personality, you're proving that you can build genuine rapport with clients. You're demonstrating the exact skills that make great closers great. The ability to be authentically human while staying professional. Most applicants think they need to hide their accent, their background, and their unconventional path into sales. They're trying to fit into some imaginary mold of what the closer should look like, but that mold doesn't exist. The best remote closers come from everywhere and bring their real selves to the job. Companies know this and they're actively looking for authentic people who can connect across cultures and backgrounds. Here's the contrarian approach that actually works. Instead of trying to sound like every other closer, you lean into what makes you different. Your unique background becomes your advantage, not your weakness, and your personal story becomes your hook, not something to hide. Your real personality becomes your selling point, not your liability. This doesn't mean unprofessional or oversharing personal details. It means strategically authentic. You're still highlighting your skills and achievements, but you're doing it in a way that sounds like a real person talking, not a template talking. You're giving the recruiters a reason to remember you among dozens of identical applications. Most of the times, the closers getting hired aren't the most qualified on paper. They're the most memorable in person. They understand that authenticity beats perfection every time because authentic people are rare in a world full of copy-paste profiles. This is your first building block for standing out in a crowded market. But knowing this is just the beginning, because there's a specific way to be authentic that actually converts. Here's what nobody tells you about value propositions. Yours is probably hiding in the last place you'd think to look. Most closers spend weeks trying to figure out what makes them different from hundreds of other applicants. They look at their sales numbers, their certifications, and their years of experience. They compare themselves to other closers online and came up empty because everyone has similar stats and similar backgrounds. The struggle is real because you're looking in the wrong place. You're trying to find your advantage in obvious spots where everyone else is looking too. Your sales experience, your closing percentages, your knowledge of different industries. These things matter, but they don't make you unique. 50 other applicants have good numbers. 30 others worked in similar companies. 20 others have the same certifications you do. Here's the counterintuitive truth that changes everything. Your biggest weakness might actually be your strongest selling points.
That thing you've been trying to hide or downplay in your applications could be exactly what makes recruiters remember you. The accent you're embarrassed about, the unconventional path that brought you into sales, or the personal challenges you've overcome. These aren't weaknesses to manage. They are advantages to leverage. Let me walk you through how to identify experiences that seem irrelevant but actually prove your closing abilities. Start with your life before sales. What jobs did you have? What skills did you develop that had nothing to do with closing deals? A teacher who managed difficult students learned patience and communication under pressure. A restaurant server who handled angry customers developed thick skin and quick thinking. A construction worker who coordinated teams learned how to motivate people and solve problems fast. Your cultural background isn't something to apologize for in your applications. It's a business advantage waiting to be packaged correctly. Growing up in a different country means you understand how to adapt to new environments quickly. Speaking multiple languages shows you can connect with diverse clients. Navigating different cultural expectations proves you're flexible and observant. These are exactly the skills companies need for remote closing roles when you're dealing with clients from everywhere. Previous jobs that seem unrelated to sales actually demonstrate core closing abilities in different contexts. The mechanic who diagnosed engine problems learned systematic troubleshooting. The nurse who handled medical emergencies stayed calm under pressure and made quick decisions. The small business owner who managed cash flow understood money conversations and budget objections. Every job teaches transferable skills that apply to closing deals. The closer who learned English as an adult understands what it's like to be confused and need patient explanation. The person who grew up without money gets why budget objections are emotional, not just logical. The immigrant who started over in a new country knows how to build trust with strangers quickly. These experiences create empathy and understanding that can be taught in sales training. Here's the framework for turning any experience into a compelling business case. First, identify the core skill you developed. Second, explain how that skill transfers to closing deals. Third, give a specific example of how you've used it. A closer from Eastern Europe used her experience navigating complex bureaucracy to help clients understand complicated contract terms. A closer from South America emphasized how his bilingual abilities opened doors with Spanish-speaking business owners that other closers couldn't reach. Companies actually prefer closers with diverse backgrounds over cookie-cutter sales resumes because diversity brings real business value. Remote teams need people who understand different markets, different cultures, different ways of communicating. When you're closing deals over video calls with clients from all around the world, having closers who actually bring authentic international perspective isn't a nice to have. It's a competitive advantage. They think companies want identical salespeople who learn the same scripts and follow the same processes. But companies already have those closers. What they're looking for are people who can connect authentically with diverse clients and bring fresh perspectives to all problems. Your unique value proposition isn't what you think it should be based on some ideal closer profile you saw online. It's what you already are based on your real experiences, your actual background, and your genuine personality. The combination of where you come from, what you've done, and how you think is completely unique to you. No other closer has the same exact mix of experiences and perspectives. Once you know your advantages, you need to package it in a way that makes recruiters take action. There's a hidden pattern in every profile that gets callbacks, and it has nothing to do with experience or credentials. The profiles that work follow a specific psychological structure that makes recruiters want to know more. They trigger curiosity instead of checking boxes. They create momentum instead of listing facts. Most closers miss this completely because they're focused on what to say instead of how to make people feel. The specific elements that must appear in your closer profile work like a funnel. Each section has one job. Move the recruiter to the next section. Your headline gets them to read your opening. Your opening gets them to scan your experience. Your experience gets them to watch your video. Every piece connects to pull them deeper into your story instead of giving them reasons to click away. Most profiles fail the scroll test within 3 seconds. That's a split-second decision where a recruiter either keeps reading or moves to the next application. The scroll test isn't about qualifications or experience. It's about pattern recognition. Does this profile look like every other profile, or does something make them pause? Most closers create profiles that pass right through this filter without registering in the recruiter's brain. Headlines that make recruiters stop scrolling break the expected pattern immediately. Instead of experienced remote closers seeking new opportunities, try something that creates instant curiosity. Something like, like close to $1 million from a coffee shop in Thailand or former taxi driver who discovered the psychology of yes. These headlines work because they promise a story instead of stating obvious facts. They make the recruiter wonder how someone goes from taxi driving to high-ticket sales. The opening statement has to deliver on your headline promise without wasting words. Most closers write generic introductions that could describe anyone. Things like passionate sales professional with 5 years experience building client relationships. This tells the recruiter nothing they don't already know from your headline. Instead, your opening should immediately communicate value through specific details. You could say things like, 3 years ago, I was driving a taxi in Lagos, reading every sales book I could find between fares. Same skills, different vehicle. Strategic placement of achievements, skills, and personality markers builds credibility progressively throughout your profile. You don't dump everything in the first paragraph. You reveal information in layers that keep people reading. Start with your hook, then show recent results. Then explain your background and then highlight specific skills. Each section answers the question the previous section created. This keeps recruiters engaged because they're getting payoffs while building anticipation for what comes next. Weaving your unique story throughout the profile without making it sound like a personal blog requires balance. You're not writing your autobiography. You are strategically using personal details to differentiate yourself and prove your sales abilities. Every personal detail should connect to a business benefit. If you mention learning English from American movies, explain how that taught you to pick up on the tone and body language. If you talk about growing up in a large family, connect it to your ability to handle multiple client conversations. The formula for profile endings that get responses involves a specific call to action structure. Most profiles end weekly with something like, looking forward to hearing from you. This puts the burden on the recruiter to figure out the next steps. Instead, end with confidence and specificity. You could say something like, I'm particularly interested in companies selling high-ticket coaching and consulting services. Let's talk about how I can help your team convert more leads. Your profile becomes a strategic document that gets recruiters toward wanting to hear more from you when every element works together. The headline creates curiosity. The opening delivers on the curiosity while creating new questions. The body answers those questions while building credibility. The ending makes it easy for them to take the next step. Instead of hoping recruiters will figure out why they should hire you, you're leading them through a logical sequence that ends with them wanting to start a conversation. This approach works because it mirrors how great closers structure sales conversations. You don't start by listing all your product features. You create interest, build value, handle concerns, and guide prospects toward a decision. Your profile should do exactly the same. It's a sales document disguised as a resume, and every word should move the recruiter closer to wanting to hire you. The difference between profiles that get ignored and profiles that get callbacks isn't the qualifications listed. It's the psychological journey they create. Successful profiles make recruiters feel like they've discovered someone special instead of reviewed another application. They create the feeling that this person would be interesting to talk to, easy to work with, and effective with clients. But the profile is just a foundation. The real magic happens when they press on your video. Most video pitches lose the viewer in the first 3 seconds, but there's a specific opening that makes recruiters lean forward instead of clicking away. The problem isn't your qualification or your closing skills. It's that your video sounds exactly like every other video they've watched that day. Recruiters are sitting through dozens of similar pitches, and most closers open with the same boring introduction that makes them tune out immediately. Traditional video pitch advice completely fails for international closers trying to break into the English-speaking markets because it ignores the real psychology of what's really happening. Most advice tells you to start professional, introduce yourself formally, and walk through your experience step by step. This approach works fine if you're the only applicant, but when you're competing against people who sound more familiar to recruiters, following generic advice makes you blend in when you need to stand out. Here's the surprising truth about what recruiters are really listening for in those crucial first moments. They're not analyzing your qualifications or judging your accent. They're asking themselves one question: is this person interesting enough to keep watching? Most closers think recruiters are evaluating their sales skills from the first sentence. Actually, they're deciding whether this person seems engaging enough to work with. Boring people don't get callbacks, regardless of their numbers. The exact script structure that hooks attention immediately starts with a pattern interrupt and not an introduction. So instead of, hi, my name's John and I'm a remote closer with 3 years experience, try something like, last week I closed a $50,000 deal while my neighbor's rooster was screaming in the background. That works because it breaks the expected pattern and creates immediate curiosity. In this case, the recruiter wants to know how someone closes deals with rooster closers interrupting. Your opening pattern interrupts should be specific, visual, and slightly unexpected without being unprofessional. The goal is to make them think, I didn't see that coming, while still sounding credible. A closer who grew up in a small town might say, I learned sales psychology from my grandmother who ran the only grocery store in our village of 200 people. This creates instant curiosity while hinting at real sales training. Another closer might open with, 3 months ago, I was afraid to speak English on video calls. Yesterday, I closed my biggest deal ever in a boardroom full of American executives. The technique for addressing the elephant in the room turns your perceived weakness into strengths within the first 30 seconds. Don't wait for recruiters to notice your accent or question your location. Address it directly and frame it as an advantage. You can say something like, you probably noticed I'm not from here originally. That's why I'm great at this job. When you grow up switching between 3 languages depending on who you're talking to, you get really good at reading people and adjusting your communication style instantly. Location concerns get handled the same way. In this case, you can say something like, I'm calling you from the Philippines, which means I'm working while your American clients are sleeping. When they wake up with questions about their contract, I've already been thinking about their concerns for hours. This reframes time zones from a problem into a customer service advantage. Your background becomes proof that you understand diverse perspectives, not evidence that you are different from the ideal candidates. The middle section builds credibility while maintaining conversational flow by connecting your experience to specific client benefits. Don't list achievements like a resume. Tell mini stories that prove your abilities. You can be like, my first month closing, I had a client who spoke so quietly I could barely hear him. Instead of asking him to speak up and making him uncomfortable, I learned to listen for tone changes and pause patterns. Now I can read client hesitation even when they're trying to hide it. This shows active listening skills through a specific example rather than claiming you're a good listener. Each story in your middle section should prove a different aspect of closing while feeling like a natural conversation. Talk about the difficult client who taught you patience, the deal that almost fell through and how you saved it. These stories work because they show your problem-solving process and not just results. The closing technique that makes recruiters want to reach out immediately involves a specific combination of confidence and availability. So don't end with things like, I hope to hear from you or thank you for your time. Instead, you should end with something like, I'm particularly good with clients who need extra education during the sales process. If you're looking for someone who can turn confused prospects into confident buyers, let's talk this week. This shows confidence while making them visualize you solving these specific problems. Your video script becomes a strategic conversation that tells your potential, not just your past accomplishments. Every single sentence moves the recruiter toward wanting to hire you. You're not reciting your qualifications. You're proving that talking to you is interesting and that working with you would be easy and that your clients would enjoy the experience. But even the best script fails without the technical elements that make you look and sound professional. There's one technical element that instantly tells recruiters whether you're an amateur or a professional, and it's not what you think. Most closers obsess over getting expensive cameras and perfect lighting setups. They think 4K video and professional equipment automatically makes them look credible. But here's the twist that changes everything. Perfect video quality can actually hurt your chances if you get the wrong elements right. The psychology behind this is simple, but most people miss it completely. When your video looks too polished, recruiters start wondering if you're hiding something. They question whether you can handle real client calls or if you only look good in controlled environments. A slightly imperfect setup that shows authenticity often performs better than studio quality productions that feels fake or rehearsed. Small technical mistakes create subconscious doubt about your ability to handle client calls professionally. A messy background makes recruiters wonder if you can maintain professionalism during important conversations. Poor audio quality suggests you don't pay attention to details that matter to clients. Bad camera angles make you look unprepared and careless. These technical flaws don't just affect how you look, they affect how competent people think you are. The lighting setup that makes you look trustworthy and competent doesn't require expensive equipment. Natural light from a window works better than most artificial setups. Position yourself facing the window so light hits your face evenly. This creates soft, flattened light that makes you approachable and professional. If you're recording at night or you don't have a good window light, you can just get a simple ring light from Amazon for like $20 to $40. Ring lights work because they eliminate harsh shadows that make people look tired and unreliable. The circular light source creates an even illumination across your face. This makes your eyes look brighter and more engaging. Avoid overhead lighting from ceiling fixtures because it creates unflattening shadows under your eyes and nose. Side lighting from lamps create dramatic shadows that look artistic but unprofessional for business videos. The best backgrounds are simple and clean. A blank wall works perfectly because it keeps attention on you and your words. Avoid busy backgrounds with lots of objects, colors, or patterns. This creates visual noise that make it harder for recruiters to focus on what you're saying. Your bedroom background might be comfortable for you, but it makes recruiters think about your personal life instead of your professional abilities. Kitchen backgrounds work well if they're clean and minimal. Living room setups can work if you remove clutter and personal items. The goal is creating a neutral space that feels professional without looking sterile. Some closers use virtual backgrounds, but these often glitch and create technical distractions. A simple physical background beats a fancy virtual one every time. Audio quality standards separate professionals from wannabes in recruiters' minds more than any other technical factor. Good audio makes you sound credible and easy to understand. Bad audio makes people question your attention to detail and preparation. Aaron from the Remote Closing Academy gets compliments where people say they're sold already just from being able to hear him clearly, which makes him sound professional. The microphone built into newer laptops and iPhones provide decent audio quality for most situations, but investing in a USB microphone for $40 to $70 makes a significant difference. These microphones isolate your voice and minimize background noise. This creates professional audio quality that enhances your credibility. The difference between laptop audio and a dedicated microphone is immediately noticeable to anyone listening. Camera angle and framing affect how confident and authoritative you appear on video. Position your camera at eye level so you're looking straight into the lens. This creates natural eye contact that builds trust with viewers. Cameras positioned too high make you look up, which can appear submissive and unprepared. Frame yourself from about chest level up, leaving some space above your head. This creates a professional headshot composition that feels comfortable for viewers. Sitting too close to the camera feels invasive. Sitting too far away makes you appear small and less engaging. The right distance makes you feel present and approachable without invading personal space. Editing techniques that keep videos engaging without looking overproduced usually focus on removing mistakes rather than adding effects. So all you need to do is to cut out long pauses, verbal stumbles, and distracting background noises. Keep your natural speaking rhythm, but remove the imperfections that break the flow. Avoid fancy transitions, graphics, or music that distract from your message. Simple cuts between good sections work better than complex editing that screams amateur video production. Your technical setup becomes invisible support that lets your personality and skills shine through clearly. When everything works smoothly, recruiters focus on your words and presentations instead of your technical distractions. The goal isn't to impress people with your video production skills. It's to remove barriers that prevent them from seeing your value as a closer. Now, with your video dialed in, it's time to make sure that people can actually find you when they're ready to hire. LinkedIn's algorithm is hiding your profile from the exact people who want to hire you, but there's a way to game the system ethically. The platform decides who sees your profile based on keywords, engagement, and search patterns. Most closers never see the opportunities they're perfect for because LinkedIn systems filters them out before recruiters even know they exist. This isn't about your qualifications or experience. It's about understanding how the algorithm works and optimizing your profile accordingly. Traditional LinkedIn advice doesn't work for international closers seeking remote positions because it's written for local job seekers in traditional markets. Generic optimization tips tell you to list your experience chronologically and use professional language. But remote closing opportunities require different keywords, different positioning, and different proof points than local sales jobs. International closers need to prove they can work across time zones, communicate clearly in English, and build relationships virtually. The costly mistakes that make your profile invisible to recruiters actively searching for closers start with your headline. Most closers use generic titles like sales professional or business development representative. These keywords are too broad and competitive. When recruiters search for remote closer or high-ticket sales, your profile doesn't appear because you're using different language than they're searching for. Your profile tagline needs specific keywords that match how recruiters actually search. A high-ticket closer should use something like high-ticket sales closer for coaches and consultants in their headline. This targets the exact search terms hiring managers use when looking for closers. The goal is appearing in the top search results when someone searches for your role. Generic headlines get buried under thousands of similar profiles. The keyword strategy that gets your profile in front of hiring managers without sounding robotic involves strategic placement throughout your profile. Use variations of your target keywords in your headline, summary, and experience sections. So instead of repeating the word remote closer 5 times, mix in related terms like virtual sales, online closing, or remote sales consultants. This helps you rank for multiple search variations while keeping your profile readable for humans. Your headline optimization should include your specialty, your location flexibility, and your target market. So something like remote sales closer, high-ticket programs, serving US and EU markets from the Philippines tells recruiters exactly what you do and removes common concerns about time zones and market fit. This approach addresses objections before they become problems. The summary section needs to balance keywords with storytelling. Start with a hook that includes your main keywords, then tell your story using natural language. Mention the specific industries you've worked in, the deal sizes you've closed, and all the tools that you have used. These details help you appear in more specific searches while proving your experience to human readers. The experience section should focus on results and skills rather than job duties. Use bullet points that start with action words and include numbers whenever possible. So instead of saying something like responsible for closing deals, you could say something like close $500,000 in high-ticket coaching programs using consultative selling approach. This language includes keywords while demonstrating your value. The networking approach that builds relationships with decision makers before they even post jobs involves engaging with their content consistently. Find hiring managers at companies you want to work for and comment thoughtfully on their posts. Share relevant content that demonstrates your knowledge of sales and closing. This positions you as someone worth knowing before they have openings to fill. LinkedIn features can showcase your video pitch and personality effectively through several methods. The most powerful approach is creating a freelance position in your experience section and linking to a Loom video where you introduce yourself, giving you a significant advantage over other applicants. In the description, include a link to your video with a compelling call to action like watch my 2-minute introduction to see how I help companies convert leads into paying customers. Content strategy that positions you as an expert involves sharing valuable insights about sales, closing techniques, and industry trends. So make sure that you write posts about common objections that you've overcome, lessons that you've learned from difficult clients, or trends that you're seeing in your market. This content attracts the attention of potential employers while building your credibility as a closer. Recommendations from past employers or colleagues provide social proof that significantly boosts your profile's credibility. Make sure that you actively seek this out by reaching out to former managers, satisfied clients, or team members. Offer to write a recommendation in return, which often motivates people to reciprocate. Having several recommendations makes your profile much more trustworthy to recruiters. Your LinkedIn profile becomes a magnet that draws elite opportunities to you instead of you chasing them when all of these elements work together. The algorithm shows your profile to relevant recruiters. Your content demonstrates your expertise and your recommendations prove your results. So instead of applying to posted jobs, companies start reaching out to you with opportunities. LinkedIn handles the professional side perfectly. But there's another platform where personality-driven sales really shine. While everyone's fighting for attention on LinkedIn, smart closers are building relationships on Instagram where the real money conversations happen. The platform has become the secret weapon for closers targeting high-ticket opportunities because business owners actually hang out there. They're not scrolling through formal posts about quarterly results. They're watching stories, engaging with personal content, and building real connections with people they find interesting. Instagram works differently than LinkedIn for professional networking. Business owners use it to get a sense of who you are as a person and not just what you have accomplished professionally. They want to see if you're someone they'd enjoy working with. This creates opportunities for authentic relationship building that formal platforms can't match. The conversations feel natural because the environment is casual. Most closers completely miss the Instagram opportunity because they're thinking about it wrong. They either ignore the platform entirely or try to use it like LinkedIn with formal posts about their achievements. Both approaches fail because Instagram rewards personality and authenticity over corporate messaging. The closers who succeed treat it as a relationship-building platform where business connections develop naturally through genuine interactions. The profile optimization strategy that attracts business owners and sales managers organically starts with your username and your display name. Your username should incorporate personal branding rather than a company name because people trust individuals over corporations. Your display name should include your full name and a niche-relevant keyword to improve your search visibility. This helps the algorithm show your content to the right audience. Your bio needs 3 essential elements that work together to convert viewers into followers. Start with an elevator pitch that explains what you do in simple terms. Add an authority statement or accomplishment that builds credibility. End with a clear call to action framed in the viewer's benefits. So instead of saying something like DM me for opportunities, try something like watch my free training on closing high-ticket deals with a link to valuable content. Deep links are crucial for Instagram bios because they direct viewers off the platform to specific destinations like your own YouTube channel or your website. Creating content that demonstrates your sales skills without being salesy requires a specific approach. Share behind-the-scenes content that shows your work process. Post about lessons learned from difficult clients or successful closes. This content proves your expertise while providing value value to your audience. People see your knowledge in action without feeling like they're being sold to. The key is mixing personal content with professional insights. Share photos from your workspace, talk about your morning routine, or discuss books you're reading. This personal content makes you relatable and memorable. Business owners want to work with people they like and not just qualified professionals. Your personality becomes part of your value proposition. Instagram stories and highlights showcases your personality and professionalism through different content types. Use highlights strategically with 3 essential categories. Create an offer highlight that introduces your services as a closer. Build a results highlight that showcases client success stories. Add a personal highlight that displays your personality and allows people to connect with you on a human level. Your stories should mix professional content with personal moments. Share snippets from client calls, celebrate wins, or discuss challenges you're facing. The real-time content builds stronger connections than polished posts. People feel like they're getting to know the real you, which creates trust and makes them more likely to refer opportunities your way. The networking approach that turns followers into opportunities involves consistent engagement with your target audience. Find business owners and sales managers in your niche and engage thoughtfully with their content. Make sure that you comment with genuine insights and not generic praise. This positions you as someone worth knowing before they need your services. Building relationships requires patience and authenticity. Don't immediately pitch your service to new connections. Instead, provide value through helpful comments, relevant content shares, and genuine interest in their business. These relationships develop naturally over time. When new opportunities arise, you are already on the radar as someone they know and trust. The engagement strategy focuses on quality over quantity. So instead of following thousands of accounts, focus on building real relationships with a smaller group of ideal connections. Now you have all the building blocks you need, but putting them together requires a specific sequence. The closers getting higher aren't the most qualified. They are the most memorable, and now you know exactly how to become unforgettable. Your path forward is simple but requires discipline. Start with your value proposition first. Figure out what makes you different before you write anything else. Then build your profile using your unique angle. Create your video pitch that showcases your personality and skills. Finally, optimize your LinkedIn and Instagram profiles to attract opportunities naturally. Stop trying to be perfect and start being authentically professional. That's what wins in today's market. Most international closers are sending out applications like they're throwing spaghetti at a wall, hoping something sticks. But here's what nobody tells you. The top earners aren't playing the numbers game at all. They're using a systematic approach that tracks every lead, every application, and every follow-up in a weekly pipeline. While others are frantically applying to random job posts, these closers know exactly which companies they're targeting, when to follow up, and how to position themselves as the obvious choice. The difference? A simple tracker that turns chaos into cash flow. Most international closers think sending 50 applications is better than sending 5. But the math tells a different story. When you look at actual response rates, mass applications create the opposite effect you want. Scattered job searching doesn't multiply your chances, it divides them. Here's what happens when you spray applications everywhere without a system. Your response rate drops to less than 2%. That means from 100 applications, you might get 1 or 2 responses. Compare that to targeted approaches where closers see 15 to 20% response rates. The difference isn't luck, it's strategy versus chaos. English-speaking employers spot generic applications from international candidates immediately. They can tell when you've copy-pasted the same cover letter across multiple companies. The language patterns give it away. Phrases like, "I am very interested in this position," or "I believe I would be a great fit," scream mass application. Native speakers write differently. They reference specific company details. They mention recent company news or initiatives. They connect their experience to exact role requirements. When hiring managers see generic applications, they make instant judgments about your work ethic. Busy application sending actually signals desperation to them. It tells them you're not selective about opportunities. You're not doing research. You're just throwing applications at every opening you find. This creates the wrong impression entirely. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. Take 2 closers from the Philippines. Maria sends 100 applications per week using the same template. She customizes only the company name and position title. Her applications mention generic skills like excellent communication and strong sales background. She applies to everything from insurance sales to software demos to real estate. Carlos takes a different approach. He sends 20 applications per week, but each one is researched and customized. He studies the company website, he checks their LinkedIn team, he looks at their recent posts and updates, he mentions specific products they sell, he references their company values, he explains how his background connects to their exact needs. After 1 month, Maria has sent 400 applications and received 6 responses. 3 were scams, 2 were low-paying cold calling positions. 1 was legitimate but required experience she didn't have. Carlos sent 80 applications and received 14 responses. 12 were legitimate opportunities. 8 led to interviews. 3 resulted in job offers. The tracking data reveals patterns that random applications completely miss. Maria never tracked which types of companies responded. She didn't know which job boards worked best. She couldn't identify what application elements got attention. She was operating blind, repeating the same mistakes every day. Carlos tracked everything. He knew that healthcare companies responded 23% more than finance companies. He discovered that LinkedIn applications got better responses than Indeed applications. He found that mentioning specific pain points in his cover letter doubled his response rate. He learned that following up after 5 days increased interviews by 40%. This tracking showed him exactly where to focus his energy. Instead of applying to 20 random positions, he could apply to 10 high probability positions. His success rate kept improving because he was learning from data, not guessing. Here's where most closers go wrong. They think more activity equals better results. They believe that sending 50 applications today is better than sending 10 strategic applications. But hiring managers aren't impressed by volume. They're impressed by preparation and fit. When you mass apply, you also create practical problems for yourself. You can't remember which companies you applied to. You can't track follow-up schedules. You miss opportunities because you forgot to respond to interview requests. You show up to interviews unprepared because you didn't research the company properly. The systematic approach wins because it focuses energy on quality opportunities rather than quantity. When you research before applying, you identify better matches. When you customize applications, you stand out from generic submissions. When you track responses, you learn what works. When you follow up strategically, you stay top of mind. Organization beats volume every single time because English-speaking employers value preparation over persistence. They want to see that you understand their business. They want evidence that you've thought about how you can help them specifically. Generic applications can provide this evidence. The closers earning $15,000 to $25,000 per month didn't get there by applying to everything. They got there by being selective. They chose opportunities where they could demonstrate clear value. They invested time in understanding each company's needs. They positioned themselves as solutions to specific problems. This selective approach also protects your reputation in the market. When you apply strategically, you avoid situations where you're clearly not qualified. You don't waste hiring managers' time with inappropriate applications. You build a professional reputation as someone who applies thoughtfully. The difference becomes even more obvious when you consider follow-up. Mass applicants can't follow up effectively because they don't remember details about each application. Strategic applicants can reference specific conversation points. They can mention company developments that happened since they applied. They can demonstrate ongoing interest and engagement. Every successful closer eventually realizes that job searching is a skill that requires systems. Random applications are like cold calling without a script. You might get lucky occasionally, but you can't build consistent results on luck. You need processes that work regardless of market conditions or competition levels. Building a proper system starts with understanding what you're actually tracking. It's not just about counting applications sent. You need to track application sources, response rates, interview conversion rates, and offer conversion rates. You need to identify which approaches produce the best opportunities and which waste your time. The platforms you're probably ignoring contain more $15,000 to $20,000 closer positions than Indeed and LinkedIn combined. While most closers stick to the obvious job boards, the real opportunities are hiding in places where business owners post directly. They're looking for closers in Facebook groups. They're advertising in places you've never thought to check. They're using methods that bypass traditional recruitment entirely. The 4-pillar lead generation system that top international closers use daily starts with understanding where actual decision makers spend their time. These aren't HR departments posting generic job descriptions. These are business owners who need sales help right now. They post in communities where they know other entrepreneurs hang out. They advertise where they can find people immediately. They skip the lengthy hiring processes because they need results fast. Let's start with the platforms you already know but probably aren't using correctly. Indeed and LinkedIn require specific keyword strategies that actually work for high-ticket positions. On Indeed, searching for high-ticket closer or high-ticket appointment setter with the remote filter reveals opportunities advertising monthly salaries from $20,000 to $45,000. But most closers search for generic terms like sales representative or customer service and miss the real money. LinkedIn shows even better numbers when you know what to look for. A recent search revealed 5,000 new appointment setter jobs and 1,400 new high-ticket closer jobs. That's massive demand happening right now. But you have to search specifically for high-ticket closer combined with locations like United States. Generic searches return customer service jobs paying $15 per hour. Specific searches return closing positions paying $15,000 per month. Here's where it gets interesting. The hidden gold mine exists in Facebook groups where business owners post directly. These aren't corporate recruiters following company policies. These are entrepreneurs who saw their sales drop yesterday and need a closer today. They post in groups like ClickFunnels communities, entrepreneur networks, and industry-specific groups where they know other business people gather. In these Facebook groups, you'll find postings for appointment setters and closers with potential earnings ranging from $3,000 to $10,000 per month, even for entry-level positions. The business owners posting these opportunities own the companies. They can make hiring decisions immediately. They don't need approval from HR departments or corporate managers. When they like what they see, they hire fast. But here's the problem. 80% of closers are searching wrong keywords and missing the best opportunities entirely. They search for sales jobs instead of high-ticket sales. They look for appointment setting instead of lead qualification. They search for remote work instead of commission-based closer. These wrong keywords return low-paying positions because that's what those terms typically represent in the job market. The Facebook Ad Library method opens up opportunities that most closers never discover. This tool shows you every active advertisement running on Facebook and Instagram. When you search for industries like fitness and weight loss, you see companies actively advertising to collect names, emails, and phone numbers. These companies need appointment setters to call those leads. They need closers to convert those appointments into sales. Here's how this works in practice. You search fitness in the ad library and find dozens of coaches advertising lead magnets. They're collecting contact information from potential clients. Someone has to call those leads. Someone has to book appointments. Someone has to close those sales. But these companies don't post on Indeed or LinkedIn. They hire through their networks or by reaching out directly to people who contact them. Your Facebook and Instagram feeds can become lead generation tools when you understand how the algorithm works. The platforms show you ads based on your interests and engagement patterns. If you engage with fitness content, you'll see fitness ads. If you follow business coaches, you'll see coaching ads. These ads represent potential employers who need closers right now. To influence this algorithm, start engaging with content in niches where you want to work. Follow fitness coaches if you want to close fitness programs, like business development posts if you want to close business coaching. Comment on marketing content if you want to close marketing services. The algorithm learns your interests and shows you relevant opportunities. Creating a fresh Instagram account and searching hashtags like fitness while following related creators accelerates this process. The platform recognizes you as someone interested in that industry and shows you more relevant content. This includes ads from companies looking for closers, which many people scroll past without realizing they're looking at job opportunities. The key difference between personal development and business development opportunities matters more than most closers realize. Personal development companies sell to individuals spending their own money. Business development companies sell to business owners using company budgets. Business owners typically have higher budgets and make faster decisions because they see direct ROI from investments. When you find opportunities through Facebook groups, direct engagement increases your success rate significantly. Don't just apply through generic contact forms. Message the business owner directly. Reference their specific post. Mention something about their business that caught your attention. This personal approach demonstrates initiative and helps you stand out from standard applications. Your daily activities should follow a systematic approach that keeps opportunities flowing consistently. 5 LinkedIn searches using different keyword combinations uncover new positions daily. 3 Facebook group checks in relevant business communities reveal direct postings from owners. 2 Indeed deep dives using specific high-ticket terminology find positions that others miss. The platforms that work best for legitimate $10,000 to $20,000 monthly closer positions are Facebook groups for direct owner contact, LinkedIn for corporate high-ticket roles, Indeed for remote opportunity volume, and Facebook Ad Library for identifying companies with active marketing campaigns. Each platform serves a different purpose in your lead generation system, but they all require specific approaches to produce results. The Instagram algorithm method works especially well for younger closers who understand social media engagement patterns. Older closers often find more success with LinkedIn's professional networking approach. Facebook groups work for all ages because they focus on business relationships rather than social media trends. Finding opportunities means nothing without proper research and qualification of each potential employer. That $25,000 per month closer position you just applied to, it's probably a scam, and here's how to know in 30 seconds. The job posting promises massive earnings with minimal experience required. The company name sounds impressive, but you can't find their website. The application process asks for personal information before telling you what you'll actually be doing. These aren't coincidences. There are warning signs that separate legitimate opportunities from elaborate schemes designed to waste your time and steal your money. The three-tier system for evaluating opportunities breaks down into good, bad, and scam categories. Good opportunities come from established companies with proven track records, clear commission structures, and inbound lead systems. Bad opportunities might be legitimate, but offer poor earning potential, require cold calling, or come from unstable companies. Scam opportunities exist solely to extract money or personal information from desperate job seekers. Understanding these distinctions saves months of wasted effort and protects you from financial loss. The most obvious scam indicators start with payment requirements. Any company asking you to pay for training, certification, or access to their system is running a scam. Legitimate companies invest in their employees. They provide training at their own expense because they want you to succeed and generate revenue for them. When someone asks for upfront payment, they're making money from training fees, not from actual business results. This model only works if they can keep recruiting new people to pay those fees. Unrealistic income promises represent another clear warning sign. Post advertising $50,000 monthly earnings for entry-level closers with no experience required are targeting people's desperation rather than offering real opportunities. Legitimate high-ticket closing requires skills, experience, and time to develop. Companies making unrealistic promises are selling dreams, not jobs. They know most people won't achieve those earnings, but they need the promise to attract applicants. Generic job postings with attention-grabbing fonts and excessive use of emojis signal unprofessional operations. Legitimate companies create detailed, well-written job descriptions that accurately represent the role and requirements. They use professional language and provide specific information about responsibilities, compensation, and company culture. When you see posts written in all caps or using phrases like "make money fast" or "no experience needed," you're looking at scam operations. The subtle red flags catch international closers off guard because they appear more legitimate on the surface. Companies might have professional-looking websites and social media presence, but their business model doesn't support the compensation they're advertising. They might offer high base salaries with low commission rates, which indicates they don't have sufficient revenue to support those fixed costs. Sustainable high-ticket closing companies rely primarily on commission-based compensation because it aligns with actual sales performance. Legitimate-looking posts can hide major problems that waste months of your time. A company might advertise warm leads and inbound traffic, but the leads are actually cold lists purchased from third-party vendors. They might promise comprehensive training, but the training consists of generic sales videos available anywhere online. They might claim to sell high-ticket products, but their actual offer prices are too low to support meaningful commissions. These problems only become apparent after you've invested significant time in their application and training process. The research process starts with company website analysis. Legitimate companies have professional websites with detailed information about their products, team members, and company history. The website should include clear contact information about pages with real team photos and case studies or testimonials from actual clients. If the website looks hastily constructed, contains only generic stock photos, or lacks specific details about their business model, consider it a red flag. LinkedIn team verification confirms whether the company has real employees in legitimate roles. Search for the company name on LinkedIn and examine team member profiles. Legitimate companies have employees with detailed work histories, professional photos, and active LinkedIn engagement. Scam operations either have no LinkedIn presence or show fake profiles with limited information and suspicious backgrounds. Pay attention to when team members join the company and whether their experience matches their claimed expertise. Offer assessment requires understanding the relationship between product price and commission structure. A standard commission in the industry is 10% of the sale, though some companies offer 15% or more for experienced closers. However, high commission percentages mean nothing if the product price is too low. A 20% commission on a $500 product generates $100 per sale, while a 10% commission on a $5,000 product generates $500 per sale. Calculate potential earnings per sale based on realistic closing rates for your experience level. Checking for warm leads versus cold calling requirements makes a significant difference in your success potential. Companies with inbound lead flow generate prospects through advertising, social media, or content marketing. These leads have expressed interest in the product or service before you contact them. Cold calling operations require you to contact completely unqualified prospects from purchase lists. The conversion rates and earning potential differ dramatically between these approaches. Commission structure evaluation goes beyond percentages to include payment terms, minimum quotas, and clawback policies. Some companies delay commission payments for 30 to 60 days after the sale. Others require you to meet minimum monthly quotas before earning any commissions. Clawback policies allow companies to recover commissions if clients request refunds within specific time frames. These terms significantly impact your actual earnings and cash flow. Minimum viable opportunity criteria help you focus on positions worth your time. The company should have been operating for at least 2 years with verifiable client testimonials. The product or service should sell for at least $2,000 to support meaningful commissions. The company should provide inbound leads rather than requiring cold outreach. The total compensation potential should exceed $8,000 monthly for experienced closers working full-time hours. The red flags that separate scam job postings from genuine high-ticket closing opportunities include upfront payment requirements, unrealistic income promises without corresponding qualifications, lack of verifiable company information, absence of real team members on professional platforms, commission structures that don't align with advertised earnings potential, and lead generation methods that put all prospecting responsibility on the closer rather than the company. Qualified opportunities require strategic application approaches that demonstrate your value. Your English might be perfect, but if you're using the same application template for every job, you're already eliminated. English-speaking employers can spot copy-paste applications from international candidates within seconds of opening them. They notice when you use identical phrases across multiple companies. They see when your enthusiasm sounds rehearsed rather than genuine. They recognize when you haven't invested time in understanding their specific business needs. Generic applications signal that you're applying everywhere without discrimination, which tells hiring managers you're desperate rather than selective. The 3-part customization system that makes international closers stand out starts with deep research, moves into strategic written communication, and finishes with personalized video presentation. Each component builds on the previous one to create applications that demonstrate genuine interest and professional competence. This systematic approach separates you from the mass of generic submissions flooding hiring managers' inboxes daily. The research phase requires studying the company's values, mission, and current team before you write a single word of your application. Visit their website and read every page, not just the careers section. Look at their about page to understand their story and values. Check their blog or news section for recent updates or achievements. Examine their product or service offerings to understand what they sell and to whom. This research provides specific details you can reference in your application to prove you've invested time in understanding their business. Study their social media presence across platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. Look at recent posts to understand their company culture and current initiatives. Note the language style they use in their communications. Pay attention to values they emphasize repeatedly. Check if they've recently hired new team members, launched new products, or achieved notable milestones. This information becomes valuable content for your customized application. Research the team members you can find on LinkedIn, especially in sales or leadership roles. Look at their backgrounds and experience levels. Notice where they came from and what skills they emphasize. This helps you understand what type of person succeeds in their organization. You can then position your own background and skills to align with their successful team members. The written application structure addresses specific pain points you discovered during your research phase. Start with a personalized greeting that references something specific about their company or recent achievement. Mention how you discovered their opportunity and what attracted you to their organization specifically. Connect their company values or mission to your own professional goals and personal values. Reference specific details from your research to demonstrate genuine interest. Mention a recent blog post they published, a product launch they announced, or a team expansion they completed. Explain how your background and skills directly address challenges or opportunities you identified through your research. Use their own language and terminology when describing how you can contribute to their success. Address potential concerns about hiring international closers proactively. Emphasize your English fluency and communication skills. Mention your availability during their business hours. Highlight any experience working with English-speaking clients or teams. Position your international background as an advantage that brings diverse perspective and strong work ethic rather than a limitation. Generic applications immediately signal mass applicant to English-speaking employers because they lack the specific details that prove genuine interest and research. When you write, I am very interested in this position at your company, you could be talking about any company or position. When you say, I believe I would be a great fit, you haven't explained why based on their specific needs. These phrases appear in thousands of applications daily, making yours instantly forgettable. English-speaking employers particularly notice when international applicants use overly formal language that sounds unnatural. Phrases like, I am writing to express my interest, or I would be honored to contribute, sound scripted rather than conversational. Native English speakers write more directly and personally. They say things like, I'm excited about this opportunity because, or what attracted me to your company was. This natural language style makes your application sound authentic rather than translated. The video application framework showcases English fluency naturally while demonstrating personality and communication skills that written applications cannot convey. Video applications work especially well for international closers because they prove your English speaking ability immediately. They show your personality and enthusiasm in ways that text cannot capture. They demonstrate that you're comfortable communicating verbally, which is essential for closing roles. The 6-part video structure includes introduction, discovery method, attraction factors, background goals, and call to action. The introduction should be a brief, confident greeting that immediately establishes your professionalism and English fluency. Keep this under 20 seconds and focus on energy and clarity rather than lengthy explanations. The discovery method explains how you found their opportunity and what initially caught your attention. This shows you're not randomly applying to every position you find. Mention the specific platform where you discovered them or the research process that led you to their company. This demonstrates intentional job searching rather than desperate mass applications. Attraction factors highlight specific elements of their opportunity that appeal to you personally. Reference details from your research like their company culture, product focus, or team structure. Explain why these factors align with your career goals and values. This section proves you understand what makes their opportunity unique. The background section briefly covers relevant experience while connecting past achievements to their current needs. Even without direct sales experience, relate previous roles to skills valuable for closing. Highlight communication abilities, customer service experience, or leadership roles that demonstrate relevant capabilities. Goals section outlines what you're seeking in terms of time commitment, income expectations, and career development. Be honest about your availability and transparent about your earnings goals. This prevents misunderstandings later and shows you've thought seriously about the opportunity. The call to action requests specific next steps like an interview or mock call. Be direct and confident in asking for what you want. Suggest specific times you're available or propose a brief conversation to discuss mutual fit. Weaving English confidence into every communication touchpoint means using natural conversational language throughout all interactions. Avoid overly formal phrases that sound uncomfortable. Write like you speak using contractions and casual transitions. Let your personality show through your word choices and communication style. Customized applications get 5 times more responses than generic ones because they demonstrate effort, research, and genuine interest that hiring managers rarely see. Great applications mean nothing without proper follow-up tracking to maximize your conversion rates. The question, what's your biggest weakness, just eliminated another international closer, but it doesn't have to eliminate you. Most closers panic when they hear this question because they think admitting any weakness will cost them the job. They either lie and say something ridiculous like, I work too hard, or they reveal genuine weaknesses that make them sound incompetent. Neither approach works. English-speaking interviewers ask this question to test your self-awareness, honesty, and ability to grow from challenges. They want to see that you can identify areas for improvement and take action to address them. The two-sided interview preparation system focuses on answering their questions effectively while asking strategic questions that help you evaluate whether the opportunity is worth your time. Most Most closers prepare only for the questions they'll be asked. They practice their responses about experience, motivation, and career goals, but they never prepare questions to assess the company's quality, culture, and potential for success. This one-sided preparation leaves you vulnerable to accepting bad opportunities that waste months of your time. Common interview questions follow predictable patterns, and the English response frameworks that work focus on specific structure and natural language. When asked about your biggest weakness, choose something genuine that doesn't disqualify you from the role. Frame your response by acknowledging the weakness, explaining how it has affected you in the past, and detailing the specific steps you've taken to improve. For example, my biggest weakness has been putting my attention towards small details. In the past, I've noticed myself forgetting to upload call recordings into my pipeline or write my end-of-day reports. The way I found I can work around that is intentionally setting times once a project is done to reread and double-check before I do an end-of-day approval or sign-off for the day. When they ask about your biggest strength, highlight traits essential for closing success like active listening, emotional intelligence, curiosity, and big picture thinking. Connect your strength to specific results or situations where it helped you succeed. My biggest strength is really just my innate ability to be curious. I was the type of kid who always grew up asking why, and I always sought to understand why things work the way they did. This approach shows how your natural tendencies align with successful closer characteristics. The why do you want to be a closer question requires both selfish and unselfish reasons in your response. The unselfish reasons should focus on helping others and challenging their limiting beliefs. The selfish reasons can include financial independence and supporting your family. This balanced approach shows you're motivated by both service and personal goals, which creates a sustainable career mindset. Your language background becomes a competitive advantage rather than a liability when you position it correctly. International closers often bring stronger work ethic, cultural awareness, and appreciation for opportunities that native speakers take for granted. You can mention your dedication to mastering English communication shows the same commitment you bring to mastering sales skills. Your international perspective helps you connect with diverse clients and understand different cultural approaches to business and decision making. The critical questions most closers never ask would save them from bad opportunities and months of wasted efforts. While you're trying to impress them, you should also be evaluating whether they deserve your time and energy. Companies with strong systems and results can answer specific questions about performance, culture, and operations. Companies with problems will avoid these questions or give vague responses. The company assessment framework evaluates top rep production, offer longevity, and lead flow quality through direct questions during your interview. Ask about their top sales reps' monthly production numbers. Ask how long they've been selling their current offer. Ask about their revenue over the last 3 months. These questions reveal whether the company has proven systems and sustainable business model. Strong companies will proudly share these numbers. Weak companies will deflect or refuse to answer. Lead generation quality makes the difference between success and struggle in any closer role. Ask directly, how do you generate leads? This determines if the leads are inbound and warm, which makes your job easier, or cold leads, which makes success much harder. Inbound leads come from ads, videos, webinars, or content marketing. These prospects have already expressed interest in the solution. If they say, we don't have any leads for you, but we're gonna give you some phone number a call, that's your signal to walk away immediately. Company culture fit and client success rates become clear when you ask the right questions during interviews. Ask the interviewer why they enjoy working at the company and what their favorite aspects of the team are. Ask about the percentage of clients who succeed with their program or service. Ask what's the kind of inside joke that your guys' team has that you have to kind of be in the know to understand and know. These questions reveal team dynamics and whether you'll fit their culture. Even without direct sales experience, you can highlight skills and training that demonstrate your potential. I have invested extensive hours and money into sales training programs. I have invested at least 50 hours into mock training calls with other students who are learning sales. I've personally trained under Ethan E, watching all of his YouTube videos, and over the past 3 years, I've worked as a waiter where I've specialized in customer service and working with clients. This shows commitment to developing sales skills and relevant experience in customer interaction. If you have sales experience, quantify your achievements with specific numbers, revenue generated, and records broken. I was the top salesman selling farm equipment with over $3.2 million in sales. When I joined that company, they were only doing $3 million a year in revenue, and I helped grow them up to $6 million in revenue. Concrete numbers provide evidence of your abilities and potential value to their organization. The follow-up strategy keeps you top of mind without seeming desperate by maintaining professional communication after the interview. Send a brief thank you message within 24 hours. Follow up with any additional information they requested. Maintain consistent contact without being pushy or impatient. This demonstrates genuine interest and professional communication skills. Position yourself as the obvious choice by showing preparation and genuine interest throughout the entire interview process. Your questions should demonstrate that you've researched their company and industry. Your responses should connect your background to their specific needs. Your follow-up should reinforce your interest while providing additional value or information. Interview success means nothing without systematic tracking and follow-up to convert conversations into job offers. The difference between closers earning $8,000 and $20,000 per month isn't skill. It's the simple spreadsheet they check every Monday morning. While most closers scramble through their job search randomly, high earners follow systematic tracking that turns chaos into predictable results. They know exactly which companies they've contacted, when they applied, what responses they received, and when to follow up. This organized approach creates consistent opportunities instead of hoping something works out. The complete tracking system that turns job searching from chaos into predictable results starts with understanding what information actually matters. Your tracker becomes your command center for managing every aspect of your job search. It shows you which activities produce results and which waste your time. Without this system, you're flying blind and missing opportunities that could change your income permanently. The tracker components include lead source, company details, application date, response tracking, and interview stages. Lead source tracks where you found each opportunity: LinkedIn, Facebook groups, Indeed, or referrals. This data reveals which platforms produce the highest quality opportunities for your specific situation. Company details include business name, website, contact person, and key information about their products or services. Application date creates accountability and helps you track response times. Response tracking logs every interaction from initial contact through final decision. Interview stages document your progress through their hiring process. Your daily activities need systematic logging to measure which sources produce the best opportunities. Every morning, record your planned activities: 5 LinkedIn searches, 3 Facebook group checks, 2 Indeed searches. Every evening, log the results: how many applications sent, responses received, interviews scheduled. This daily tracking reveals patterns you can't see without data. Maybe LinkedIn produces better response rates on Tuesdays. Maybe Facebook groups have more activity on Mondays. These patterns help you optimize your schedule for maximum results. Track specific metrics that matter for international closers. Response rate by platform shows you where to focus your energy. Time from application to response reveals which companies move quickly versus those with lengthy processes. Interview conversion rate identifies which types of opportunities you handle best. Offer conversion rate shows your closing ability in the interview process. These metrics guide your strategy improvements over time. Most closers lose track of promising opportunities and miss follow-up windows because they don't have organized systems. They apply to dozens of positions but can't remember which companies seemed most interested. They receive interview requests but miss the emails because they're buried in spam. They forget to follow up at optimal times because they don't track communication schedules. This disorganization costs them opportunities that could have led to job offers. The weekly review process identifies patterns and optimizes your approach through systematic analysis of your tracking data. Every Monday morning, review the previous week's activities and results. Calculate your response rates by platform. Identify which types of companies responded most frequently. Notice which application methods produce the best results. Look for trends in response timing. Do certain companies typically respond within 24 hours while others take a week? This weekly analysis reveals optimization opportunities you would never notice otherwise. Maybe your LinkedIn applications get 15% response rates while Indeed applications only get 3%. Maybe companies with 10 to 50 employees respond faster than larger corporations. Maybe video applications generate more interviews than written applications. These insights help you focus energy on the highest probability activities. The follow-up schedule maximizes response rates without burning bridges by maintaining professional contact at optimal intervals. Your tracker should include follow-up dates for every application. The first follow-up happens 5 to 7 days after applying if you haven't received a response. The second follow-up occurs 10 to 14 days later. The third and final follow-up happens after another 2 to 3 weeks. This systematic approach keeps you visible without seeming desperate or unprofessional. Different companies require different follow-up strategies based on their communication patterns. Some respond immediately to applications, so late follow-ups indicate disinterest. Others take weeks to review applications, so early follow-ups seem impatient. Your tracking data reveals these patterns for each company type. Startup companies often respond within 48 hours. Established corporations might take 2-3 weeks. Enterprise companies can take over a month for initial responses. Tracking reveals your personal success metrics and improvement areas through concrete data analysis. Your conversion rates from application to response, response to interview, and interview to offer show exactly where you need improvement. Low application to response rates suggest problems with your application quality or targeting. Low response to interview rates indicate issues with your email communication or availability. Low interview to offer rates point to interview skills that need development. Your tracker also identifies seasonal patterns and market conditions that affect your success rates. Some industries hire more actively in certain months. Some companies reduce hiring during holiday periods. Some market conditions create more opportunities while others create more competition. This historical data helps you plan your job search activities for maximum effectiveness. Setting up a lead tracking system that actually works for international closers targeting English-speaking markets requires specific columns and categories. Create separate sheets for active opportunities, completed applications, and archived positions. Use consistent formatting and naming conventions so you can sort and filter data easily. Include columns for time zone differences, language requirements, and cultural considerations that affect international applications. Daily lead generation activities you should track to maintain a steady flow of opportunities include LinkedIn keyword searches, Facebook group monitoring, Indeed job alerts, company website visits, and networking conversations. Record the specific keywords, groups, and companies you research each day. Track which activities produce the most qualified leads. Measure time invested versus results achieved for each activity type. Follow-up strategies that work best when competing in the English-speaking job market include personalized email communication, professional phone calls during business hours, and LinkedIn connection requests with custom messages. Track response rates for different follow-up methods. Test various message templates and timing intervals. Document which approaches work best for different company sizes and industries. This systematic approach creates the consistent pipeline that changes everything by removing guesswork and randomness from your job search process. The tracker isn't just about organization. It's about building confidence through control and predictability in your job search. When you know exactly where you stand with each opportunity, you stop feeling desperate. You stop accepting bad offers because you have other options in your pipeline. You negotiate from strength instead of fear. Stop waiting for the perfect moment to start this system. Download a spreadsheet today, create your columns, start tracking tomorrow morning. The closers earning $20,000 monthly didn't wait until they felt ready. They started messy and improved along the way. Systematic approaches create systematic results, and systematic results change lives. I remember when I first tried reaching out to business owners as a high-ticket closer. I sent generic messages to everyone, had no strategy, and got 0 responses. I felt invisible in a market full of opportunities. Sound familiar? That frustration of knowing you can close deals, but not being able to get in front of the right people is exactly what keeps most closers stuck in low-paying positions. What changed everything for me was discovering how successful closers think about outreach completely differently. Most closers think they need better closing skills, but the real problem is something completely different. You can have perfect scripts, flawless tonality, and years of experience, but none of that matters if you're invisible to the people who actually hire high-ticket closers. This is the hidden barrier that keeps 95% of talented closers stuck in positions that pay way below their potential. Here's what's really happening in the market right now. You have closers with incredible skills making $3,000 a month because they can't get interviews with the right companies. Meanwhile, average closers with basic skills are pulling $15,000 monthly because they know how to get in front of decision makers. The difference isn't talent, it's visibility, it's access, it's knowing how to position yourself where opportunities actually exist. I know a closer named Marcus who had an 80% close rate on calls. 80%. That's insane conversion. He could handle objections better than almost anyone I've seen. But Marcus spent 8 months applying through job boards and sending cold emails to generic business addresses. 8 months of rejection letters and silence. He started questioning his abilities, wondering if he was actually good at closing or just fooling himself. The problem wasn't his closing skills. The problem was that nobody with real money knew he existed. Here's the counterintuitive truth that most closers never figure out. Your closing skills don't matter if nobody knows you exist. You can be the best closer in the world, but if you're reaching out to businesses through the same channels as everyone else, you're just another name in a pile of applications. The companies making serious money don't post jobs on Indeed. They don't scroll through generic LinkedIn messages. They work with people who come recommended or who demonstrate value before asking for anything. Traditional job boards fail for high-ticket positions because high-ticket businesses operate differently. When a business owner is making $100,000 a month and needs a closer, they don't have time to sort through hundreds of applications from people they've never heard of. They want someone who understands their business, someone who's done research, someone who approaches them like a professional rather than a desperate job seeker. They want to work with closers who think strategically, not just anyone who can follow a script. The companies posting on job boards are usually smaller operations or businesses that haven't figured out how to hire properly. They're not the ones paying $10,000 to $20,000 monthly commissions. Those businesses find their closers through referrals, through industry connections, or through closers who approach them with intelligence and preparation. They hire closers who demonstrate business understanding before they ever get on a call. This is where most closers get it wrong. They think like job seekers instead of thinking like marketers. Job seekers wait for opportunities to appear. They send the same message to everyone. They focus on their own needs rather than the business owner's problems. Marketers research their target audience. They personalize their approach. They lead with value and demonstrate understanding of the market they want to enter. Successful closers understand that getting hired is a sales process. You're selling your services to someone who has money and needs results. That person doesn't care about your personal situation or how badly you need the job. They care about whether you can help them make more money. They want to see that you understand their business model, their target audience, and their revenue goals. They want to work with someone who approaches them professionally and shows they've done their homework. The systematic approach that changes everything starts with understanding where high-value opportunities actually exist. It's about identifying businesses that are already successful and growing, not companies that are struggling to find budget for a closer. It's about approaching these businesses through channels they actually pay attention to, not through the same generic methods everyone else uses. When you master this approach, you stop competing with hundreds of other closers for the same low-paying positions. You start accessing opportunities that most closers never even know exist. You begin working with business owners who value expertise and are willing to pay for results. You position yourself in front of people who have the budget and authority to make hiring decisions quickly. The shift from being a job seeker to becoming a business asset means changing how you think about outreach entirely. Instead of asking for opportunities, you start creating them. Instead of sending generic messages about your skills, you demonstrate understanding of specific business challenges. Instead of waiting for responses, you develop systems that put you in front of decision makers consistently. Business assets get hunted by companies. They have business owners reaching out to them instead of the other way around. They command higher commission rates because they're seen as partners rather than employees. They work with multiple high-value clients because their reputation speaks for itself. This transformation happens when you start approaching outreach with the same strategic thinking you use in closing calls. The closers making serious money understand that outreach is just another form of sales. They research their prospects, they customize their approach, they follow up strategically, they build relationships instead of just asking for jobs. They position themselves as solutions to business problems rather than people looking for work. Most importantly, they know where to find the businesses that actually have money to spend on quality closers. They're not scrolling through job boards hoping something good appears. They're using specific methods to identify profitable companies that need sales help right now. They're targeting business owners who understand the value of professional closing and have the revenue to support high commissions. But before you can become magnetic to these high-value opportunities, you need to know where they actually hide and how to identify them systematically. There's a free tool that shows you exactly which businesses are making serious money and need sales reps right now. Most closers spend months guessing which companies might be hiring, but smart closers use data to identify profitable businesses that are actively growing and need help handling their leads. The Facebook Ads Library is your ultimate business intelligence tool. This database shows every single advertisement running on Facebook and Instagram right now. Think about what this means. When a business is spending money on ads, they're generating leads. When they're generating leads consistently, they need people to close those leads. The Ads Library gives you direct access to see which businesses are investing in growth and likely need sales help. Here's what most people don't understand about advertising spend. Businesses don't keep running ads unless those ads make money. If a company has been running advertisements for 3 months straight, that means their campaigns are profitable. They're bringing in more revenue than they're spending on ads. This sustained advertising presence tells you everything you need to know about their financial health and growth trajectory. The search process is straightforward but requires the right keywords. You want to target industries that sell high-ticket products or services. Search for terms like trading mentorship and you'll find businesses teaching people how to trade stocks or forex. These companies charge thousands of dollars for their programs. Try Make Money Online and you'll discover course creators, coaching programs, and business opportunity sellers. Search business coaching and you'll find consultants working with entrepreneurs and business owners. Each of these searches reveals businesses that operate in high-ticket markets. Trading mentorship programs typically cost $2,000 to $10,000. Business coaching packages range from $5,000 to $50,000. Make Money Online courses often sell for $1,000 to $5,000. These price points create commission opportunities that make outreach worth your time. The filtering secrets most people miss involve recognizing the revenue indicators hidden in plain sight. Look for businesses that have been running multiple ad variations for several months. This consistency shows they found profitable campaigns and are scaling them. Check the ad creative quality and messaging sophistication. Professional video ads with clear value propositions indicate businesses that understand marketing and have budget for quality production. Pay attention to the ad copy language. Businesses making serious money use specific phrases that indicate high revenue. They mention proven system, guaranteed results, or exclusive opportunity. They showcase testimonials from students or clients who made significant money. They use urgency and scarcity in professional ways, not desperate or amateurish methods. Ad spend duration correlates directly with business success and hiring needs. Companies running ads for 1 to 2 months might still be testing, but businesses advertising consistently for 3 to 6 months have proven their model works. They're in growth mode and scaling their operations. This scaling phase is exactly when they need additional sales talent to handle increased lead volume. The commission math explains why you need businesses doing over $100,000 monthly for worthwhile income. High-ticket sales roles typically offer commissions ranging from 5% to 15% of each closed deal. If you're closing $5,000 sales at 10% commission, that's $500 per deal. You need to close 20 deals monthly to make $10,000. That requires a business generating substantial volume and revenue to provide enough qualified leads. A business doing $100,000 monthly in revenue might be closing 20 to 50 high-ticket sales depending on their price points. They have enough volume to keep a closer busy and enough revenue to support competitive commission structures. Smaller businesses doing $20,000 to $30,000 monthly don't have the lead volume or budget to make the opportunity worthwhile for experienced closers. This is why the ads library approach works so well. You're identifying businesses that have already proven they can generate leads and close sales at scale. They're not struggling startups hoping to make their first sale. They're established operations with proven systems, consistent revenue, and growth trajectories that require additional sales support. The YouTube method provides another angle for finding emerging opportunities. Search for how to start, followed by relevant topics like how to start a trading business or how to start an online coaching business. This reveals new creators who are building audiences and likely planning to monetize with high-ticket offers. Getting in early with these creators lets you grow with them as they scale their businesses. Many successful closers have built relationships with creators who had 10,000 to 50,000 subscribers and helped them launch their first high-ticket programs. As these creators grew to 100,000 plus subscribers and developed multiple revenue streams, the closers who started with them early became essential team members earning substantial commissions. The beauty of this approach is the timing. You're not reaching out to established businesses with full sales teams. You're connecting with entrepreneurs who are ready to scale but haven't yet built their sales infrastructure. They need experienced closers who can help them systemize their sales process and handle increased lead volume. You can also identify creators who are promoting affiliate offers but don't have their own high-ticket programs yet. These creators understand their audience value and are likely planning to launch their own courses or coaching programs. Positioning yourself as their closer before they launch gives you first access to these opportunities. The Facebook Ads library and YouTube search methods give you access to a database of profitable businesses actively needing sales talent. You're not guessing which companies might be hiring. You're using data to identify businesses that are investing in growth, generating consistent revenue, and operating in markets that support high commissions. This systematic approach eliminates the guesswork from prospecting. Instead of sending messages to random businesses hoping they need help, you're targeting companies that are already demonstrating growth and investment in lead generation. These businesses understand the value of professional sales talent because they're actively investing in acquiring customers. Finding them is just step one. Now you need to get their attention with an approach that cuts through all the noise and positions you as the solution they've been looking for. One closer sent 47 generic messages and got 0 responses, then sent 5 personalized Loom videos and got 3 interviews. The difference wasn't his skills or experience. The difference was using video in a world where everyone else sends text. While other closers flood inboxes with copy-paste messages, video outreach cuts through the noise and forces people to pay attention. Personalized video outreach works because it requires effort to create. When a business owner receives a custom video message, they know you didn't send the same thing to 100 other people. This effort signals commitment and makes the prospect feel valued. They're more likely to watch and respond because video feels personal in ways that text never can. You're not just another name in their inbox. You're a real person with a face and voice speaking directly to them. The exact Loom structure follows 4 components that work every single time. First, the hook explains why you're recording this video and why they should care. Second, credibility shows you understand their business and have relevant experience. Third, the value proposition presents a specific solution to a problem you've identified in their operation. Fourth, the call to action gives them a clear next step that's easy to take. 2 minutes is the sweet spot for video length because it's long enough to deliver real value but short enough that busy business owners will actually watch. Anything under 1 minute feels rushed and doesn't give you time to build credibility. Anything over 3 minutes tests their patience and reduces completion rates. 2 minutes lets you hook them, show you've done research, present your value, and ask for the next step without overstaying your welcome. The hook needs to grab attention immediately. Start with something specific about their business that shows you've done research. I noticed your Facebook ads have been running for 4 months straight is better than I saw you're hiring closers. The specific observation proves you're not sending generic messages. It shows you understand their business model and growth trajectory. This immediate relevance makes them want to hear what you have to say next. Credibility comes from demonstrating industry knowledge and relevant experience. Don't just list your accomplishments. Connect your experience to their specific situation. I've helped 3 trading education companies scale from $50,000 to $200,000 monthly by improving their sales process. Works better than I'm an experienced closer with high conversion rates. The specific numbers and industry focus show you understand businesses like theirs. The value proposition requires identifying a genuine opportunity for improvement in their operation. This means doing actual research before recording your video. Look at their ads, check their website, watch their content. Find something that could be optimized or improved. I notice your ad mentions a free consultation, but your landing page doesn't emphasize the limited availability. This might be causing qualified prospects to delay booking, gives them something actionable they can implement immediately. Common mistakes kill Loom effectiveness faster than anything else. Reading from a script makes you sound robotic and removes the authenticity that makes video powerful. Generic content that could apply to any business shows you haven't done research and don't understand their specific situation. Weak call to actions like "let me know if you're interested" give them an easy way to ignore your message. The psychology behind video response rates comes down to effort and authenticity. Text messages feel automated even when they're personalized. Video requires time to create and can be easily faked or mass-produced. Business owners respond to this investment of effort because it suggests you're serious about working with them specifically. They also get to see your communication style and personality, which helps them evaluate whether you'd be a good fit for their team. Your opening line sets the tone for everything that follows. I did a deep dive into your content and realized that you're only getting a couple hundred to a few thousand views on that immediately shows you've studied their business and identified a specific challenge. This type of opening line proves you're not sending generic messages and positions you as someone who pays attention to details. Effective value statements connect your observations to business impact. Don't just point out problems. Explain why those problems matter and how fixing them creates value. Your current booking process might be costing you 20 to 30% of potential clients because the friction between the ad and the calendar booking is too high. Connects a specific observation to financial impact. This approach shows you think like a business owner, not just a closer looking for work. Research before recording involves studying multiple aspects of their business. Check their Facebook ads to understand their offers and target audience. Visit their website to see their sales process and identify optimization opportunities. Watch their content to understand their messaging and personality. Look at their social media to see how they engage with prospects. This comprehensive research gives you multiple angles for personalization. The call to action needs to provide a binary choice that's easy to say yes to. I put together a quick analysis of 3 specific ways to improve your booking rates. Would you like me to send it over, or would you prefer to jump on a quick call to discuss it? Gives them 2 options that both lead to further engagement. Adding small incentives like "I'll buy the coffee for in-person meetings" or "I'll send you the analysis regardless" removes removes friction from their decision. Master this formula and you'll stand out from 99% of other applicants who rely on text-based outreach. Business owners remember video messages because they're rare and personal. They respond to video messages because the effort investment suggests genuine interest. They hire people who send video messages because it demonstrates communication skills and attention to detail. But sending one video isn't enough to break through the noise and build the relationship you need for high-value opportunities. Most people give up after one no, but successful closers know the real game starts after the first contact. The average person sends one message and waits for a response. When they don't hear back, they assume the prospect isn't interested and move on to the next target. This approach leaves massive amounts of money on the table because most high-value prospects don't respond to first outreach attempts. Omnipresence means being everywhere your prospect looks. When they check their email, they see your message. When they scroll Instagram, they see your DM. When they open LinkedIn, they see your connection request. When they check their phone, they see your text. This multi-platform visibility makes it nearly impossible for them to ignore you completely. The multi-platform approach uses email, Instagram DMs, LinkedIn, SMS, and phone calls strategically. Each platform serves a different purpose and reaches prospects in different contexts. Email feels professional and allows for detailed communication. Instagram DMs feel personal and casual. LinkedIn messages establish business credibility. SMS creates urgency and gets immediate attention. Phone calls force real-time interaction and build personal connection. Strategic sequencing determines when to use each platform for maximum impact. Start with email because it's expected and professional. Follow up with LinkedIn after 3 days to reinforce your business credentials. Send an Instagram DM after another 3 days to show you're a real person, not just another sales robot. Use SMS after a week if you have their phone number. Make phone calls as your final touch point when other methods haven't generated responses. The timing between platforms matters as much as the platforms themselves. Immediate follow-ups across multiple channels look desperate and spam-like. Space your touches 2 to 3 days apart to maintain presence without overwhelming them. This timing gives them space to process your previous message while keeping you visible in their decision-making process. Here's the surprising truth about follow-up frequency that most closers never learn. It takes 7 to 12 touch points on average to get a response from a busy business owner. Most people quit after 2 to 3 attempts and miss the majority of potential opportunities. The prospects who eventually respond often do so on touch point 8, 9, or 10. Your persistence separates you from competitors who give up too early. Business owners receive hundreds of messages weekly. Your first few attempts might get lost in the noise, deleted accidentally, or forgotten during busy periods. They might intend to respond but get distracted by urgent business matters. This isn't rejection. It's the reality of communicating with people who have demanding schedules and short attention spans. Avoiding the annoying label while staying persistent requires providing value in every interaction. Don't just repeat your initial offer with different wording. Each touchpoint should contain new information, additional insights, or helpful resources. When every message adds value, prospects appreciate your persistence instead of resenting it. The value-first approach in each follow-up touchpoint transforms persistence from annoying to helpful. Share industry insights relevant to their business. Send them articles about their specific market. Offer free resources that solve immediate problems. Comment meaningfully on their social media content. This approach positions you as a resource rather than just another person asking for something. Your second email might include a case study of similar businesses you've helped. Your LinkedIn message could share a relevant industry report. Your Instagram DM might complement specific content they posted recently. Your SMS could offer a quick tip about their current marketing approach. Each message feels different while reinforcing your core value proposition. Creative follow-up methods get responses when standard approaches fail. Record a short video walking through their website and suggesting improvements. Send an audio message explaining a trend affecting their industry. Mail a physical postcard to their business address. These unexpected approaches interrupt their pattern and force them to pay attention. One closer sent a prospect a screenshot of their competitor's successful ad campaign with notes about why it was working. Another mailed a book relevant to the prospect's business with personalized notes in the margins. A third created a custom landing page showing how they'd improve the prospect's current funnel. These creative approaches require more effort but generate significantly higher response rates. Voice messages through platforms like WhatsApp Business or direct voice DMs create personal connection without requiring real-time availability. Your tone, energy, and personality come through in ways that text never achieves. Prospects can listen while multitasking, making it convenient for busy schedules while maintaining the personal touch. The key to creative follow-up is relevance over creativity. Don't be creative just to be different. Be creative in ways that demonstrate understanding of their business and provide genuine value. The creativity should support your core message, not distract from it. When creativity adds value, it multiplies your impact. When creativity lacks relevance, it wastes everyone's time. Successful outreach campaigns often follow this pattern: professional email, LinkedIn connection with message, educational Instagram DM, value-add SMS, creative touchpoint, direct phone call, final value email. This sequence covers all communication preferences while building relationship depth through multiple interactions. Document your outreach sequence and track response rates by platform and message type. This data shows you which approaches work best for your target market and personal style. Some prospects respond better to direct approaches, others prefer relationship building. Your tracking data reveals these patterns and helps you optimize future campaigns. Persistence with strategy beats talent without follow-through every single time. The most skilled closers lose opportunities to persistent competitors who stay in front of prospects longer. Your closing skills only matter when you get the chance to demonstrate them. Systematic follow-up creates those chances even when initial outreach doesn't generate immediate responses. Now, you're getting responses and booking conversations, but the real test comes in the interview where you need to position yourself as the solution they've been searching for. The moment you treat an interview like a job interview instead of a sales call, you've already lost. Most closers walk into interviews hoping to convince someone to hire them. They answer questions, showcase their experience, and wait for the interviewer to make decisions. This passive approach positions you as someone who needs something rather than someone who provides value. Successful closers flip this dynamic completely. Interviews are mutual discovery calls where you're selling your value while evaluating whether the opportunity meets your standards. You're not just trying to get hired, you're determining if this business can provide the income, growth, and working conditions you require. This shift in mindset changes how you prepare, how you present yourself, and how you interact throughout the conversation. Strategic questions about revenue, top performer compensation, and growth plans separate professional closers from desperate job seekers. Ask about monthly revenue to understand the business's financial health and your potential earning ceiling. What's your current monthly revenue, and where do you want that to be in 6 months? This question shows you think about business growth and understand that your success depends on their success. Top performer compensation reveals how the company values sales talent and whether they have systems to support high earners. What does your top closer make monthly, and what does their activity look like? This question tells you if the opportunity can meet your income goals and what level of performance the company expects. Companies that can't answer this question clearly don't have proven systems or successful closers. Growth plans indicate whether you're joining a scaling operation or a stagnant business. What's your hiring plan for the next quarter, and what challenges are you trying to solve with additional sales talent? This positions you as someone interested in contributing to expansion rather than just filling a position. Growing companies offer more opportunities for advancement and higher long-term earning potential. Scenario-based questions require dropping into role-play mode to demonstrate your actual abilities. Don't explain how you would handle objections. Show them. When they ask how you deal with price objections, say, "Let me show you exactly how I handle that. You be the prospect and tell me the price is too high." This approach lets them experience your sales process instead of just hearing about it. Roleplay demonstrates confidence, quick thinking, and actual sales skills. Most candidates talk about their abilities without proving them. When you shift into closer mode during the interview, you show exactly what they're buying. Handle their objections smoothly, ask good follow-up questions, and maintain control of the conversation. This gives them a preview of how you'll perform with their prospects. Most closers fail interviews because they act desperate instead of selective. They accept any offer, agree with everything the interviewer says, and avoid asking challenging questions. This desperation signals low value and makes companies question why other businesses haven't hired you. Desperate closers get desperate offers from desperate companies. Selective closers ask tough questions, have standards for the opportunities they accept, and aren't afraid to walk away from bad fits. What happened to your last closer, and why didn't it work out? This question shows you're evaluating them as much as they're evaluating you. Companies respect candidates who have standards because it suggests they deliver results worthy of those standards. Demonstrate value through insightful questions and industry knowledge that shows you understand their business model. I noticed your ads focus on day trading education. Are you finding that crypto traders convert better than Forex traders, or is the audience pretty similar? This type of question proves you've studied their marketing and understand their target market. Industry knowledge questions position you as a consultant rather than just another closer. Most trading education companies struggle with refund rates above 15%. How are you handling buyer's remorse and keeping people engaged with the program? This shows you understand common industry challenges and think strategically about business problems. The energy and enthusiasm balance requires confidence without arrogance. Show excitement about the opportunity while maintaining professional composure. Enthusiasm demonstrates you care about results and will bring energy to the role. Confidence shows you believe in your abilities and won't crumble under pressure. Arrogance suggests you're difficult to work with and don't take feedback well. Confident enthusiasm sounds like, I'm excited about this opportunity because I can see exactly how to improve your current process and help you scale faster. Arrogant enthusiasm sounds like, your current system is all wrong, but I can fix everything. The difference is offering to add value versus criticizing their current approach. Questions that position you as a business partner focus on mutual success rather than just your needs. What metrics do you use to measure closer performance, and how do you support closers who want to exceed those targets? This shows you're thinking about delivering results and growing with the company rather than just collecting commissions. Partner-level questions address long-term thinking and business impact. As you scale up, what additional responsibilities might be available for closers who prove themselves? This indicates you're interested in growing with the business and taking on more significant roles. Companies prefer closers who think beyond just making calls. When you interview like a consultant, companies start competing for you instead of you competing for the job. Consultants ask strategic questions, provide valuable insights, and evaluate whether opportunities meet their standards. They position themselves as solutions to business problems rather than people who need work. This approach makes companies want to secure your services before competitors do. The consultant mindset shifts the entire dynamic of the conversation. Instead of hoping they like you, you're evaluating whether you want to work with them. Instead of trying to impress them with your experience, you're showing them how your experience solves their specific challenges. Instead of accepting whatever they offer, you're negotiating terms that reflect your value. This positioning works because business owners recognize valuable talent when they see it. They know that closers who think strategically, ask intelligent questions, and have standards typically deliver better results than desperate candidates who accept anything. When you present yourself as a valuable asset, they treat you like one. But even after great interviews where you've positioned yourself perfectly, your follow-up game determines if you actually get hired and start earning those commissions you've been discussing. Your social media profile is either opening doors or slamming them shut. There's no middle ground. Every time a business owner searches your name after receiving your outreach message, your profile either reinforces your professionalism or destroys your credibility instantly. There's no recovering from a bad first impression when someone checks your Instagram and sees party photos, unprofessional content, or a bio that says nothing about your business value. Social media functions as your 24/7 sales representative to potential employers. While you sleep, business owners are scrolling through your content, evaluating whether you'd be a good fit for their team. Your profile works around the clock, either building your reputation or damaging it. This constant visibility means every post, photo, and interaction either moves you closer to opportunities or pushes them away. The profile optimization formula combines three essential elements that work together to create professional presence. Your profile photo needs to be clear, professional, and show your face prominently. Blurry photos, group shots, or pictures where you're barely visible make you look unprofessional. Business owners want to see who they're potentially hiring. A clean headshot against a neutral background works better than creative photos that distract from your professional message. Your bio serves as your elevator pitch to everyone who visits your profile. Most people waste this space with generic descriptions or personal information that adds no business value. Your bio should immediately communicate what you do, who you help, and why someone should care. Instead of sales professional with 5 years experience, write something specific like, I help fitness coaches make more money by taking their sales calls for them so they can scale their business. Content on your profile should consistently reinforce your professional expertise without revealing everything you know. Share industry insights, comment on market trends, and engage with business-related topics. Avoid controversial subjects, personal drama, or content that doesn't align with your professional image. Every post should make someone think this person knows what they're talking about rather than questioning your judgment. Keyword optimization makes your profile discoverable when hiring managers and business owners search for sales professionals. Include terms like high-ticket closer, sales consultant, appointment setter, and industry-specific keywords in your bio and content. When someone searches for these terms, your profile appears in results. Most closers ignore this completely and wonder why opportunities never find them organically. The search function works differently on each platform, but the principle remains consistent across all of them. Instagram searches look at usernames, names, and bio content. LinkedIn searches scan headlines, summaries, and experience sections. Facebook searches examine about sections and work information. Optimizing for search visibility requires understanding how each platform's algorithm finds and displays profiles. Here's how unprofessional content can instantly disqualify you from six-figure opportunities. A business owner considering you for a $15,000 monthly position searches your name and finds photos from last weekend's party. They see complaints about your current job, personal relationship drama, or political rants. Instantly, you're eliminated from consideration because they can't risk having someone with poor judgment represent their business. High-value opportunities require representing companies that serve affluent clients. These business owners can't afford to hire someone whose social media presence might embarrass them or damage their reputation. They're looking for professionals who understand discretion, maintain appropriate boundaries, and present themselves with the same level of sophistication their clients expect. The bio template that positions you as a business asset starts with your specific value proposition. Begin with, I help specific type of business owner achieve specific result by your unique method. This formula immediately communicates your value rather than just listing your job title. Add social proof through specific numbers or results when possible. End with a clear call to action that tells people exactly what to do next. Your call to action might direct people to schedule a consultation, visit your website, or send you a direct message. Make this action as simple as possible. DM me closer for a free sales audit. Gives people a specific low-commitment way to engage with you. Complex instructions or multiple steps reduce response rates because people won't follow complicated directions. Strategic content engagement builds relationships with industry leaders and potential clients before you ever reach out directly. Like and comment meaningfully on posts from business owners in your target market. Share their content with thoughtful commentary. This engagement makes you visible to their audience and establishes familiarity before direct outreach. When you later send a message, they recognize your name and are more likely to respond positively. Engagement strategy requires consistency and authenticity rather than random interactions. Spend 15 to 20 minutes daily interacting with content from your target prospects. Focus on adding value through insightful comments rather than generic responses like great post or thanks for sharing. Business owners notice people who consistently provide thoughtful engagement and often remember them when opportunities arise. Creating content that showcases expertise without giving everything away requires balancing value with intrigue. Share insights that demonstrate your knowledge while making people want to learn more. A 1-minute video explaining a common sales mistake shows your expertise while positioning you as someone who can solve problems. Provide enough value to build credibility without solving all their problems for free. Content creation doesn't require massive time investment or professional equipment. Simple videos shot on your phone work perfectly when the content provides genuine value. Talk about industry trends, share client success stories without revealing sensitive information, or explain concepts that your target market struggles with. Consistency matters more than production quality when building professional credibility. Your optimized profile becomes a magnet that attracts opportunities while you sleep. Business owners discover you through searches, engagement, or referrals from mutual connections. They see professional presentation, valuable content, and clear positioning as someone who can help their business. Instead of chasing opportunities start coming to you because your profile demonstrates value and professionalism consistently. With all these systems in place, you're ready to execute the complete strategy that transforms you from an invisible closer into someone companies actively pursue and compete to hire. You now have the complete system to go from invisible to in demand. The Facebook ads library shows you exactly which businesses need closers right now. Loom videos cut through the noise when everyone else sends text. Multi-platform follow-up keeps you visible until they respond. Professional interviews position you as a consultant, not a desperate job seeker. Your optimized social media works as a 24/7 sales representative. Here's your challenge this week. Use the Facebook Ads Library method to find 5 profitable businesses in your target market. Send personalized Loom videos to each one. Stop competing for jobs and start making companies compete for you. The remote closer interview process isn't broken. You've just been playing by the wrong rules. While you've been focusing on perfect English pronunciation and memorizing sales frameworks, American recruiters have been looking for something entirely different: cultural fit, coachability, and strategic thinking. The good news? These are skills you can develop much faster than perfect accent or years of US work experience. I'm about to show you the exact system that turns interview weaknesses like accent, international background, or limited US experience into powerful differentiators that make recruiters fight to hire you. You've been practicing with the wrong people, and it's costing you dream jobs. Every time you run through interview questions with your colleague from Mumbai or your study buddy from Brazil, you think you're getting better. You feel confident, your answers sound smooth, but here's what's really happening. You're creating a bubble of false security that shatters the moment you face an American recruiter. Most international closers practice interviews with other non-native speakers or use generic interview prep courses designed for local markets. They rehearse standard questions, polish their elevator pitches, and feel ready to conquer the remote sales world. The problem is simple but devastating. You're training for the wrong game entirely. This creates a false sense of confidence because you're not exposing your real weaknesses. When you practice with someone who learned English the same way you did, they miss the same cultural cues you miss. They don't catch the subtle communication errors that make American recruiters uncomfortable. It's like learning to drive by only practicing with other new drivers. You're all making the same mistakes without realizing it. Your practice partner from India might think your response about following up persistently sounds professional and determined. They understand your cultural context where persistence shows respect and dedication. But to an American recruiter, that same phrase triggers red flags about boundary issues and potential harassment of prospects. The tonal difference between persistent and pushy is something non-native speakers often miss completely. Here's a specific example that happens constantly. You say, "I am very much interested in this position," during a mock interview. Your practice partner nods approvingly because grammatically it's perfect. But American recruiters hear this phrasing as overly formal and robotic. They expect, "I'm really excited about this role," or "this position is exactly what I'm looking for." The difference seems minor, but it signals whether you understand how Americans actually communicate in professional settings. Different English-speaking cultures have completely different interview expectations that generic prep materials never address. British interviews value understatement and modesty. Saying you're quite good at something is actually strong praise. Australian interviews are more casual and conversational, but American interviews, especially for remote closer roles, demand confidence, self-promotion, and specific achievement stories. When you practice with someone from a different English-speaking background, you're learning the wrong cultural script. Let me give you another example. In many cultures, admitting you don't know something shows humility and honesty. So when asked about a sales technique you haven't used, you might say, "I haven't had experience with that approach yet, but I'm eager to learn." Your non-American practice partner thinks this sounds thoughtful and coachable, but American sales managers want to hear, "I haven't used that specific technique, but here's how I've achieved similar results with this approach instead." The difference is subtle but critical. Americans want problem-solving confidence, not learning admissions. AI tools and generic prep courses miss the human element of cultural fit entirely. They can help you avoid grammatical errors and suggest better word choices, but they can't tell you that your tone sounds defensive when you're trying to be explanatory. They can't catch that your pacing feels rushed to American ears or that your examples sound too rehearsed. Most importantly, they can't simulate the real-time dynamic of building rapport with someone from a completely different cultural background. The chatbot might suggest you say, "I'm passionate about sales," but it can't tell you that American recruiters hear that phrase 50 times a day and tune out immediately. A native speaker would push you to be more specific. I love the psychology of understanding what really motivates a prospect to make decisions, hits differently, and shows deeper thinking. Here's where the tension really builds. You've practiced for weeks with the wrong feedback system. You walk into that Zoom interview feeling prepared and confident. The recruiter asks their first real question and something feels off. Your carefully rehearsed answer lands with a thud. You can see in their face that something isn't connecting, but you don't know what went wrong. The timing feels awkward. Your example doesn't resonate. The follow-up questions seem to probe areas you thought were your strengths. This moment of truth reveals the gap between practice and reality. All those hours of preparation with well-meaning friends who speak English as a second language actually reinforce your blind spots instead of fixing them. You practice being comfortable with people who think like you, communicate like you, and miss the same cultural nuances you miss. The real damage happens in the subtleties that decide whether you get hired or not. Maybe your practice partner never mentioned that that when Americans say, "Tell me about yourself," they want your professional story, not your personal background. Or that when they ask about handling rejection, they want to hear about resilience and strategy, not about learning from failure. These aren't grammar issues or vocabulary problems. They're cultural communication patterns that only native speakers naturally recognize. Here's what's actually happening during those practice sessions. You and your practice partner are both operating from the same cultural framework, so you're both missing the same things. When you say something that would be perfectly appropriate in your home culture, they don't flag it as potentially problematic for American recruiters. You're essentially practicing to communicate with people like yourself, not with the people who will actually decide your career fate. The brutal truth is that practicing with other non-native speakers actually hurts your interview performance because you need native feedback to identify blind spots. You can't fix problems you don't know exist, and you can't know what sounds off to American ears unless someone with American ears tells you. Every practice session with the wrong partner reinforces bad habits and builds false confidence that crumbles under real interview pressure. This realization changes everything about how you should prepare, because now you understand what native recruiters actually hear when you speak. Your accent isn't the problem. Your shame about it is destroying your confidence. I see this happen constantly with international remote closers who have everything else figured out. They know the sales frameworks. They understand objection handling. They can calculate commission structure in their sleep. But the moment they hop on an interview call, they start speaking like they're reading from a teleprompter, trying to sound as American as possible. International candidates often try to hide or minimize their accents during interviews because they think it makes them sound unprofessional or hard to understand. They speak slower than normal, overpronounce certain words, or avoid using phrases that might highlight their background. Some even practice with American accent training videos, trying to flatten out the natural rhythm and intonation that makes their speech unique. This creates an inauthentic presentation that makes recruiters question your confidence more than your accent ever could. When you're focused on hiding who you are, you're not focused on showing what you can do. Your energy gets diverted from showcasing your sales skills into micromanaging every syllable. Recruiters can sense this immediately. You sound robotic, rehearsed, and frankly, less intelligent than you actually are. Here's what most people don't realize about American hiring managers, especially in remote sales. They work with international teams constantly. They've heard every accent imaginable, and they care way more about results than pronunciation. The successful international closers I know don't hide their accents. They leverage them strategically as conversation starters and differentiators. Take Maria from Colombia, who closes high-ticket coaching deals. She opens every call by saying, "I know my accent might catch your attention, so let me tell you why that's actually great news for you." Then she explains how her bilingual skills helped her close a deal with a client's Spanish-speaking business partner that 3 other salespeople couldn't reach. Her accent becomes proof of her value, not something to apologize for. Or consider Raj from Mumbai, who sells software to Fortune 500 companies. Instead of trying to sound like he's from Ohio, he leans into his background. When prospects mention global expansion, he naturally shares examples of how he's helped other companies navigate international markets. His accent signals global expertise and cultural intelligence, exactly what modern businesses need. Accents can signal valuable traits like global perspective and resilience that domestic candidates simply can't offer. When you've learned English as a second language and succeeded in international business, you've demonstrated cognitive flexibility, cultural adaptability, and determination. These are premium skills in today's global economy, but only if you present them as advantages rather than hiding them as weaknesses. Let me show you the difference between accent anxiety and accent confidence in action. Anxious candidate gets asked about handling difficult clients and responds in slow, careful English. I have experience with challenging customer situations. I always maintain professional demeanor and work to find mutually beneficial solutions. The recruiter hears hesitation and overthinking. A confident candidate with the same accent gets the same question. Difficult clients are actually where I shine because I've learned patience from communicating across cultures my whole life. Last quarter, I turned around our most frustrated client by really listening to understand their concerns, something that comes naturally when you've had to work harder to communicate your whole career. Same accent, completely different impact. The key is owning your accent while maintaining clarity. This doesn't mean speaking louder or slower. It means speaking with conviction and using your background as context for your strengths. When you say, in my experience working across different cultures, you're not making excuses for your accent. You're providing valuable context for your perspective. Specific techniques make this transformation possible. First, record yourself having natural conversations, not practicing interview answers. Notice how your voice sounds when you're explaining something you're passionate about. That's your authentic speaking voice. Confident, clear, and engaging. Use that same energy in interviews. Second, prepare stories that naturally incorporate your background as a strength. Instead of saying, despite my accent, I close big deals, say, my global perspective helped me understand what motivated international clients that other reps couldn't connect with. The framing changes everything. Third, address the accent directly if you want to, but only to position it as an advantage. You'll notice I have an accent. That's because I grew up speaking 3 languages, which is exactly why I excel at communicating with diverse client bases. This reframes difference as specialization. Fourth, focus on clarity, not perfection. Speak at your natural pace and use the vocabulary that feels comfortable. Recruiters would rather understand your authentic thoughts than struggle through your performance of what you think they want to hear. The mindset shift that transforms perceived weakness into strength happens when you stop seeing your accent as something that happened to you and start seeing it as something you chose to develop. You didn't accidentally learn English. You invested years of effort to communicate globally. That's not a limitation, that's a competitive advantage in a global marketplace. Here's what changes when you make this shift. Your shoulders relax, your voice finds its natural rhythm. You stop monitoring every word and start connecting with the person across from you. Recruiters notice this immediately because authenticity is magnetic, especially in sales roles where trust and rapport determine success. The brutal truth is that authenticity beats perfection every single time in sales interviews. Recruiters can spot fake confidence from a mile away, but they're drawn to genuine expertise and real stories. Your accent is part of your story, and your story is what differentiates you from every other candidate they'll see this week. This confidence shift affects every aspect of how you handle unexpected situations during interviews. There are interview killers hiding in your responses that only native speakers can spot. You walk out of interviews thinking you nailed every question, your technical knowledge was solid, your examples were relevant, and your enthusiasm came through clearly, but the rejection email arrives anyway, leaving you confused about what went wrong. The problem isn't your qualifications or your English skills. It's the invisible communication gaps that create doubt in recruiters' minds without you ever knowing why. International candidates often have perfect technical answers but miss subtle communication errors that native speakers catch immediately. You know your sales frameworks inside and out. You can explain consultative selling, objection handling, and closing techniques with precision. But when you say, I am very much passionate about helping clients achieve their goals, something feels off to American ears. The phrasing is grammatically correct but sounds robotic and over-formal. Native speakers naturally say, I love helping clients hit their targets, or getting clients to their goals is what drives me. These hidden mistakes create doubt in recruiters' minds without candidates realizing why the conversation feels stilted. The recruiter can't pinpoint exactly what's wrong, but they walk away feeling like the interaction was somehow artificial or rehearsed. They might tell their colleagues something felt off, or they seemed really prepared but not very natural. This vague discomfort often translates into choosing someone else, even when your qualifications are stronger. Cultural misunderstandings derail interviews in ways that go far beyond language mechanics. When asked about handling difficult prospects, you might share a story about persistent follow-up, explaining how you called a potential client 15 times over 3 weeks until they finally agreed to a meeting. In your culture, this demonstrates dedication and respect for the business relationship. But American recruiters hear potential harassment and boundary issues. They're thinking about compliance problems and client complaints, not your work ethic. The same cultural gap appears when discussing teamwork. You describe how you supported your colleagues by pointing out areas where they could improve their performance. This sounds like helpful collaboration to you, but Americans interpret this as overstepping boundaries and lacking social awareness. They expect teamwork stories about sharing credit, covering for others during busy periods, or contributing your unique skills to group projects. Tone, pacing, and word choice carry different meanings to native speakers that can completely change your message. When you speak more slowly and deliberately to ensure clarity, Americans often interpret this as lack of confidence or uncertainty about your answers. When you use formal vocabulary to sound professional, they hear stiffness and inability to build rapport. When you pause to translate thoughts from your native language, they perceive hesitation rather than thoughtfulness. Here's a specific example of how pacing creates problems. You get asked, what's your biggest professional weakness? You pause for 3 seconds to organize your thoughts, then respond carefully. I would say that sometimes I focus too much on perfection in my work, which can slow down my initial progress on projects. The pause signals uncertainty to American ears, and the formal structure sounds like you're reciting a memorized answer rather than sharing authentic self-reflection. Word choice reveals cultural disconnects constantly. You might describe yourself as quite confident in your abilities, using British influence modesty, but American sales managers want to hear "I'm extremely confident" or "I know I can deliver results." The word "quite" undermines your message in American business culture, even though it strengthens it in other English-speaking countries. Similarly, saying you aim to exceed targets sounds less committed than "I will crush those numbers." Common scenarios reveal where international candidates unknowingly sound pushy or passive to American recruiters. When discussing salary expectations, you might say, "I would be grateful for any competitive offer you feel is appropriate." This sounds humble and flexible to you, but Americans hear someone who doesn't value their own worth or understand market rates. They expect responses like, "Based on my research and experience, I'm looking for something in the 80 to 90,000 range, but I'm open to discussion based on the total package." The opposite problem happens when you try to demonstrate confidence but cross into pushiness. You might say, "I guarantee I will be your top performer within 6 months," thinking this shows ambition. American recruiters hear unrealistic promises and potential attitude problems. They prefer confidence grounded in specific examples. "In my last role, I went from bottom performer to top 3 within my first year by focusing on understanding client psychology and refining my discovery process." Native role-play partners catch these nuances immediately because they instinctively know what sounds natural versus forced. They notice when your emphasis falls on the wrong syllables, making statements sound like questions. They catch when your examples feel too polished, like you're presenting rather than conversing. They spot moments when your cultural background creates communication static that interferes with your actual message. A native speaker stops you mid-sentence when you say, "I have been working in sales for the past 5 years and have achieved consistent success." They explain that the present perfect tense makes you sound like you're still figuring things out, while "I've spent 5 years in sales and consistently hit my targets" sounds more established and confident. These tiny adjustments compound into dramatically different impressions. The tension builds when you realize how many opportunities may have been lost to these blind spots. Every interview where you felt good about your performance but got rejected anyway. Every time feedback was vague or non-existent, leaving you wondering what went wrong. Every recruiter who seemed engaged during the call but never followed up. These weren't coincidences or bad luck. They were systematic communication gaps that only native feedback could have identified and fixed. The specific role-play scenarios that expose weaknesses only native speakers can identify focus on cultural context rather than grammar perfection. Mock interviews about handling rejection, discussing compensation, explaining job changes, or describing leadership style reveal the subtle communication patterns that determine whether recruiters see you as a cultural fit. The way you frame challenges, express ambition, or demonstrate empathy carries cultural weight that transcends vocabulary and syntax. This awareness completely changes how you prepare for the unexpected moments that define every real interview. The question you didn't prepare for just landed, and your mind goes blank in your second language. The recruiter asks something completely off script like, "Tell me about a time you had to sell someone who absolutely didn't want to buy." You know you have great examples, but suddenly your brain feels like it's running through mud. You're translating the question, searching for the right vocabulary, and trying to structure a coherent response all at the same time. Meanwhile, the silence stretches longer and the recruiter starts looking concerned. International candidates often over-prepare scripted answers but struggle with unexpected questions because they've trained for predictability, not adaptability. You've memorized perfect responses to "What's your greatest strength?" and "Why do you want this job?" You can recite your elevator pitch flawlessly and explain your sales process with confidence. But the moment someone asks, "How would you sell ice to someone living in Antarctica?" your carefully constructed preparation system falls apart. This creates panic moments where language barriers amplify normal interview stress in ways that domestic candidates never experience. Your brain has limited processing power, and when you're operating in a second language, that capacity gets divided between understanding, translating, formulating, and articulating. Add interview pressure to this cognitive load, and even simple questions become mental obstacles. The stress hormones that interviews naturally trigger make language processing even harder, creating creating a downward spiral where panic feeds more panic. Here's what's happening in your brain during these moments. The interviewer asks an unexpected question, and you need to simultaneously decode their meaning, access your memory for relevant experiences, organize those thoughts into a logical structure, translate that structure into English, and deliver it with confidence. Each step requires mental resources, and when you're stressed, those resources become scarce. The result is exactly what you've experienced: blanking out or giving disjointed answers that don't reflect your actual abilities. But you can turn this processing time into an advantage with specific techniques for buying time and organizing thoughts under pressure. The key is having ready-to-go phrases that give you breathing room without making you sound unprepared. When you say, "That's a really interesting question, let me think about that for a moment," you're not stalling, you're demonstrating thoughtfulness. The recruiter interprets this pause as careful consideration, not language struggle. Power phrases help bridge language gaps during difficult moments by giving your brain time to catch up. Try, "That's an excellent point, and it reminds me of a situation where," or "I'm glad you asked that because it connects to something important I learned recently." These transitions create space for you to process while maintaining conversational flow. They also signal to the interviewer that you're engaging with their questions seriously, not scrambling for any answer. Another effective approach is breaking down complex questions into smaller pieces. When faced with a multi-part question, you can say, "I want to make sure I address all aspects of your question. Let me start with..." This technique serves multiple purposes. It shows you're listening carefully, it gives you time to organize your thoughts, and it prevents you from missing important parts of what they asked. You can also use clarifying questions to buy processing time while showing engagement. Instead of panicking when you don't immediately understand something, respond with, "When you say X, are you thinking more about Y situation or Z scenario?" This approach transforms confusion into strategic thinking, and recruiters appreciate candidates who ask thoughtful follow-up questions. The difference between stalling and strategic thinking lies in purpose and execution. Stalling happens when you make noise without direction, saying, "Well, that's a good question," repeatedly while your mind races. Strategic thinking uses pauses intentionally to break down the question, identify key points you want to address, and organize your response logically. The recruiter can sense this difference immediately. Strategic pauses actually impress recruiters because they suggest you think before speaking rather than just reacting. In sales roles especially, the ability to pause and consider before responding indicates emotional intelligence and strategic thinking. Recruiters prefer candidates who take a moment to give thoughtful answers over those who rush into responses that miss the mark. Practice transforming your natural language processing time into deliberate consideration. When you need a moment to think, use it purposefully. Take a breath, make eye contact, and organize your thoughts around a simple structure: situation, action, result. This approach turns what feels like a weakness into a demonstration of how you handle pressure and complexity. Here's a practical technique for unexpected questions about scenarios you haven't experienced. Start with honesty, then bridge to relevant experience. "I haven't been in that exact situation, but I did face something similar when..." This approach shows integrity while still providing valuable insights into your problem-solving abilities and adaptability. Master the mental game by accepting that perfect English isn't the goal, clear communication is. Recruiters would rather understand your authentic thoughts expressed simply than struggle through your attempt at complex vocabulary. When you stop trying to sound perfect and focus on being understood, your natural communication ability emerges. Preparation meets adaptation when you develop systems for handling the unknown rather than memorizing specific answers. Create mental frameworks you can apply to different types of questions. For challenge questions, use the problem action result structure. For hypothetical scenarios, walk through your thinking process step by step. For value-based questions, connect to specific examples that demonstrate your principles in action. The confidence that comes from having these systems changes everything about how you handle interviews. You stop fearing unexpected questions because you know you have tools to work through them. This confidence shows in your posture, your voice, and your willingness to engage with challenging topics rather than avoiding them. When you master this approach, something powerful happens. You start seeing unexpected questions as opportunities to showcase your thinking process rather than threats to your performance. But what happens when things go completely wrong and recovery becomes essential? You just mispronounced a key word in front of the hiring manager. Here's how to turn disaster into victory. You're explaining your sales process and confidently say, "I focus on building rapport with my clients," instead of rapport. The moment it leaves your mouth, you know something went wrong. Your face gets hot, your confidence drops, and suddenly you're spiraling about whether this mistake just cost you the job. But this moment isn't a disaster, it's actually your biggest opportunity to show what you're really made of. Language mistakes are inevitable for international candidates, but most handle them poorly by letting these small stumbles derail their entire performance. You've probably experienced this yourself. One mispronounced word or grammatical error sends you into a mental tailspin where you start second-guessing everything you say. Instead of focusing on showcasing your skills and experience, you spend the rest of the interview monitoring your speech and playing it safe with simple vocabulary. This defensive approach actually creates more problems than the original mistake ever could. The natural instinct is to panic, over-apologize, or pretend it didn't happen, but all three responses make the situation worse. When you panic, your speech becomes even more careful and robotic. When you over-apologize with phrases like, "Sorry, my English isn't perfect," or "Excuse me, I meant to say," you're actually drawing more attention to the error and undermining your credibility. When you pretend nothing happened, the awkwardness hangs in the air and creates tension that affects the rest of the conversation. Here's what most international candidates don't realize about American recruiters. Confident recovery from mistakes actually impresses native speakers more than perfection ever could. Americans value resilience, adaptability, and grace under pressure, especially in sales roles where rejection and unexpected challenges are daily realities. When you handle a mistake smoothly, you're demonstrating exactly the qualities they're looking for in a closer who needs to navigate difficult client conversations and recover from objections. Think about it from the recruiter's perspective. They've heard hundreds of perfectly polished presentations from domestic candidates who never stumble because they're operating in their native language. But when they see someone gracefully recover from a language mistake while maintaining their composure and continuing to deliver value, that stands out. It shows real-world problem-solving skills and emotional intelligence that can't be faked or rehearsed. Specific examples of how to acknowledge mistakes without derailing momentum make all the difference in how these moments play out. When you mispronounce rapport, instead of apologizing profusely, you can simply say, "Sorry, rapport," and that's exactly what I built with my biggest client last quarter. This approach acknowledges the mistake briefly, corrects it naturally, and immediately redirects attention to your relevant experience. The whole exchange takes 3 seconds and actually reinforces your main point. Another powerful technique is the quick self-correction that shows you're paying attention to your own communication. If you catch yourself saying, "I am very much excited about this opportunity," you can smoothly adjust with, "Actually, let me put that better. I'm really excited about this role," because this demonstrates self-awareness and communication skills rather than highlighting a language barrier. The power of humor and self-awareness in turning stumbles into connection points can't be overstated when used appropriately. A brief light comment like, "Let me try that again in proper English," with a small smile can actually humanize you and create rapport with the interviewer. This approach works because it shows confidence, self-awareness, and the ability to not take yourself too seriously, all attractive qualities in sales professionals. You can also use these moments to subtly reinforce your international background as an asset. When you stumble over a technical term, you might say, "Sorry, sometimes my brain switches between languages when I get excited about process optimization." This frames your multilingual thinking as a cognitive advantage rather than a communication barrier, while showing passion for the subject matter. Recruiters respect candidates who can recover gracefully under pressure because sales involves constant pressure situations where quick recovery determines success or failure. When a prospect raises an unexpected objection or challenges your pricing, you need to respond smoothly without getting rattled. The ability to handle a language stumble during an interview gives recruiters confidence that you can handle client pushback during real sales conversations. The critical seconds after a mistake, when everything hangs in the balance, are where your response determines whether this becomes a minor blip or a major distraction. The key is to keep your energy up and your focus forward. Don't let your voice drop or your posture change. Maintain eye contact, make the quick correction, and continue with the same enthusiasm you had before the mistake. Your nonverbal communication during these moments matters more than the words you use to recover. Here's a practical framework for those crucial recovery seconds. First, acknowledge quickly without dwelling. "Let me rephrase that," or "Actually, I meant." Second, make the correction clearly and confidently. Third, immediately bridge back to your main point with phrases like, "The important thing is," or "What matters here is." This 3-step process takes less than 5 seconds and keeps you in control of the conversation. The mental shift happens when you start seeing mistakes as proof of your authenticity rather than evidence of inadequacy. Native speakers make verbal mistakes constantly. They say, lose their train of thought, and correct themselves mid-sentence. The difference is they don't catastrophize these normal human communication patterns. When you adopt this same attitude, mistakes become minor course corrections rather than interview-ending disasters. Building this recovery mindset requires practice, but it transforms how you approach not just interviews but all professional communication. You stop walking on eggshells with your language and start communicating with the natural confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever comes up. This confidence shift affects every aspect of your interview performance, from your willingness to use industry terminology to your comfort with complex topics. Resilience trumps perfection in every real-world sales situation, and interviews are no exception. The candidate who can smoothly recover from unexpected challenges while maintaining their professional composure will always outperform the one who delivers flawless but rigid responses. This recovery mindset becomes the foundation for creating realistic practice conditions that actually prepare you for interview success. Your practice sessions have been too easy. Real US interviews are a different beast entirely. You've been running through questions with friends, rehearsing your elevator pitch in the mirror, and maybe even doing mock interviews with career counselors. Everything feels smooth and manageable. But the moment you join that Zoom call with an actual American hiring manager, the energy shifts completely. The pace is faster, the questions are sharper, and the whole dynamic feels more intense than anything you prepared for. Most interview preparation doesn't replicate the actual pressure and dynamics of US market interviews because generic practice focuses on universal skills rather than cultural specifics. Standard interview prep teaches you to answer behavioral questions and discuss your experience, but it doesn't prepare you for the rapid-fire pace that American business culture demands. It doesn't train you for the direct communication style where recruiters expect immediate, confident responses without hedging or excessive politeness. This gap between practice and reality causes culture shock during actual interviews that can derail even the most qualified candidates. You walk into the interview expecting a formal, structured conversation, but American sales interviews feel more like high-energy business meetings. The recruiter jumps between topics quickly, expects you to provide specific numbers and results without prompting, and evaluates your personality fit as much as your technical qualifications. The casual professionalism that Americans favor can feel jarring when you've practiced for more formal interactions. US remote closer interviews have unique elements that make them particularly challenging for international candidates. Sales managers assess your ability to build rapport instantly, handle objections under pressure, and demonstrate results-oriented thinking. They want to see your personality within the first few minutes and evaluate whether you can connect with American prospects who communicate very directly. Unlike other industries where technical skills dominate, sales interviews focus heavily on communication style, energy level, and cultural alignment with target markets. The interview structure itself differs from what most international candidates expect. American recruiters often start with seemingly casual conversation that's actually evaluating your communication skills and cultural fit. They ask about your background, but they're listening for confidence, clarity, and how you frame your international experience as an advantage rather than explaining it away. The transition from small talk to business happens quickly, and you need to match their energy immediately. Role-play scenarios are standard in US sales interviews, and they happen without warning. The recruiter might suddenly say, "Sell me this pen," or "I'm a prospect who says your price is too high. What do you do?" These scenarios test your ability to think quickly, handle pressure, and apply sales techniques in real time. Candidates should write down those questions, find a friend, and start role-playing to prepare for these moments. Structuring practice sessions that mirror real market conditions requires creating artificial pressure and time constraints that force you to perform under stress. Set up mock interviews where the practice partner interrupts you, asks follow-up questions you didn't prepare for, and pushes you to be more specific about your results. Use video calls exclusively because remote interviews have different energy than in-person conversations. The slight delay, technical issues, and screen-based interaction all affect how you communicate and connect. Time your responses during practice because American interviews move fast. When asked about your biggest achievement, you have maybe 90 seconds to tell a compelling story with specific numbers before they move to the next question. Practice being brief because American business culture values efficiency and respects people's time. Long-winded explanations that might show thoroughness in other cultures can signal poor communication skills in American interviews. Different personality types and communication styles among American recruiters require practicing with various approaches. Some hiring managers are high energy and interrupt frequently, others are more analytical and probe for details, and some focus heavily on cultural fit through casual conversation. Your practice partners should simulate these different styles because the recruiter's personality significantly affects interview dynamics. What works with a relationship-focused manager might fail completely with a results-driven, numbers-focused leader. Industry-specific scenarios and objection handling must be incorporated into role-play sessions because sales interviews test your real-world problem-solving abilities. Practice explaining how you'd handle a prospect who says, "I need to think about it," or "your competitor is cheaper." These aren't hypothetical questions, they're previews of situations you'll face daily. The recruiter wants to see your sales methodology in action, not just hear you describe it theoretically. Create realistic pressure by having practice partners ask unexpected questions about company research, market knowledge, and specific sales metrics. American employers expect you to know their target market, understand their competitive position, and speak intelligently about their industry challenges. They might ask how you'd approach their specific customer base or what you think about their recent marketing campaigns. This level of preparation goes beyond standard interview prep. Technology requirements for remote roles get tested during the interview itself. Your internet connection, audio quality, and professional setup are being evaluated constantly. The research notes that the biggest thing immediately is having a good Zoom background because your virtual environment affects first impressions. Practice with the same tech setup you'll use for real interviews, including backup plans for technical issues. Prepare thoughtful questions that demonstrate strategic thinking and genuine interest in the role. Effective questions include asking, "What's one thing your current sales guy is doing that you would want me to do differently?" Or, "Based on everything that you've heard in this interview, do you have any reason to believe that I would not be a good fit for this role?" These questions show confidence and strategic thinking while giving you valuable feedback. The transformation that happens when practice matches reality is dramatic because you develop genuine confidence rather than false security. When you've practiced handling interruptions, technical issues, rapid pace, and unexpected questions, real interviews feel manageable instead of overwhelming. You stop trying to control every variable and start adapting naturally to whatever the interviewer brings. How to practice English interview scenarios that mirror real US market conditions comes down to authenticity in preparation creates confidence in performance. When your practice sessions are harder than actual interviews, you walk into real conversations feeling prepared for whatever happens. This comprehensive preparation approach produces the ultimate outcome that separates successful international closers from those who remain stuck in interview cycles. The difference between interview anxiety and interview mastery isn't perfect English. It's authentic preparation with the right partners who can expose and fix your real weaknesses. Those cultural blind spots, communication gaps, and confidence issues only get solved when native speakers catch what you can't see yourself. Stop practicing with people who can't help you improve and start working with native speakers who can transform your interview performance. Your current approach isn't working because you're training for the wrong game entirely. Your international background isn't a limitation. It's a differentiator waiting to be unleashed through proper preparation. Here's a fact that will change how you think about networking forever. Closers who focus on giving value first build networks 5 times faster than those who approach relationships transactionally. Most high-ticket closers trying to break into English-speaking markets make the same critical mistake. They focus on what they can get instead of what they can give. This creates a reputation of being self-serving, which repels exactly the kind of high-value connections they need. But there's a framework that flips this entire dynamic and turns you into a relationship magnet. Here's what happens when you walk into a networking event thinking about what you can get instead of what you can give. Picture this scenario. You're at a business mixer in New York, surrounded by successful closers and business owners. The energy is high, conversations are flowing, and opportunities are everywhere. But you're stuck in your head thinking about your visa situation, your need for connections, your desire to break into the American market. Most international professionals make the same mistake in this exact moment. They lead with their needs first. Within the first 2 minutes of conversation, they mention their background, their struggles with work authorization, their desire to find mentors or or business partners, they ask questions like, do you know anyone hiring international closers? Or can you introduce me to people in your network? These questions feel natural because you genuinely need these connections. This makes every interaction feel like a transaction waiting to happen. You become the person who shows up to every networking event with the same agenda. People start recognizing you as someone who always wants something. Your conversations follow the same pattern every time. You introduce yourself, share your background, explain your situation, then ask for help or connections. People can smell desperation from a mile away, especially in competitive markets like the US. Americans are particularly sensitive to transactional approaches because they encounter them constantly. When you lead with your needs, you trigger their mental alarm that says, this person wants something from me. Your body language changes when you're focused on what you need. You lean in too much during conversations. You ask too many questions about their connections. You follow up too quickly after meeting someone. You get polite conversations that lead nowhere. People give you their business cards but never respond to your emails. They say things like, let's grab coffee soon, but never actually schedule anything. You leave every networking event feeling like you made connections, but weeks pass without any real opportunities materializing. Even worse, you start building a reputation as someone who only takes. Your LinkedIn messages get ignored because people remember you as the person who always asks for favors. Other international professionals in your network start avoiding you because they know you'll ask them for introductions. Event organizers stop inviting you to exclusive gatherings because you're known as someone who minds every conversation for opportunities. This reputation spreads faster than you realize in professional circles. But here's the twist. The most successful networkers do the exact opposite of what feels natural. They walk into rooms not thinking about what they need, but about what problems they can solve for others. Instead of preparing an elevator pitch about their background and needs, they research who will be at the event and what challenges those people might be facing. These successful networkers ask different questions entirely. They say things like, what's the biggest challenge you're facing in your business right now? Or, I noticed your company just expanded into Latin America. How's that going? They listen for pain points instead of connection opportunities. When someone mentions a problem, they think about how their skills, experience, or network might help solve it. They offer value before asking for anything. If someone mentions struggling with lead generation, they share a specific strategy that worked in their home market. If someone talks about cultural challenges with international clients, they offer insights from their cross-cultural experience. If someone needs a connection to a particular type of professional, they immediately think about who in their network might help. This approach transforms how people perceive them in the room. Instead of being seen as someone who needs help, they become known as someone who provides solutions. People start approaching them with their challenges because they've established themselves as valuable resources. Their follow-up messages get responses because people remember them as helpful, not needy. The psychological shift happens almost immediately. When you focus on giving first, you feel more confident in conversations because you're not asking for anything. Your body language changes. You stand taller, make better eye contact, and speak with more authority. People sense this confidence and trust you more quickly. This shift from taking to giving is what separates closers who struggle for years from those who build powerful networks in months. The closers who succeed understand that networking is not about collecting business cards or LinkedIn connections. It's about becoming known as someone who solves problems and adds value to every conversation. Your reputation precedes you when you consistently give first. People start introducing you as the person who helped me with my Latin American expansion, or the closer who gave me that brilliant lead generation strategy. These introductions open doors that no amount of asking or pitching ever could. The question becomes, what if there was a systematic way to flip this dynamic completely? What if you could walk into any networking situation knowing exactly how to position yourself as the valuable person in the room? There's a secret currency that top networkers use, and it's not money, connections, or even skills. This currency operates completely differently from what most people expect in professional relationships. You can't buy it, you can't inherit it, and you can't fake it for very long. Yet it's the single most powerful tool for building relationships that actually matter. Think about the most successful people you know. They all have one thing in common in how they approach relationships. They don't walk into rooms wondering what they can get. They don't spend conversations calculating what someone can do for their career. Instead, they focus entirely on how they can be useful to the person in front of them. This mindset shift changes everything about how others perceive them. The currency is generosity, but not the kind you think. It's strategic generosity that creates genuine value. This isn't about being nice or polite in conversations. It's not about complimenting people or agreeing with everything they say. Strategic generosity means you actively look for ways to solve real problems for other people using your specific skills, knowledge, and network. Most people think generosity means being a pushover or giving away everything for free. But that's not how it works. Pushover generosity looks like saying yes to every request, working for free constantly, or letting people take advantage of your time. That actually hurts your reputation because it signals that your time and expertise have no value. Strategic generosity is completely different. Real networking generosity is about identifying what someone actually needs and providing it before they even ask. You listen to their challenges and immediately think about how your background as an international closer gives you unique insights they don't have. Maybe they mention struggling with cultural differences in their international sales process. You share a specific technique that worked when you were selling in your home market. Maybe they talk about lead generation challenges. You offer to introduce them to a contact who solved a similar problem. The key difference is timing and specificity. You don't wait for them to ask for help. You don't offer vague assistance like, let me know if you need anything. Instead, you identify a specific problem and offer a specific solution immediately. This demonstrates that you are actually listening and that you have valuable resources to share. This creates what psychologists call reciprocity debt, when someone feels compelled to return a favor. When you help someone solve a real problem without being asked, they remember that feeling. They remember that you made their life easier without expecting anything in return. This psychological principle is incredibly powerful because it works at a subconscious level. People want to balance the relationship by helping you when opportunities arise. But here's where it gets interesting. The most powerful form of this currency isn't giving things, it's giving attention and solutions. High value people have money, they have connections, they have resources. What they don't have is time and focused attention from people who aren't trying to sell them something. When you give someone your complete attention and focus on understanding their challenges, that's incredibly rare. Think about the last networking event you attended. How many people actually listened to understand your challenges versus listening to find an opening to talk about themselves? Most conversations follow the same pattern. Person A shares something, person B immediately relates it back to their own experience, then tries to steer the conversation toward their needs. True attention means you ask follow-up questions about their situation without relating it to yourself. High-value people are constantly bombarded with requests, but rarely receive genuine offers of help with no strings attached. Their LinkedIn inboxes are full of people asking for advice, introductions, or opportunities. Their email is packed with sales pitches and networking requests. Everyone wants something from them. This constant stream of requests makes them defensive and skeptical when meeting new people. When you become the person who gives first, you stand out in a sea of takers. You become the rare person who shows up to help rather than to get something. Your follow-up messages get opened because you're the person who offered value instead of asking for it. Your name gets remembered positively when opportunities come up because you're associated with being helpful rather than needy. This approach works especially well for international closers because you have unique value to offer. Your cross-cultural experience, your understanding of different markets, your language skills, these are assets that domestic professionals simply don't have. When you lead with these assets as solutions to other people's problems, you position yourself as valuable rather than as someone seeking opportunities. This generosity currency becomes your competitive advantage, especially as an international closer entering new markets. While other international professionals are asking for help with visa issues or job opportunities, you're offering solutions to business challenges. While they're networking to get something, you're networking to give something. This fundamental difference in approach creates dramatically different results. Now let's break down exactly what this Give First framework looks like in practice, because understanding the concept is just the beginning. The Give First framework has 3 core components that transform how people perceive you in any room. These aren't random acts of kindness or general networking tips. This is a systematic approach to building valuable relationships that actually produce results. Each component builds on the others to create a complete system that positions you as the valuable person in every conversation. Component 1 is value identification, learning to spot opportunities where your skills can solve someone's problems. This means you walk into networking situations with a clear understanding of what you bring to the table. As a high-ticket closer, you have skills in persuasion, market research, lead generation, and sales psychology that others desperately need. Most business owners struggle with with converting leads into sales. They have traffic, they have interest, but they can't close deals consistently. Your closing skills are the exact solution they need. You also understand consumer psychology from working in different markets. You know how to identify buying signals, handle objections, and create urgency without being pushy. These are skills that took you years to develop, but other professionals see them as almost magical. When someone mentions struggling with their sales process, you immediately recognize this as an opportunity to provide value using your expertise. The key is being specific about what problems you can solve. Instead of saying you're good at sales, you say you specialize in converting high-value leads who are on the fence about purchasing. Instead of mentioning your international background generally, you talk about how you've successfully navigated cultural differences in sales conversations. This specificity makes your value clear and memorable. Component 2 is empathetic listening. Most people listen to respond, but you need to listen to understand and identify pain points. The difference is massive. When someone shares a challenge, most networkers immediately think about how they can relate it to their own experience or how they can use it as an opening to talk about themselves. Empathetic listening means you focus completely on understanding their specific situation. This means asking better questions and actually caring about the answers, not just waiting for your turn to pitch yourself. When someone mentions a business challenge, you ask follow-up questions to understand the details. You want to know how long they've been dealing with this problem, what they've already tried, what the impact has been on their business. These questions show you're genuinely interested in helping, not just looking for an opening to talk about yourself. You listen for the emotional impact of their challenges, not just the business facts. When someone talks about struggling with lead conversion, you hear the frustration in their voice. You understand that this isn't just a business problem. It's affecting their confidence, their stress levels, their ability to grow their company. This emotional understanding allows you to offer help that addresses both the practical and emotional aspects of their challenge. Component 3 is strategic follow-through, making good on your offers to help and doing it better than expected. This is where most people fail completely. They have good conversations, they make offers to help, but then they don't follow through or they deliver exactly what was expected. Strategic follow-through means you exceed expectations in how you deliver value. If you offer to send someone a resource, you don't just send a generic article. You find the most relevant, actionable resource and include a personal note explaining specifically how it applies to their situation. If you offer to make an introduction, you don't just send a generic email connecting two people. You research both parties, identify exactly why they should connect, and craft an introduction that makes it easy for them to have a productive conversation. You also follow up to make sure your help was actually useful. Most people offer help and then never check if it worked. You send a brief message a week later asking how the resource worked for them or whether the introduction led to a good conversation. This shows you genuinely care about the outcome, not just about appearing helpful. The magic happens when these three components work together to create a reputation that precedes you. Value identification helps you spot opportunities to help. Empathetic listening helps you understand exactly what kind of help someone needs. Strategic follow-through ensures that your help actually makes a difference in their situation. This combination creates powerful results. People start introducing you as the person who actually helps rather than another closer looking for opportunities. Instead of saying, "This is John, he's looking for opportunities in the US market," they say, "This is John, he helped me solve my lead conversion problem and increase my close rate by 30%. These introductions open completely different types of conversations. Your reputation spreads through professional networks faster than you expect. People remember the person who solved their problem more than they remember dozens of people who asked for help. This reputation becomes your biggest asset because it attracts opportunities without you having to ask for them. This framework turns networking from a numbers game into a relationship building system that compounds over time. Instead of collecting business cards and hoping someone calls you back, you're building a network of people who actively want to help you succeed because you've helped them first. But knowing the framework is just the beginning. You need to know how to implement it without seeming fake or desperate. There are specific types of value that international closers can offer that most people completely overlook. These opportunities sit right in front of you, but most international professionals focus so much on what they need that they miss what makes them uniquely valuable. Your international background isn't a disadvantage that you need to overcome or apologize for. It's actually a unique value proposition when positioned correctly. While other closers are trying to blend in and sound like everyone else, you have assets that domestic professionals will never have. The key is recognizing recognizing these assets and presenting them as solutions to real business problems instead of just mentioning them as background information. First opportunity, market insights from your home country that could benefit US businesses looking to expand internationally. A closer from Brazil can provide critical insights into the preferences and purchasing habits of Brazilian consumers. You understand which sales messages resonate with your culture and which ones fall flat. You know, the local competitive landscape, the distribution channels that work, and the cultural mistakes that American companies make when they try to enter your market. You understand cultural nuances, consumer behavior, and market dynamics that domestic professionals simply don't have. When a US company mentions wanting to expand into Latin America, you immediately know the challenges they'll face. You understand that direct sales approaches that work in New York might come across as rude or pushy in your home market. You know that relationship building comes before any sales conversation in many cultures. This knowledge allows you to help them adapt their sales strategies, marketing messages, and even their product offerings to succeed in international markets. Second opportunity, language skills and cultural bridging for businesses with international clients or partners. Many US companies struggle with international communications and cultural sensitivity in their sales processes. They have international clients or partners, but they're losing deals because of cultural misunderstandings. They send emails that sound demanding when they meant to be polite. They schedule calls at times that show they don't understand international business etiquette. They make cultural assumptions that damage relationships. Your language skills go beyond just translation. You understand the cultural context behind communication styles. You know that in some cultures, saying no directly is considered rude, so people say yes when they mean maybe. You understand nonverbal cues that vary significantly across cultures. You can help US companies avoid these mistakes and build stronger relationships with their international clients. This includes adapting sales pitches, translating marketing materials with cultural accuracy, and facilitating communication between US teams and international clients. Third opportunity, fresh perspectives on sales approaches that work in different cultural contexts. What works in your home market might be exactly what someone needs to break through their current sales plateau. Sales strategies that are successful in the US market may not translate well to other cultures, but the reverse is also true. Sometimes a sales approach from your culture is exactly what an American business needs to differentiate itself in their own market. A closer from Japan might suggest incorporating relationship building elements into a sales process that focuses too heavily on quick closes. A closer from Germany might recommend emphasizing quality and reliability over speed and convenience. A closer from India might share techniques for building trust through personal connections rather than just professional credentials. These different approaches can help US businesses stand out from competitors who all use similar sales methodologies. Fourth opportunity, connections to your international network that could benefit your new US connections. You have established networks in your home country and other international markets. These connections can be incredibly valuable to US businesses looking to expand globally. You can introduce US companies to potential clients, suppliers, distributors, and partners in international markets. A closer from India could connect a US tech company with potential outsourcing partners or distributors in the Indian market. A closer from South Korea could provide insights into emerging opportunities in esports and gaming. Your network also includes other international professionals working in the US who understand specific markets and cultures. These connections can accelerate expansion processes, reduce costs associated with market entry, and provide competitive advantages in global markets. You understand local regulations, business practices, and cultural customs that can make or break international business relationships. These value opportunities position you as someone who brings unique assets to the table, not just another closer seeking opportunities. Instead of being seen as someone who needs help navigating the American market, you become known as someone who can help American businesses navigate international markets. This completely changes how people perceive you in networking situations. You're no longer the international person asking for visa advice or job opportunities. You're the international expert offering solutions to expansion challenges, cultural communication problems, and international business development. This positioning attracts different types of conversations and creates different types of opportunities. The key is learning how to offer these values without coming across as pushy or transactional. You need to identify which of these assets assets match the specific challenges that people in your network are facing. Here's the exact approach that makes people want to help you instead of avoiding you. Most international closers walk into networking events with their elevator pitch ready, thinking about what they need from every conversation. They prepare answers about their background, their visa situation, their job search. This preparation actually works against them because it focuses entirely on their needs rather than the needs of the people they're meeting. The difference between desperation and confidence in networking often comes down to how you frame your initial approach. Desperate networkers start conversations by talking about themselves. They introduce their background, explain their situation, then ask for help or connections. Confident networkers start conversations by showing interest in the other person's business challenges. They ask questions that demonstrate they've researched the person and understand their industry. Start with curiosity about their business challenges rather than talking about your own needs or background. When you approach someone at a networking event, your first words should focus on them, not you. Instead of saying, "Hi, I'm Maria, I'm an international closer looking for opportunities in the US market," you say, "Hi, I noticed you work in fintech. I'm curious about how the regulatory changes are affecting customer acquisition in that space." This immediate shift puts the focus on their world instead of your needs. They start thinking about their challenges instead of wondering what you want from them. Your conversation begins with them talking about something they care about, their business problems and goals. This creates engagement from the first moment because people love talking about their work when someone shows genuine interest. Use phrases like "I'm curious about" or "I noticed that" instead of "I need" or "I'm looking for." These phrase choices completely change how your approach is received. "I'm curious about signals that you're interested in learning something new." "I noticed that" shows you've done research and you're observant about their business. Both phrases position you as someone who pays attention and thinks about other people's situations. Compare this to phrases like "I need help with" or "I'm looking for connections in." These phrases immediately signal that you want something from the conversation. The other person's brain automatically shifts into defensive mode because they know a request is coming. Even if they're willing to help, they're now thinking about what you might ask for instead of focusing on the conversation itself. Share an insight or observation about their industry before asking any questions about opportunities. This demonstrates that you've done your homework and shows you're thinking about their world, not just your own. If you're talking to someone in e-commerce, mention a trend you've noticed in international markets that might affect their business. If they work in SaaS, share an observation about how different cultures approach software adoption. This approach shows you bring value to conversations instead of just taking from them. You become someone who has interesting perspectives and insights rather than someone who needs help. People remember conversations where they learned something new much more than conversations where someone asked them for favors. When you do mention your background, frame it in terms of what you've learned that might be relevant to their situation. Instead of saying, "I'm from Colombia and I'm trying to break into the US market," you say, "Working in the Colombian market taught me some interesting approaches to building trust with skeptical customers. I've noticed some similarities in how US customers respond to certain sales techniques." This framing positions your international experience as an asset that could benefit them rather than a challenge you're trying to overcome. You're not the person who needs help adapting to a new market. You're the person who brings fresh perspectives from other markets that could solve their current challenges. The goal is to have them asking you questions rather than you having to sell yourself. When you share insights and show genuine interest in their challenges, they naturally become curious about your background and experience. They start asking where you learned certain techniques or how things work in your home market. These questions create natural opportunities to share more about your background and skills. Practice the 70-30 rule. Spend 70% of the conversation focused on them and their challenges, 30% on how you might help. Most networking conversations are 80% about the person doing the approaching and 20% about the person being approached. This ratio makes the conversation feel like a sales pitch. The 70-30 rule keeps the focus on the other person while giving you enough time to share relevant insights and establish your expertise. This approach makes you memorable for the right reasons and creates natural opportunities for follow-up conversations. People remember you as the person who asked thoughtful questions about their business, not the person who asked for help with their job search. When they have challenges related to your expertise, they think of you as a potential resource rather than someone who might ask them for favors. But the real magic happens in how you follow through on these initial connections. The ultimate goal isn't just making connections, it's creating a network where people actively want to help you succeed. Most international closers think networking means collecting contacts and hoping someone calls them back with opportunities. This approach treats your network like a phone book of people who might help you someday. Real networking creates something completely different. You build an ecosystem where value flows in multiple directions, not just toward you. In a healthy business ecosystem, every participant benefits from the success of others. Plants provide oxygen for animals. Animals provide carbon dioxide for plants. Each element supports the others, creating a system that gets stronger over time. Your professional network should work the same way. You help others achieve their goals, they help you achieve yours, and everyone benefits from the collective success. This means you stop thinking about your network as people who can help you and start thinking about them as people you can help. When someone in your network gets promoted, you think about how their new role creates opportunities for other people in your network. When someone launches a new product, you consider who in your network might be interested in that solution. This shift changes everything about how you interact with your connections. Start by connecting people in your network with each other when you see opportunities for mutual benefit. This is where most people miss huge opportunities. They meet valuable people, but they keep each relationship separate. You know a marketing consultant who specializes in e-commerce. You also know an e-commerce business owner who struggles with marketing. Instead of keeping these relationships separate, you introduce them to each other with a specific reason why they should connect. This positioning makes you a valuable connector, which is one of the most powerful roles you can play in any network. Connectors are remembered differently than regular contacts. When people think about connectors, they think about someone who opens doors and creates opportunities. This reputation attracts high-value people because successful professionals want to know connectors. They understand that connectors can introduce them to other valuable people. Being a connector also means people think of you first when they have opportunities to share. If someone in your network hears about a job opening, they remember you as the person who connects people. If they meet someone looking for a closer with international experience, your name comes to mind immediately. This happens because you've established yourself as someone who thinks about other people's needs and makes valuable introductions. Keep track of what each person in your network is working on and what challenges they're facing. Most people remember basic information about their contacts, like their job title and company. This isn't enough information to be truly helpful. You need to know their current projects, their biggest challenges, and their goals for the next 6 months. This deeper knowledge allows you to spot opportunities to help them or connect them with others who can help. Use a simple system to know their goals, pain points, and the type of help they might need. This doesn't require complicated software or detailed profiles. A simple notes app works perfectly. After each meaningful conversation, write down what they're working on, what problems they're trying to solve, and what kind of help would be valuable to them. This information becomes incredibly valuable when you meet other people who could help them. Update these notes regularly based on new conversations and developments in their business. People's priorities change, their challenges evolve, and their goals shift over time. The information you collected 6 months ago might not be relevant anymore. Regular check-ins help you stay current on what matters to each person in your network. Regularly check in with valuable connections, not to ask for anything, but to see how you can support their current projects. These check-ins should happen every few months, depending on how close the relationship is. The key is reaching out with a specific offer of help rather than a general "how are things going" message. You might share an article that relates to their current challenge, introduce them to someone who could help with their project, or offer your skills when you see a relevant opportunity. Share relevant articles, introduce them to useful contacts, or offer your skills when you see a fit. The value you provide doesn't always have to be major. Sometimes sharing a relevant podcast episode or industry report provides exactly the insight someone needs. Sometimes a simple introduction between two people in your network creates significant value for both of them. The consistency of providing value matters more than the size of each individual contribution. The compound effect kicks in when multiple people in your network start thinking of you first when opportunities arise. Instead of one person occasionally thinking about you, you have dozens of people actively looking for ways to help you. This creates a powerful multiplication effect. Your opportunities don't just come from your direct efforts anymore. They come from the collective efforts of your entire network. Multiple people become your advocates in different industries and markets. When opportunities arise in their companies or networks, they recommend you because they remember how you've helped them. This compound effect transforms networking from a numbers game into a relationship system that works for you even when you're not actively networking. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle where your reputation for helping others attracts more high-value people to your network. Here's what happens to your career trajectory when you consistently apply the give first approach for 6 to 12 months. The transformation doesn't happen overnight, but the compound effect of strategic generosity creates opportunities that most closers never even see. Your professional life starts operating on a completely different level because you've changed the fundamental dynamic of how you interact with other professionals. The compound effect of strategic generosity creates opportunities that most closers never even see. While other international closers are still sending cold LinkedIn messages and applying to job postings, you're operating in a completely different marketplace. Your approach has created a reputation that precedes you in professional circles. People know you as the person who helps solve problems before asking for anything in return. First, you develop a reputation that opens doors before you even knock. People start reaching out to you with opportunities. Instead of you chasing opportunities, opportunities start chasing you. Your phone starts ringing with calls from people you helped months ago who now have openings in their companies. Your email inbox fills with messages from connections who heard about positions that match your background. Recruiters start contacting you because your name keeps coming up in conversations with their clients. This shift happens because people remember how you made them feel when you offered genuine help. They remember that you solved their lead generation problem or connected them with the perfect business partner. When opportunities arise in their companies or networks, your name is the first one they think of because you're associated with being helpful and valuable. Your network begins working for you even when you're not actively networking, as people recommend you for positions and projects. Your connections become your sales team, constantly promoting your skills and reputation to their networks. They mention your name in boardroom conversations when companies discuss hiring needs. They recommend you for consulting projects when businesses face challenges in your area of expertise. This passive promotion is incredibly powerful because it comes with personal endorsements from people who trust you. When someone recommends you, they're putting their own reputation on the line. This means they only recommend people they genuinely believe will deliver excellent results. These recommendations carry more weight than any resume or interview could provide. You gain access to the hidden job market, the 80% of high-level opportunities that never get posted publicly. Most companies prefer to hire through referrals and personal connections rather than public job postings. They save time and money by hiring people who come recommended by trusted contacts. Your network connections give you access to these exclusive opportunities before they're ever advertised. These hidden opportunities are often better than publicly posted positions. Companies are willing to pay more for candidates who come with personal endorsements. They're more flexible with requirements when someone they trust vouches for a candidate. You get opportunities to negotiate better terms because you're not competing against hundreds of other applicants. Your referral rate increases dramatically because people trust you enough to introduce you to their valuable contacts. When you need to expand your network into new industries or geographic areas, your existing connections actively help you make those connections. They feel comfortable introducing you to their most valuable contacts because they know you'll add value to those relationships rather than just taking from them. These introductions come with context about why the connection makes sense and what value you might bring to the new contact. Your connection has already explained your background and expertise to the new person, making the initial conversation much more productive than a cold outreach would be. You start getting invited to exclusive events, private masterminds, and insider groups where real deals happen. Successful professionals want to associate with other successful professionals who add value to their networks. Your reputation for helping others makes you the type of person that exclusive groups want to include. These invitations provide access to high-level networking opportunities that money can't buy. These exclusive gatherings are where major business deals are discussed and partnerships are formed. The relationships you build at these events often lead to the biggest opportunities of your career. You're no longer networking at general business mixers. You're building relationships with industry leaders and decision makers. Your income potential multiplies because you're not just competing on skills anymore. You're competing on relationships and reputation. Companies will pay premium rates for closers who come with strong networks and excellent reputations. Your ability to open doors and build relationships becomes as valuable as your closing skills. You can command higher fees because clients know you'll bring more than just sales expertise to their projects. Most importantly, you build genuine friendships and professional relationships that support your long-term success. These relationships provide emotional support during challenging times and celebration during successful periods. You develop a professional family that genuinely cares about your success and actively works to help you achieve your goals. This approach transforms you from someone seeking opportunities to someone who attracts them naturally. The question is, are you ready to make this shift and start building your reputation as someone who gives first? The closers who succeed fastest in English-speaking markets aren't necessarily the most skilled. They're the ones who understand that relationships are the ultimate multiplier for everything else they do. Your closing skills matter, but your network determines how many opportunities you get to use those skills. Start implementing the Give First framework today by identifying one person in your target market who you can genuinely help, and reach out with a specific offer of value. Don't wait until you feel ready or until you have everything figured out. Pick someone whose challenges match your expertise and send them a message offering concrete help. Your network will become your net worth, but only if you're willing to invest in others before expecting returns for yourself.